It was midsummer, the sun blazing and the air thick with heat. In a military compound in the capital city. I already promised your father to take you in, but if you dare bully Momo, you can pack up and go live with your troublesome mother. Just as Suli finished receiving the original host's memories, an impatient voice sounded beside her ear. She looked up and saw a woman in her 40s, dressed in a light blue dress, standing by the bed and looking down at her with a cold, displeased expression. Her eyes were filled with barely hidden irritation. Thinking of the memories she had just absorbed, Suli felt far from pleased. She curled her lips and spoke in a tone full of defiance. "Are you all right, ma'am? My dad brought me here because he should. After all, I'm his daughter. Taking care of me is his duty. If you don't like it, talk to him, not me." After speaking, she turned her back and refused to look at the woman again. Li Xiaolian was so angry she almost stomped her feet. Looking at Su Li's rebellious attitude, she snapped, "Just like your mother. No manners at all." If her husband hadn't begged her again and again to take his daughter in, she would never have agreed to bring this unruly girl home. Right now was an important time for her husband's career, and this child could easily ruin everything. If not for fear of gossip in the compound, she would never have taken her in. Being a stepmother was truly difficult. Suli didn't even lift her head. She waved her hand casually and said calmly, "If my dad hadn't insisted, I wouldn't have come back to this place. If you don't want me here, just tell him. I'll gladly leave." Hearing that, Li Xiaolian grew even angrier. She gritted her teeth and shouted, "Suli, you'll regret this." But Suli wouldn't regret it because she was no longer the same spoiled, reckless girl she used to be. 10 minutes ago, she had been inspecting her large eco-farm when a flower pot suddenly fell and hit her on the head. When she opened her eyes again, she found herself in the early 1970s of Huagua. In her previous life, she had lost her parents early, built a successful eco-agriculture business from scratch, and earned millions every year, while her greedy relatives watched her every move. She had been so careful, yet in the end, they still took advantage of her. What use was regret now? There was no going back. The original girl's father was a regiment commander, young, capable, and with a bright future ahead. Her mother was a university professor specializing in electronic communications. Their daughter had been pampered since childhood, a little spoiled and proud. If things had continued that way, she would have grown up safely and comfortably. But she happened to live through a difficult time. Her grandfather was falsely accused and imprisoned, and her mother was sent away for re-education. Her father, eager to protect his career, divorced quickly. The family's maid, Li Xiaolian, took the opportunity to marry him and bring her own daughter into the Su family. Her older brother, working in the city, cut ties with their mother overnight to avoid being implicated. Only little Su Li stubbornly refused to leave her mother's side. Her mother, Fong Lan, worried that Su Li would suffer in the countryside, begged her father to take the girl in before she was sent away. That led to the scene just now. The stepmother, Li Xiaolian, once a maid, had finally become the commander's wife. How could she possibly welcome the girl she saw as a thorn in her side? Sure enough, the moment Su Li arrived, she began setting strict rules. The young girl, furious and heartbroken, suddenly collapsed, and her soul was replaced by that of a farm owner from the 21st century. Su Li looked around the small side room Li Xiaolian had let her into, plain white curtains, a bed covered with old blue cloth, and a yellowed desk. Clearly, it had been prepared in a hurry. She gave a small snort, the rebellious spark in her heart beginning to stir. She had lived in this house for 15 years and had her own room. It had only been a few days since she left, and someone had already taken it. Turning on her heel, she walked straight toward the sunny main room. Didn't they want her to move in? Fine. She would make such a fuss that comrade Su Jinghe would have no choice but to send her back to her mother. Her eyes gleamed with a plan. Inside the main room, Liamo was sitting cross-legged, eating peach cookies. She wore a white embroidered dress, crumbs falling onto the green checkered cotton bedsheet. When the curtain lifted, Su Li stepped inside. She walked slowly, a hint of challenge in her smile. Su Li, visiting your old room? Sorry, it's mine now. Li Mo glanced at her, disdain flickering in her eyes. The once proud young lady. Soon she would be the one under her control. Just a spoiled child of a rich man. Su Li glanced at her from the corner of her eye, her tone full of disdain. Did I give you permission? Look in the mirror and see how shameless you are. Li Mo suddenly stood up, staring at that beautiful face she wished she could scratch, anger rising inside her. Su Li, my mother was kind enough to let you come back, and you still want your old room? How shameless can you be? My face is just fine, Su Li said, touching her cheek. She didn't know what the girl looked like, but her skin felt smooth and soft. She was quite pleased with herself. Su Li, your mother's already been sent away. Do you think it's still like before? I'm the young lady of the Su family now. The Su family's Miss Li? Su Li gave a short laugh, her tone sharp and mocking. Your mother married into the family, and now you think you've risen with her? You entered the Su family's house, but your last name is still Li, isn't it? That sentence hit Li Mo right where it hurt. As the daughter of a housemaid, Li Mo had dreamed countless times of becoming part of the Su family. Now that her dream had come true, how could she let Su Li insult her? You little brat. Just a spoiled child of a rich man. She shouted, rushing forward and reaching out to scratch Su Li's face. This was exactly what Su Li had been waiting for. She dodged quickly, blocked with her left hand, and twisted Li Mo's stomach with her right. Li Mo clutched her stomach, her eyes filling with tears from the pain. Meanwhile, the troublemaker let out a loud cry and dashed out of the room, even pinching her own face hard as she ran. In the kitchen, Li Xiaolian had been watching closely. Seeing Su Li run out, she hurried to grab her. You little troublemaker. You just got home and you're already bullying Mo. You'll pay for this. As she spoke, she swung her hand towards Su Li, trying to defend her daughter. But Su Li slipped away like a fish, dodging at a tricky angle and running straight toward the gate. As she ran, she shouted loudly, "Help! My stepmother is hitting me. Somebody help!" Her voice was so loud it seemed she wanted the entire neighborhood to hear. While shouting, she messed up her hair and twisted her arm a few times to make it look convincing. Su Li's skin was naturally fair, and even a light touch would leave red marks. Now, after pinching her own face and arms a few times, they had turned reddish-purple. With her messy hair, she looked completely disheveled and pitiful.
Su Li winced in pain.
Today's fight had cost her too much. She would have to find a way to make up for it later. She, Su the little tyrant, could accept anything except being taken advantage of. Li Xiaolian ran after her, trying to stop her. Outside, under the poplar tree, a few elderly women were already waiting to watch the commotion. Su Li, stop right there. When did I ever hit you, you little troublemaker? As she spoke, she raised her hand, trying to cover Su Li's mouth to stop her from talking nonsense. Su Li suddenly stopped at the doorway. The door creaked open. A group of elderly women stood outside, peeking in, just as Li Xiaolian's hand landed on Su Li's head. At that moment, no matter what Li Xiaolian said, no one would believe her. The women saw the purple marks on Su Li's face and arms. What else could they think? Their gazes toward Li Xiaolian changed instantly. Old Madame Wang, who stood in front, frowned and scolded her sharply. Mrs. Su, you always seemed quiet and gentle, but who would have thought you'd be so harsh? Even to a child? Su Li cried out and threw herself into old Madame Wang's arms. Grandma Wang, I don't have my real mother to protect me anymore.
She bullies me.
As she spoke, she deliberately showed her face and arms, looking as pitiful as possible. My mom was sent away, and my dad brought me back. She wasn't happy about it and wanted to teach me a lesson. She made me live in the worst room, wear the oldest clothes, and eat the leftovers. Oh, what am I going to do? Su Li kept talking and acting pitifully. She wasn't going to miss the chance to win over old Madame Wang. After all, she was the mother of Deputy Commander Wang. Li Xiaolian's face turned bright red, her heart burning with anger. That little girl did it on purpose. She should have known this one wouldn't be easy to handle. She could only stammer out, I didn't hit her. Really, I didn't. Old Madam Sun, who had gone to check Su Li's small room, came out and said, "Is this a room fit for a young girl? It's all gray and bare. Even I, an old woman, live better than this." A few elderly ladies heard the commotion, went inside to look around, and came out shaking their heads. It's true what they say. Once there's a stepmother, the child becomes like an unwanted little cabbage. Li Xiaolian's face turned pale. Behind closed doors, she could treat the girl however she wanted, but if word got out, old Su would be furious. He usually treated her well, but if his reputation was ruined, he would never forgive her. Just then, Li Mo ran out of the house. Seeing so many people pointing fingers at her mother, she couldn't hold back her anger. "My mom said she didn't hit her, so she didn't. That girl should be grateful she even has a place to stay. What kind of fancy room does she think she deserves? And you nosy old ladies, mind your own business and leave us alone." The elderly women turned pale. Being scolded by a teenage girl was something none of them could tolerate. The oldest, Grandma Lu, was so angry her hands trembled. She pointed at Li Xiaolian and scolded, "So this is how you raise your child?
No wonder.
No wonder as soon as Su Li's parents divorced, you rushed to be with old Su." Li Xiaolian's eyes turned red. She wished the ground would open up so she could hide. How humiliating. Su Li could hardly contain her joy. This daughter of hers was truly a blessing in disguise. These old ladies were the biggest gossips in the whole neighborhood. Now that they were offended, it wouldn't take half a day before everyone knew that Li Xiaolian and Li Mo had been bullying the ex-wife's daughter. Li Xiaolian would be furious. What's going on here? Su Jinghe had just come home from work and saw a group of elderly women gathered at his door. He remembered that today was the day his younger daughter was coming home, and his heart started to pound. That girl had always been a troublemaker. Had she caused more problems again? When the old lady saw him, they quickly made way. Grandma Wang even gave Su Li a gentle push forward. "Jinghe, we've known each other for over 10 years. People say when there's a stepmother, there's also a stepfather, but I don't believe you're that kind of man. Still, look at how this child has been treated."
Su Jinghe looked at Su Li.
Was this really his daughter? The one who had always been so bold and mischievous? She had always been the one causing trouble, never the one looking so pitiful. A rare softness stirred in his heart, and his gaze toward Li Xiaolian grew cold. Li Xiaolian was speechless. She knew this would happen. Old Su always said he didn't like this daughter, but deep down, she still had a place in his heart. The colleagues who had come back to the compound with Su Jinghe had finished watching the commotion and were now leaving with their families. That last glance before they left made him feel ashamed. But what could he do? He had lived with Fong Lan for more than 20 years. How could there be no feelings between them? Yet, given the situation, if he didn't divorce her, he would have to be sent away with her. Half a lifetime of hard work would be ruined. And what about their 2 children? He had no choice but to cut ties with the Fong family. Why did no one understand him? As for marrying Li Xiaolian, it wasn't what he truly wanted. But her brother, Li Xinli, had something on him, so he had no choice but to marry her despite the strange looks from others. Li Xiaolian was gentle by nature, but what about all the injuries on Su Li's body?
Su Jinghe's temple throbbed.
He only wanted a peaceful life. Why was it so hard? In front of the Su family's gate, the crowd finally dispersed. Among them, a young soldier in a white shirt and green uniform pants quietly followed the others away. All around him, the old ladies were whispering about poor Su Li's background and blaming her stepmother, Li Xiaolian. But when he saw the girl, though she looked pitiful, her eyes were sharp and clever, like a little fox. His instincts told him this girl wasn't someone who could be easily bullied. He had seen her once when she was small, just a pale, tiny child. Now, after a few years, she had grown so much. He had also met Fong Lan once before. His grandfather had said she was very talented in electronic research, but who would have thought her life would turn out this way? Thinking about Fong Lan's unfortunate fate, Fu Jingnan walked back home. The Fu family lived deep inside the military compound, in a small 2-story brick house. Though it wasn't fancy like the ones in the city, The red bricks and white mortar made it one of the better homes around. When Grandma Han Xiao saw Fu Jingnan return, she quickly told Aunt Zhang to serve dinner. You haven't been home for 3 years, and now that you're back, you disappear all day. Where have you been? I met up with Zhou Jihai and the others, Fu Jingnan replied calmly. You boys used to run wild together when you were little, but now you've all gone your separate ways. You joined the army in the Northwest, and I heard he's doing well at the Public Security Bureau. Seeing that the younger generation was doing well, Grandma Fu was very pleased. Then she changed the subject. This morning, your mother called. She heard you're back and wants to see you. I won't see her. Fu Jingnan's face turned cold. He put down his chopsticks with a sharp sound and went back to his room.
Grandma Fu sighed softly.
She also resented that heartless woman who had run away with another man years ago, leaving 6-year-old Jing Nan behind. Because of that, Fu Heng had to move far away to the northeast, and the Fu family became the laughingstock of the whole city. And now that woman wanted to come back and claim her son?
Impossible.
While the Fu family was dealing with their troubles, the Su family in the same compound was also in chaos. Su Jinghe closed the courtyard gate and returned to the main room. All right, tell me what's going on. Li Xiaolian threw herself into Su Jinghe's arms, crying pitifully as if she had suffered a great injustice. Su Li thought to herself, this woman really knew how to act innocent. No wonder people called her a white lotus. But if she wanted to play games, Su Li wasn't afraid to play along. A woman in her 40s acting so delicate and helpless, it was quite a sight. Su Jinghe gently pushed Li Xiaolian away, looking embarrassed in front of Su Li. Su Li sneered. If you didn't want me to come back, you could have said so earlier. You took my room and even made rules for me. Your whole family really has no shame. Her tone was sharp and mocking. Su Jinghe's face darkened. Back then, Su Li had insisted on moving out with Fong Lan. When Li Mo wanted to move into that room, he hadn't thought much of it and agreed. That's my room. You have no right to live there. Dad said everything in this house belongs to me, Li Mo shouted anxiously, afraid Su Jinghe might change his mind.
Su Li gave Su Jinghe a sarcastic look.
Since when did you get another daughter? How thoughtful of her, and you even gave her everything in the house. She glanced around the living room and continued, this sofa, real leather, was part of my mother's dowry. This table, this cabinet rosewood, also from her dowry. Then she added with disdain, even the bed you two sleep on was bought by my mother, wasn't it? The look on her face clearly said, you really have no shame. Su Jinghe's face turned red with embarrassment. What kind of girl would say something like that out loud? But then again, who would sleep with their new wife on the bed bought by their ex-wife? Shameful, truly shameful. Li Xiaolian burst into tears, not the delicate kind, but loud and messy. When she married Su Jinghe, she had wanted to replace that bed. But after searching all over the city, she couldn't find a better one. Coming from the countryside, she wasn't too particular about such things, and since it still worked, she decided to keep it. Now, being scolded by her stepdaughter for having no shame, it was too much to bear. This time, Su Li had truly made her cry out of anger. Li Mo stood nearby, stunned. She knew Su Li could be blunt, but she hadn't expected her to go this far. Su Jinghe's face turned blue, then red, then pale, then blue again. It looked like a painter's palette, and it was not a pleasant sight. You ungrateful child, he said, clutching his chest, too angry to speak properly. Su Li replied coolly, if you have something to say, just keep it to yourself. If you want peace, send me to my mother. We won't see each other again, and we'll both live better that way. Best if we never meet again. If you want to make me unhappy, then none of you will have peace either. Su Jinghe almost fainted. Was this girl really trying to cut ties with him? What was so good about that remote mountain village that she insisted on going there to suffer? You really want to go? Fine, if that stubborn girl wanted to go, let her. Keeping her here would only cause more trouble.
Yes.
Su Li straightened up, her voice clear and firm. That place is poor and hard to live in. Don't regret it later. I won't. Su Li looked at him seriously. You abandoned my mother, cared only for your new wife, and ignored the one you left behind. I'm my mother's daughter. I can't do something so heartless. She's all alone in that mountain village, unfamiliar with the people there. What if someone bullies her? If you still feel even a little guilty toward her, then send me to her soon. I need to protect my mother." After she finished speaking, the living room fell silent. Even Li Xiaolian stopped crying. Su Jinghe stared at her in disbelief. Was this really the same rebellious girl he knew? Yet, deep down, he felt a strange sense of pride. Why, he couldn't quite tell. Su Jinghe's hands trembled slightly, his eyes turning red. After thinking for a long time, he sighed deeply. "All right, I'll handle it as soon as possible. Come back tomorrow at noon for the news." After speaking, he stood up and left the house without eating. In Su Li's eyes, his departing figure looked somewhat embarrassed, almost like he was escaping. Su Li sneered softly. "At least he still has a bit of conscience, though I wonder how much of it is left." She turned to look at Li Mo, her eyes cold. "That room is yours now. I'll move back to my mother's place." Then she reached out her hand toward Li Xiaolian, regaining her usual bold attitude. "Give me my living expenses. I'm my father's daughter. He's responsible for supporting me." Li Xiaolian's hands trembled as she pulled 10 yuan from her pocket, her face pale with anger as she handed it over. Su Li took the money, looked her up and down, and said mockingly as she walked out, "A crow wearing gold is still a crow. Even if my mother was sent away, she's still more dignified than you." With that, she strode out of the house. Li Xiaolian almost fainted from anger. She grabbed the armrest of a chair to steady herself. In her heart, she cursed silently. So, what if your mother was once a talented scholar and a well-known professor in the capital? She was still sent away, wasn't she?
What's so noble about that?
I've heard that many people sent away like that lost all their rights. A woman alone in a remote place. Who knows what she'll face? Humph, noble? I hope she stays there forever and never comes back. Then she cursed Su Li again. If it weren't for that troublesome girl, Su Jinghe wouldn't have turned against me, and our family wouldn't be the laughingstock of the compound. She wants to find her mother? Not a chance. Let her mother stay in that place forever. The more Li Xiaolian thought about it, the angrier she became. She quickly walked to the phone and dialed a number. "Hello, big brother? It's Xiaolian. I need you to help me with something." Outside the house, a shadowy figure stood quietly by the wall, listening to her call. When she finished, the figure bent low and slipped away silently. After leaving the military compound, Su Li followed the memories of her former self. She hadn't even reached the bus stop when she heard the sharp ringing of a bicycle bell behind her. "Su Li, you're so unfair. You went back to the compound without saying a word and just left like that." Su Li stopped and turned around in surprise. A boy of about 16 or 17 rode up on a big bicycle. He wore a white shirt, green military-style pants, and had his hair neatly combed with a shiny side part. Even his leather shoes gleamed. Su Li thought to herself, "It's so hot today. How is he not sweating?" She searched through the original owner's memories and quickly remembered who he was. It was Zhou Hao, her childhood friend. The original Su Li had been spoiled and stubborn since she was little, so she didn't have many friends. Zhou Hao was the closest one. They were both disliked in the compound, the kind of kids other parents warn their children to stay away from. Zhou Hao could be a bit rough, but he was loyal and brave. Su Li asked directly, "What do you want?" Zhou Hao stopped his bike and lowered his voice mysteriously. "I overheard your stepmother talking on the phone with her brother. She said she's sending you to the far northeast." "That's right. Your mom went to the northwest, didn't she? Your stepmother wants to send you as far away from her as possible, so far you might never come back." Su Li's eyes turned cold. "Explain clearly." "Her brother is the committee director, known as Li the Reckless. He dares to challenge anyone and destroy anything.
He's done some really bad things.
I heard he recently smashed up the old factory director's house from Emin Machinery. He took their belongings and even hurt the director's grandson. The whole family was sent away to the northwest. If your stepmother really asks him to deal with you, could you handle that?" Zhou Hao was worried Su Li would get hurt, so he came right after overhearing the call.
Suli Frovnet, her es derkening.
Li Xiaolian was truly ruthless. She couldn't let this go. Did that woman really think she was a helpless orphan?
Suli glanced at Go Hao's bicycle.
A ready-made driver and guide. Why not use him? Give me a ride to Sifong Alley. Zhou Hao didn't think twice. He turned the bike around and waved his hand. Got it, let's go. Su Li quickly hopped onto the back seat. In less than 15 minutes, they arrived at Sifong Alley, where her mother's house was.
Suli,
I won't go in, Zhou Hao said, stopping the bike and looking at her nervously. If you have something to say, just say it, Su Li replied, tilting her head toward him. Su Li, I'm sorry I couldn't help you. The voice sounded a little wronged, and his eyes were red. Zhou Hao felt frustrated. His grandfather was a respected leader in the military district, a man of great authority. But when it came to Su Li's mother, he had warned Zhou Hao many times that if he dared to interfere, he'd break his legs. It's fine, I don't blame you. You'd better go back now. If your grandfather catches you sneaking around, he really might keep his word. All right, I'm going. He got on his bicycle and left reluctantly. That wistful look in his eyes made Su Li's heart skip a beat. Could it be that this boy liked her? She searched through the original owner's memories again. Apparently not. They used to tease and argue with each other all the time, always doing silly things that annoyed everyone. There was no secret crush, just simple friendship. Good. She really didn't want to deal with early romance. Pushing open the courtyard gate, Su Li returned home. It was a 2-section courtyard house. It had been part of Madame Fong Lan's dowry. Her grandfather, Fong Jichuan, had been a well-known textile factory owner in Beijing before the founding of the country, and Fong Lan was his only daughter. Her dowry had been generous, and this courtyard was part of it. Later, when she moved into the military compound with Su Jinghe, the house was left empty. After their divorce, they moved back here. Inside the courtyard stood a large parasol tree, its thick leaves casting deep shade. The house was furnished with rosewood tables and chairs, cloisonné vases, and carved beds, each piece a work of art. Fong Lan had known these things wouldn't stay forever, so before leaving, she contacted the Cultural Heritage Department and donated everything. Now each item had been catalogued, waiting to be collected by the Preservation Bureau. After a busy morning, Su Li finally returned to her room. She closed the doors and windows, ready to rest, when she suddenly remembered something very important. From the moment she arrived in this world, she had noticed it. Her special ability had come with her. Sitting cross-legged, Su Li whispered, 007, are you there? A clear, sweet electronic voice immediately replied, I'm here, Master. Hee, when you disappeared, I brought your eco-farm along too.
Didn't leave them a thing.
Well done. Su Li stood up quickly, took a step, and in a flash, her figure vanished. She had entered her space. As soon as she landed, she froze. The small space that once had only a clear spring and a little bamboo house had now turned into a vast, endless farm. It looked as if it had suddenly expanded out of nowhere. A small robot, about a meter tall with tiny wings on its head, flew over with a mischievous grin. Welcome home, Master Xiaoqi. What's going on?
Su Li frowned.
The system triggered an expansion reward. The space upgraded itself, Xiaoqi stammered. Su Li narrowed her eyes, her tone turning cold. Tell me the truth. Xiaoqi immediately lowered its head and confessed in a small voice. The truth is, that flower pot your cousin gave you wasn't recognized by the system, and it caused an unexpected time travel. Su Li, what kind of broken system is this? In her previous life, she had been a powerful ability user, the owner of a private space, a farm, and a billionaire. Who would want to come to a time where resources were so scarce and life was so hard? She sighed. Xiaoqi, there's really no way back. Xiaoqi shook its head. No, the dimensional link is broken. Seeing her mood drop, Xiaoqi quickly tried to cheer her up. But we didn't lose everything. The eco-farm came with us. After you left, your cousin stood in the middle of the empty field, crying their hearts out. Haha, too bad you didn't see how miserable they looked. Suli couldn't help but roll her eyes. To keep her spatial ability a secret, she had built the farm in a remote area outside the city. She took a deep breath, steadied herself, and walked deeper into the farm to inspect her most important secret. The vegetable area was in the east. Red tomatoes and green peppers and cucumbers filled the fields, all looking fresh and lively. The watermelons were round and plump, their green skins covered with dark patterns. The fruit area was in the west, where peach, pear, and apple trees grew so close together that their branches almost touched. Small green fruits hung from the branches. Grapevines climbed over the trellises, and in a few days, they would be ready to pick. The grain area took up the large northern section. The wheat had just been harvested, and the new corn shoots had already grown to knee height. Neat piles of straw lined the ridges, carrying the warm scent of sun-dried grass. The mechanical area was in the south, where several brand-new farming machines stood neatly in a row. Beside her was a sturdy workbench connected to a large machine. Whatever she needed, Xiao-Qi could make it. The warehouse consisted of 2 spacious wooden huts filled with sacks of grain and seeds, with piles of dried vegetable seeds neatly stacked on the floor. At the center of the farm was the familiar clear spring. The water was crystal clear, bubbling gently from the spring's eye. The small bamboo house nearby hadn't changed much either. She pushed the door open. The room was very quiet, with only an old-fashioned clock ticking softly. But this clock was no ordinary one. It controlled time itself. If she turned it forward, the crops in the field would grow rapidly. If she slowed it down, the ripe fruits would stay fresh longer. Suli stood before the clock, her expression serious. This place was truly magical. With food in hand, there was no fear in her heart. Suli had studied history and knew what people in this era lacked most. It wasn't gold or money, but food. Even though Su Jinghe was a regiment leader and Fong Lan a university professor, being able to eat white flour a few times a month was already a luxury.
Meat?
That was something rare. But she had land, water, seeds, machines, and a system. With this space in her hands, she could live freely in this era. Li Xiaolian, didn't you want me to never come back? Let's see who really can't return in the end. The next day at noon, just in time for lunch, Su Li returned to the Su family home. When she opened the door, the room was filled with steam and the smell of food. The family of 3 was sitting around the table eating. Su Li walked in casually and sat down on the sofa. Well, you're all eating happily, huh? Seems like the food tastes better without me around. Her sarcastic tone made Su Jinghe uneasy. But thinking that this stubborn girl would be leaving in a few days, he decided to let it go. Have you eaten? If not, come join us, he said, then turned to Li Xiaolian. Add another set of dishes and chopsticks. Li Xiaolian's face stayed blank. She didn't move at all. Li Mo, however, acted quickly. She picked up the plate of scrambled eggs with tomatoes in front of her, scooped it all into her own bowl, and looked up at Su Li with a defiant glare. Su Li raised an eyebrow and smiled faintly. 18 years old, and still acting like a child. How foolish. Su Jinghe couldn't help glaring at Li Mo, then gave Su Li a helpless smile. The matter is settled. The place you're being sent to is close to your mother. Don't cause any more trouble these days. The notice for going to the countryside will arrive soon. Not together? Su Li ignored the rest of his words and only caught the part about being close to your mother. I used some connections to arrange for you to go as an educated youth. It's near your mother's place, about 10 miles away. Visit her when you can, but quietly and not too often. Su Li suddenly stood up, her eyes full of disbelief and anger. No, I want to go with my mother. I want to take care of her myself, she said anxiously. She knew that even though it sounded close, the area was full of mountains. 10 miles could mean crossing several peaks. Sometimes it could take a whole day to get there. With a loud clack, Su Jinghe put down his chopsticks. Your mother is going for re-education through labor. Can you handle that kind of hardship? Once you're sent there, you might never come back. He sighed inwardly. Why couldn't his daughter understand his intentions? Su Li was stunned. Never come back? She knew that if she stayed with her mother, Fong Lan, for 7 or 8 years, they would eventually return. She had plenty of food and supplies stored away. Even in the hardest times, she could still eat well. What was there to fear? Li Mo, seeing Su Li's frustration, looked delighted. You'll learn your lesson sooner or later, she thought proudly. She looked up with a sweet smile. Su Li, just accept your fate. With your mother's background, it's already lucky you can go as an educated youth. If you had distanced yourself from her earlier, you might have been recommended for college. Then she added with a proud smile, my application for the Workers, Peasants, and Soldiers University is about to be approved. It's a teacher's college in the city. When I graduate, I'll be a teacher and maybe even a local official. Her tone was gentle, but her pride was obvious. Su Li glanced at Su Jinghe. So this father of mine does have some influence. He even got her a university spot. He really treats that daughter well. Su Jinghe noticed Su Li's mocking look, lowered his head, and pretended to focus on his meal. Li Mo was her own daughter. Although the girl never lacked food or clothing, she had always missed her mother's affection. If she joined the army, she wouldn't be able to handle the hardship. Following Li Xiaolian's suggestion, they had to use all their connections to get her a place at a university for workers, peasants, and soldiers. She had been warned not to talk about it too soon. Why couldn't the child think before speaking? Those two never got along, and now that Su Li knew, wouldn't the house be in chaos? University? Who's going to university? A voice came from the doorway, followed by the sound of the door opening. A man with a gentle appearance, wearing gold-rimmed glasses and a slightly gloomy expression, walked in. He looked at Su Li sitting on the sofa, clearly surprised. This younger sister had always been spoiled and willful. Just a few days ago, she had made a fuss about being sent to the countryside, always acting on impulse. Su Li looked toward the door, her gaze landing on him, her brows slightly furrowed. This was the original Su Li's older brother, Su Weixin. In her previous life, she had been an only child. Her parents had only her, and now she suddenly had a brother in this life. But he was no good. He had cut ties with his family and even publicly shamed his own mother. To avoid being sent to the countryside, he had treated his mother cruelly. That wasn't just selfish, it was heartless. In Su Li's eyes, he was nothing but a terrible person. Her hands itched with the urge to hit him. Su Weixin walked in, glaring at Su Li with clear disdain. You had a good life, but you just had to go suffer in the countryside. Now it's too late to regret it. Do you think you can just decide to go to university whenever you want? Li Mo stood up with a bright smile, speaking warmly. Brother, you really understand how things work. You're doing great, unlike some people who never learn. Then she changed the topic. Dad got me a place at a teacher's college. Once I graduate, I'll be a government worker. Su Weixin's eyes lit up, and his smile suddenly became genuine. Oh, so it's little sister who's going to university. Congratulations. When you start school, I'll give you a special gift. He then nodded politely to Li Xiaolian. Aunt Lian, I'm in the city. When she graduates, I can help look after her. Li Xiaolian smiled with satisfaction and nodded approvingly. Su Li looked at the scene before her. Mother kind, son respectful, brother and sister getting along, and she clenched her teeth in anger. He was just a small intern secretary in the city. How much influence could he really have to look after Li Mo? Given his usual behavior, he was probably the one asking for help.
Su Jinghe glanced at Su Weixin, frowning slightly.
You came back for something?
He knew his son well.
Normally, the boy stayed in the city dormitory. If he came home, something must be up. To be honest, he was a bit disappointed in his son. Although the boy had followed his advice and cut ties with his mother, even posting a public notice about it, that one kick he gave Fong Lan still felt like a kick to his own heart. Too harsh, even if it was for self-protection. Dad, my internship is over, and I'm about to become a full-time employee. But I heard from a classmate that someone sent a complaint letter to the committee. You have to help me think of a way. Su Jinghe looked at Li Xiaolian. Why don't you call Xingli?
Li Xiaolian.
No wonder the boy was being so polite. He wanted something. She wanted to refuse, but then thought about how Fong Lan's son was now bowing his head to her. that felt unexpectedly satisfying.
Fine, she'd agree.
All right, I'll call my brother later. Li Xiaolian kept a calm face, but inside, she was secretly pleased. Fong Lan, look at you now. Your son and daughter both rely on me to get by. Su Li was fuming inside. Li Mo becoming a teacher? With her twisted way of thinking, how many children would she mislead? Su Weixin getting a permanent position? With his bad habits, could he really be a good official? If he caused trouble later, that would be terrible. For the greater good, it was better to stop it before it started. The little fox's eyes darted around as a plan formed in her mind. She turned to Li Mo and said mockingly, "You think a university spot is just a piece of paper? You can't just get one because someone says so. You always rank at the bottom, and you skip work whenever you want. If the review team really looks into it." Before she could finish, Li Mo glared at her angrily. Su Li quickly changed her tone and added, "Last year, Lu Xiaochun from the compound always came first in exams. I heard she even got an article published in the city newspaper called, 'I Give My Heart to My Country,' and that's how she earned her spot. And you? Your writing is poor, your grades are bad, you're not good at anything. How are you going to get into college?" "Stop being sarcastic," Li Mo said, trembling with anger. "My uncle said that having the right background is what matters most. You, a rich girl, should go to the countryside and learn from the workers."
Li Montag was furious.
What was this spoiled little tyrant so proud of? Having a powerful father and uncle was enough for her. Li Xiaolian, sitting at the table, glanced at Su Weixin. Momo's writing might be bad, but wasn't this boy good at it? Su Weixin suddenly felt a chill down his neck.
Who was targeting him this time? Su Li sneered inwardly.
The fish had taken the bait. After that phone call to Li Xingli yesterday, she wasn't going to let this go easily.
Ahem, Su Li klirret her tråd.
Everyone in the room turned to her nervously. What was this troublemaker up to now? Su Li looked at the tense Su Jinghe, then pointed at Li Mo and Su Weixin. One of them is going to college and will become a government official. The other is about to be promoted and will also become a leader. Then she pointed at herself, her expression full of exaggerated sadness. And I'm going to the northwest countryside to work hard for the rest of my life.
Suhingel sighed inwardly.
Here it comes. He knew this stubborn girl wouldn't be reasonable. It was her own choice to go. What was there to complain about? Still, he asked, "What do you want?" Su Li grinned, and her words made everyone's hearts ache. "I knew you were a generous person. Give me 3,000 yuan, 100 pounds of meat coupons, 500 pounds of grain coupons, and 100 industrial coupons. The rest, you can decide. Show me how much you care as a father." If she didn't make this sting for her unreliable father, she wouldn't be Su Li. As soon as she finished, the room fell silent. Everyone stared at her in disbelief, as if she had lost her mind. Su Jinghe took a deep breath, his face twisting slightly. "Do you even know what things cost these days? Half a steamed bun costs 5 cents. A strong worker gets 48 pounds of grain a month, and an average worker only 30. Do you know how much I earn? 180 yuan a month. You're asking for 3,000 yuan, 500 pounds of grain coupons, and 100 pounds of meat coupons. Why don't you just rob me instead?" Su Jinghe's eyebrows twitched, his face dark with anger. He had known this girl had bad intentions, but he hadn't expected her to ask for so much. Seeing his anger, Su Li felt even more pleased. "It seems what I'm asking for isn't much at all, just a little more than a year's salary and a year's worth of food. I'm going to the countryside, maybe for life, and who knows how hard it will be. You can treat this as compensation. Once it's settled, I won't ask you for anything again." Su Jinghe was furious, the veins on his forehead pulsing. She wanted his money and to cut ties with him at the same time. He had planned to send her some money each year after she left and maybe find a way to bring her back later. But since she was determined to end things, so be it. He would grant her wish. "Don't regret it later," Su Jinghe said through gritted teeth. He had never felt so disliked by his own daughter. The thought made him furious. Seeing that he was wavering, Su Li was about to press further when Li Xiaolian suddenly stood up, her face pale and eyes red. Old Sue, you're the only one earning money in this family, and we have 3 mouths to feed. Momo is going to college soon. Even if there's no tuition, her living expenses are at least 30 yuan a month. Altogether, it's not a small amount. She's asking for 3,000 yuan. Where would we get that kind of money? Li Mo's face twisted with anger. Su Li, everything in this house belongs to me and my mother. Who do you think you are asking for 3,000 yuan? You and your mother aren't worth that much. You're shameless. Su Li narrowed her eyes and gave a cold smile. If we're talking about shamelessness, you and your mother take first place. No one else even comes close. My mother wasn't even divorced yet when your mother started seeing my father. Was that something to be proud of? Su Jinghe and Li Xiaolian's faces turned dark red, speechless for a moment. Why did this topic always come up? They hadn't even had time to change the bed yet. And when my mother left this house, Su Li continued coldly, looking straight at Li Xiaolian, you kept quite a few of her things, didn't you? When Fong Lan left, a box of her jewelry had gone missing. Because of her situation, she hadn't said a word and had to swallow the loss in silence. After Su Li finished speaking, everyone in the room turned to look at Li Xiaolian. Li Xiaolian tried to stay calm, but her eyes flickered. I didn't. From Su Jinghe's expression, it was clear he understood everything. If word got out that his second wife had secretly taken his late wife's belongings, how could he keep his reputation in the military district? The living room fell silent again. Su Weixin looked around, completely shocked. This girl, usually careless and unruly, had actually forced her clever and greedy stepmother into a corner. If Su Li could hear Su Weixin's thoughts, she would have laughed. This was just the beginning. The real drama was yet to come. Su Jinghe closed his eyes for a moment, then opened them and said to Li Xiaolian, bring out Su Li's mother's things. Unwillingly, Li Xiaolian went back to her room and took out a small box, her heart aching. She had wanted those items for so long, the fine jade pendant, the solid gold bracelet. She had planned to keep them as heirlooms for her daughter, Li Mo. Now she had to return them to that troublesome girl. The thought made her furious. She handed the box over, silently wishing that Su Li wouldn't be able to enjoy them for long.
Suhingel Said, feeling exhausted.
Su Li, I'll keep my promise, but I really don't have enough money right now. Give me a couple of days to borrow some, and I'll pay you. Su Li was secretly pleased. This trip had been worth it. She knew Su Jinghe cared deeply about his reputation. She nodded. All right, just to confirm again, it's the village near where my mother lived in the northwest, right? Yes, Su Jinghe said with another sigh. Then please give me the household registration book later. I'll handle the paperwork myself. Su Li looked distrustful, her gaze sweeping over Li Xiaolian with a hint of meaning. Li Xiaolian's heart skipped a beat, but she forced herself to stay calm. Could the girl have found something out?
Impossible.
She sneered inwardly. Even if she gave her the registration book, she could still have her brother change the destination. If she didn't send that troublesome girl to some remote mountain village this time, she wouldn't be called Li. Su Li took the box. It was heavy. Even the box itself was valuable. She stood up with satisfaction, waved her small hand, and said in a tone that could make anyone angry, everyone, goodbye. From now on, we're from 2 different families, and we'll never meet again. After saying that, she picked up the box and walked out boldly, leaving behind a silent room. 10 minutes later, Su Weixin walked out of the Su family home. He stood at the door, looked at the cement road leading to the main gate, took out a cigarette, lit it, and took a deep drag. Then he threw the cigarette on the ground, stepped on it, and slowly walked toward the back gate of the courtyard. Before he reached the gate, an arm suddenly hooked around his shoulders. Su Li's rough and fearless voice exploded beside his ear. Brother, isn't it time we settled our score? As she spoke, she hooked her arm around his neck and dragged him forcefully into the alley. The moment Su Weixin saw her, his face changed instantly. Wasn't this girl supposed to leave through the front gate? He had taken the back way just to avoid her, but still ran right into her. Little sister, let's talk this out. Don't use your hands. Su Weixin said in panic and anger, his face full of disbelief. When did this troublemaker get so strong? Before he could finish speaking, a punch landed squarely on his face. With a loud thud, his vision went dark, and a sharp pain spread across his cheek. You. He gritted his teeth, but before he could finish, Su Li's fist struck his stomach hard. You betrayed our mother. The day she was humiliated, you stood right in front of the crowd. You wrote those cruel words, and when she was forced to kneel, you kicked her. I saw everything. Su Li's voice trembled with anger, her face pale with fury. Su Weixin's face turned white. I was forced. I had no choice. No choice? Su Li sneered, her eyes burning with hatred. You didn't want to be sent away, so you used Mom as your shield? You think being a small official makes people forget what you did? Just as Su Weixin opened his mouth, Su Li kicked him hard in the leg, making him stumble. She was the mother who raised you for 20 years. And you kicked her in front of everyone. Do you still call yourself human? Her eyes were red, like a furious leopard that had lost all patience, as she continued to hit and kick him in anger. When Mom was being bullied, you just stood there watching. When she was lying in bed hurt, you were out enjoying yourself. You're not even human. You're worse than an animal. At first, Su Weixin tried to fight back, but soon he was beaten to the ground, curling up and crying out in pain. Su Li stood before him, watching his bruised and swollen face. The anger in her heart finally began to fade a little. Trembling, Su Weixin groped for his glasses on the floor and struggled to stand up. Su Li, I kicked Mom and you hit me. We're even now, he said, his swollen lips making his words unclear. Even? That's the debt you owe Mom. It has nothing to do with me, Su Li sneered. Our business isn't settled yet. Su Weixin looked at his sister, who seemed like a demon, and clenched his teeth in hatred. What do you want? He growled. Su Li's lips curved into a cold, wicked smile. Li Xiaolian asked you to write an article praising Li Mo, right? Remember to add this at the end. She is a brick of socialism, ready to go wherever she's needed. If the organization sends her to the countryside, she's willing to give her energy and youth to build a new rural community. Su Weixin's eyes widened in shock.
How do you know about that?
What are you planning? Su Li patted his shoulder, making him wince in pain.
Just do as I say.
It'll only help you. You might even thank me later. Then she smiled slyly and added, if you don't write it the way I said, I'll post a big notice at your workplace, saying your thinking isn't right and that you're secretly connected with reactionary ideas. If your rivals find out, well, you can imagine. Su Li looked at him calmly, her eyes clearly warning him of the consequences. Su Weixin felt his heart ache. He realized he had to see his sister in a new light. She was still that troublemaker, but now she had turned manipulation into an art. After a moment of silence, he said, Fine, I'll do it. But if this gets me into trouble, I won't let you off easily. You won't, Su Li said with disdain, giving him a cold look before turning to leave.
Su Weixin, everything hurts.
I just hope that troublesome girl leaves soon, and I never have to see her again. Not to mention, after limping back to the dorm, Su Weixin couldn't get out of bed for 3 days. When Su Li returned to the gate of the compound and saw Niu Tsuehua walking toward her, she felt delighted. What a coincidence. Everything was going so smoothly today. Niu Tsuehua said, Of course it's going well. I work at the military district service station. It's right by the gate. Aunt Tsuehua, Su Li called out warmly, walking quickly toward her with a big smile. Niu Tsuehua stopped and looked at the girl curiously. This girl usually acted proud and never greeted her. Was the sun rising from the west today? Still, she responded kindly, Li girl, do you need something? Su Li glanced around sneakily, as if she had a big secret to share. Her behavior made Niu Tsuehua laugh. Go ahead, child, there's no one around. I just came from my father's house, Su Li said. My father got Li Mo a spot at the Workers', Peasants, and Soldiers' University. But Li Mo keeps saying she wants to go to the countryside to help build new villages. She said she's good friends with your daughter, Xiao Hong, and wants to give the spot to her. But Aunt Lian doesn't agree. Su Li looked at Niu Tsuehua with the expression of a child tattling in kindergarten. Aunt Lian told me not to tell anyone, afraid others might find out and take the spot away. So please don't ask her about it or tell anyone else. Niu Tsuehwa's face darkened slightly, and her eyes flickered. She and Li Xiaolian were good friends, and their daughters, Wang Xiaohong and Li Mo, also got along well. Wang Xiaohong was polite, hardworking, and did well in school. Li Mo, on the other hand, was spoiled. Whenever the school assigned chores, she would secretly avoid them, leaving the dirty and tiring work to Wang Xiaohong. Once, Li Xiaolian had even thanked her for it, half-jokingly. This year, the class had one spot for the Workers, Peasants, and Soldiers University. With her good grades and helpful attitude, Wang Xiaohong had a good chance of being chosen. But after hearing what Su Li said, Niu Tsuehwa's heart sank. She had 4 children, and Wang Xiaohong was the oldest. If she couldn't go to college this year, she'd have to go to the countryside according to policy. But why should that happen? Just because Li Mo had a well-connected stepfather and uncle? A spoiled girl who always ranks last in her studies. How could she ever compare to my daughter? But if Li Mo is sent to the countryside, wouldn't that be a chance? Niu Tsuehwa couldn't help glancing at Su Li. This girl wasn't a good one either, clever and scheming, always at odds with her stepmother, and now coming to share gossip with her. How could she fall into this little girl's trap? Niu Tsuehwa patted Su Li on the shoulder. Su Li going to college is a serious matter. There are national policies for that. It's not up to anyone's personal say. There's an organization in charge. After speaking, she gave Su Li a meaningful look, clearly saying, I won't be your. Then she strode off toward her workplace, the military service station. When Niu Tsuehwa was far enough away, Su Li couldn't help but laugh softly. Her sly expression made her look just like a hen that had found something good. Don't want to be used? You'll be the first to volunteer when the time comes. In Su Li's eyes, Li Xiaolian was sneaky and petty, while Niu Tsuehwa was truly shrewd, on a whole different level. If there was any issue with Li Mo's college admission through the Worker-Peasant-Soldier program, and Niu Tsuehwa didn't fight for her daughter, then she wouldn't be Niu Tsuehwa. Su Li strolled leisurely toward the bus stop. Su Li had only walked a few steps when she saw a small, thin, middle-aged woman arguing with a young military officer. Beside them stood a slim girl of about 18 or 19. The woman wore a faded gray top that had been washed many times, black pants, and simple black cloth shoes. The young girl next to her had a gentle, pretty face and wore a light yellow floral dress, looking well-behaved and polite. Jingnan, I carried you for 10 months and gave birth to you. How can you not recognize me? The middle-aged woman's eyes were red, her face flushed, and her voice trembled, though she tried to sound firm. Fu Jingnan looked at the woman before him. Her face was much older than he remembered, with fine wrinkles at the corners of her eyes. Clearly, life hadn't been easy for her. I told you I don't know you. Please move aside. Fu Jingnan's expression was cold and emotionless. She had left the family years ago, and now, seeing his birth mother again, he felt no emotion at all. Su Yun held tightly onto Fu Jingnan's hand. She had been waiting here for 3 days. It hadn't been easy to catch him today. How could they let Fu Jingnan escape so easily? While Fu Jingnan tried to deal with Su Yun's pulling, he caught sight of a familiar figure strolling over. Hands in her pockets, eyes wandering around, she looked every bit like a carefree street girl. It was Su Li. Jingnan, I'm your mother. You can't just ignore me because I've fallen on hard times. Seeing someone approach, Su Yun deliberately raised her voice and shouted. Su Li, who heard every word, paused. She glanced sideways at Fu Jingnan. He looked proper and serious, yet he was just like Su Weixin, cold-hearted enough to deny his own mother. Jingnan, I carried you for 10 months and gave birth to you. Now that you're successful, you won't even recognize your mother. Even animals have more heart than that. Seeing the cold look in Fu Jingnan's eyes, Su Yun grew angry and spoke even more harshly. TSK. Won't even admit his own mother. How heartless. Su Li muttered under her breath, glancing at Fu Jingnan.
Fu Jin-san.
Was that comment aimed at him? This girl was bold. She dared to say anything. Then he saw her swagger off down the road. Brother, I'm Yu Ting, your sister, said a girl nearby, her voice soft and pleasant, her eyes bright as she looked at him. Auntie really misses you. Sometimes she even cries thinking about you. Fu Jingnan gave her a cold look. Don't make things up. I don't have a sister. Jingnan, how can you talk to your sister like that? She may not be related by blood, but she's still your sister, Suyun said, ignoring his dark expression. Fu Jingnan didn't bother to argue. With a quick move, he freed his hands and waved toward the guard post at the gate. A young soldier ran over quickly. Fu Jingnan glared at him sharply. The soldier rubbed his nose and gave an awkward grin. Well, who could resist watching such drama when it involved the commander's grandson? Everyone in the guard post was already peeking. Have them leave. And don't let them near the gate again. The soldier saluted and hurried to Suyun away. Jingnan, two anxious voices called out at the same time from the doorway, making several passers-by stop and look. Fu Jingnan turned without hesitation and strode toward the courtyard. So this was the stepson, Fu Jingnan? Tall, handsome, and wearing a uniform with 4 pockets, people said he was already a regiment commander. Yu Ting watched his straight back, her eyes shining with interest. Auntie, I've changed my mind. Since Brother Jingnan is in the Northwest Army, I want to go there too. Yu Ting held Su-yun's arm, her intentions written clearly on her face. Su-yun glanced at the bold young girl and sneered inwardly. The 2 elders in the family had never liked her and were always causing trouble. And this younger one, sweet on the outside but calculating inside, had probably spoken ill of her to old Yu more than once. So young, yet already scheming. She had her eyes on her son? She should know her own limits. Still, if she wanted to go to the Northwest, let her. The house would be quieter without her. If your father asks about it. Suyun thought of many things but kept her face calm, speaking in a gentle tone. I'll just say it was my own decision, Yu Ting said carelessly. She was the youngest daughter in the family and had always been spoiled. Her name was on the list to go to the countryside, and the family had no choice but to ask the Fu family for help. But after seeing Fu Jingnan, she changed her mind. As long as she said the word, her family would agree. If she could marry Fu Jingnan. Beside her, Suyun stared blankly at Fu Jingnan's back. The boy she once knew had grown into a fine young man. If only things had been different back then. Her thoughts were in turmoil when a clear, lively voice sounded nearby. She looked up and saw a neat, graceful woman standing before her. Suyun studied the woman's face, trying to recall.
I'm Zhou Ping.
You really do forget easily. More than 10 years ago, we both lived in the East Compound. Zhou Ping smiled warmly. A trace of embarrassment crossed Suyun's face. Back then, she and Fu Heng had not yet divorced. Fu Heng had been a staff officer in the Eastern Military District, and she had lived there with him. Later, she met Yu Bing and, believing it was true love, left home and insisted on a divorce. We're old friends. Why don't you come by the house for a visit? Zhou Ping warmly invited her, looking as if she were greeting an old friend she hadn't seen in over 10 years. No, Sister Zhou, I still have things to do at home.
Let's meet again another time.
All right then. Zhou Ping didn't insist and politely saw Suyun off. When Suyun walked away, Zhou Ping glanced at the 2 figures with disdain. A toad wanting to eat swan meat? She had left so decisively back then, and now she looked so pitiful. The Fu family was one of high status and influence. Fu Jingnan, the only grandson of Commander Fu, was young and promising. Many girls in the compound had their eyes on him. How could a stepsister with no background ever have a chance? At that moment, the so-called swan Fu Jingnan had already returned home. Grandmother Fu, Han Qiao, was sitting on the sofa, listening to Aunt Zhang gossip about the neighborhood. I heard that the Su family's girl was treated badly by her stepmother. Her face was swollen, and she was covered in bruises. She couldn't stand it anymore and moved back to her late mother's old house in Sifang Alley. Grandmother Fu's eyes turned red as she sighed. She used to be such a fair little thing like a snow doll. I heard she grew up to be quite mischievous, always playing around. Ah, poor child. Once there's a stepmother, there's often a stepfather too. Fu Jingnan. He had just seen that girl swaggering out of the compound with a mischievous grin. She didn't look like someone who had been bullied at all. Was she really the type to suffer quietly? Somehow, he doubted it. Suli went home and rested for the afternoon. In the evening, she had some buns and porridge, simple but enough. What made her happy was that her appetite had finally returned. In her previous life, she could eat 5 buns and a big bowl of vegetables in one meal. Definitely a hearty eater. But eating more meant having more strength. She could easily carry a 200-pound sack of grain. After dinner, Suli put on a long white nightdress and lay on a lounge chair under the parasol tree, gently fanning herself. She felt completely at ease. The house was beautiful, simple yet elegant. In the future, it would be worth billions as a prime property in the city center. Unfortunately, in this era, there was no private housing market. The state provided food, housing, and job assignments. In another 7 or 8 years, people would finally be able to buy and sell houses freely. When the time comes, I'll buy and buy until I become a landlady. He. But when Suli felt the 10 yuan in her pocket, her smile faded. The 3,000 yuan Su Jinghe promised hadn't arrived yet. Maybe something had gone wrong, but even with that money, she couldn't buy a house. She thought about the food stored in her secret space. If only she could turn it into money. Her thoughts drifted, and sleep slowly crept over her. Suddenly, a faint rustling came from the southeast corner of the courtyard wall.
Suli woke up instantly.
Her eyes snapped open, calm and alert, scanning the east wall. Sure enough, a dark figure was crouched motionless on top of it. Suli thought, I'm right here in the yard. Do you think I'm deaf or blind? She clenched her fists. Her arms and legs looked small, but in her past life, she had been a champion in martial arts sparring. Trained personally by a retired coach, she could easily handle several ordinary people at once. Judging by how that person was hesitating on the wall, he didn't seem very skilled. Let's see what he's up to. Stealing? There wasn't much of value here, and the big items couldn't be carried off by one person. Maybe Li Xiaolian sent him. For that box of jewelry? Unlikely. If that were the case, she would have sent Li Shengli to take it directly. No point guessing. If things got dangerous, she could always hide in her space. She stayed silent, holding her breath, not moving at all, her eyes fixed on the shadow. After a moment, the figure quietly jumped down from the wall. His steps were light, his body wrapped in black, his face hidden. Without hesitation, he headed straight for the main room. Clearly not his first time doing this.
Suli narowe Thaddeus.
A normal thief would search drawers or pry open cabinets. But this man crawled under the bed, tapping around, then knocked on the corners of the walls and the floor tiles. He even checked the legs of the old table. Suli suddenly understood. He wasn't here to steal, but to find something. She sneered silently. You dare come to my place to take what's mine? You've got some nerve. If you have the courage to come, you'd better have the luck to leave alive. She turned her hand and took out a shiny black wig from her secret space. It was a prop she had used back in college for a costume party, later tossed into the bamboo loft inside her space. She took another handful of bruise cream from the jar and spread it on her face. Then she dabbed a few drops of purple medicine at the corners of her eyes. The effect was as good as movie makeup. With patches of blue and purple under the moonlight, she looked like someone who had just crawled out of an old graveyard. Master, 007 said softly, are you trying to act in Strange Tales from a Chinese studio? Suli replied, no. I'm playing the vengeful ghost from the Red Lantern. She silently walked to the main room's door, her long hair hanging over her chest, head lowered. In one swift move, she pushed the door open. The thief was opening a cabinet when he heard the sound and turned around sharply. At the door stood a woman with messy hair, a face full of bruises and red marks near her eyes, staring straight at him. You owe me my life. Suli's voice was sharp and hoarse, dragging out the words like a cat's cry. The thief was terrified. He stumbled and crawled toward the window, his face pale.
Ghost.
I saw a ghost. He shouted as he ran wildly out of the yard. Stop, Su Li's voice stretched long and eerie, like a ghostly wail drifting from the underworld. The thief, scared out of his wits, jumped out the window, hit his knee, and limped into the alley. His mind could only repeat one thought: I really saw a ghost. He ran like mad, slipped at the alley's entrance, and fell hard to the ground.
Mercy!
Please, ancestors, don't let that ghost follow me, he cried. Behind him, Su Li, with her hair flying and white clothes fluttering, chased after him, shouting, "Give me back my life, ha ha ha." Her voice echoed through the old alley like a ghostly wail. I was wrong. I'll never break into anyone's house again, the thief cried, scrambling out of the alley. Just then, a strong arm reached out from the side, grabbed him like a chicken, and pressed him to the ground. Fu Jingnan frowned, about to speak, when he heard a gust of wind behind him. He turned around and almost covered his eyes. Under the moonlight stood a woman in white, her long hair loose, her face covered in bruises and red marks, like a ghost just released from the underworld. You caught him, the ghost spoke in a clear, cheerful voice, her eyes bright and smiling. Fu Jingnan froze for a moment.
Su Li?
He looked down and saw that the thief on the ground was already terrified, trembling so much that his pants were wet. Then he glanced at Su Li's face and couldn't help twitching the corner of his mouth. He lowered his voice and asked, "What are you doing?" Su Li took off her wig and walked forward with a mischievous grin. "Catching a thief. I was afraid I couldn't beat him, so I turned into a night spirit to scare him." Fu Jingnan, a night spirit? More like a ghost from the underworld. He stared at her for a long time, wondering if this girl was completely sane. She looked normal during the day, but at night, she seemed to open the gates of ghosts. Then he noticed the wig in her hand, the bruises on her face, and her excited expression. Fu Jingnan couldn't help twitching his mouth again. "Don't do this again," he said seriously. "If someone gets too scared, the police will come looking for you." Su Li. I recognize him now. This is the same guy I ran into at the gate earlier. Why is he everywhere? She didn't want to talk to him anymore. Because of the noise at the alley entrance, a few lights turned on in nearby houses. Fu Jingnan, worried that someone might come out and get frightened by Su Li, asked seriously, "Did your house lose anything?" "No, he didn't have time to steal yet."
Fu Jin-san.
She scared him like that before he even stole anything. "You should go home and clean up. I'll take him to the police station. Come by tomorrow morning to explain what happened."
All right.
Su Li thought for a moment. If she went to the police station dressed like this, they might think she'd escaped from a hospital. She glanced at Fu Jingnan. Aside from being a bit of he actually took his job seriously. "Fu Jingnan, I'd better stay away from this girl. She's too unpredictable. I almost feel sorry for the thief." The next morning, before Su Li could go to the police station, the officers came to her door. The thief was a well-known troublemaker in the neighborhood, often sneaking around and stealing small things. He knew every household in the area well, and sometimes, when chaos broke out, he would take advantage of it to steal. A few days ago, someone had approached him, asking him to go to the Fong family's house and find several black notebooks belonging to Fong Lon, promising him 100 yuan once the job was done. He thought there was only a young girl at home, so there shouldn't be any danger, and he agreed. But he didn't expect Su Li to be so frightened that she almost fainted. The police officer asked if her family had any old notebooks.
Su Li is ausdiemed. No.
Before my mother was sent away, all her notes, materials, and books were either handed in or burned. There isn't a single sheet of paper left at home. When she left, she was only allowed to take a few clothes, nothing else. All the furniture and belongings have been donated, and the Cultural Relics Bureau will come to collect them in a few days. Su Li explained everything clearly to the officer. Seeing that there was nothing more to ask, the officer reminded her to lock the doors and windows and stay safe before leaving. After the police left, Su Li closed the gate and sat silently under the plane tree for a long time. That thief wasn't an ordinary one. He had been hired, and his goal was clear: her mother's black notebook.
How did they know about it? Su Li's heart sank.
She knew those notebooks contained her mother's years of research on electronic information. If they fell into the wrong hands. She suddenly stood up, quickly locked the gate, raised her hand, and slipped into her secret space. Shao Qi, oh my, what now? 007 flew over, its two red eyes glowing. What happened to your eyes? Weren't you the one who planted over 2,000 watermelons?
I'm exhausted.
One system doing all the farm work. Was I a workhorse in my past life?
Sully grinned.
Thank you. Thank you. Once I finish dealing with things outside, I'll help you with the farm every day. 007 rolled its eyes. All right, what do you need? You never call me unless something's wrong. Su Li's smile faded, and she spoke seriously. Shao Qi, can you make a detector? Something that can find metal, paper, or paintings, especially those hidden inside walls or under floors. 007 blinked its electronic eyes. Are you planning to tear the house apart? No, I just want to find something my mother left behind. 007 looked at her for a moment, then turned and flew toward the mechanical workshop. All right, sounds challenging, but I like it. Wait here. While it worked, Su Li went to the vegetable garden, where cucumbers and tomatoes covered the ground, all ripe and ready to pick. There was a large pile of watermelons on the ground in the warehouse. She rubbed her hands eagerly, her eyes shining. Money. This is all money. You are my future landlord's dream. At that moment, 07 flew over holding a device that looked like half a vacuum cleaner. Done. The latest T3 model, searches and finds anything. Really that fast. Su Li took it happily. Want to try it? 07 looked a bit proud. Su Li quickly tucked it into her coat. No need. If it's made by Shao Qi, it's definitely top quality. She suddenly disappeared into a different space, leaving 07 behind with a long sigh. Having a lazy but super lucky owner. What kind of experience is that? In the yard, the parasol tree branches swayed gently in the breeze, casting mottled shadows on the ground. Su Li held a detector, standing quietly in the yard. The needle moved back and forth in the air, circling without any reaction. She tried near the corner of the wall, the fake mountain, and an old table, nothing unusual.
Could it be?
I guessed wrong? Her heart tightened, but she was unwilling to give up. She knew Fong Lan very well, strict, calm, and very insightful. All her data and research results were her years of hard work. She would never destroy them easily. If she hid them, they must be in the least noticeable but most familiar place. Su Li instinctively looked up, her gaze falling on the stone table and lounge chair under the parasol tree. Yes, her mother loved to drink tea, read, and write under this shade. Su Li remembered when she was a child, lying on the table doing homework while her mother quietly looked through materials nearby. Let's try, she said, bending down to raise the detector, aiming it at the tiles under the tree and slowly sweeping. Suddenly, the detector emitted a faint beep, the needle violently, and the light flickered. Her eyes lit up. She immediately squatted down and started to pry open the tiles. Her fingers quickly found a slightly loose green brick. As expected, she used force to lift it, revealing a black, palm-sized iron ring. Taking a deep breath, she grasped the ring and pulled hard. With a click from the mechanism, a cement opening about 40 centimeters long and 30 centimeters wide appeared, revealing a black metal box inside. She pursed her lips and opened the old lock. With a click, the box opened easily. Inside, several thick notebooks lay neatly, all with black leather covers. When opened, they were filled with dense formulas, graphs, device diagrams, and English technical terms. The writing was very neat and clear, with red pen marks indicating corrections. Those marks were definitely written by Fong Lan. Su Li's eyes welled up with tears. In one corner of the box, there were a few old diaries, their covers yellowed and edges worn. The diaries recorded bits and pieces of Su Li and her brother Su Weixin's lives. At first, the tone was cheerful and relaxed, showing a happy life. But as it went on, the tone became more heavy and sad. especially after her grandfather was sent away and after Lee Mo was confirmed to be Su Jingha's daughter. Su Li finished reading, her face turning pale. Lee Mo was actually Su Jingha's biological daughter? Wasn't it before she was born that Su Jingha had already started an affair with Li Xiaolian? No wonder he always defended Li Mo. In her memories, she had argued with Li Mo several times. Even though she was right, Su Jingha scolded her. It seemed Li Mo was actually his real daughter. Now she understood. This scumbag. All her good feelings for Su Jingha yesterday vanished. He has children at home and still goes back to flirt with Li Xiaolian. This kind of father is not worth keeping. The last page of the diary mentioned her brother Su Weixin. If Su Jingha was just a scumbag, then Su Weixin was a beast. He posted big posters, cut ties with her, and during the struggle, kicked her hard. Fong Lan was heartbroken, her heart shattered into pieces. She sensed she was about to be sent away, but she couldn't bear to leave her little daughter Su Li. Her love warmed Su Li's heart. In her past life, her parents had little affection for her, but in this life, she had a mother who loved her. Coming into this world alone, even the strongest child needs a mother's love. Sometimes, just thinking about it makes him feel embarrassed and out of breath. It's better to let that girl come to his office, since there's no one else around, which makes talking easier. At 2 p.m., Su Li arrives on time at the military district office of Su Jingha. On the wall, a serious portrait of a chairman hangs in the center, next to a yellowed military map and bright red awards. An old wooden desk sits below. In the corner of the desk, a military green enamel mug is wiped clean. Su Li wears a faded blue shirt, with her hands in her pockets, walking casually into Su Jingha's office. If he didn't know she was his daughter, he'd want to slap her. I heard someone broke in last night. Su Jingha looks at her with concern. Did they steal anything? God knows how worried he was when the messenger came back to tell him. Besides me, what's there to steal at home? Su Li plops down in a chair, not even glancing at Su Jingha. He glances at her, ignoring her rough attitude, and picks up his teacup, speaking calmly. Go back home to live. A girl like you, that place isn't safe. Where should I live? In the side room or the storage room? Su Li looks at her with a meaningful smile. Suhingil. Here she goes again. That infuriating girl. Just for a few days, can't you tolerate it? After their conversation, the atmosphere suddenly feels a bit heavy. Did you hit your brother yesterday? Su Jingha hesitates to ask. Did that little troublemaker complain? Su Li immediately laughs, her sly look making Su Jingha grit his teeth. Everyone knows what's happening in the yard. If a dog barks twice, everyone will find out. Family secrets shouldn't be spread outside. And now, your sister beat up her brother so badly that our family has become the joke of the yard. Su Li sneers coldly, then asks, should I have hit him? Suhingil. His face darkens. He takes an envelope from the drawer and pushes it toward her. Your rural work is settled. Go to the youth office and find Director Liu. Here's 3,000 yuan for your living expenses. Don't spend it recklessly. 100 pounds of meat coupons, 500 pounds of grain coupons, and 100 industrial tickets, enough for you to use for many years. Su Li glances at him, raising an eyebrow. You keep your word. Thanks. Still expecting me to thank you? You're a bit considerate after all. Su Jingha looked up and leaned back slightly. Rural life isn't like at home. You meet all kinds of people. You need to control yourself and not be reckless. The conditions in the Northwest are tough. If you endure a few years, there might be opportunities later. Fine, keep your kindness for your own daughter and son. As for me, I won't trouble you. Wherever my mom is, that's where I am. If my mom has to work in the Northwest her whole life, I'll stay with her forever. Su Li waved her small hand decisively, refusing firmly and with strong resolve. Su Jingha sighed deeply. When you see your mom, tell her to take good care of herself. Just say I'm sorry. Can one simple apology fix a mother's disappointment and hurt? Su Li looked up seriously at him. Though she was happy about her second marriage, Su Jingha looked much more worn out. She looked at the envelope in front of her. The largest bill in this era was 10 yuan. with various receipts stuffed inside. It was quite full. Honestly, 3,000 yuan was a lot. But Suli thought about it. A few years ago, her grandfather provided support, and Fonglan was a professor with a good salary. The family didn't really need Su Jinghe's money. Over the years, that was no small amount. Was this money meant for that mother and daughter? The more she thought, the more uncomfortable she felt. She originally didn't want it, but seeing Su Jinghe's guilty look, she suddenly wanted to try. After all these years, her mother never asked him for a penny. Maybe she could collect some interest? That wouldn't be too much. Her little fox eyes flickered.
Cough.
Cough, Dad. Her voice was clear and sweet. Do you know I'm your dad now? Su Jinghe couldn't believe it. How long had it been since this little rascal called him Dad? But hearing that word made him feel a chill down his spine. Dad, my mom married you for over 20 years, gave birth to your children. When you went to the battlefield, she couldn't sleep all night. Even after they had to divorce later, my mom never blamed you. When my mom left, the organization didn't let her take anything. Just a few old clothes. You know how tough conditions are in the Northwest. My mom was used to a life of luxury. How could she endure the hardship of not knowing where her next meal was coming from? Su Lighting suddenly stood up and shouted loudly, "This money is the child support you gave me. It has nothing to do with my mother. My mother married you without any merit but with hard work. Isn't some divorce compensation fair? Not for love, but out of responsibility. You, a company commander earning a few thousand yuan a year, can't you give my mother 5,000 yuan in support? Do I, as her daughter, have to help you out?" Su Jinghe's face darkened like water, and he tapped his fingers lightly on the table, squinting at her. "You're extorting me. Do you know that 5,000 yuan is enough for a whole year's expenses for a company? I only know that if my mom hadn't married you, she would have been enjoying her life abroad long ago." Su Jinghe's face turned pale, and he clenched his fingers around the teacup, silent for a while. Finally, he seemed to accept his fate, opened a drawer, and pulled out a brown envelope from the bottom shelf, slamming it onto the table. "Everything else is in here. His daughter has been a thorn since she was young. Now she's like a needle, hurting and prickly." Su Li smiled sweetly, took the two envelopes, casually stuffed 8,000 yuan into her pocket, and clapped her hands. "Captain Su, thank you on behalf of my mom. Rest assured, my mom and I will live well. One day, we will live in a way that you all can't even reach." Seeing her casually put the money in her pocket, Su Jinghe's mouth twitched uncontrollably. Does this little troublemaker know what 8,000 yuan means? That's all his savings. Suddenly, he felt a strange pang of sympathy. After you arrive in the Northwest, don't be too showy. Don't visit your mother too often, keep some distance. You don't need to worry about that. I'm smart. I'm going to the youth office now to handle the procedures. Taking her household register, Su Li happily headed out the door. Halfway there, she turned back, smiling like a satisfied little fox. "Once I spend all my money and tickets, can I come back and ask you for more?" Su Jinghe. This girl was born to be difficult. The door slammed shut, leaving Su Jinghe sitting alone in his office. He stared at the chair for a long time, feeling complicated. The next morning, while Su Li was still resting, Zhou Hao's loud crying echoed through the yard. "Suli, Suli, Suli scratched her kid like a chicken, annoyed." Why did this mischievous kid come so early? With a look that said, "If you don't have something important, I won't hesitate to scold you," Su Li opened the door.
Wow. Suli.
Zhou Hao was squatting on the east wall, looking at her with disdain. His position was the same as where the thief had crouched that night. Even the posture was identical. "Su Li, could this little troublemaker be planning to become a thief? The sun is already high. Why are you still sleeping? You're so lazy." Zhou Hao looked at her with a sneer. Su Li rolled her eyes. "I chose not to use the door," and climbed over the wall. Zhou Hao scratched his head, feeling a bit embarrassed. He quickly jumped down from the wall, landing smoothly without hesitation. "Isn't it because I heard someone broke into your house, so I came to check? Did you see me climbing the wall? No, wait, how did he get onto the wall? The wall of this yard isn't low." Zhou Hao pulled her outside, and they went to the east wall. Suli looked down at the neatly stacked stones, her face darkening. That annoying little thief. Did you step on the stones to climb the wall? Suli looked at him, as if he were a fool. Who climbs over someone else's wall like that? Back inside, Zhou Hao reached out directly. Take that thing out and show me, the one that scared the thief. How do you know about that? Suli was a bit confused. Besides that scoundrel, no one else saw anything that night. The whole street is talking about it. The thief was so scared he howled and wet his pants. He's still trembling at the police station, saying he'll never steal again. Then he patted Suli's arm and said mischievously, Buddy, your fame has spread all over the capital. People are thinking of giving you a banner to honor you, our hero, who saved the town. He then gave a thumbs up.
Suli.
Is this how she became famous overnight? Suli went into the inner room. When she came out, she handed Zhou Hao a mask and a small bottle of bruise ointment. Zhou Hao fiddled with them while talking. Buddy, if I had these good things earlier, maybe I could catch a thief and be a hero too. Suli looked at him speechlessly. This kid really doesn't see herself as an outsider. Is that why you came? Zhou Hao suddenly hit his forehead, almost missing an important matter. He quickly took out a newspaper from his pocket and unfolded it, holding it out to Suli. Li, what should we do? Your sister wrote an article that was published in the Kyoto Evening News. Right now, everyone in the big courtyard is saying Li Mo is a good young person with progressive ideas, and he has a bright future. Have you thought of a way to handle that matter? I'm so worried I can't sleep. Zhou Hao is genuinely anxious for his good friend. Suli grabbed the newspaper. An eye-catching article titled, Pour Out Passion, Dedicate Youth, was printed on it.
Suli, Su acted pretty fast.
He wrote this just a day after it happened. At the end of the article, it indeed included the phrase, I am a brick in socialism. Wherever needed, I will be there. If the motherland needs me, I am willing to go to the most remote and difficult places. Suli, TSK, he even wrote that line. Su Weixin, that rascal, is quick on the draw. She closed the newspaper, her eyes shining brightly, feeling happier than ever. Everything was ready. She just needed this final push. Li, you're not going to get mad, are you? I should go ask my grandfather to help think of a solution. Zhou Hao looked at her with concern. Is this guy going crazy from anger? How can he still be smiling? It turns out Li Mo tends to get angry when something is slightly off. Do you have any other matters? Take me to the street youth resettlement office. I want to watch a show. At this tense moment, who has the mood for a show? But since he asked, Zhou Hao would definitely do it. So, Suli rode Zhou Hao's bicycle to the youth resettlement office. Director Liu Yufeng was sitting behind her desk, looking worried. The quotas assigned to various provinces and regions for rural resettlement were approaching the deadline, but the number of applicants was still short. Since the founding of the country, rural living standards had greatly improved, but they still couldn't compare to the city. Who would want to send their children to the countryside? But policy required families with many children to have some of them go to the countryside. Many parents had to use connections or favors to get their children placed in better areas. Few signed up for remote places like G province or Y province. Director Liu was worried. If she couldn't meet the quota, how would she explain to the higher-ups? Could she keep her position as director? I was feeling very confused when I looked up and saw a beautiful young girl walking in, followed by a carefree young man. Hello, Director Liu, the girl said with a sweet smile that made Liu Yufeng feel much better. My name is Su Li. My father is Su Jinghe, from the military district compound. I am here to handle some paperwork. Recently, Liu Yufeng had seen many crying girls, so when she saw this calm and graceful girl who is not at all delicate, she liked her very much. At the same time, she remembered that 2 days ago, a squad leader named Su had asked her to send his daughter to G province. She had thought that military families were special, highly disciplined, and willing to go to the most difficult places. But later, she received a call from the committee director, Li Xingli, who said that the girl was his niece and was very delicate. He was worried she couldn't handle the hardships in the northwest and might cause trouble there, so they changed her assignment to He province. She was puzzled because He province wasn't much easier than G province, and they still wanted her to go to the most difficult areas there. Lu Yufeng took out a notice for Youth Dispatch. Your father originally signed up for G Province, but your uncle was worried you couldn't handle the hardships, so he changed your assignment to He Province. My uncle is very kind. He worries about me suffering, but my parents have high expectations for us sisters, Suli responded with a bright smile. Then she took out a copy of the Kyoto Evening News. This is an article my sister published yesterday. Everyone in our compound says she's promising, a young person with ambition. Zhou Hao is standing nearby, grimacing. He thought her lying skills had improved. Her face didn't turn red, and she didn't hesitate. Lu Yufeng put down her pen, took the newspaper, and after reading it, her eyes lit up. Your parents really know how to raise children. You have good character and high awareness. Your sister, and you truly make a military family proud. My sister often says that the Northwest Old Area is the front line of our socialist construction. Whoever goes there is honorable. Lu Yufeng couldn't hide her smile. Such talented young people are rare. If more of them existed, her work would be easier. Since the parents and children weren't here, if they had been, she could have filled another spot today. Then she saw the girl take out her household registration book. Since my parents are busy and don't have time, and my sister is at school, she asked me to register her first. Then she came to pick up the notice. Su Li, with a serious look on her small face, said carefully. The surprise came so quickly that Lu Yufeng's smile bloomed on her face. Really? Your sister is interested in rural development. She will have a bright future. My sister is very kind. She always lets me have the best food and clothes. She's even better than a real sister. Aren't you sisters? Lu Yufeng put down her pen, looking a bit hesitant. No, my sister is actually the niece of Director Li. She is so good to me. I can't let her suffer in the Northwest. I am healthier than her, and I want to learn from her. So I came to swap places with her. I'll go to the Northwest and she to the Northeast. Lu Yufeng's eyes lit up, genuinely believing that people would teach children well. She often heard that children from the front and back alleys had brains like dog brains. She had never seen such a close sisterhood between non-biological sisters. Thinking that the Northeast is better than the Northwest, she decided to help Li Xinli out by giving him a favor. She decisively picked up her pen and reported Li Mo to go to the Northeast, while Su Li returned to the Northwest. Zhou Hao was stunned. They just changed plans like that. He also casually sent Li Mo to the countryside? When did this girl become so clever and sharp? He looked at Su Li carefully for a few moments, as if he didn't recognize her. Was she really the same girl who used to get angry at the slightest thing? Su Li happily put away her notice about going to the countryside and, pretending to be casual, asked, Andy, how many people are going to the Northwest now? Lu Yufeng sighed softly. Not many people are willing to go to the Northwest like you. Su Li blinked, her eyes clear, looking like she was trying to help Lu Yufeng solve a problem. My dad said that a group needs to set a good example first. If he leads by example, others will follow, and work will be easier. Lu Yufeng felt very lucky today. The girl's words were like a wake-up call, giving her a good idea immediately. She looked at the newspaper. Wasn't this just perfect? Seeing her goal achieved, Su Li got on Zhou Hao's bicycle and hurried back home. Su Li, I didn't trouble you before, did I? Su Li looked at Zhou Hao with a look that clearly said, Are you crazy? As if to say, Are you sick? I was afraid you'd sell me, so I was counting my money. By the way, have you been studying Sun Tzu's Art of War? Su Li rolled her eyes at him. Go away, always acting like a fool and smiling foolishly. Like a fool. Zhou Hao angrily picked up the costume mask and bruise ointment, then confidently left. At noon, outside the courtyard gate, a team of folk dancers with drums and gongs arrived at the military district gate, lively and bustling. It was said that the street youth office was delivering a banner of praise to Commander Su's family. After the duty soldier asked the leaders for permission, they happily allowed it. Lu Yufeng led the folk dance team, beating drums and gongs, dancing as they followed the small soldiers towards Su's house. The military family compound was usually quiet. Today's lively scene drew many people out of their homes. More and more gathered, forming a large crowd heading towards Su's house. Leading the crowd was Niu Tsuehua, the close friend of Li Xiaolian. Niu Tsuehua looked cheerful. When she heard from Liu Yufeng that Li Mo had signed up to go to the countryside, she couldn't hide her happiness. The little girl's words were true, but she couldn't believe Li Mo would volunteer to go to the countryside. But anyway, her daughter finally had a chance. Su Jinghe and his family were having lunch when Li Mo, feeling proud and happy, was in a good mood. An article published in the Beijing Evening News made her famous in the compound. Although Su Weixin wrote it, it was signed with her name. Who would know if she didn't say? Even the sons and daughters of the compound, who previously ignored her, now greeted her warmly. In a few days, when she received the acceptance letter, she would surprise everyone. Director Liu from the youth office, dressed in a neat short-sleeved shirt, entered while shouting, "Learn from Comrade Li Mo, respond to the party's call, and go to the most difficult parts of the motherland." A large red banner was carried in the team, with two young people holding high the banner of honor, the golden thread shining in the sunlight. Voluntarily going to the northeastern wilderness, willing to shed hot blood to right youth. Su Jinghe, dressed in military uniform, just came out of the house. He paused, and his face immediately darkened. "Is this a mistake?" he asked through clenched teeth. Director Liu didn't notice the tone and happily said, "We've already posted Li Mo's article in the office window. The response has been very good. She said she's like a brick in socialism, moving wherever needed, and she even volunteered to go to the hardest places. Her sense of duty is something all young people should learn from." Li Xiaolian's face turned very pale, and she reacted strongly. "Director Liu, there might be some misunderstanding. Li Mo, she didn't sign up to go to the countryside at all." Her voice was sharp, and she quickly rushed a few steps to stand in front of Liu Yufeng. As the situation developed, Liu Yufeng also sensed something was wrong. This didn't seem like what the young girl had said. Her parents appeared very supportive of her going to the countryside. The couple looked one angry and one calm, clearly unaware of the situation. Thinking about it, it was obvious she had fallen into the young girl's trap. But on the street, Li Mo had already become a typical example of someone who would go, and the proposal had been issued. Some large banners on the roadside had already started to be displayed. How could they stop now and explain to the leaders? Would she still keep her position as director? There was only one way forward. Liu Yufeng, with a friendly face, quickly stopped Li Xiaolian. "Oh, Sister Su, don't get so excited. Responding actively to the national policy and leading by example, that's such an honorable thing." She paused for a moment. "You and your husband really know how to educate children. Comrade Li Mo's sister, Sister Su Li, is willing to suffer in the northwest herself, just to make sure her sister goes to a better place in the northeast. Deep sisterly love, this will be a wonderful story to tell. Young girl, don't blame me for covering for you. Who asked you to trap me in this situation?" Li Xiaolian almost fainted. It was that girl again. Why does heaven not take her away? Li Mo had been listening carefully inside the house. She suddenly collapsed in despair. Her hair was messy, tears still wet on her face. She hugged Li Xiaolian's waist and cried loudly, "Mom, I didn't sign up. I want to go to college. Boo-hoo, I won't go to the northeast, I won't." Liu Yufeng helped Li Mo up, wiped her tears, and waved the newspaper in her hand. "Comrade Shaoli, the organization really appreciates young people like you. Going to the countryside makes you a model among the educated youth in our street." "No, that newspaper." Li Mo panicked and started to speak, but she hadn't finished. "Shut up," Su Jinghe said coldly. In an instant, Li Mo swallowed her words back. Su Jinghe hated her to the core. His anger flared as he thought of that wild girl causing trouble every day, endless problems. He also remembered the 8,000 yuan he had given out. So much money, yet it couldn't buy a peaceful life. Li Mo is her own daughter. She wanted to make up for her, but seeing the current situation, it seems she has no choice but to go to the countryside. Su Jinghe, with a stern face, could only force out a faint smile. "Our child responded to the country's call. Our whole family supports it. The country needs us." After saying that, he took the banner. Zhou Hao stood among the crowd, a mischievous smile on his face. He looked at Li Xiaolian in the yard, her face pale as paper. Li Mo crying as if she had lost her closest relative, and Su Jinghe's face dark as ink. He felt very happy inside. Serves her right. If she hadn't wanted to send Su Li to the northeast, today's result wouldn't have happened. Su Li's move was very clever. She quietly sent Li Mo to the countryside. This was more impactful than making a scene. She was getting more and more skilled. Zhou Hao took out some sunflower seeds and put them in his mouth. They tasted especially good. Niu Tsuehua, who had been watching the scene nearby, squeezed over. Xiaolian, your Mo's awareness is really a good example for young people. This isn't a bad thing. It's an honor. What's wrong with the Northeast? That's the homeland of our country. Others can't even get it. She leaned close to Li Xiaolian's ear and lowered her voice. Your MO has even been reported in the newspaper. The neighborhood committee is encouraging everyone to learn from her. If you don't send her, won't that make people laugh? We military families can't fall behind. By the way, with such a good girl like Mo, she'll succeed wherever she goes. Li Xiaolian's heart was filled with anger, but she couldn't show it. She could only force a smile that was even more difficult to bear than crying. Oh, Tsuehua, you're right. Mo responded to the country's call. We all support her. Director Liu, seeing the task was done, said a few polite words and then led everyone away. People in the courtyard gradually dispersed. Although they said congratulations, they all understood what was really going on.
Some secretly laughed.
Over the past month, the Su family had become the source of most jokes in the courtyard. As everyone left, Su Jinghe grew angrier. Ignoring Li Mo's loud crying and fussing, he rode his bicycle to Sifang Alley. He pushed open the door, and the girl lazily lay on a bamboo chair, looking as comfortable as possible. Next to the bamboo chair was a teapot, a teacup, and half a cut watermelon. It was clear that no matter where she was, this girl would live her life well. Seeing Su Jinghe, the girl showed no surprise. She sat up and looked him over from head to toe. Wow, full of anger and very fiery. It seems today's big scene at noon will be very exciting. Seeing Su Li's teasing look, Su Jinghe felt even more annoyed. He frowned and shouted coldly at Su Li, "Are you satisfied now?" Su Li ignored him and handed over a slice of watermelon. "Eat some watermelon to cool down. Do you think I get angry easily?" Su Jinghe continued to growl. Su Li, forget it, I won't eat. My watermelon is from a special place and is very expensive. But considering the 8,000 yuan I paid, I won't make you angry today. Are you questioning me because of Li Mo? Su Li asked back. Her tone was serious, as if saying, if you dare admit it, don't blame me for being rude. Your little wife has bad intentions, telling me to stay away from my mom, and even wants to send me to some remote mountain area in the northeast. Su Li started complaining, sounding very aggrieved. Is it too much for me to target her daughter? Su Jinghe's eyes twitched. Is that targeting? No, that's making it impossible for Li Mo to get ahead. She's a delicate girl. How can she survive the hardships in the Northeast? All these problems, he wondered why life was so difficult lately. It's all the debts from his youth. Su Li, let me have a peaceful few days. Let's not cause trouble in these last days, okay? Okay, I agree. But if that mother and daughter come to bother me again, I won't hesitate to get rid of them. Su Li's voice was cold and serious, with a tone of firm determination. Su Jinghe was stunned. He looked carefully at his daughter in front of him, almost unable to recognize her. She no longer looked like the mischievous troublemaker she used to be. All right, I will take care of them, he replied helplessly. Military district compound. Su family Li Mo sat on the bed, her hair messy, eyes swollen like peaches. Mom, I don't want to go to the Northeast. What kind of place is that? Haisheng? Isn't that just North Dazhuang? It's freezing, starving, and I heard wolves even come into the villages to hunt people. Li Xiaolian handed her a towel and looked worried as she advised, be quiet. If you shout again, the neighbors will hear. I don't care. Didn't you say I could definitely get into the Workers' and Peasants' University? I already wrote an article and published it in the newspaper, so how did I end up going to the countryside? Mom, I don't want to go. I want to go to university. I'm the daughter of the youth league leader. How can I go planting rice, farming, or digging toilets with those country folks. Suli, that little brat Suli, why did she sign me up? I didn't provoke her, and she deserves to go live in the Northwest with her mother, freezing or starving to death. Li Mo completely ignored her, getting more and more upset as she spoke. Li Xiaolian felt annoyed, and her face looked worse. She tried to comfort her and think of a way out.
Don't cry yet.
I'll go find your uncle. Maybe we can fix this. Her face was dark, but inside she was very worried. This trouble is so big that my daughter might not only miss going to university, but also have to go to the countryside. It's all because of that unlucky Suli, the debt collector. It's just about a room. Why does she have to send Mo to the countryside? She completely forgot she was planning to send Su Li to a remote mountain area in the northeast. After comforting Li Mo and changing her clothes, Li Xiaolian left the military compound and headed to the city committee office. 2 hours later, she left Li Xinli's place looking radiant, glancing toward the alleyway in the direction of the neighborhood. Su Li, you dared to sign my daughter up for going to the countryside, harming her. This time, I will trample you in the mud and never let you rise again. Fong residence. Shifeng Alley. Not long after Su Jinghe left, Zhou Hao rode his bicycle, ding ding ding, arriving at Fong residence. Lizi. Before he even entered the yard, his shouting could be heard. That voice sounded almost gleeful, with a hint of schadenfreude. Found some money. So happy. Su Li sat on a bamboo chair, pretending to be relaxed and uninterested. Zhou Hao chuckled and ignored her look of annoyance. More excited than finding money. Today, your family is in big trouble. You didn't see Li Xiaolian's face. Li Mo was crying while holding the doorframe, saying, I don't want to go to the countryside, as if someone was about to send her to be buried alive. Zhou Hao animatedly described the scene, using gestures and imagined details, making it seem even more vivid than reality. Su Li, that this kid, instead of telling stories on the bridge, truly has a talent for storytelling. Finally, Zhou Hao added, how come we are so good at this? Su Li really wanted to give this kid a good scolding. Besides reporting some news and contributing a bicycle once, what else has he done? Su Li looked at him speechlessly. Honestly, she didn't see that scene, which was a bit disappointing. She picked up a piece of watermelon and handed it over. Quench your thirst and soothe your throat. Zhou Hao didn't hesitate. He took a big bite and then suddenly stood up with a loud shout. Su Li, what's wrong with you? You scared me to death. Li Zi, where did you buy this watermelon? Why is it so sweet? Su Li, this watermelon is from the space, a high-quality variety from the future, sweet and juicy. Xiao Qi sealed it in a cardboard box, and there are over 2,000 pieces. Zhou Hao ate while muttering that it was the best watermelon he had ever tasted. So sweet. Did they add sugar? I'll bring you a couple when we leave. Su Li was annoyed by his words. Seeing this kid seriously helping her, she decided to let him taste the advanced technology from the future.
Go Hao beamed happily. Su Li, thank you.
My grandma has been feeling unwell these days. I'll bring her some to try. Su Li. It's surprising to see that this kid is so filial. Li Zi, today we really made a big move. Li Xiaolian must be furious with us. Do you think she'll take revenge? Zhou Hao looked a bit worried. This childhood friend of his had a tough life. Since her stepmother came into the house, she hasn't had a peaceful day, always fighting. Haven't you noticed? Su Li even had to study Sun Tzu's art of war? Li Xiaolian, haven't you seen how badly I lost in those fights? It's okay. When the enemy comes, we will defend. When the enemy retreats, we will pursue. Her little schemes can't cause big waves. Let's see if old Su can handle it. But her backer is Li Xinli. That wicked guy is really no good. Once he sets his sights on someone, there's no good outcome. Li Zi, you must be very careful. Then he leaned forward and whispered close to Su Li's ear. I heard once she was interested in a famous painting. When the owner refused, she took a group of people to his house. They claimed there were illegal items hidden there and searched. Turns out, they really found something. Rumor has it that she secretly planted it in his house. The family was all taken away and imprisoned. Don't worry, I'll be careful. Suli was very patient when her little friends kept reminding her. If she couldn't handle it, she would hide in her space. Are you leaving next Monday? Her little friends were leaving, and no one was around to play with cats and dogs anymore. She felt a bit sad. Yes, but before I go, the furniture and decorations need to be taken away by the Cultural Relics Bureau. Suli also felt a little sad. In this era, she couldn't keep her personal belongings. My little uncle works at the Cultural Relics Bureau. I can call him to help get everything moved quickly. They chatted casually, saying some light and some not-so-light things. As evening approached, Zhou Hao left reluctantly, carrying 2 watermelons. At the military district compound, the Su family, after Su Jinghe returned from Su Li's place, he had a big argument with Li Xiaolian. He warned her that if she kept bothering Su Li, she would have to face the consequences. Li Xiaolian cried sadly, secretly feeling resentful. That girl had bullied her and her mother so badly. Why was she still protecting her? Su Jinghe looked at Li Mo, who was crying with tears in her eyes, feeling heartache. He truly didn't want his daughter to suffer in the countryside, but things had already developed to this point, so she had to go. He could only try to make up for it in other ways. But then he thought about all his private belongings being taken by Su Li. Children are like debts. The next morning, before Su Li got up, she heard loud arguing outside. She immediately got up, put on her clothes, and rushed out. There were 7 or 8 people at the door, and a few neighbors and street residents stood at a distance near the wall, watching from afar. The leader was a well-mannered man, dressed in a popular gray Zhongshan suit for officials, with a Parker pen clipped to his chest. If you didn't look at his sharp, sinister triangular eyes, you might think he was a good official working for the people. Behind him, there were others who looked like street thugs, with small red stars on their chests, red armbands, and long sticks in their hands. 2 of them were carrying shovels on their shoulders, clearly there to cause trouble. The man at the front glanced at Su Li, turned his watch on his arm, and looked very official. Su Li, someone has reported that your family is hiding reactionary books. I am here today to investigate this matter, and hope you will cooperate. Su Li, they came with tools in hand, clearly not here for an inspection. They must be here to cause trouble and tear down the house. Please show your search warrant, Su Li said calmly. Li Shimli chuckled softly. Su Li, from a broader perspective, the committee has the right to check for reactionary books. From a closer view, I am your uncle, and I know your family's situation best. The young girl dares to harm Mo. She's really reckless, causing trouble where she shouldn't. By the way, isn't the girl about 17? Well cared for since childhood, delicate skin and tender. Thinking of this, his gaze lingered on Su Li for a moment. Su Li, I really want to pluck out those 2 eyes and step on them. Li Shengli raised his hand. Look around the house for anything inappropriate. It's good to report back to the authorities. At his command, the soldiers behind him immediately rushed into the yard, some storming into the house, smashing things.
Su Li frowned.
These items belong to the state. Who will be responsible if they are broken? These things are national property. If you dare to damage them, it's like undermining socialism and will be subject to organizational review. Su Li raised her hand to stop them. But the soldiers didn't listen. They swung their sticks and started smashing. The sounds of destruction inside the house kept ringing out. Li Shengli stood still, looking up at the grand courtyard. It's really a nice place. Good location, sturdy and durable, warm and comfortable. It's a pity the furniture inside was destroyed. He touched the handcuffs on his waist. Soon, these will all be his. He subtly signaled to a tall, thin soldier nearby. The soldier nodded in understanding, and amid the chaos, he timidly moved towards Su Li's room. Su Li, better find someone a bit more professional. It's obvious he's probably a thief or a troublemaker. The tall, thin soldier entered Su Li's room, carefully opening the desk drawer, about to hide a book inside. What are you doing? A cold, slightly teasing voice came from behind. The tall, thin soldier trembled, nearly dropping the book. Su Li leaned against the doorframe, arms crossed, with a teasing smile on her face, but her eyes were sharp as she looked at him. Are you destroying old customs or framing someone? Comrade, did the organization ask you to do this? The tall, thin man's face turned pale. He hesitated, unable to speak for a moment. He still held the book in his hand, caught between hesitation and action. Quick as a flash, Su Li snatched the book away. With a clever flip, the book seemed to vanish into thin air. She clapped her hands, as if performing magic. Why is it gone? Am I seeing things? You just seem to have taken something earlier. The tall, thin man stared at her with wide eyes. His hands were empty, and the table was spotless, with no sign of anything. Oh my goodness, what's going on?
Sully stepped closer. Her simile turning sarcastic.
These days, doing bad things makes you afraid even walking at night. The dirty work your directorly asked you to do. Do you dare go out at night now? Before she finished, a loud shout came from the yard. Stop right there. Who told you to touch those things? It was the Cultural Heritage Protection Bureau arriving. The tall, thin man shivered in fear, quickly shrinking back and trying to hide outside the door. Su Li followed and saw several elderly men in gray shirts standing in the yard, frowning angrily at the troublemakers. One gray-haired old man shouted loudly, "You bunch of wasteful fools. Such precious cultural relics, and you've smashed them." A simple-dressed old man was kneeling on the ground, holding a broken piece of porcelain, his face full of pain. This is Qing Dynasty blue and white porcelain. Such a waste, such a waste. Li Shimli's brow was tightly furrowed. Since he became the head of the committee, it had been a long time since anyone had scolded him directly. His face turned pale, and his eyes looked fierce. Someone reported that there are reactionary books in this house. When there's a report, we have to handle it. That's the rule of our committee. When these people entered, seeing their dull appearance, he thought they were local villagers. In the past, he had encountered similar situations, brave neighbors coming to watch. But these old men didn't seem like locals. Which organization are you from? If you have nothing to do, leave quickly. Don't interfere with official business. Normal people would step back, afraid of getting into trouble. But none of these old men were afraid. Especially the old man holding broken porcelain, glaring at him with anger. All items in the house have been donated to the city museum, catalogued and reported. They must be stored properly. Now you are smashing these precious artifacts. Think about how to explain this to the organization. Li Shimli's face suddenly changed. Giving things to the state? He hadn't heard Xiaolian mention this. Now he and his men had smashed the items. How could they explain this to the organization? The tall, thin man's face was pale. He quietly whispered a few words to him. Li Shimli's face twisted in frustration. He looked at the courtyard, realizing the opportunity was slipping away again. He tried to explain to a few old men, but none paid attention to him. The elderly man with white hair stepped forward to Su Li. Are you Sister Su Li? Don't worry, the items your mother donated are very important. We will investigate this matter thoroughly. Li Shimli looked at Su Li with a twisted expression, his eyes cold and fierce. He turned away, annoyed, and left with his little team. The yard and the house were a mess. The old men carefully packed the undamaged items into boxes. Broken porcelain and glass shards were scattered everywhere inside. Under the parasol tree and near the well, several big holes looked menacing at her. By the time Su Li was covered in sweat and finished cleaning up, it was dusk. She sat on the steps outside the door, looking into the distance. The alley was narrow and winding, with the courtyard buildings arranged neatly. The gray-blue tiles reflected a soft glow in the sunset. A group of children played happily in the alley, while a few elders sat under the old locust tree at the alley entrance, chatting. It all looked like a lively oil painting. But no one knew what Su Li had gone through that day. Su Li was angry. When had she, the little tyrant Su, ever suffered such a loss? Since Su Jinghe's discipline didn't work, she wouldn't hold back anymore. Late at night, at the military district compound, Zhou family. Zhou Hao lay on the bed, hugging a pillow, weakly crying out, it's over. He couldn't ride his bike for the next few days. A wig was draped over a chair back beside the bed, with messy long hair hanging down to the floor, looking like a ghost. Next to it, on the table, was the bruise ointment he got from Su Li. He was happily playing after dinner, wearing a wig and pretending to be a ghost from Strange Tales. Suddenly, his mother pushed open the door and bumped right into him. She almost shattered the glass with her loud shout, "Ghost!" His father immediately came over and started hitting him with a belt, knocking him from the bed to the floor. If his grandmother hadn't come to stop him, he might have been beaten into 100,000 Ys. "That thing was made by Su Li's ancestors," he said, rubbing his sore bottom and gritting his teeth. "If I had known, I wouldn't have taken it." There was a knock on the window. Zhou Hao shivered and almost fell off the bed. "Mom, is there really a ghost?" he asked nervously. He hesitantly pulled back the curtain and saw a person pressed against the window, with messy hair, smiling at him. He covered his pounding chest, nearly scared to lose his breath. Suddenly, he understood why his dad had hit him. Wearing messy hair in the middle of the night really could scare someone. "Shut up," Su Li rolled her eyes. "If you call out again, I'll sew your mouth shut. Little brat." Zhou Hao quickly opened the window and pulled her inside. "What are you doing so late at night?" "This is the second floor." "How did you get up here?" he asked. Su Li pointed to the drain pipe. Zhou Hao chuckled. That was the right way for a little buddy to do things. They had done this kind of thing many times before. "You're not sleeping late at night, and come here pretending to be a ghost." Su Li tilted her head, grinning mischievously like a little fox, clearly up to no good. "Come on, take me to Li Xingli's house." "Why his house?" Zhou Hao became more suspicious. "Did he bring people over today? Did he get into trouble?" Su Li shook her head. "Let's go." Zhou Hao's temper flared. That brat was so mean, daring to bully his childhood friend. Ignoring his sore bottom, the two climbed over the wall and quietly left the military area. The night was dark and windy, the alley silent except for the occasional rustling of leaves in the breeze. Zhou Hao hid behind the corner of Li's wall, curling his body, eyes wide like copper bells, nervous but excited. "Su Li, you crazy girl, how dare you climb over? What if Li Xingli is home?" "Don't worry. You stay here and keep watch. If someone comes, make 3 cat calls." After speaking, Su Li skillfully jumped down from the wall, landing silently like a cat. The moonlight was bright, and the Li family courtyard was very quiet. Su Li moved quietly, only hearing the sound of wind through the leaves. She reached the southeast side room, took out a small black hairpin, easily unlocked the door, and slipped inside without making a sound. This was a study room, with a long row of bookshelves along the wall, filled with books. Su Li couldn't help but chuckle softly. Speaking of which, Li Xingli's rise to success was closely linked to Su Jinghe. After the founding of the country, Su Jinghe returned to his hometown in the northwest to visit family. When he came back, he brought along Li Xingli from the same village, who was arranged a job through his grandfather. In the first few years, Li Xingli worked diligently, got married, and had children in Beijing, settling down. But when the Great Movement started, he became ambitious, organized a small Red Army, and began a revolutionary career of looting and fighting, earning the nickname Li the Brave. He rose rapidly and is now the director of the Xiqing District Committee. Someone who couldn't read much, after moving to the city, changed his appearance and looked like a refined scholar. Su Li stopped her thoughts and took out a detection device from her space. Beep, beep, beep. A soft alert indicated something was under the bookshelf. She squatted down, opened the bookshelf, and tapped the bottom panel. As she tapped, the panel made a hollow thudding sound. Haha, this scoundrel was indeed cunning, hiding things quite well. Su Li pressed the bottom panel and pushed it forward, and it opened. She clicked her tongue and pulled out a small wooden box from inside. The box wasn't big, and inside were about a dozen paintings neatly arranged. They looked old, with yellowed paper. These paintings were private collections, illegally seized during a raid. She would keep them for now, to submit to the state later. Su Li closed the box and put it back in its place. She took out a foreign book Li Xingli secretly planned to use to frame her, quickly stuffed it into the bookshelf. thinking he wanted to frame her as a bourgeois counter-revolutionary and send her to labor camp? She would first endure the backlash. Without hesitation, she quietly left the study and tiptoed to the door of the master bedroom. Inside, snoring was loud. Li Shengli and his wife were sleeping soundly. Su Li clenched her teeth and crept inside carefully. She gently pinched the necks of the two people, and they immediately fainted. Hee, my martial arts from the past life were not wasted. I am very familiar with human acupoints. Su Li casually looked around the bedroom, which was luxurious and beautiful. There was a tall wardrobe, 2 leather single sofas, a soft carpet, and exquisite wall paintings. Even in modern times, it would be considered a luxurious and fancy style. Behind the wall paintings, there was a small space. Su Li reached in and took out a carved wooden box. Opening it, she saw a full box of jewelry: gold bracelets, jade bangles, gemstone rings, pearl necklaces, and 2 pairs of gold earrings. TSK. Su Li made a face. Li Xinli's wife looked simple, but was actually quite wealthy. They must have stolen a lot of illegal money. She closed the box and left it in place, then turned and left the room. Finally, she reached the west wing. The detector showed an anomaly in the northwest corner again. She squatted down and tapped the floor tiles. The sound was hollow. She gently pried open the tiles, and sure enough, the space was empty. A wrapped handheld box was lying there. Opening it, Su Li almost gasped. It was filled with neatly stacked gold bars. Wow! She counted them and found there were exactly 120 bars. Indeed, wealth comes from opportunity. Riches come from luck. Li Xingli, who had been a committee director for years, must have stolen a lot of public funds. Such a rat should be punished severely for the good of the country. Su Li replaced the tiles, clapped her hands softly, and quietly left. A gentle breeze blew, and the alley was eerily quiet, only the faint sound of tiles on the wall. Suddenly, a shadow fell from the wall, quick as a cat. A head peeked out from behind the wall. Zhou Hao's eyes were full of worry and anxiety. "Ancestor, you're out. Hurry, hurry," he whispered excitedly, unable to hide his curiosity. He leaned in closer. "Did you find it?" "Found it," Su Li said with a smirk, like a little fox proudly holding a stolen egg. Hiding where? Zhou Hao couldn't help but be curious. Under the desk in the study, behind the hanging painting in the bedroom, and under the floor tiles in the west wing. "This guy can hide better than I thought," Su Li said lightly, casually wiping her forehead. "I was so nervous I started sweating." Zhou Hao was stunned and said, "Li Zi, how did you find this? You've gotten so clever." Although he often played tricks on cats and dogs, like hitting chickens with a slingshot, chasing dogs away, or scaring small troublemakers, he had never done anything like breaking into a house or climbing walls. But thinking that this was to help the community, he felt a different kind of pride. "Li Zi, this time we have something to hold over him." "Not yet." Su Li glanced at him sharply, her eyes bright. "Just these clues aren't enough." She paused and asked, "Can you help me find out if anyone on the committee is his biggest enemy?" "Are you thinking?" Zhou Hao's eyes lit up and he got excited. "Yes, definitely. I heard my dad mention that he once replaced someone else in a position. Don't worry, I'll find out first thing tomorrow. Take your time and be careful. Don't let anyone notice." Su Li patted his shoulder and smiled like a clever fox. "When we succeed, I'll treat you to roast duck." Zhou Hao puffed out his chest, looking serious and righteous.
Deal.
"But Su Li, you're really amazing." He gave her a thumbs up. "Of course, I am Su Little Overlord." At dawn, the two of them each went home. In the afternoon, the sun tilted west, casting long shadows across the alleys. Zhou Hao rode his bicycle quickly past and soon arrived at Su Li's house. "Su Li, open the door. I have good news." Su Li had just finished washing her towel in the backyard and looked up at him. "What are you shouting for? Can't you keep a secret in your stomach? Must you shout everything out?" Zhou Hao rushed inside, pretending he didn't hear Su Li's teasing, and sat down on a small stool. "The person I asked about, Li Xingli's biggest enemy, I found out." "Who?" Su Li raised an eyebrow, her eyes shining. "Wang Gang." Zhou Hao took a sip of water.
He used to be a small leader in the street patrol team.
When Li Xingli first took over, they pretended to be friends, but secretly, Li Xingli kicked him off the core list. He also incited others to say Wang Gang was too conservative in his thinking, and they fell out. The worst thing Wang Gang hates is that once, during a chaos, Li Xingli broke his brother's leg. Later, Wang Gang was transferred to another small soldier team. I heard he was always holding back his anger and wanted to fight, but someone was holding him back. Su Li smiled, with a cold hint in her laughter. Since he had been holding onto his grudge for so long, why not give him a chance? We said that someone saw Li Xingli stealing valuable cultural relics and secretly hiding anti-revolutionary books. They framed a comrade and stirred public anger. Then they pointed out the hiding spots. Do you think Wang Gang would be tempted? Not just tempted. He could be so excited he wouldn't sleep for 3 days and nights. That's good.
Su Li grinned.
As long as Wang Gang takes action and the evidence is solid, no matter how strong Li Xingli's backing is, he won't be able to turn the tide. Exactly. Zhou Hao waved his hand confidently. We've helped the people of Xiqing get rid of a troublemaker. They looked at each other and smiled, like two brave little bandits. After discussing, Zhou Hao felt uneasy. He fidgeted with his hands, looking like he had something to say, but was shy. Zhou Hao, just say it. If you keep fidgeting, your pig-like hands will catch fire. Hasn't this kid always treated me like an outsider? What's there not to say? Zhou Hao chuckled and scratched the back of his head. The watermelon you gave me that day, the one that was so sweet it made your mouth pucker. My mom took a bite and couldn't close her mouth. She said it was even better than the special supply melons at the department store. No one knew how delicious that watermelon was when I brought it home. Grandma took a piece and was so happy she couldn't stop smiling, praising her grandson for being thoughtful and sharing good things with her. Even Dad, who usually frowned when he saw me, praised me for once. Su Li squinted, but said nothing. My mom just wants to know where you bought that melon. She's the director of the procurement office at the department store and wants to buy a batch. Su Li tilted her head and thought for a moment. Well, it's not impossible, but those melons aren't sold on the market. Really? Zhou Hao's eyes lit up. Then where did you get that melon? Su Li replied calmly. It was a gift from relatives. A specialty from the mountain valleys outside the city. They don't grow many, but each one is super sweet. If your mom really wants some, I can help get her a few, but what? Don't look so nervous. The village doesn't produce much, as most of the goods are handed over to the state and distributed uniformly. The remaining items are divided among families, and they can't be obtained through normal channels. Zhou Hao quickly felt discouraged. All right, I'll ask my mom later. At dinner that evening, Zhou Hao told his mom about this matter. Sun Ruiqin paused for a moment and said to Zhou Hao, Tell Su Li to send whatever she has. As for the paperwork, I will find a way. We won't let her be troubled. Late at night, the two friends, who were secretly working for the people's safety, huddled together like thieves. Silently, the two figures moved through the alley and soon arrived in front of a dilapidated courtyard in Xiqing district. This is the place, Zhou Hao whispered softly. Su Li nodded, took a letter from her pocket, slipped it through the door and knocked a few times on the door handle. Who's there? Soon, the main room's light turned on, and a rough man's voice was heard. Su Li pulled Zhou Hao into the shadows of the wall. Before long, the courtyard door opened. A figure peeked out, picked up the letter from the ground, looked around outside, then quickly closed the door and went back inside. The two quietly stood there, and the main room's light stayed on for a long time. An hour later, the courtyard door opened again, and a figure hurriedly left the alley. Zhou Hao let out a long breath. He had endured a lot during that hour. If Wang Gang hadn't made a move, all their efforts these past few days would have been in vain. Su Li also relaxed slightly. She knew that with such a big opportunity in front of her, no one could resist. Moreover, inside was her brother with a broken leg. Su Li looked up at the sky. The moonlight was faint, and a few stars were scattered across the horizon. Li Xingli, this time, I wonder if heaven will help you. The two of them left the alley separately. Before parting, Zhou Hao relayed his mom's words to Su Li. She paused for a moment and nodded in agreement. The next morning, Shicheng was in chaos. At dawn, Li Shengli's house was surrounded by a group of young soldiers led by Wang Gang. With a loud bang, they kicked open the door. The young soldiers rushed inside like wolves, heading straight for the hiding spot marked on Su Li's letter. Before Li Shengli could put on his clothes, the stolen artifacts, jewelry, and gold were already displayed in the yard. Because of the commotion, police officers soon arrived to investigate. It is said that the scene was completely silent, as if the air itself froze. Everyone was so shocked they couldn't speak. Su Li received the news after breakfast. On the streets and under the trees, the hottest topic was Li Shengli was arrested. It is said that Li Shengli looked pale when he was taken, dragged onto the police car like a dead dog. Serves him right. He deserves it. It's karma. God is watching. A few elderly women under the tree cursed angrily, some even spat toward the committee building. Su Li smiled faintly, feeling relieved inside. Finally, a big problem was resolved. In 2 days, she would leave to go to the northwest to find her mother. Su Jinghe received the news around noon. He was shocked, stunned, with a blank mind. The day before yesterday, the yard on Sifang Alley was smashed. He only found out afterward, and was so angry, he almost exploded. He only called Li Shengli to warn him. He didn't dare go to Sifang Alley, afraid of seeing Su Li. That girl is sharp-tongued and doesn't know what harsh words she might say. He secretly suspected that Li Shengli's downfall was caused by Su Li, but could a teenage girl really cause such a big trouble? Then he remembered Su Li's warning that day. If you bother me again, I won't hesitate to cut you out completely. He felt uncertain again. At noon, he returned to the family compound, where the atmosphere was tense. Old Su, Li Xiaolian cried so hard her voice was hoarse. You have comrades in the police. Please think of a way. My brother. He can't get into trouble. Su Jinghe's face turned cold as he said sternly, with so much gold jewelry and reactionary books found, not even the heavens can protect him now. You should cut ties with him quickly. Reactionary books. Li Xiaolian's face changed suddenly, her lips trembling, and she looked frozen like she had been struck by lightning. Her voice was hoarse. It's that girl again, isn't it? Why doesn't that bad omen just go die? Su Jinghe suddenly turned his head, his cold eyes fixed on Li Xiaolian. Tell me, what have you done to Su Li? I didn't do anything. Old Su, you have to believe me. Faced with those piercing eyes, Li Xiaolian looked panicked and stammered. I just wanted my brother to teach her a lesson, to vent for Mo. You smashed Fong Lan's yard and then secretly put some things inside. Su Jinghe's anger surged as he stared into Li Xiaolian's eyes, as if flames could be seen. Are you trying to turn Su Li into a criminal, so she can never rise again? Li Xiaolian, I really didn't see that you are so cruel. When he heard that revolutionary books were found at Li Shengli's house, he was puzzled because Li Shengli couldn't read much, let alone understand foreign words. Now, facing this, it's clear that the girl did it using an eye for an eye. I told you long ago not to provoke that girl. Has she ever suffered a loss since she was little? Su Jinghe turned and sat on the sofa, his cold eyes fixed on Li Xiaolian. Good and evil will be repaid. Don't think I don't know what you and your brother did to her mother. Li Xiaolian looked at him in horror, unable to speak. Don't threaten me with past matters. At worst, I'll take off this military uniform and go home to farm. Then I'll divorce you. Li Xiaolian staggered back to her room and collapsed onto the bed. After more than 10 years of scheming, today finally arrived, but it was all ruined by Su Li, that unlucky star. Her face was twisted with rage, her eyes red, and she was furious with hatred. That worthless person, I will make you sink into the mud someday, never to rise again. Li Mo went shopping with her classmates in the morning. On the way, she heard that Li Shengli was arrested, and she hurried back in a panic. Dad. She rushed in, breathless, her hair messy, face pale. Uncle is in trouble. He said he would find a way for me. What do I do now? I don't want to go to the countryside. Su Jinghe looked at his daughter in front of him and sighed. Su Li grew up carefree, but he never worried about her. This daughter could act spoiled to make him happy, but like a delicate flower in a greenhouse, she couldn't endure hardship, nor understand the harshness of the world. MOMO, sometimes losing something is a blessing in disguise. You responded to the national call to go to the countryside and were recognized as an outstanding model. These experiences are valuable for your future development. Stay in the Northeast for 2 years, and Dad will try to find a way to bring you back. Dad, is there really no other way? Limo's face turned pale, and she looked like she was about to cry. Su Jinghe shook his head. Let your mom prepare what you need, bring some money and tickets. Life in the countryside is hard, and if you lack anything, just buy it. He then added, from now on, you and your mother should cut ties with your uncle to avoid trouble. Before Li Mo could speak, the house was filled with the heartbreaking crying of Li Xiaolian. Mom. Li Mo quickly ran into the room. Su Jinghe sighed deeply, stood up, and went outside. In the afternoon, at the West District Street Office, the director of the street office, Li Xuejuan, was working. Suddenly, there was a knocking sound. He looked up and saw a smiling young girl standing at the door. Li Xuejuan hurriedly asked someone to come in, feeling curious about what this girl wanted. Are you Director Li? I'm Su Li. My mother is Fong Lan. Before she finished speaking, Li Xuejuan stood up quickly, invited her to sit, and personally poured her a glass of water. Su Li looked at the well-mannered man in his 30s, feeling a bit surprised. Nowadays, everyone tries to distance themselves from capitalists and those sent down from cities, afraid of being associated. Didn't anyone care about her family being beaten and vandalized? Only a few elderly women showed pity when they saw her, and that was all. Seeing her confused look, Li Xuejuan smiled. My father used to be your grandfather's factory accountant. Later, when the factory was privatized and merged, your grandfather responded to the country's call and donated the factory, which is now the West District Cotton Factory No. 3. Sister Fong Lan often went to the factory, and we kids would follow her around and play. Sister Fong Lan is a good person. You're here today because...
Su Li felt relieved.
Since he was an acquaintance, she could speak more easily. Uncle Li, Su Li said warmly, in a few days I will go to the countryside. You know my family situation. Once I leave, the house will be empty. I don't know when my mom and I will return. I thought about renting out the house, so someone can take care of it. Are you planning to rent it to the neighborhood committee? Li Xuejuan asked in surprise. No, I am giving it to the neighborhood committee, for free use. I will lend it for 8 years. After 8 years, I can come back openly. Li Xuejuan paused and said, the neighborhood committee really needs more space. If you're willing, I thank you on behalf of the committee. But they can't use your mom's house for free. Would 200 yuan a year be okay? Su Li couldn't help but complain. 200 yuan is probably the yearly salary of an average worker. But right now, what we need isn't money, but honor. That house is like a protective charm for my mom. Uncle Li, that's not suitable. She waved her hand. I truly want to give it to the neighborhood committee for free. No need to pay. If you feel bad about it, write a letter of praise for my mom and send it to where she was assigned. Li Xuejuan hesitated and nodded. Okay, Uncle Li agrees. But we need to sign a contract, clearly stating the usage period. Thank you, Uncle Li. Su Li said happily. Li Xuejuan immediately asked someone to draft the contract, make 3 copies, sign, and stamp them. It was done quickly. When he saw her off, Li Xuejuan looked at Su Li's back and felt a mix of emotions. This girl is very clever. She's trying to find a government unit to look after her house. She's meticulous and thorough, just like her grandfather. Su Li returned home feeling relieved. She took a deep breath. Leaving such a good house unused is like leaving a piece of Tang monk's meat. Everyone wants a bite. Handing it over to the neighborhood office, who would dare to touch it? After resting a bit, she remembered the watermelons she needed to deliver tomorrow morning. Her mind moved, and she quickly entered her space farm. The sun was shining brightly, the air was moist, and the farm was thriving. Vines of vegetables and fruits covered the ground. Red tomatoes, green cucumbers, green peppers, purple eggplants. Ancestor, you finally arrived. If you don't come soon, I'll consider going on strike. 007 flapped his wings and flew over from afar. Suli glanced at him sideways. Shao-Chi, are the watermelons harvested? Of course. Over 2,000 watermelons have been stored in the warehouse, kept at a constant temperature and fresh. They can last a year without spoiling, but they take up a lot of space. If there's a way. Suli raised an eyebrow.
Do you mean I should go to
The black market? No, be more civilized. Call it a free market. 007 immediately lowered his voice and whispered close to her ear, mysteriously. Based on my stored memories, outside the West District, 3 kilometers away, under the West Suburb Railway Bridge, there's a night market, also called a folk trading market. It opens at midnight and closes at 3 in the morning. Suli curled her lips and asked, what if we get caught? What else can we do? Of course, run fast. 007 cheerfully flipped a somersault in the air. I've already drawn the escape routes for you, 4 exits and 7 small paths. TSK, Suli rolled her eyes. You're not just a farm manager. You're also a smart escape expert. Without an escape plan, can I really be called smart? It's a pity the star chain is broken. I can't contact my hometown anymore. Suli noticed the sadness in its tone and crouched slightly, patting its small body on the ground. Don't be sad. These supplies are enough. Maybe one day, I can really help you find your way back. 007 snorted, but didn't speak, though its eyes sparkled brightly. Suli stood up and looked around at this fruitful land. All right, I'll go explore tonight. Once I understand the situation, we can take our time. She casually plucked a few cucumbers and tomatoes, then disappeared in a flash, leaving only 007 looking speechless. Sigh, if only you weren't so poor. Only 8,000 yuan left. I wouldn't have to work so hard. With a flap of its wings, it slowly flew back to the warehouse and reorganized the 2,000 watermelons. It's because you're my bonded host. I sincerely praised him a few words. Zhou Hao, you're great. You managed to handle such a difficult task. You're really impressive. After saying that, I specifically gave Zhou Hao a thumbs up. Receiving my approval, Zhou Hao felt even more proud. Suli, this is the most honorable and just thing I've ever done in my life. I can brag about it forever. He also knew that in the past, his mischievous acts were not acceptable. But bragging is one thing, and now the situation is uncertain. Be careful not to get yourself into trouble. Keep your mouth shut. This is a big matter. Don't take on the blame yourself. Just enjoy the moment quietly. Li Xingli has been running his business for many years and has many connections. Don't cause yourself trouble. If the wrong people find out, I'm afraid your grandfather won't be able to handle it either. Zhou Hao shot her a sidelong glance. Don't worry, I know my limits. I've read the rules about keeping secrets. I just wanted to celebrate myself. He still trusted his friends a little. This kid is just too idle, currently in high school. High schools nowadays are a bit chaotic. Many teachers are labeled as old-fashioned because of fights. Students today are busy with sports and activities, and few can focus on studying. This kid has been catching cats and teasing dogs since he was little, but he hasn't joined the Red Guards movement. Truly fortunate, with strict family discipline. Zhou Hao left after dinner because the cucumbers and tomatoes at Suli's place were too delicious, crisp cucumbers and sweet sour tomatoes. If not for Suli's serious warning, he might have finished the whole bowl. After dinner, Zhou Hao happily went home, and before leaving, he confirmed again with Suli whether she could bring the watermelon tomorrow morning. Suli told him to just wait patiently. But no matter how well Zhou Hao kept secrets, the news still reached old Zhou. The reason was quite funny. Old Zhou noticed that Zhou Hao had been acting mysteriously sometimes and grinning foolishly other times. This morning he was proud and excited, almost going crazy. He felt uneasy. In the past, any strange behavior meant he had done something bad outside. Thinking about the chaos outside, old Zhou was really worried that his grandson had joined some group and was about to do something unforgivable. So, he had someone investigate. When they did, old Zhou was stunned. His grandson hadn't been involved in any trouble with the Red Guards, but he had done something earth-shattering. Li Xinli's case involved many people, shocking not only the local government but also some high-level officials. According to Wang Gang, who led the morning search, someone sent him an anonymous letter, but he didn't know who it was from. Old Master Zhou looked at the investigation materials on the table and didn't move for a long time. No matter how you look at it, his grandson doesn't seem like someone who would quietly do big things. So, as soon as Zhou Hao got home, he was invited into the study. As he stepped inside, he saw the old master sitting behind the desk and Zhou's father glaring at him fiercely. A cold feeling ran down his back. He looked at the feather duster beside Zhou's father, and his heart pounded. Was it too late to take a step back? "Little brat, come in here," Zhou's father shouted angrily. Under his father's stern authority, Zhou Hao trembled and walked in carefully. That night, the light in the old master's study stayed on for a long time. After being scolded many times by the old master and Zhou's father, Zhou Hao was finally released. But this time, he wasn't beaten. The old master and Zhou's father exchanged a look, and they understood each other. The anonymous letter was made by these two guys. Running to someone's house in the dark to check hiding places. What if they got caught? Everyone knows that people like Li Xinli would do anything. These two kids are too bold. The old master touched his aging heart. When he was young, he had been through gunfire and danger. Now that he's older, he can't handle much. He told his younger son, "Clean up the mess these two left behind, so no one finds out." "Okay, I'll handle it right away." Zhou's father looked serious and hurried, but a faint smile was on his face. The old master, "Are you proud of yourself?" He sighed. The Su girl wasn't an easy person. He wasn't sure if his grandson's friendship with her was a good or bad thing. Oh well, take it one step at a time. Meanwhile, Suli was preparing to go to the black market under the bridge in the western suburbs. She casually dabbed some dark soil mixed with water on her face, making her look pale and yellow. She put on an old, dull gray coat, and now she looked completely different from before. Holding the small, beautifully bound map produced by Chi-Chi, I quickly arrived at a small alley under the railway bridge as night fell. Not far from the alley entrance, two suspicious figures were looking around cautiously. The cigarette in my hand flickered with each breath, revealing that they were probably lookout guards. The area ahead was definitely a black market. I took out the basket that Chi-Chi had prepared earlier for my space, and then I headed toward the alley entrance. "Stop! What are you doing?" One of the lookout guards, a young man in black, approached and blocked my way, speaking in a low voice. "Big brother, I have some vegetables at home that I can't eat, so I want to sell them for a little pocket money." As I spoke, I lifted the cloth covering the basket and casually handed over a tomato. "These are from my own garden, not worth much. Please try one." The young man in black took it without hesitation. "Stand fee, 20 cents. I wondered if my basket of tomatoes and cucumbers could really sell for 20 cents. No wonder the black market is dangerous, yet people still run it. This kind of business makes quick money." Reluctantly, I took out 20 cents and handed it over. The young man in black pointed inside the alley. "Turn left after you go in, then take 2 more turns." He kindly added, "Girl, be careful. The police are cracking down hard lately. If you hear sirens, run quickly." I thought to myself, so, that 20 cents is just the stall fee, and I take the risk myself? I nodded and carried my basket of tomatoes and cucumbers into the alley. The black market was much more lively than I imagined, lit by flickering candle flames, making the night market look bright or dim. Many small vendors stood along the street, each with a basket of various sizes at their feet, quietly calling out to passers-by. I found a shadowy corner to stand in, and using my space, I pulled out 2 watermelons, placing them beside my basket. Meanwhile, the young man in black returned to his lookout spot, grinning as he took a tomato from his pocket, split it in half, and handed one to a young man with a flat haircut nearby. "This is what the girl just gave me. Half for each of us. Looks pretty good, big size." The young man with the flat haircut took the tomato, took a bite, and then looked surprised. He quickly snatched the other half from the young man in black, who was about to put it in his mouth. "Don't eat it. This tomato isn't ordinary. Watch it first." I'll go find the boss. He then hurriedly ran into the alley. Suli is making her first sale. Girl, how much for these tomatoes? An elderly woman with silver hair looks at Suli's tomatoes, loving them. Ma'am, these are special tomatoes. Big, sweet, thin-skinned, and juicy. Suli smiles and breaks open one, then hands it to her. Try it. The old woman hesitates for a second, then gently bites a small piece and tastes it. These tomatoes are good, better than the ones I buy at the supply and marketing cooperative, she says, eyes brightening. She quickly makes a decision. Girl, I want all of these. Name your price. Suli notices she doesn't seem short of money. Ma'am, the market price is 3 cents per jean. I charge a bit more, 1.5 cents per jean. As soon as Suli finishes speaking, 3 or 4 strong men emerge from a nearby alley. It's her. It's her. One of them, a young man with a crew cut, points at Suli and shouts. Suli's heart skips a beat. Is this a robbery? Or are they after me? The old woman's expression changes, and she steps back. Could it be that this girl's things are stolen? No wonder her package is so tightly wrapped. Now, their eyes look at Suli with suspicion. Don't be nervous. A bearded man steps out, looking at Suli with curiosity. I tasted the tomato you gave Xiaowu. It's really good. I want to meet you and see the goods. Oh, Suli breathes a sigh of relief. Luckily, they're not here to arrest her. Who are you? She asks cautiously. We are the boss's people. The young man with the crew cut quickly replies, scratching the back of his head awkwardly. We got a little reckless earlier and scared the girl. Suli's eyes brighten. This is the boss of the black market, the one who controls the flow of goods in and out of the underground market. If she can connect with him, the supply's in her space. She immediately puts on a serious look. Let's find a place to talk. The bearded man raises an eyebrow and smiles. This girl is not simple. The elderly woman nearby is unhappy. Girl, we agreed that these tomatoes belong to me. It seems this girl is not a thief, so she feels more at ease about buying them. Suli turned her head and smiled. She took about 6 or 7 jean of tomatoes from the basket and grabbed 5 or 6 cucumbers to hand over. Ma'am, please take this. It's only 3 mao, a fair price, right? The old lady's eyes twinkled with happiness. She happily took out 3 mao coins and handed them to Suli. You're so kind, girl. I'll come back to see you next time. The man with the thick beard watched Suli work quickly and nodded secretly. He thought she was very honest and straightforward. Suli followed a group of people into a small, bright room. The man with the beard sat down heavily and spoke directly. Girl, no need to beat around the bush. I want all your tomatoes, cucumbers, and watermelons. Just tell me the price. Suli raised an eyebrow. How about you try a piece of my watermelon first? A young man named Xiaowu, with a crew cut, had already cut the watermelon and was serving it. The man with the beard took a piece, took a bite, and his face lit up. The sweet, juicy watermelon was delicious. How much of this watermelon do you have? He asked eagerly. Suli replied casually. How much can you buy? Whatever you want, I'll take it all, the man said firmly.
Then, 2,000 pieces, can you handle that?
Suddenly, the room went quiet. The man with the beard's eyebrows twitched, and he swallowed nervously. Where did you get so many? I live in the mountains. I found a hidden valley, started some farmland, and grew some fruits and vegetables. Do you have grain? He asked hesitantly. Yes, wheat and corn, 5,000 jean each, and 1,000 jean of millet. The man with the beard suddenly stood up, his eyes changing. It was as if a wealthy benefactor had arrived. Suli took out 3 small cloth bags from the bottom of her basket, each about a jean. These are of the same quality. Take a look. The man with the beard. But it seems she came prepared. He took the bags, grabbed a handful, and looked at them under the light. The grains were full and of good quality. All right, I'll take everything, he said through clenched teeth. This was the biggest deal he had ever made. He was usually worried about being cheated, but for some reason, he felt completely at ease with this girl. They quickly agreed on the prices. Wheat at 50 cents per jean, corn at 20 cents, millet at 20 cents. Watermelons at 10 cents each, 2,000 pieces. Cucumbers and tomatoes at 5 cents per gene, each with 500 gene. Delivery time: tomorrow at 2 a.m. Location: Small Woods on the west side of the black market. Payment and delivery will happen at the same time. Then Su Li said goodbye and left, heading straight to the main street of the black market. She bought 2 bottles of white wine, 5 packs of brown sugar, and 2 packs of cigarettes, planning to stock up. What if I need these in the Northwest? Better to be prepared. While thinking about buying more things, she suddenly looked up and met a sharp gaze directly.
Sulit. Fujin Tian.
What kind of crazy coincidence is this? Could I really meet him here? Isn't he in the army? Why is he in plain clothes catching people involved in illegal activities? Su Li quickly looked away, pretending to be an ordinary person, and hurried toward the exit. Not far behind, someone shouted, "The police are coming, run." Su Li listened carefully and recognized the voice of the young man in black from earlier at the alley entrance. Su Li, sure enough, this guy is here to catch people involved in illegal activities. She took out a map made by Xiao Qi, found the nearest escape route, and started running. Fu Jingnan stood under the dim yellow light, watching that familiar figure, his brows furrowing. This girl looks dull, her face yellowish, with a headscarf on her head. I don't recognize her, but her height, build, and walking style are so familiar. Thinking of that night's ghost face flower, there's no doubt anymore. This girl is too brave, daring to come to the black market. If caught, she could be sent for reform or worse, face serious trouble. By the time he remembered to chase after her, she was already gone. Jingnan, did you meet someone you know? A capable young man in uniform approached. This was Fu Jingnan's good friend, Zhou Jihai, deputy director of the Xiqing District Public Security Bureau.
No, Fu Jinsan replied calmly.
Zhou Jihai looked at his childhood friend with a helpless smile. Last night, they had a gathering, but suddenly he received a mission and had to bring Fu Jingnan along. He saw from his expression that he had definitely encountered someone familiar, probably a young girl. But judging by how obvious it was that he was hiding something, whose girl could make this ice-cold face lose focus? Meanwhile, Su Li, lost in thought, had already slipped into another alley. The black market was tense and silent, with all candle flames extinguished. The vendors moved quickly, lifting their baskets and running into a narrow alley, winding around until they disappeared from sight. Su Li checked the evening watch. It was already past 3 o'clock. She hurried toward the West District department store. In the past, when she hung out with Zhu Hao, she often went to the department store. She knew the back door of the department store led to a small alley, with an abandoned dirt wall on the east side. Usually no one passed by there. When Su Li arrived, it was just dawn. After confirming no one was around, she pressed against the dirt wall and moved the prepared watermelons out of the space. 10 watermelons in a sack, 20 sacks in total, neatly stacked. At 8 in the morning, Sun Ruichin arrived on the second floor and saw the young girl waiting at the office door. Little Ali. Seeing this obedient girl, her eyes brightened with happiness. She quickly walked over, took her hand, and said, "Aunt Sun is late. Did you deliver the watermelons?" Su Li nodded, smiling warmly. "They're placed behind the back wall. I hope it's not too many." No. The more the better," Sun Ruichin said happily. She hurriedly led her to the back door. Seeing the large, neatly arranged sacks, she paused in surprise. Her son told her there weren't many left, maybe just a few dozen, so she didn't pay much attention. But it turned out there were so many. She couldn't help but bend down and open one sack. Bright green, round watermelons immediately caught her eye. Gently, she patted the top and moved the one on top. "Each weighs about 15 gene, a total of 200, Su Li explained softly. "Because the soil is good, the watermelons are sweet and juicy. The villagers share them among themselves, but since they're reluctant to eat them and want to sell for some money, they brought them all here." Sun Ruichi nodded, genuinely believing Su Li's words. In this era, members of the production team work to earn points, and at the end of the year, they share grain. Money is scarce, So who would give up such good watermelons just to eat? She picked up the top watermelon and, together with Su Li, returned to the office. They cut it open with a knife, took a small piece to taste, and immediately smiled widely. It was delicious. So sweet she had never tasted such a watermelon before. Ollie, you've really made Annie proud this time. God knows how frustrating her job as procurement director has been. Because their department store is located slightly away from the main area, it is not the most important department store for the company. It is understandable that resource allocation is not ideal. Fresh fruits and vegetables are often not fresh, and she, as the procurement manager, has become the target of everyone's complaints. Ollie, please sit down first. I will be back soon, she said, picking up a tray with a few slices of watermelon and leaving. After about 10 minutes, she happily returned. Ollie, you really helped Annie a lot this time. Director Liu from the department store praised her repeatedly after tasting the watermelon and immediately started distributing the 200 watermelons. Each staff member in the unit received one, and the rest were sold to the public. This batch of watermelons was purchased at the highest price. After they weigh it, they will settle the payment with you. Thank you, Andy-san, Su Li sincerely thanked her. With the black market, most of the watermelons in the storage space were sold. Ollie, I heard Zhou Hao will leave in a few days. Her eyes softened. Life in the Northwest is tough. You and your mother probably need to buy many daily necessities. There are some items in our warehouse that are surplus, no receipts needed. If you don't mind. Hearing this, Su Li's eyes lit up instantly. I don't mind. Thank you so much, Annie-san. A few days ago, she had been thinking about this problem. She wanted to find Zhou Hao's contacts, but was worried about causing trouble for her friends. Isn't it like someone handing her a pillow when she's about to doze off? Girl, why thank your own family? Sun Ruichin smiled and led Su Li into the department store warehouse, pointing to a corner filled with a pile of items, and said, These are all surplus items. Take your time to choose what you need. I have to go now. After saying that, she left. Su Li transformed into a happy little hamster, happily picking items. A slightly chipped basin, 2. Unevenly dyed bed sheets, 2 sets. A few pieces of slightly flawed gray cotton fabric. Dishes and bowls. What made Su Li happiest was a red and white floral wool blanket with a slightly blurred pattern. It was perfect for the cold winters in the Northwest. After Su Li finished choosing and settled the bill with Sun Ruichin, the staff had already delivered the payment for the watermelons. Sun Ruichin thoughtfully said, Total weight is 3,120 jin. At the highest price of 1 mao per jin, that's 312 yuan. I had someone exchange it for small bills. This way, it's easier for the villagers to share the money. Su Li truly thought Sun Ruichin was thoughtful, gentle, and kind. Having such a mother, Zhou Hao's little guy must have accumulated blessings for many generations. Thanking Sun Ruichin, Su Li carried her small bags home happily. When she reached the alley entrance, she saw Su Weixin standing at the door, smoking a filtered cigarette, clearly waiting for her.
Su Li frowned.
What is this guy here for? To say goodbye to her sister? Su Weixin felt a shiver run through his body when he saw Su Li. This little fox-like sister gave him an indescribable feeling. He heard the news about Li Mo moving to the countryside while listening to gossip in the city committee reading room. The article he wrote for Li Mo was published in the newspaper thanks to Li Xingli's efforts. Li Mo was awarded the title of Model Youth Going to the Countryside in the Street. At that moment, his mind was overwhelmed. He thought about the sentence Su Li had him add to the article. What else was there to understand? The whole family was fooled by that little fox. Because it was that article that caused trouble, Su Weixin hadn't dared to return to the courtyard these days, fearing Li Xiaolian would cause trouble for him. But after 2 days, Li Xingli got into trouble. He found out that Li Xingli had destroyed the home in Sifang Hudong before the incident. He strongly suspected Su Li was behind it, but he had no solid proof. This sister of his. A strange, hard-to-explain feeling arose in Su Weixin's heart. He walked around the room. It was empty. Apart from a bed in Su Li's room, a wash basin, a chair, an iron pot in the kitchen, and a few bowls and plates, There was nothing else. His eyes darkened. He looked up and stared directly at Su Li. Su Li, tell me the truth. About Li Xingli. Guess? Su Li looked at him mischievously, neither confirming nor denying. Su Weixin understood. This little fox still dared to do anything. Your sister is going to the countryside tomorrow. Aren't you going to give her a gift? Her teasing tone was full of mischief. Since you came to bother me, don't blame her for being rude. Didn't Dad give you 3,000 yuan? A bunch of ration tickets and industrial tickets. That was Dad's separation fee. You're my brother. Li Mo is going to college and you're preparing a gift. I'm going to the countryside and you wouldn't be stingy, would you? Su Weixin was asked by her and looked embarrassed, then coldly said, which sister's brother got beaten so badly that he couldn't get out of bed for 3 days? Su Li glanced at the bruise at the corner of Su Weixin's eye. The bruise had already disappeared. Maybe he should get hit again? Seeing Su Li's expression, Su Weixin quickly stepped back 2 steps. Su Li, don't mess around. Su Li was too lazy to bother with him and sat down heavily on the bed. Tell me, what's the matter? Seeing Su Li's rebellious look, Su Weixin was furious. What about this house? How are you going to handle it? Don't even think about it. Su Li suddenly stood up. Ever since you posted that big sign about my mother and kicked her, this house is no longer yours.
Then, Su Li blinked.
Now, in your file, is the parents section filled with Li Xiaolian. Su Weixin's eyes widened instantly. I guessed right. Get out. Su Weixin's face turned red. He left a stack of money and ran away in a hurry. Su Li counted 300 yuan, 50 pounds of grain coupons, and 20 industrial tickets. She didn't mind. She accepted everything happily and waved her hand, sweeping it into her space. After lunch, Su Li rarely lay on the bed for a while. Outside, the sun was shining brightly, and the room was quiet, but she kept tossing and turning, unable to sleep well. Her mind was full of tonight's deal, thinking about the vegetables and grains in the warehouse about to be cleared out, soon to be exchanged for real money. Getting closer to her ultimate goal of becoming a landlord, she couldn't help but feel excited. Her eyes lit up, and she quickly sat up straight. She closed the yard gate, made sure no one was around. Then her figure disappeared with a flash. Inside the space farm, the sunlight was gentle, and the wheat waves rolled. Su Li landed and stood in front of her small wooden house, calling out, "Little 7." A few seconds later, 007, with a resentful face, flapped her wings and flew over from the fields, muttering as she flew, "Ancestor, are you afraid others will not know you have a cheat device if you call like that?" Su Li smiled happily, leaning against the doorpost. "Do you know how much grain I sold last night? 10,000 jin?" 007 paused suddenly, almost falling to the ground, flapping his wings and rolling his eyes. "Ancestor, do you know how much is left in the warehouse now?" "How much is still there?" Su Li raised an eyebrow. "Even if there's more, I can slowly clear it out, starting at 100,000 jin," 007 replied coldly.
Su Li paused, stunned.
She had just sold 10,000 jin, and now there was still 100,000 jin hidden? She quickly turned and walked briskly into the small wooden building, her eyes falling on the wall clock inside, her expression turning serious. She stepped forward, grabbed 007's wing, and pulled him in front of the clock. "How much did you speed up the time?" 007 struggled a bit and sheepishly lowered his head. "Not much. Just 10 times faster. I saw you were in a hurry, so I gave you a little boost. No wonder your eyes have been red like a rabbit these days." Su Li sighed, reaching out to set the clock back to real time. "You're an intelligent robot, but you still need rest. Who am I doing this for?" 007 patted his chest. "I just want you to achieve financial freedom sooner and rise from a worker to a landowner." Su Li snorted softly, but a smile couldn't help but appear on her face. "All right, since you're working so hard, I won't bother you for now." She said this as she walked toward the warehouse. "All the vegetables and grains need to be shipped out tonight. Are they ready? Already prepared? Sorted, packed, and ready to go?" 007 immediately perked up, flapping his wings and leading the way. "However, I need to remind you, so much grain appearing suddenly in the small woods. What do you think they'll say? They might think you can produce grain out of thin air, and that would be dangerous for you. Su Li's face darkened. It's fine, I have a plan. You get that truck ready. Late at night, at midnight, Su Li arrived early near the small woods by the West Suburb Railway Bridge. No one was around. Su Li released a 5-ton cargo truck from her space. She quickly slipped into the driver's seat, started the engine, turned on the headlights, and circled the small woods 3 times. Near the gap in the dirt road leading into the woods, there was a trail of diesel fuel. Inside a house in the black market, where a man with a beard was present. Big brother, I saw it. A truck went toward the small woods 3 times. A young man with a crew cut named Xiao Wu rushed in happily, shouting loudly. The bearded man hesitated for a moment. I knew this girl wasn't simple. Although she was disguised, her clear yet sharp eyes showed intelligence that not everyone had. Then he looked at his watch on his arm. It's about time.
Let's go see.
Get Lao Si to prepare the car. Be careful. Deep in the woods, the moonlight was dim. Su Li had already stored the goods in her space. She crouched behind some bushes, tidied herself up, and had changed back into the rough cloth dress and headscarf of a rural girl from last night. She looked at her watch, perfect timing. A distant, messy sound of footsteps came closer. Su Li's eyes turned cold. She waved her flashlight and said, "This way." The footsteps paused, then the bearded man and a few others entered the woods, following the disturbed path to find her hiding spot. Are you alone? The bearded man frowned, surprised. Su Li snorted softly, didn't answer, and casually grabbed a burlap sack full of corn beside her. She gently shook her shoulder. The 200-pound sack was thrown onto her shoulder, like a pillow. Everyone looked at her as if they saw a ghost. What kind of superhuman strength was this? Such a small girl, yet she easily lifted a 200-pound sack like it was a pillow. Su Li placed the sack on the ground with a quick, clean motion. She shot a challenging look at the bearded man. Girl, you're so strong. The bearded man was momentarily choked, then suddenly smiled, showing admiration in his tone. He turned around and waved his hand. Weigh it. 2 young men nearby immediately stepped forward, working together to lift the sack she had just put down. They strained and finally managed to put it on the scale. Su Li stood with her hands behind her back, calmly watching them work. She was secretly happy. Her strength was back. Half an hour later, Xiao Wu, with sweat on his forehead, came over to report, "Boss, 1 sack weighs 200 pounds. There are 55 sacks, total 11,000 pounds. Watermelons, 2,000 in total, 10 per sack, weighing 3,836 pounds. Tomatoes and cucumbers, each 500 pounds. Su Li smiled slightly, her tone gentle. All weighed at home, just right. No more, no less. The scruffy man took out an old abacus, tapped it a few times, and finally looked up, saying, "Total is 3,550 yuan." As he finished speaking, he pulled a stack of cash from his pocket, counted it carefully, and personally handed it to Su Li. Su Li smiled as she took the money, casually threw it into her shopping basket, and stored it in her space. The scruffy man. At this moment, the short-haired young man silently took out a flashlight and pressed it 3 times with a click. On the small path beside the woods, an engine sound was heard, and a truck slowly drove out. Su Li glanced at the strange way they connected, her mouth twitching slightly. Do they really need secret signals for communication? While everyone was busy moving things, she quietly slipped into the shadows of the trees and turned to leave. When she got home, it was already dawn, and the eastern sky was beginning to lighten. Su Li threw herself onto the bed, finally feeling relieved. That night had been like a battle, leaving her both physically and mentally exhausted. Before dawn, she closed her eyes and fell into a deep sleep. When she woke up, the sunlight outside was just right. Su Li got up feeling refreshed, packed up her bedding, and stored her dishes, pots, and utensils into her space. The bed, table, and chairs, all gone. She finally stood at the gate of the courtyard, looked at the small yard that had briefly been her home, and gently closed the door. When she handed the key to the street office, her eyes were bright, and her steps light. When she appeared at the youth gathering point with her luggage, a smile she couldn't hold back appeared on her face. "Northwest, I am coming. Mom, wait for me." Early morning, the sun was warm and a gentle breeze blew. Suli, annoyed by carrying too much, simply threw her luggage into her space. She only carried a small, lightweight bundle on her back, dressed in simple, dull gray clothes. Happily, she arrived at the meeting spot near the train station. At the train station, the reception office for young people going to the countryside, Lu Yufeng was talking to a middle-aged couple and a young girl. If Suli had been there, she would have noticed that two of them were the mother and daughter she saw at the courtyard gate that day, arguing with Fu Jingnan. "Director Yu, your daughter Tingting is really mature. According to the rules, she doesn't actually need to go to the northwest." Yu Guodong, the director of the grain bureau in Xiqing district, looked at his daughter with a helpless expression. He actually disagreed with his daughter going to the remote and poor area in the northwest, but she was determined to find Fu Jingnan. The Fu family was no longer the same as before. Thinking about his complicated relationship with the Fu family, he felt truly troubled. But he couldn't oppose because the old master and lady of the house supported it. She volunteers to go to the countryside to support national development, to use her knowledge to help farmers live better lives. "Our whole family supports her." Yu Guodong spoke politely. Yu Ting stood nearby, shy and obedient, glancing at Lu Yufeng. Lu Yufeng sighed inwardly. Such a lively, well-behaved girl didn't seem like someone who could endure hardships in the countryside. But if all young people going to the countryside were as cooperative as her work would be much easier. "Tingting has even been named a model youth going to the countryside in our street," Lu Yufeng said emotionally. "It's just a pity." Before she finished, she saw a young girl peeking at the door. This girl looked very familiar. That day in the office, she was caught in a trap by Su Li's words, which seemed to be just going along with the flow. After returning home, Lu Yufeng couldn't eat well or sleep soundly. She knew she had been careless. Every step of her plan had been carefully calculated by that girl. If Li Shengli hadn't been caught in time, she might have taken the blame herself. Now that the trouble was over, whenever Su Li appeared, her lingering fear and embarrassment surged again. It was like being a bird catcher constantly getting pecked in the eye. Lu Yufeng coughed awkwardly, forcing a stiff smile that looked worse than crying. "Oh, it's Su Li. Come in quickly." Su Li carried her small bag, curious, and looked around at everyone. Isn't this the woman who argued with the scoundrel in front of the courtyard that day, along with the obedient girl?" The middle-aged woman wore a light gray polyester blouse, a navy blue pleated skirt, and black semi-heeled shoes. Clearly a wealthy lady. Her appearance was very different from that day. Next to her was a girl dressed in pink fabric, white little shoes, with a shiny black braid hanging in front of her chest. Such a delicate girl probably wouldn't go to the countryside either. Yu Ting watched a dull-looking girl walk in, her eyes flickering as she examined her, feeling uncomfortable for no reason, and then she glared fiercely. "Do I know you? Why are you glaring at me?" Su Li calmly walked forward, smiling as she said, "Director Lu, I'm here to pick up my train ticket." Lu Yufeng looked down at the registration book while replying, "Your group heading to the northwest left early. Oh, by the way, your sister is leaving tomorrow." "My sister is a good comrade." Su Li raised an eyebrow, a hidden smile in her eyes, with a slight smile on her lips. Lu Yufeng didn't seem to catch the subtle meaning in her words. She took the train ticket from the drawer and handed it over, muttering, "Yes, she's a model worker, featured in the newspaper, praised by the leaders." Although she smiled, her tone carried a hint of resentment. Su Li politely took the train ticket, saying, "Thank you, Director Lu," in a gentle, harmless voice. She bid farewell to Lu Yufeng and headed toward the door. A scrutinizing gaze followed her from behind. Su Li instinctively looked back and met the cold, dark eyes of Su Yun. She blinked in confusion. Su Yun looked at her departing figure, her brow slightly furrowed. This girl seemed obedient but also gave off a slippery feeling. She disliked her very much. Yet she didn't even know her. Su Li looked away, glancing at the train ticket in her hand. There was more than an hour before departure, so she leisurely strolled toward the waiting hall. From afar, she heard the sound of a quarrel. Her spirits lifted, and she quickened her steps. Getting closer, she saw a mother and daughter hugging and crying desperately. The woman wore a gray top and blue pants, holding a small girl in a pink-blue shirt with 2 braids, trembling as she cried. Xiaoyu, I'm sorry. There's only one work position at home, so I have to prioritize your brother first. You favor him, always giving him the best. Am I not your child too? The girl cried out loudly, voice strained. Your brother is young and weak. How can he endure the hardships of the countryside? You go ahead and stay for a while. I promise I'll find a way to bring you back. I'm not lying to you. The woman's tears kept flowing, her face full of pain. Are you telling the truth? You even said you'd find me a job. The girl's emotions had completely collapsed. The mother and daughter's crying echoed through the hall. Everyone around stopped what they were doing. Some family members had red eyes, and some young workers lowered their heads to wipe tears. Everyone knew that life in the countryside was hard. Going to the countryside meant suffering. Getting assigned to a good place was lucky. At least they could have a full meal. If assigned to a bad place, people said they couldn't even eat enough, and some even became sick from hunger. A few parents, worried about their children, were willing to send them to rural areas, especially remote parts of the Northwest. But no matter how much they hated to part with their children, they had to do it. Cities had too many people, food was scarce, and there were too few jobs. Under the country's call to support agriculture, no one could stay out of it. Suli watched the scene but didn't feel sad at all. She was eager to arrive in the Northwest and be with her mother. Next to her stood a pretty girl in a pink shirt and black pants, with 2 black braids hanging in front of her chest. She had delicate features and a calm expression, giving off a classical beauty vibe. Su Lily glanced at her sideways, then leaned in and asked kindly, "Is your family favoring boys over girls?" That's so sad. Although the girl looked cold, she didn't ignore people. She simply said softly, "This happens quite often. Besides, her younger brother really is weak." Suli blinked. "Do you know her? She lives in the same alley, but we're not close." The girl spoke quietly, but her voice was clear. Just then, a sweet, slightly greasy voice came from behind. "Xiaoyu, what's wrong?" Suli turned her head and saw a family of 3 walking toward them from the reception area. The girl who had been crying loudly earlier stopped crying, lifted her tear-streaked face, and exclaimed happily, "Yuting, why are you here?" responding to the country's call. "I'm going to the countryside for re-education with the poor and lower-middle peasants to build a new socialist countryside." "It's such an honor." Her words sounded a bit abrupt, but they drew the attention of those around. Suli couldn't help but laugh softly, then felt it might be inappropriate and looked at her with a hint of apology. Yuting looked over at her, and it was the same dull girl as before. Her brows furrowed instantly, and her eyes glared fiercely. "What are you looking at, Suli?" Her eyes were so wide they looked like big bells, and if she kept staring, her eyeballs might pop out. Why is this girl so fierce? Suli grinned, blinked at Yuting, and spoke softly, sweet enough to melt. "You look so good." Upon hearing this, Yuting's face showed a bit of pride. She withdrew her gaze and unconsciously puffed out her chest. But the next words made her face tighten. "You look good inside and out." Everyone around couldn't hold back and burst into laughter. Even Lu Yuan, the cool beauty beside her, couldn't help but smile. The heavy atmosphere in the waiting hall suddenly disappeared. "You really have a sharp tongue, girl," Suyun said to Suli, her tone neither cold nor warm. This girl looked clever and daring to tease her stepdaughter. Even joking around made her unhappy. Yu Guodong saw her about to get angry and tugged at her sleeve softly, whispering, "Relax, it's just a joke between young girls." If you ignore the slight coldness in her eyes, she seemed like a gentle, elegant man. Suyun opened her mouth but decided not to argue with the girl. Yuting shot a quick, dismissive look at Suli, pouted, then immediately fluttered over to Suyun like a butterfly, sweetly calling, "Aunt Su, you promised to write to Brother Jang Nan about going to Hongxing Commune, right? You haven't forgotten?" "Of course I remember." Suyun's lips twitched slightly. But Jingnan is busy, so he might not have time to see you. Suddenly, Yu Guodong interrupted. Yun, that's not right. Ting Ting traveled all this way, and Jingnan is her brother. How can he not take care of her? He winked at Yu Ting, signaling her to relax. Su Yun's nails quietly pressed into her palm. 18 years ago, when she left the Fu family, her ex-husband was just a camp officer. Who would have thought that now the Fu family father and son both got promoted? One as the commander of the Beijing Military District, the other as a senior officer in the Northeast Military District. And Yu Guodong, who ran away with her back then, has been stuck in the Grain Bureau director position for over 10 years, making no progress. Her son, the youngest regiment commander in the Northwest Military District, how could he be such a fool that he even misreads the words in Serve the People? She clenched her teeth. It didn't matter if Fu Jingnan didn't recognize her as his mother. But her daughter-in-law must be personally checked. Because of the earlier incident, the atmosphere in the hall suddenly became much more relaxed. Even Qian Xiyu, who had been crying and gasping for breath earlier, was now just quietly holding her mother and not making a fuss. After the lively event, Su Li lost interest in the others in the hall and happily looked at the elegant, cool-looking woman beside her. You're also a young worker from the countryside. Where did you go? The girl still looked calm and replied indifferently, Northwest Ji Province. Really? Su Li's eyes lit up, and she sounded a bit excited. That's so coincidental. We're from the same place. What's your name?
Lu Yuan.
When Lu Yuan spoke earlier, her gaze had been fixed on the mother and daughter crying together. Now she turned her head after hearing Su Li's question. She looked Su Li up and down, slightly frowned, and asked, You're also a young worker?
How old are you?
Su Li looked down at her body wrapped in a dull gray coat. Her figure was covered up completely by the loose clothing, making her look like a malnourished girl. I'm 17, just had my birthday, she answered with a bright smile, sounding a bit playful. Lu Yuan's eyes flickered, and she sighed softly. Another person who wasn't very liked by her family and was pushed out. She didn't reply, just nodded lightly, as if she was used to such situations. Su Li tilted her head, observing Lu Yuan's somewhat distant expression. She wasn't upset, but instead smiled. She never forced relationships. As long as she could find someone to keep her company, she wouldn't feel lonely on the road. Soon, it was time for the train to depart. The young workers and travelers, each carrying large bags, surged toward their respective carriages like a tide. Su Li and Lu Yuan finally squeezed onto the train, following the crowd, and struggled forward until they found seats 27 and 28 in carriage 13. As soon as they reached their seats, Su Li couldn't help but raise an eyebrow. Sitting by the window was an elderly woman in her 60s, holding a small boy of about 5 or 6. The old woman wore a clean blue cloth jacket, her gray hair casually tied at the back, hanging loosely. The little boy looked quite lively. He was dressed in faded dark blue clothes, with eyes full of curiosity, secretly observing Su Li. Su Li spoke politely and handed her the train ticket to show her. The old lady looked up, glanced over their faces, and frowned as she said, Young girl, I have trouble walking, and I have a child with me. Could you please give way? Her tone was gentle but carried a hint of arrogance. Su Li and Lu Yuan exchanged a glance. The train carriage was crowded, with passengers carrying large and small bags filling every space, even the aisle. If they had to stand here all the way to the northwest for over 30 hours, it would be very uncomfortable. Su Li's expression grew more serious, and her smile faded a little. Ma'am, we are also traveling a long distance to the northwest. We really can't stand for the whole trip. If your legs are not good, give me your ticket and I will help you find a seat. Is that okay? The old lady's face darkened and her tone became less friendly. Young girl, looking at your plain clothes, how could you be so inconsiderate? You say your family isn't well off, but why don't you understand and show some kindness to a poor person? Su Li looked down at her dull clothes. She raised an eyebrow and felt a cold smile inside. She had thought the train would be a mix of all kinds of people, and to avoid trouble, she would keep a low profile. But now it seemed she was being used as an excuse to give up her seat. Lu Yuanyu and looked at her helplessly. She turned to the old lady and said, "Ma'am, where is your ticket? If you can't find a seat, we can help you look." The old lady's face darkened. She pushed the child aside and suddenly stood up. "How rude you two young girls are. Even though you're going to the Northwest as young volunteers, you don't show respect to elders. If my son weren't a squad leader in the Northwest and I were a military family member, I would teach you a lesson today. In those days, soldiers held the highest respect and everyone admired those in the military. Having a soldier in the family brought honor to the whole family, and neighbors looked up to them." Lu Yuanyu and looked at Su Li helplessly, full of regret. Su Li thought, "This girl's fighting spirit is weak. She's already giving in? Not buying a ticket and still grabbing someone else's seat. Aren't you tarnishing the reputation of soldiers?" The elderly lady was stunned. She wondered why the girl was so difficult and was about to say more. Opposite, Yu Ting stood up confidently, looking serious and upright. "Suli, you're also a young person moving to the countryside to settle down. We're all family. It's not easy for the older lady to take care of the children. Why not give her some space? We should be kind and not selfish." After speaking, she subtly nodded to the elderly lady. The elderly lady smiled proudly and glanced at Suli as if to say, "See, everyone agrees I'm right." Suli was pleased. "All right, since you're willing to give up your seat, I'll help you out." She disliked others bossing her around and decided to help her kindly. She smiled sincerely, with a slight raise of her eyebrows, showing genuine kindness. "Comrade Yu, you're right. As a young person, you have the highest awareness. Volunteering to go to the tough Northwest to build new rural areas and accept re-education from farmers. We all should learn from you." The girl's words sounded nice, and Yu Ting straightened her posture a little, feeling a bit proud. Respecting the elderly and caring for the young are great virtues of our culture. Since you speak so well, why not show your good manners and give the elderly lady your seat? It was clear the girl was waiting for this moment after all her words. I didn't mean that." Yu Ting's face turned pale, and she felt a bit regretful for her impulsiveness. Suli pretended not to understand. "You just said to give up your seat, so what's the problem? You're so aware. You wouldn't just watch the elderly lady have nowhere to sit, right?" Everyone in the carriage was watching Yu Ting. Even some enthusiastic young people started clapping. Suli quietly glanced around. A boy in a yellow shirt was clapping especially hard, smiling with his eyes crinkled. Others in the carriage also looked at Yu Ting, waiting to see her noble act. Yu Ting's face alternated between pale and red. After a moment, she managed a dry smile. Then I'll sit here." The elderly lady turned her head naturally. "I can sit there too. That girl looks sensible. She's well-mannered and good-looking, not like some spoiled young girls." After speaking, she picked up her child and stood up, walking toward the aisle. "Your actions are quick and skillful, not like someone who has trouble walking." Suli smoothly sat back in her seat and specifically nodded to Yu Ting, her voice sweet. "Comrade Yu is truly noble. All of us young workers should learn from you." Her tone was as serious as possible. Lu Yuan's mouth twitched constantly. This girl never admits to losing. At first, she thought she was a pure and harmless little white rabbit, thinking that the young girl's outings were not easy, so she should take extra care. Now, it seems she might be a cunning little fox. "Yu Ting, this girl is going to ruin me, isn't she?" Thinking about the next 30 hours or so, she felt like crying but had no tears. She glared fiercely at Qian Xiaoyu sitting beside her. Why doesn't she say a word to help? Qian Xiaoyu. She felt targeted, but what does this have to do with her? The noise in the carriage finally attracted the train conductor. "Ma'am, you have an unreserved ticket, which is not proper since you're occupying someone else's seat. Should I give you a seat ticket instead?" The old lady waved her hand and nodded toward Yu Ting. "This young girl is kind-hearted. Look, my wife and I are taking care of a child, and it's not easy. She gave up her seat for me. I'm going to the Northwest Military District to find my son." "My son is a regiment commander." The conductor smiled. "Ma'am, it's not easy for a young girl to travel to the Northwest, over 3,000 miles. Since we are military family members, we should lead by example, right? The old lady choked and couldn't speak for a moment. After hesitating, she reluctantly took out some change from her pocket. Just pay the difference. But her face looked as unpleasant as possible. The conductor took the money and started recording. A passenger preparing to get off at the next station saw this and couldn't help but stand up, patting the old lady's shoulder. "Ma'am, I'll get off soon. You and the child can sit in my seat for now." The old lady picked up the child and snorted before sitting down, right across from Yu Ting, her face looking as if she had swallowed a fly. Yu Ting sat down slowly, her face red, holding back her anger. Her smile on her face was gone, and she glared fiercely at Su Li, wishing she could burn her with her gaze. Su Li met Yu Ting's gaze directly, not hiding at all. Instead, she slightly curled her lips and smiled at her. "Comrade Yu, why is your face so red? Are you carsick?" She spoke softly, her gentle voice reaching the ears of several young workers nearby. Someone chuckled quietly, and even Lu Yuanyuan turned her head, pretending to look out the window, though her shoulders slightly trembled. Yu Ting was speechless, feeling as if she was being hung in the air, unable to move forward or backward. That troublemaker. She caused her to embarrass herself once or twice. Su Li was annoyed but kept her feelings inside. She usually didn't start conflicts, but if someone insisted on provoking her, she would respond calmly. Just then, she saw a small, round head peek out from the old lady's embrace. Two big, shiny eyes were watching Su Li carefully. Su Li looked at him, and he grinned mischievously, making a funny face at her. Then he glared at her again. Su Li raised an eyebrow, smiling instead of getting angry. She wasn't upset. She slowly reached into her bag, as if performing magic, and took out a piece of soft candy, waving it in her palm. The little boy's eyes widened, and he watched as the candy suddenly plopped into Su Li's mouth. She chewed it twice and swallowed. Then she smiled innocently at the boy. Seeing the candy gone, the boy froze in surprise. He pouted, looked like he wanted to cry, but then his eyes shifted, and he quietly snuggled back into the old lady's arms. Lu Yuanyuan. What a childish little boy. After teasing the boy, Su Li looked around. Everyone else was quiet and calm. Only a young man in a yellow shirt nearby smiled at her and quietly gave a thumbs up. Su Li turned to Lu Yuanyuan and asked, "Are all the young workers in this carriage going to Ji Province?" Lu Yuanyuan replied, "They're all headed to the Red Star Brigade in Hongqi Commune, near the Border Defense Military District." Su Li thought, that's the same mountain valley where her mother was. Thinking about living with these young workers, especially Yu Ting, Su Li felt she might have a lot of worries ahead. The green train clattered along the North China Plain. Sunset's glow shone through the windows, casting mottled shadows inside the carriage. Su Li leaned against the hard seat, feeling a dull ache in her head. July was hot and humid, and the carriage was crowded with people. The smell of sweat and food filled the air, making it feel stuffy and unpleasant. Why is the train so slow? I really miss the high-speed train from the future. It covers over 3,000 miles in just a few hours. Next to me, Lu Yuanyuan is happily reading a book. I feel bored. I unconsciously draw circles on the window glass with my finger, but I keep watching the person across from me. Yuting finally gets up to go to the dining car for a meal. Her big, bulging canvas bag is just casually placed on the seat. The show is about to start. I sneer inwardly, my eyes narrowing slightly. Sure enough, a small figure quietly and sneakily slips past. The old lady across the aisle opens her eyes, looks around lazily, then closes her eyes and half sleeps again. Half an hour later, Yuting and Qian Xiaoyu come back with aluminum lunchboxes from the dining car. "Who touched my things?" As soon as she sits down, she lets out a sharp cry. The train car instantly quiets down. Everyone looks at her. Yuting's face turns pale. She rummages through her bag angrily. It's clear that several pieces of her peach pastry are missing. Her carefully packed Beijing 8 treasures are also pulled out. The paper wrapping with Beijing specialties is scattered everywhere. Crumbs of pastry are all over, making a big mess. Ma'am, did you let the kid go through my bag? She is so angry her eyes turn red. She quickly looks back at the old lady. That was something she bought especially to give to Fu Jingnan. She heard from Su Yun that Fu Jingnan has liked sweets since he was a child. She waited in a long line just to buy it. The old lady looks innocent, blinking her eyes. Girl, what are you talking about? We didn't touch your things. The little boy is leaning on her lap, with a few crumbs of pastry still on his lips. Seeing Yuding glare at him, he pouts and then buries his head in the old lady's embrace. Didn't touch. Yuding is very angry. She pulls the little boy over, points at his mouth, and asks, What is this? How do you explain? The old lady can't deny it anymore. Her face suddenly changes, and she starts to scold, patting her thigh. Oh, come on, he just took a few bites of your snack, didn't he? You girl, I thought you were sensible, but you're so petty. Even the family members of soldiers can't stand it. Hearing this, Suli raised her eyebrows, adjusted her pose to look more interested, and a sly smile appeared on her lips. She thought, if a knife doesn't hurt her, she must be used to it. Wasn't she just pretending this morning? All right, stop arguing. Next to her, Qian Xiu glanced at Yu Ting and suddenly interrupted. Kids can be careless, but aren't you being careless too? Look at how they've torn everything apart. You should say something. If you speak nicely, Sister Yu Ting might give the kids a few pieces of candy. The group argued back and forth, exchanging sharp words. Meanwhile, the little boy took advantage of the chaos, slipped out of his grandma's arms, and quickly ran out of the train carriage. Su Li, having watched enough, greeted Lu Yuan and then wandered off alone to find the bathroom. The bathroom door was shut tight. Su Li knocked, but no one answered, so she leaned against the wall and waited. She heard that in this era, train toilets were the type with direct drainage, where you could see the tracks below when squatting. Just thinking about it made her feel uneasy. Suddenly, she heard a creak as the door opened. A middle-aged man with dark skin stepped out. He wore a wrinkled white shirt, black pants, and patched black cloth shoes. He carried a heavy burlap sack on his shoulder, bulging with who knows what inside. Seeing Su Li, he smiled kindly, revealing uneven yellow teeth. Su Li moved aside to let him pass. He nodded and hurried away, but her eyes looked a little nervous. As he turned, Su Li noticed the sack moved slightly. Was it chickens or ducks inside? In this era, people and poultry often traveled together on trains. When the train stopped, Su Li had seen villagers carrying chickens and ducks in baskets. But she had never seen a sack like that before. Was she worried they might suffocate?
Su Li thought to herself.
She entered the bathroom, but it was a mess. Not only was it swaying back and forth, but the smell inside was terrible. It was truly a case of one person's mess causing trouble for others. She couldn't understand. Wasn't there a proper toilet? Why was everything so messy? Fortunately, her space farm had a bathroom, or she might have been about to burst. After finishing her business in the space, she came out again. She hurried back, taking deep breaths to try to hide the smell. The broadcast announced that the train was about to stop at West City Station. West City is a small station and the train only stops for 10 minutes. Su Li walked through the narrow corridor toward her carriage. From afar, she heard a frantic shouting. Little Bao, has anyone seen my little Bao? The voice was sharp and urgent, like a piercing sound, and it was the old lady's voice. Huh, she's not done arguing yet? Su Li frowned. Although she liked to join in the fun, the noise had been going on all day and was getting unbearable. She held back her temper and entered the carriage. She saw the old lady sitting slumped in the middle of the aisle, her face pale, calling out loudly, Little Bao, where are you? Don't scare Grandma. People around had gathered in a circle, all showing sympathy. Some quick to react had already gone to find the train staff. Su Li looked at Lu Yuan with confusion. Lu Yuan nodded gently and whispered, Little Bao is missing. Su Li's heart jolted. Suddenly, she remembered that man. The middle-aged man carrying a sack, looking panicked. The slight movement inside the sack. A sudden thought flashed through her mind. Her back went cold, and her whole body tensed. That sack. wasn't holding chickens or ducks. Su Li clenched her fists tightly, her fingertips digging into her palms. Having her own child was better. Only at home was a child truly precious. Children bought from others were not truly their own flesh and blood. Some people see them as tools, forcing them to work from a young age, scolding and hitting them at will. Others, after having their own children, abandon the bought children like trash. Many kidnapped children grow up in despair, afraid to cry out loud. And what about the parents who lost their children? Some go bankrupt searching for years, but still can't find them. Some even face accidents during the search and never get to see their children again. The cruelest people in this world aren't killers who end lives with a single, but those human traffickers who steal others' hope. Su Li squinted, her heart burning with anger. She couldn't let that person escape. Although Little Bao has his flaws, he's still a treasure in our family. He lost it. I don't know how the elderly lady's family is doing, but this child's life is completely ruined. Now I think about it, who carries a sack to the bathroom? That man must be a human trafficker. And he looks like he's about to get off the train. Without hesitation, Su Li ran toward the bathroom. Just as she reached the nearest train door, a young woman stopped her. "Big sister, this is my first time taking the train out. I don't know where the dining car is. Can you tell me the way?" The woman looked gentle, wearing a faded blue jacket, black pants, black cloth shoes, and holding a bright red, new blanket wrapped around a chubby baby. The baby was white and soft, sleeping peacefully. More and more people were lining up to get off the train. Su Li pointed casually, her eyes scanning the crowd desperately for the man. In a split second, she saw him, carrying a familiar sack, pushing through the crowd toward the door.
Su Li's hart raced.
She shouted loudly, "Quick! Make way!" But the woman didn't move aside. Instead, she grabbed Su Li's arm and kept talking. "Big sister, you seem kind-hearted. I have a child, it's not easy for me. Please." She kept talking while blocking the aisle tightly. Su Li pushed her hard, but it was too late. The train had stopped. The doors opened with a click, and passengers surged onto the platform. Su Li watched helplessly as the man with the sack jumped off the train and hurried away. She was stunned. When she turned around, the young woman who had asked for directions was gone. Thinking of her worn-out clothes and the white, chubby baby in the new blanket, Su Li understood everything. Today, she encountered a human trafficking gang. One was escaping, another was covering for him. Maybe even the baby in the woman's arms was stolen. Meanwhile, on a street not far from the train station, two jeeps sped past. In the front jeep's passenger seat, Fu Jingnan was holding his breath, frowning deeply. Earlier, he received the terrible news that his cousin Su Shanshan's child had been stolen. Su Shanshan was the only daughter of Uncle Su Ping, who had married Lu Fan, the son of the director of the Chinese Academy of Sciences. They had worked hard to have this precious baby, but it was stolen by bad people while the nanny was careless. According to the captured thief, the child was delivered to a woman at the train station as agreed with the buyer. The thief also saw the woman carrying the child boarding a train heading west. After a brief conversation, he confirmed that the woman spoke with a Western accent. Because the case involved the Academy of Sciences and Family Relations, it attracted the attention of Old Master Fu. He sent Commander Song Huizhong and 5 elite soldiers to rush to the west to find clues about the child. Fu Jingnan, who was on leave at home, also volunteered to join the rescue team. There are many children in the Academy's residential area, so why did the kidnappers only target Lu's child? Thinking about the upcoming scientific project the country was about to start, and recalling the recent thief caught by Su Li, who was stealing research data from Fong Lan, he wondered if these two incidents were connected. Fu Jingnan kept thinking. Suddenly, he remembered Su Li, the clever girl, caught in the act of catching a thief. He couldn't help but smile at her quick wit. Commander Song, sitting in the back seat, glanced at Fu Jingnan. This young man was tall and handsome, with sharp features and calm eyes like a cold lake. He gave off an intimidating aura. He came from a prestigious family, looked good, and was said to have made many contributions in the Northwest Military District. He was the youngest regimental commander and was called the Cold-Faced Demon. But his temper was not very good. He only spoke less than 3 words during the entire car ride. How could such a temper be liked by young girls? Meanwhile, Suli, the clever girl, was caught in a mental struggle. She looked at her watch. There were 10 minutes before the train left. If she chased after it, she probably wouldn't catch this train heading to the countryside. If the young people didn't arrive on time, they might face punishment. But if she didn't rescue the child, little Bao's life could be ruined. Thinking about the boy's future, living a life of hunger and cold, Suli hesitated for a moment and sighed silently. Punishment was fine, but if she didn't save the child, her conscience would never be at peace. With that thought, Suli no longer hesitated. She jumped off the train and hurried toward the station exit. It was getting dark, and the station lights flickered faintly, casting shadows. Suli quickened her steps and saw from afar the figure carrying a sack turn into the train station's restroom. This restroom is really a dirty place, often chosen by traffickers for their crimes. The bathroom was dimly lit. A young woman in a faded blue uniform was squatting awkwardly in a stall, clutching a small boy tightly, as if afraid he might fall into the toilet. Hearing footsteps approaching, she nervously stared at the entrance, her legs trembling slightly. The footsteps stopped at the door, and a man's voice came through. "Xiaoxia, are you ready?" "The train is about to leave." The woman called Xiaoxia took a deep breath, then quickly stood up and tidied her clothes. "Brother, I'm ready. My legs are a bit numb."
Can you come in and take the kid?
"No one is inside," the man carrying the sack muttered as he entered. "This kid is heavy, like a piglet." While muttering, he loosened the sack, and a small, thin figure fell out. It's little Bao. Bao's mouth was stuffed with a cloth, and his eyes looked blank and helpless. He had no energy left for any trouble on the train. "Why haven't Dachin and the others come yet? Didn't they say they would meet us here?" the woman asked softly. "Forget about Dachin and those guys. Let's go first. The night is long, and there are many risks," the man advised cunningly. "Brother, this trip is mainly for this kid. Why bring another one? It's too dangerous. That girl almost caught up earlier. Hey, if she really comes after us," the man grinned maliciously, "then we'll take her too. Old Lee from the mountains has been asking for a wife, right? We'll give him a fresh one. When she gets to my territory, she won't dare to rebel. Are you planning to sell me to Old Lee as a wife?" "Did your aunt agree?" A cold voice suddenly sounded. The 2 men looked up sharply. Under the moonlight, a young girl dressed in dull gray clothes crouched on the wall like a cat, looking down at them from above. Her innocent smile sent a chill down everyone's spine. The woman called Xiaoxia trembled, almost dropping the child she held. She muttered, "You. Why are you here? I won't come. How do I know you're kidnapping children? Are you going to sell me to the mountains?" Suli replied with a gentle smile, but her tone carried a cold, frightening feeling. The man chuckled, his face twisted with anger. "Since you're here, little girl, don't even think about leaving." After saying that, he pushed the small boy he was holding toward the woman. "Watch him, don't let him run away." Then he reached behind his waist, suddenly pulled out a dagger, and with a flash of cold light, viciously lunged at Suli. Suli supported herself with her hands and jumped down from the low wall. Using the wall's support, she kicked fiercely at the man's face. While the man dodged, she grabbed his wrist tightly with her right hand. The man screamed and dropped the dagger. Without hesitation, Suli's eyes flashed with coldness again, and she kicked him in the lower leg. There was a loud, and the man's leg broke. He fell to the ground with a thud. Seeing the situation was getting worse, the woman pushed the small boy hard towards Suli and hugged her child, trying to escape. Suli. She truly values life over possessions. The brother and sister in the bathroom didn't run away. They were all knocked down and unconscious. 5 minutes later, Suli walked out of the bathroom, smiling happily, holding one child in her arms and leading the other by the hand. Her pocket was heavy with over 500 yuan in cash, a sum that a typical family in the 1970s wouldn't earn in a year. Suli was so happy, she hummed to herself. She thought to herself, no wonder people say the most profitable jobs are written in the Constitution. It's true. Now she didn't have to worry about losing her job, and she might even get a big award. But before she could be happy for 10 seconds, she was surrounded by a group of young troublemakers. The leader had a scar on his cheek and smiled as he looked at Suli. Little girl, you have guts, daring to rob on my territory. Suli looked up and suddenly 5 or 6 men jumped out from behind the low walls on both sides of the bathroom. Some held daggers, some had steel pipes, and others carried long sticks. They definitely didn't look like people just going to the bathroom. Brother Chingzi, don't waste time talking to her. If we don't act now, the police will be here soon, one young man with blonde hair urged. She looked at the chubby baby she was holding and then at the little boy she was leading by the hand, feeling nervous inside. This was getting out of control. Brother Chingzi, how about a trade with my sister? Suli smiled faintly, her voice carrying a hint of teasing and coldness. The scar-faced man paused, surprised, and stopped moving forward. What do you mean? These 2 kids? Aren't you planning to sell them? I'll buy them. The scar-faced man was caught off guard and looked at Suli carefully. She was dressed plainly in dull clothes, not looking wealthy. But her straightforward attitude made him uncertain. Still, if she could buy them, it would save a lot of trouble. 3,000 yuan, do you have that? He asked cautiously. Without hesitation, Suli took out an envelope from her pocket, the same one Su Jinghe had given her earlier. With a flick of her hand, a thick stack of bills appeared from the envelope. They were all crisp 10-yuan notes. The scar-faced man's eyes narrowed, about to agree. A nearby blonde boy whispered a few words into his ear. He hesitated, then grinned and looked fierce. Little girl, since you've run into us, don't think you can walk away. Old Li from the mountain is waiting to send his bride. He then looked at Suli again. You seem just right for this. Suli, that your mother is just right for this. You, your aunt, are only 17, beautiful as a flower. How could you be suitable?
No, it's not that.
You don't want to be with Old Li from the mountain, right? Why are both of them trying to send her to him? Little Bao, if a fight breaks out later, you run quickly, understand? Little Bao's eyes sparkled, and he gently tugged at Su Li's hand. Suddenly, Su Li's hand was holding something else, a dagger. Su Li. She had been busy searching the siblings' pockets earlier and forgot about this. Luckily, Little Bao had hidden it. Though this kid was annoying on the train, he never let her down when it mattered. 8,000 yuan. What do you think? She thought for a moment, then flipped her hand again, pulling out a second envelope. A thick stack of money appeared again. Everyone present, including the scar-faced man, froze in shock. Who carries 8,000 yuan in their pocket? What kind of fairy daughter from some noble family is this? I didn't see the little girl's clothes look puffy, did I? What kind of background does this girl have? If her background is too powerful. I glanced again at the little boy in Su Li's arms, thinking I shouldn't cause trouble outside the plan. The scar-faced man's face was completely serious. Little girl, today, both you and the money, I want them all. After saying that, he viciously lunged forward with a dagger. Su Li pushed the little boy toward the wall and was about to kick him. Don't move. Raise your hands. With a few loud shouts, several armed men rushed over quickly and tackled the traffickers. Su Li was startled by this sudden situation. When she saw the clothes of the men and regretted making a move, it was too late to pull back her foot. Thud. One of the men in front of her raised his hand to block, then shifted his body slightly, gently turning the person holding Su Li. Her kick hit the nearby wall solidly. The child in her arms was easily caught by the man in front. Crash. Then they saw a hole being kicked in the wall, bricks falling to the ground. Oh my, Su Li grimaced in pain, holding her foot and hopping twice, tears almost coming out. Just as she was about to get angry, she looked up. Her eyes widened, and she suddenly froze. Isn't that the scoundrel Sun guy? Why is he everywhere? Fu Jingnan stared at the pile of broken bricks at Su Li's feet, his eyes twitching sharply. That must have taken a lot of strength. If he had kicked him, he might have broken a few ribs. While talking, Several soldiers rushed over, moving quickly and efficiently, quickly subduing and pinning the traffickers to the ground. Fu Jingnan watched as the traffickers were handcuffed, and the two children were safe and sound. His heart finally felt at ease. "Take everyone to the police station for a detailed interrogation," he ordered in a deep voice. Actually, when he first entered the train station, he sensed something was wrong. A few careless young men sneaked into the station, acting suspiciously, with bulging waistbands, clearly carrying tools. They got off the train, quietly followed behind, and trailed all the way to outside the bathroom. When he saw a girl holding a child and leading another out, he initially thought she was a trafficker and they might be fighting over illegal activities. "I didn't expect to see Su Li so close. For a moment, I didn't know what to say. Last time I caught a thief. This time I caught human traffickers. What will I catch next?" Fu Jingnan held his nephew, who was still weak from medicine, and looked a bit stiff. The little boy had just started to wake up, blinking his eyes, looking around. Suddenly, he looked up and saw Fu Jingnan's serious face. The boy froze for a second, then burst into loud, heartbreaking tears. Next to them, Commander Song tried not to laugh. The boy always looked cold and serious. "I heard that several women in the Northwest Military District had written love letters to him, but he rejected them all. He's still single." With such a cold face that pushes people away, even children might dislike him now. Song Huizhong smiled and stepped forward, trying to take the child to comfort him. He even put on a friendly, kind Annie smile, but the little boy cried even louder. Song Huizhong. All right, let me do it." Hearing the persistent crying, Su Li helplessly took the child back. Strangely, as soon as the child was in her arms, he stopped crying. He stared at her with big round eyes and even moved his mouth as if remembering her scent. While gently patting the child, Su Li said to Song Huizhong, "There are 2 human traffickers in the bathroom. I knocked them out. Find 2 people to drag them out and send them to the police." Song Huizhong looked at her in shock, then quickly called 2 soldiers. "Come with me." The 3 hurried into the bathroom and soon dragged out the brother and sister. The man had a limp leg and a swollen face like a pig's head. The woman's clothes were wrinkled, her hair was messy like a chicken coop, and there was a clear shoe print on her face. Everyone saw this and fell silent. Is this called knocking someone out? Are you sure it wasn't a group fight? If it wasn't from falling or fainting on their own, then they must have been beaten by the girl. Song Huizhong coughed awkwardly and looked away. "All right, take them away. Once the police finish their report, they'll probably need to go to the hospital first." Su Li held the child silently by her side, acting as if nothing had happened, and still tried to amuse the little boy in her arms. "Little guy, you'll be back with your mom very soon." The boy snuggled in her arms, hummed softly in a childish voice, and surprisingly nodded. The soldiers present. The group arrived at the police station, and after finishing their statements, it was already late at night. Perhaps the little boy had slept too much during the day, so he was wide awake now. His big, round eyes looked around eagerly, but his small hands held tightly to Su Li's front, with no intention of letting go. Instead, the little boy, maybe still shaken from the daytime shock, had finally calmed down and was sleeping peacefully against Su Li. When Fu Jingnan finished his call and came back inside, he saw this quiet scene of the 2 children cuddling, and a strange feeling moved in his heart. He cleared his throat and looked away. "Comrade Su," he stepped forward, his tone softer than during the day. "Anan's parents have already rushed here overnight, and they should arrive by tomorrow morning. Before that, please continue to take care of Anan." He paused and added, "The youth office has already contacted us about your disappearance, and they won't pursue it. On the contrary, they will give you a bravery award, with a prize of 300 yuan. God knows, when his cousin Su Shanshan heard that her son was found, she cried tears of relief on the phone. She repeatedly told him to take good care of the person who saved her son, and that she and her husband would rush to Xiqing overnight to thank him properly tomorrow." Thinking of this, he asked again, "Is there anything else you need? Just let me know." Su Li pointed to the sleeping little boy. "What should we do about this kid?" His grandma must be going crazy with worry. We've already notified the train conductor, Fu Jingnan said. Grandma knows the child has been found. When my cousin arrives tomorrow, we'll all go back to the northwest together. Su Li's eyes widened. Yes, I've taken an early leave from my vacation to take you back. Fu Jingnan's tone was calm. My son and I are in the same unit, so it's convenient. Su Li blinked, her tone showing a hint of refusal. I can go by myself. She really didn't want to travel with him. God knows how dull this guy was, with his icy face and always giving off a distant, unapproachable vibe. Silence is so boring. I only went along with him because I was foolish. Fu Jingnan saw Su Li's clear resistance and slightly smirked. He calmly added, traveling the same distance, it takes 3 days by train to reach the provincial capital, then 8 hours by long-distance bus, and finally half a day on mountain roads to get to the Red Star team. He paused, his voice steady. Join me for 1.5 days straight, no mountain climbing, with car pickups and drop-offs, all food and lodging included. Su Li initially wanted to insist, but hearing this, she couldn't help but waver. 2 days on the train, the hot weather, noisy compartments, cramped toilets, and endless chatter. Thinking again, Fu Jingnan's cold expression was also bearable. Are you sure all food and lodging are included? She asked suspiciously. Fu Jingnan nodded. I keep my promises. Su Li thought for a moment, then made a bold decision. All right, I agree. It's just a cold-faced officer, after all. Bringing a natural air conditioner along in the summer makes it even cooler and more comfortable. Definitely a good deal. So, the two quickly agreed. After settling Su Li and her group at the police station guest house, the 3 of them were exhausted. Su Li took care of Xiao Bao and Anan, then fell into a deep sleep herself. The next morning, a young soldier came to pick up Xiao Bao for breakfast. Su Li was changing Anan's diaper when suddenly, knock, 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 the urgent knocking sounded. As Su Li opened the door, a young woman with red-rimmed eyes and a panicked look rushed in. She quickly picked up Anan from the bed, holding him in her arms, tears streaming down her face. Anan, it's all my fault. I didn't take good care of you, and you were taken by bad people. From now on, I won't leave you again. Su Li stood nearby, watching her cry and hold the child, feeling a pang in her heart. Outside, Fu Jingnan entered and nodded slightly at Su Li. Then he spoke to a young man accompanying him. This is Comrade Su Li. She was the one who rescued Anan from the traffickers. The young man nodded, stepped forward, and sincerely said, Comrade Su, I am Lu Fan and Anne's father. Thank you very much for saving him. While speaking, he looked at his still-crying wife with regret and said, after the child disappeared, she nearly collapsed. She only started to recover after receiving Jingnan's call yesterday. Her mood is still unstable, so please don't mind. Su Li looked up at him and gave a gentle smile. The young man in front of her was elegant, fair-skinned, and wore gold-rimmed glasses. His gentle features and calm demeanor showed he was well-educated. She shook her head and said softly, No need to thank me. Anyone in my place would have helped. Fu Jingnan thought to himself, This girl is quite polite today. Usually, she's sarcastic and sharp-tongued. Su Shanshan finally stopped crying, her eyes red, and she refused to let go of Anan, trying to bow to Su Li. Comrade Su, I really don't know how to thank you. If it weren't for you, maybe Anan. Su Li quickly helped her up. Don't say that. The child is back now, so let's think positively. Su Shanshan nodded gratefully and held her hand tightly. No matter what, Anan is saved because of you. You are our family's hero. From today on, we are sisters. If you ever come back to the capital, come find me at the Commerce Bureau. Hearing this, Su Li's eyes lit up, and she couldn't help but smile. The Commerce Bureau? That's a strong connection. Thinking about future prospects and seeing her clever, capable sister, the young girl immediately followed the trend. Got it, Sister Shan. The child is found, so no more tears. Let's be happy. Fu Jingnan thought. This little fox seems to have some tricky plans again. Her gaze on her cousin was like staring at a tempting treat, completely unhidden. After breakfast together, as they prepared to leave, Lu Fan took out an envelope from his pocket. Comrade Su, This is a small token of appreciation from me and Sean. Please don't mind it being small. Suli glanced at the envelope. It was full and thick, at least 1,000 yuan. She quickly thought to herself, I have over 10,000 yuan in cash now, plus the space farm. I don't need money for food or drinks. She smiled and waved her hand. The organization has decided to give me a certificate and a bonus. I won't accept this money. Su Shanshan was anxious when she heard that. Girl, just take it as a little gift from your sister. You went to a remote place where nothing grows and everything is scarce. Here, take this, sister has money. Su Shanshan took on a confident attitude, clearly showing she's not short of money. She told him to take it freely. Su Lyle was amused. She liked how straightforward and generous her sister was. It suited her well. Fu Jingnan casually took the envelope and handed it to Suli. Keep it. That place is very poor and needs a lot of things. You'll find a use for it eventually. Suli hesitated for a moment, but finally accepted it. Refusing again would seem petty and only add to her worries. Then I'll accept it respectfully. The helpful person quickly put the envelope into her pocket. Su Shanshan watched as the two exchanged things. The man was handsome and serious, the woman lively and charming. Together, they looked very matching. But there was an age difference, though it might still be okay. She then remembered Su Yun's recent tricky moves in Beijing and felt a bit speechless. She couldn't help but pull Fu Jingnan aside and whisper, Jingnan, I want to remind you of something. Your mom is in Beijing looking for a wife for you. You need to be careful. At this point, Su Shanshan's face looked complicated. She didn't understand. Su Yun had left the Fu family almost 20 years ago, never paid attention to Fu Jingnan, and suddenly appeared claiming to be his mother. What was she doing all these years? If it weren't her own aunt, she might have scolded her harshly. Fu Jingnan's face darkened, and his tone was low. Don't worry about her. She can't cause any trouble. Su Shanshan said, You should be cautious.
She's not easy to deal with.
After saying this, the brother and sister parted ways. Su Shanshan and Lu Fan took Captain Song's car back to Beijing. Because Fu Jingnan needed to participate in the interrogation of human traffickers, Su Li and Fu Jingnan only left Xiqing on the third day. Fu Jingnan drove his military vehicle, rushing northwest with Su Li and Xiaobao. The roads nowadays are dirt roads, not very smooth, full of bumps. Since there was no shock absorption system, sometimes small stones made the car bounce, and Su Li tried hard to keep steady. Especially when the speed was high, it was quite thrilling. Suddenly, she really missed her SUV in the space garage, the sleek body and smart shock system. Driving on this kind of road, it would feel like gliding smoothly. It's a pity that items from that era are too eye-catching to bring out. He glanced at Fu Jingnan sitting in the driver's seat and curled his lips. This guy hadn't said a word since getting in the car, as if a gourd with a broken mouth.
Sigh, so frustrating.
He turned his head and saw Little Bao sitting nearby, bored and swinging his legs. Su Li's eyes lit up, and she reached out to gently pat his head. Little Bao, you and Grandma go find Dad. What about your mom? Little Bao tilted his head and thought for a moment, then looked at Su Li. My mom is working in the countryside, doing farm work and washing clothes every day. My grandma says my dad is a big official now and is taking us to enjoy life. Su Li secretly scoffed. Sure enough, she was a cunning old woman. She keeps her daughter-in-law at home to serve as a servant, while she herself enjoys a comfortable life with her grandson. Truly unkind. She raised an eyebrow and asked deliberately, Your mom just let you go like that? She stretched out her tone on purpose. Little Bao suddenly looked sad, blinking his big grape-like eyes. When I was leaving, my mom was crying by the stove, saying that being a daughter-in-law in our old Wang family is worse than being a dog. That's pretty sad. Su Li clenched her teeth. If anyone dared to think like that about her, her in-laws would be enjoying their good life while she ate plain food alone. She'd probably have already flipped the table. If they don't want to live properly, then none of them should. If you were sold by human traffickers to the mountains to be Li Lao's wife, it would be very hard too. Little Bao kept talking. In our village, an old crippled man traded a pig's leg for a wife. He either hits or scolds her. It's really miserable. Su Li's eyelids twitched. Was this little brat arguing with the old? Fu Jingnan sat in the front, shoulders trembling suspiciously as he tried to hold back his laughter. Even this little fox had moments where he was speechless when challenged. He secretly thought, if you can't hold it in, just laugh. Be careful not to hurt yourself. Su Li sneered and spoke coldly. Fu Jingnan. The next day, as the car turned onto the mountain road leading into Hongxing Brigade, they saw two figures from afar. Little Bao's father, dressed in military uniform, in his 30s, stood straight by the roadside waiting. An elderly woman stood beside her son. When she saw little Bao get out of the car, she rushed over and hugged him tightly, crying heartbreakingly. Little Bao, you scared Grandma to death. You are Grandma's life. If anything happens to you, how can Grandma live? It's all because of those troublemaking young people from the countryside, causing a fuss over a few broken snacks. Otherwise, little treasure wouldn't have been lost. He glanced at Su Li and said, You're not a good person either. If you had given up your seat earlier, my little treasure wouldn't have suffered so much. Su Li turned her face away, pretending she didn't hear anything. The old lady immediately looked unhappy and shot Su Li a sharp glare, as if Su Li owed her 800 yuan. Little Treasure's father, Wang Taizhu, awkwardly looked at Su Li and quickly saluted.
Sorry, Gamratsu.
My mother doesn't mean anything bad. She just doesn't know how to speak properly. I want to apologize to you on her behalf. This time, it was your brave rescue of Little Treasure that saved him, and you even brought us back from far away. Our whole family is grateful for your kindness. The old lady snorted and tightly hugged Little Treasure, saying nothing. Su Li slightly smiled and said, There's no need to thank me. I was just doing my duty as a soldier. If it wasn't your child, I would still help. He looked at the old lady with a hint of meaning in his eyes. The older generation was like that. The next generation must be well-educated. Listening to nonsense all day can ruin even the best seedlings. Comrade Wang, don't you agree? Wang Tiezhu's face turned red with embarrassment. The old lady looked like a cat that had been stepped on, her eyes wide with anger. After speaking, Su Li didn't bother with the angry old lady and turned to Fu Jingnan. Can we go now? I need to get back to the countryside. Fu Jingnan looked at Su Li, ignoring Wang Taizhu and the furious old lady, and said coldly, Let's go. After that, the two got into the car, and Su Li was escorted all the way to the Hongxing Brigade. Nowadays, cars are rare. The Hongxing Brigade is in a remote and backward area. Although it's not far from the military base, the military and civilians are separate, so cars are not common. When the military green jeep screeched to a stop at the brigade headquarters, the villagers gathered around, whispering, Is that the vehicle from the northern military base? Why is it here in our brigade? Who has such a high rank to deserve this car? Which family in the village has such a relative? I haven't heard of anyone. Look, a soldier is getting out. For pockets, probably an officer? I wonder if he is a partner. Look quickly, the squad leader is coming. Su Li just jumped out of the car when she heard the noisy chatter around her. Following the sound, she saw a crowd gathering. More precisely, they were surrounding Fu Jingnan. Young man, do you have a girlfriend? My third sister's younger sister just finished high school. Uncle Son, don't talk about your third sister's younger sister. She's short and stocky, not suitable for a soldier from the People's Liberation Army. Comrade, listen to Andy. My eldest uncle's second daughter is like a fairy, beautiful and capable. Even though Fu Jingnan was used to big scenes, being surrounded and examined by a group of older women and young wives made him blush deeply. He heard someone laughing openly, and his face turned even redder. He twitched his eye and wished he could turn around and go back to the army right now. But he had to keep his soldier image, so he stood there stiffly, feeling a bit helpless.
Su Li grinned, watching Fu Jingnan look embarrassed, secretly amused.
Serves him right. He's been so serious all along. Now he's in this situation. The squad leader, Li Guangquan, saw the crowd surrounding the soldier and quickly stepped in. Everyone calm down. There's so much work to do. Don't block the roads with your chatter. As soon as Li Guangquan spoke, everyone quieted down. They reluctantly left but didn't go far, still watching from a distance. "Comrade soldier, this is." Li Guangquan greeted Fu Jingnan warmly. "This is Su Li, a young person assigned to your village. She helped the troops catch a human trafficker and rescue 2 kidnapped children. Because of her outstanding performance, the government has awarded her the Outstanding Person in Courage honor, and the certificate and prize money will be delivered soon," Fu Jingnan explained to Li Guangquan. Li Guangquan raised an eyebrow and looked at Su Li. The girl was dressed in a bright military uniform, which Fu Jingnan had prepared for her in Xiqing. Her features were delicate, but her thin arms and legs didn't look like the fierce girl described in the letter from Li Xiaolian.
But
Is this the same Su Li who put Li Shengli in jail and drove Li Mo out to the countryside? His eyes flickered, but he kept a smile on his face. Not bad. The secretary of the Red Star Brigade, Li Guangquan, is actually a distant cousin of Li Xiaolian. When Fong Lan was sent down, Li Xiaolian used Li Xingli's connections to force Fong Lan into the remote Red Star Brigade. Over more than 10 years, their plans seemed stable, but now they've been overturned by that girl Su Li. Li Xingli was arrested, Li Mo was sent to the countryside, and Li Xiaolian, furious, wrote a letter blaming everything on Su Li. In the letter, she specifically instructed him, "This girl is not a good person. Assign her the hardest and most tiring work. It's best if these 2 women stay stuck in the Red Star Brigade and never get ahead." Seeing the person responsible for Li Xingli's arrest, Li Guangquan was full of anger. Although Li Xingli's family moved out of this remote area 20 years ago, he was a distant cousin and a talented member of the Li family. Strictly speaking, his ability to become the brigade secretary was partly thanks to Li Xingli's help. Thinking of this, Li Guangquan's gaze towards Su Li instantly grew colder. But he still smiled warmly. "Welcome, Sister Su. You've worked the journey." Su Li never expected that before she even arrived, she would already be seen as a thorn in Li Guangquan's side, a sore spot. The brigade secretary's power in the village is obvious, especially in such a remote area. He is like a local emperor. He has a say in selecting workers, returning educated youth to the city, and dividing the members' work. She plans to live here for 7 or 8 years, and her mother's identity is sensitive, so she originally wanted to build good relations. But looking at his expression, something's wrong.
Secretary Li, I am Su Li.
Please take care of me in the future. Su Li smiled and stepped forward to greet him, respectful but not overly humble. Li Guangquan chuckled, didn't shake her hand, only glanced at her with his eyes. At that moment, Su Li felt even more uneasy. It seems the waters in this mountain village are not so shallow after all. Fu Jingnan frowned and looked at Li Guangquan. "Secretary Li, please take us to the educated youth's residence." "All right, no problem." Li Guangquan immediately nodded and bowed, showing a very polite attitude. Although he felt uncomfortable with Su Li, he still showed respect to the soldiers. As the villagers saw them leave, they quickly gathered and whispered among themselves, "Is this to send that woman to the countryside? Look at her thin arms and legs. It's clear she can't carry heavy loads or do hard work. Maybe she's like those educated youths who can't do much and share our grain? But the team leader treats her quite well. Isn't that good? She gets rides in military vehicles. She seems to have some background, maybe the daughter of a high-ranking official from the city. Haven't you noticed the leader isn't as kind to the people in the pigsty? I heard that the new woman in the pigsty, she's quite mature and looks very good. She used to teach at a university. Our leader has visited her twice, saying he's giving her some moral guidance."
I really know about this.
The leader gave her the dirtiest and hardest jobs, like cleaning the pigsty. With this weather.
Ugh.
You can imagine how bad it smells. More and more educated youths are coming to the countryside. Our mountain village has little land, and we can't even feed ourselves. I don't care about her background. If she can't finish her work or share my grain, I won't do it. I won't be the first. The villagers' gossip keeps going. They don't care about backgrounds. They only worry if the grain is being shared less or if there's more work. Meanwhile, Li Guangquan leads Su Li and Fu Jingnan along winding paths to the youth dorm behind the village. As soon as they arrive, Lu Yuan and Li Ziang, young men in yellow shirts on the train, come out to greet them. Lu Yuan looks at Su Li carefully. Seeing she's not hurt, she breathes a sigh of relief. God knows how worried she was these past days. Although she doesn't know the girl well, she has a good impression of Su Li. On the train, she heard that Xiao Bao was missing, and Su Li hurried to find him. When she couldn't find the boy, she didn't come back. She was worried he might have fallen into the hands of human traffickers. The next day, the train conductor told the old lady that the boy was found. Su Li was with him, and she finally relaxed. "You're finally here. Your luggage is over there. We didn't know what to do. Then we thought, since we're all together, we'll bring your things too." Su Li nodded gently and smiled. "Thank you for helping me carry my luggage." Lu Yuanyuan glanced at her lightly, her voice calm. "We came together, just a small favor." Her tone was neither cold nor warm, but it didn't make people feel distant. There was a restrained care behind her coolness. Su Li, still the same familiar, cool beauty. Fu Jingnan pulled Su Li aside, took a plain envelope from his pocket, and whispered, "This is a small token of my personal kindness. The mountain conditions are tough, so buy what you need yourself. It has my phone number and address. Contact me anytime if needed." He then took out a slightly larger package from behind the car seat. "This is some steamed bread I bought from the West City Public Security Bureau guest house. You just arrived, and if you can't get enough food." Su Li took it, weighed it in her hand, and found it quite heavy, probably about 10 or so pieces. In these days of eating plain food, giving someone a few white steamed buns is a big gesture. This guy really went all out, using 7 or 8 jin of ration tickets. Fu Jingnan paused a moment, then softly added, "Say hello to Aunt Fonglan for me." Su Li's eyes flickered with a hint of hesitation. "Do you know my mom?" Fu Jingnan shot her a glance. "When you were little, your mom brought you to visit my house. My grandma liked you very much." Su Li could imagine herself sitting in someone's lap, wearing open-crotch pants. No need to talk about that. I might start talking about wearing open-crotch pants again." She took the envelope, her eyes bright. "Don't worry, we'll take good care of ourselves." Fu Jingnan looked at her again, then nodded at Li Guangquan, turned around, and got into the jeep. The army green vehicle kicked up dust and quickly disappeared at the end of the village. "Brother Jingnan! Brother Jingnan!" Yu Ting heard Fu Jingnan's voice and hurried out of the house just in time to see Su Li putting away the envelope and holding the package, about to go inside. Her face darkened, and she looked at Su Li with suspicion. "Where's Brother Jingnan? Why are you with him?" Su Li raised an eyebrow, realizing that this guy's talk about supporting rural development was all a lie. His real interest was in Brother Jingnan. She sneered slightly. "Your Brother Jingnan has already left. As for why I'm with him, that's none of your business." Yu Ting was so angry her teeth itched, her face twisted with rage, and her eyes seemed ready to spit fire. Why is it always this troublemaker? She's like a bad omen, impossible to get rid of. At this moment, the door of the Youth Knowledgeable Youth's courtyard creaked open, and a group of people gradually came out. Leading the group was a tall, thin young man in his mid-20s with a serious face. He stepped forward and extended his hand. "Welcome, Comrade Su Li, to join our Youth Knowledgeable Youth's courtyard family." Li Guangquan took the lead in introducing him. "This is our team leader, Comrade Li Dongqing, an experienced old youth from 1968, very capable. You can go to him if you need help." He then turned to Su Li. "You just arrived today. First, settle in and rest. You can start working tomorrow." "Thank you, Secretary Li." Su Li nodded politely. She spoke little but carried herself confidently and calmly. There was no trace of city arrogance. At first glance, she looked like a delicate girl from the city. Li Guangquan smiled and turned to leave, but a hint of sharpness flickered in his eyes. "Little girl, you caused my cousin to get caught, and my niece is suffering. Do you still want to stay peacefully in the Red Star Brigade?" But then he remembered something else his sister-in-law mentioned in her letter, so he decided to wait and see. Everyone entered the yard. The conditions at the Youth Knowledgeable Youth's courtyard were very poor, several earthen houses built with yellow mud bricks. The walls were peeling, the roofs leaked, and the yard walls were haphazardly stacked with stones, with wild grass growing in the gaps. In the corner of the yard stood a half-human high-water jar. Su glanced around and already had a rough idea. Comrade Su, you'll stay in this house. Li Dongqing pointed to the house on the far right. There are 7 female youths in total. 3 of us share one room, for another. You will stay with the other women who came down here so you can get to know each other and look out for one another. Thank you, Team Leader Li, Su Li replied softly. Li Dongqing continued. Tonight, we prepared a simple welcome dinner to greet you 5 new comrades. Let's all get to know each other. Everyone exchanged polite greetings and then dispersed. Yuan Lu followed and reminded her. You weren't here that day. Your luggage is already in the room. Then she lowered her voice. After you left, the old lady went crazy, blaming Yu Ting and Qian Xiaoyu for losing her grandson, and she started fighting with them. In the end, she scratched Qian Xiaoyu's face. It might leave a scar. Su Li's eyes lit up, and her tone immediately turned into gossip mode. That old lady didn't get off easy either, huh? From earlier, it seemed like there was a scar at the corner of Grandma Wang's eye too. Lu Yuanyuan's face stiffened, and her cold voice was full of disdain. Yes, I was scratched by Qian Xiuyu at the corner of my eye. Su Li. Got it. Haha. This fits our roles perfectly. Lu Yuanyuan paused slightly, and then reminded her. Qian Xiuyu holds a grudge against you. She's been talking behind your back these past 2 days. Be careful. Su Li smiled coldly. That girl probably isn't very smart. In front of the fact that she was being sent to the countryside, someone crying loudly in the train station in front of many people is either overwhelmed with emotion or just plain foolish. This broken house has no space to turn around, yet they still arranged for someone to come in. Are they trying to make me sleep on the floor? As Su Li stepped into the house, she heard Qian Xiuyu loudly cursing. She looked up and almost burst out laughing. By the window, a girl sat with a bad expression on her face. She held a peachwood comb in her hand, clumsily trying to pull her hair forward to hide a purple scar on her forehead. Why are you laughing? Are you satisfied now? After saying that, she threw the peachwood comb with a snap onto the only table in the room. Su Li raised an eyebrow. Such a beautiful girl, with a scar on her face. How will she get married in the future? Maybe she can only marry a blind person. Tsk. Her tone was full of mockery, making her seem even more irritating. Lu Yuanyuan. You really want to cause trouble everywhere. Yu Ting, hearing the noise, hurried over. Qian Xiuyu suddenly stood up, letting out a loud cry, and rushed forward. You little brat, it's all your fault. Su Li crossed her arms and gave a cold smile. Blame me for what? For not giving the old lady a seat? For not helping you watch the luggage? Or for not rushing in to break up your fight? Her words were sarcastic and cut deep. You really don't understand right from wrong. It's all someone else's fault. You. Qian Xiaoyu choked, her face turning red with anger, unable to speak. Yu Ting stepped forward, gently patting her shoulder. Xiaoyu, don't be angry. It's all my fault. For arguing over a few snacks and the old lady, Su Li didn't do it on purpose. She even went to find the children afterward. Qian Xiuyu's face softened a little, but in the next moment, she sneered again. Her? Going to save the child? Who would believe that? If she could catch human traffickers, I could catch spies too. She stayed in the traffickers' den all night, maybe. What did you say? Su Li's voice grew cold, and her eyes turned sharp. The smile at her lips disappeared. The atmosphere around them dropped to freezing point. Yu Ting saw things were getting bad, so she quickly stepped forward and grabbed Qian Xiuyu's arm, softly persuading her. Xiuyu, stop causing trouble. Su Jiqing just arrived. She probably didn't mean it. I remember now, she's from the military compound in the capital. We can't compare to her. Her eyes reddened as she spoke. Xiuyu, just bear with it. She has a background. Qian Xiaoyu was so angry she stomped her foot and shook off Yu Ting's hand. What background? Children of the military compound wouldn't come to this place, where nothing happens. You think just putting on a military uniform makes you not a spoiled kid? Today, I want everyone to see her true ugly face. Su Li, this girl is really stupid, being used as and still wagging her tail happily. Fine. Today I'll teach you a lesson. Su Li moved quickly. Before they could see her actions clearly, she had already grabbed Qian Xuyu's hair. "You wicked girl, what are you doing?" Qian Xuyu shouted in pain. "Just to teach you a lesson," Su Li sneered. She flipped her hand and pulled out a shiny pair of scissors from her pocket. "Aren't you happy for people to see your ugly side?" Both girls were startled by Su Li's move and hurried to stop her. "Su Li, don't be impulsive." Lu Yuan's cold voice sounded anxious for the first time. But Su Li winked playfully at her and said lightly, "I'm very calm, Lu Yuan." Yu Ting rushed forward to stop her but was pushed back by a sharp look from Su Li. What are you trying to do?" Yu Ting's face turned pale with fear. "What do you think I want to do?" Su Li sneered. As she finished speaking, she swung the scissors. Snip! The little girl's freshly cut bangs fell to the ground in a neat line, revealing a purple scar on her forehead clearly for everyone to see. No matter how she tried to hide it with her hair now, it was impossible. The whole scene fell into complete silence. Qian Xiaoyu was stunned. She touched her messy bangs and suddenly burst into tears, rushing out of the house in a panic. The loud noise inside the house startled the others in the yard. Everyone in the youth commune came out of their houses and gathered in the yard. When they saw Qian Xuyu's messy hair and the shocking purple scar, they were all taken aback. Li Dongqing was the first to react. He quickly stepped forward, frowning, and asked, "Qian Youth, what happened?" "Su Li. It's all Su Li's fault." Qian Xuyu cried as she accused, tears and snot covering her face, looking very miserable. Su Li staggered out of the house, hands in her pockets, and coldly glanced at everyone. She said mockingly, "Didn't you want everyone to see your true face? Now that you've shown it, are you satisfied?" Her tone was arrogant and infuriating. Li Dongqing's brow furrowed even more, and he said unhappily, "Senior Su Li, let's talk nicely. How can you resort to violence? Our youth commune is a big family. If there are conflicts, we should solve them through communication." He thought Su Li was gentle, sensible, and easy to get along with, but it turned out she was not so kind. Su Li only raised an eyebrow and sneered, "Captain Li, the matter isn't clear yet. Don't speak so confidently. I've always believed in not bothering others unless they bother me. But I have good manners and high standards. If I can't argue with others, I have to resort to violence." Li Dongqing was speechless. Yu Ting ran out of the house, her eyes red and teary. "Su Li, I used to think you were reasonable. Why did you have to use scissors? That's so scary." She stood there, looking very aggrieved. If you didn't know better, you'd think she was the one being bullied. Everyone turned to look at Su Li, full of disapproval. Su Li coldly glanced at her. "Old White Lotus Li Xiaolian just finished her act, and now you're rushing to step in. Yu Ting, why don't you repeat exactly what Qian Xuyu just said?" Su Li's expression darkened, and she stared directly at Yu Ting. Yu Ting looked away nervously. "Xiaoyu is just joking a little. You don't have to get so upset." "Joking?" Qian Xuyu interrupted Yu Ting. "What did I say wrong?" "Su Li, you're a bad person, disrespectful to elders and unkind to others. She stayed in a human trafficker's hideout all night.
Who knows if she was involved?
If I say you're innocent, what's wrong with that? You're just a broken shoe." Maybe feeling the others' disapproving looks at Su Li, Qian Xuyu's courage grew. She started shouting loudly and insulting her without restraint. Before she finished speaking, everyone saw a figure come up behind Qian Xuyu. Su Li grabbed her hair and dragged her a few steps to the water basin. Without hesitation, she pushed her head into the water. Everyone was shocked. Some young workers screamed out loud. This was serious. Someone might get hurt or worse. Li Dongqing's face changed suddenly. He and a few other young workers rushed over. They ignored modesty and tried to pull Su Li away, trying to save Qian Xuyu. "Su Li, let go. If you don't, she might get into trouble. Even if the youth office can't handle it, isn't there a team and a commune youth office? If something happens, we all will be in trouble." But Su Li was strong. She held Qian Xuyu's head tightly and kept changing her grip to breathe. No matter how much she struggled, she couldn't break free from Su Li's hold. Li Ziang stood nearby, watching Su Li's actions with a twitching smile. This girl didn't look like a good person. It's a pity Qian Xiuyu was so foolish, being used as a without realizing it. Su Li sneered, her lips curling into a sinister smile. With her delicate, heroic features, she looked like a small from a 1930s Shanghai drama. She looked around at everyone, her eyes flashing.
What?
Everyone wants to see justice? Then let's have a fair judgment. Her gaze swept through the crowd and landed on Yu Ting. She pointed at her. Yu Ting's face turned pale instantly. Her lips trembled, and she instinctively tried to hide behind the crowd. On the train, Yu Ting's snack was stolen by a naughty kid. Is it my fault? Arguing over a few snacks and getting scratched up, am I to blame for that? I was surrounded by human traffickers while searching for my child. Later, I helped the soldiers rescue the kidnapped child. I didn't get any credit, but I did suffer hardships. Yet, you are secretly spreading rumors about me and ruining my reputation. Is this what people do? The yard was completely silent. Wow, this is serious. Li Xiang stepped out from the crowd and said, I can prove this. That day, Qian Jiqing was scratched, and it had nothing to do with Su Li. Everyone saw that the military vehicle personally brought Su Jiqing to the team, which shows she made a big contribution. Su Li raised an eyebrow. This kid is quite interesting. Seeing the right moment, Su Li decisively grabbed Qian Xiuyu out of the water basin and threw her aside. Qian Xiuyu fell to the ground, soaking wet. She looked so miserable, covered in water, tears, and snot. The team secretary, Li Guangquan, just returned to the team office and carefully took out a pack of filtered cigarettes from his drawer. This was sent by his cousin, Li Xiaolian. Usually, he didn't dare to smoke them, but now he heard a commotion outside. Secretary, something's wrong. The new girl, Su Jiqing, fought with Qian Jiqing. Li Guangquan frowned and hurried outside in his cloth shoes. As soon as he entered the youth workers' yard, he saw Qian Xiuyu lying on the ground like a drenched chicken. Her wet hair stuck to her face, and her face was covered with tears and snot. She looked so pitiful that it was hard to watch.
Li Guangquan s'en florat.
He remembered what Li Xiaolian had written in her letter. She had just arrived and already bullied the girl worker so badly. It showed what kind of life his cousin and niece had been living, being bullied to the point of despair by Su Li. What exactly happened? He asked in a deep voice. Qian Xiuyu, seeing the secretary arrive, immediately grabbed the lifeline. Secretary Li, you have to help me. Su Li. She pulled my hair and pushed me into the water basin. I almost lost my life.
What?
Li Guangquan's face darkened as he looked at Su Li, who was standing nearby, with a calm expression. Did you really hit her?
Su Li shrugged, about to speak.
Qian Xiaoyu hurried to add details. She also cut my hair, scolded me, and threatened me. She's just bullying me because she has connections. Su Li. Haha, this girl is quick to change her tune. Just now, she was looking down on her background, and now she's accusing me? Li Guangquan patted his thigh heavily and shouted angrily, Su Jiqing, your attitude is too unreasonable. Is the youth station a place for you to cause trouble? You don't unite with your comrades, and you dare to hit people, cut their hair, and pour water on them. Do you have any rules in your eyes? Su Li. Haha, jumping to conclusions without knowing the facts. Did I have a grudge against you in my past life? Su Li slowly raised her head, her eyes cold, with a faint smile on her lips. Secretary Li, I do want to follow the rules, but others don't. If you had come 5 minutes earlier, you would have heard how Qian Jiqing insulted me, calling me a bad girl and saying I have poor character. Tell me, how am I supposed to follow the rules? Nonsense, Li Guangquan's face darkened. If there are conflicts, you can go to the organization to solve them. Hitting people is not the attitude of you young intellectuals. The surrounding youth looked at Su Li with some hostility. In this era, being labeled as having poor, ideological conduct could affect your evaluation scores and your chance to return to the city. Su Li smiled coldly and asked back, if I am slandered and can't lift my head and my reputation is ruined, will the team stand up for me? Or should I wait until I get into trouble and then someone says, young people are inexperienced, just endure it? These words were too direct, and suddenly the yard fell silent. What kind of attitude is that? Is that the way to speak to the secretary? Li Guangquan's anger surged. No wonder his cousins said he was a troublemaker. Su Li sneered coldly. People respect me a foot. I respect them 3 yards. But if someone steps on my nose, I won't tolerate it. When she said this, many youth couldn't help but feel a shock in their hearts and looked at Li Guangquan. Li Guangquan's face darkened further. Besides being a troublemaker, this girl was also a troublemaker. He snorted coldly. Since you won't admit your mistake, I can't forgive you. I will punish you with 20 work points as compensation for Qian Jiqing. Consider it a serious warning to prevent you from causing trouble again. This punishment was quite heavy. The most capable women in the village only earned at most 8 points, some only 3 or 5. These 20 points would be wasted in just 3 or 4 days. The youth looked at Su Li, worried about her. She was thin and small. Would she be able to earn her own food? But seeing her like this, she probably didn't eat much either. Su Li's eyes turned cold. She paused for half a second, and then smiled slightly. All right, secretary, whatever punishment you decide is fine with me. She spoke casually, but it made Li Guangquan very angry, and his face grew even longer. Well, Su Li, do you think this is your home where you can do as you please? Once you are in the Red Star Brigade's territory, even the troublemakers have to behave properly. Moreover, we have a lot of old grudges. At this moment, Yu Ting stepped forward with a look of grievance, her eyes red. Secretary Li, I think Xiao Yu and I should move out. Su Jiqing is very strong-willed. I'm afraid she might get angry again someday. I'm small and fragile. I can't handle much trouble. Okay, Li Guangquan replied in a deep voice. If you can't stay, then move apart. From now on, you won't bother each other. Captain Li, please arrange this. All right, Li Dongqing nodded thoughtfully. You two should move to another female Jiqing dormitory. Su Li thought, is this really happening? Later, she could share a room alone with Lu Yuanyuan. That girl didn't seem to be very troublesome, and it would be much easier to visit her mother at night. All her earlier frustration about losing points disappeared. In the space, the grain was piled high, and those few points of effort seemed insignificant. While she was happily thinking this, the face of the other female Jiqing darkened. Originally, there were 3 people, and now 2 more were squeezed in. Where could they all stay? But seeing the expressions of the brigade's secretary and Li Dongqing, everyone wisely chose not to mention it. The Jiqing looked at each other, some feeling happy for the troublemaker, others lost in thought. Su Li had already offended the secretary. There was still a long way to go. As night fell, a dim kerosene lamp lit up the yard of the Jiqing camp. Old Jiqing brought out several patched-together tables and set them up in the center of the yard. They simply arranged a welcoming feast to greet the new Jiqing comrades. On the table were only a few wild vegetables, 2 dishes of scrambled eggs with chives, a large pot of slightly sticky cornmeal porridge, and a basket of cornbread mixed with sorghum flour. It was simple and humble, but it was the best hospitality the countryside could offer. Li Dongqing, as the team leader, casually said a few words to welcome the new comrades, urging everyone to stay united, help each other, and be understanding. As he finished speaking, everyone silently picked up their chopsticks, and the atmosphere remained tense and awkward. After all, everyone was still shaken from the scissors incident and the water tank fight earlier in the day. But Su Li wasn't in the mood to care about the atmosphere. She had been busy all morning and performed a big scene in the afternoon. Her stomach was growling from hunger. While others nibbled on their small bread, she had already devoured 3 and drank 3 big bowls of porridge. TSK, are you a pig reborn? Qian Xiaoyu mocked with a sneer. 3 bowls of porridge and 3 small breads. If you keep eating like this, we won't have enough food for the whole week. As she spoke, the mood, which was barely holding on, suddenly froze. A few old young peasants looked at each other, some showing worried expressions. The food was distributed per person, 1 portion each. If someone ate too much, they would have to take from others. Su Li paused her eating, then slowly swallowed her last piece of bread, looked at Qian Xiaoyu, and said calmly, "You're the pig, huh? Open your mouth, Shut up and step back." Qian Xiaoyu choked and blushed deeply. "You, Su Li ignored her, thought for a moment, then stood up and clapped her hands, speaking to Li Dongqing. Captain Li, I have a big appetite. I don't want to take advantage of everyone. She paused, then smiled at everyone, with a hint of coldness in her smile. Maybe I should cook by myself. I'll figure out the food, so no one has to worry about how many breads I eat every day. As soon as she finished, everyone was surprised. This was actually a good solution. I think it works, someone whispered, quickly getting some agreement from others. I'll join you, a cold voice interrupted. It was Lu Yuanyuan, who had been silent all along. Everyone turned to look at her in surprise. Lu Yuanyuan's expression was calm but firm. I want to cook with Su Li. Su Li raised an eyebrow and looked at Lu Yuanyuan, smiling. Okay, we'll team up. After a brief silence in the yard, Li Dongqing nodded. All right, that's settled. But let's agree in advance. If the food runs out, you'll have to figure it out yourselves. Su Li agreed with a smile. Cooking alone, making whatever she wanted, was perfect. She was about to see her mother soon. She was so happy. After dinner, it was time to sleep. Yu Ting and Qian Xiaoyu moved their things to another female youth worker dormitory. Before leaving, Qian Xiaoyu proudly said to Su Li, on my first day here, I earned 20 work points before even starting work. Secretary Li is really kind. Su Li chuckled and looked at her with a smile. Maybe I should hit you a couple of times and give you 40 more work points? If you can't support yourself in the future, that might be a good idea. Qian Xiaoyu was annoyed and glared at her. She turned around, hugged her luggage, and left the room. Yu Ting awkwardly smiled at Su Li. Su Li, I really didn't mean anything bad. I just want to learn some experience from the older workers. Su Li looked at this insincere girl and felt tired for no reason. She waved her hand. Go ahead. If one day you can't manage here, you can come to me. You really don't know what's good for you. Yu Ting turned around, angry, and left with her luggage. Lu Yuanyuan giggled softly. This girl really doesn't know how to stop when she's right. Su Li looked outside at the sky, listened to the sounds, and got up to go out. Do you need to use the bathroom? I want to go too, so let's go together. Su Li, can I say I want to go see my mom? Of course not. Lu Yuanyuan looked at her nicely, but these days, anyone could be around. Su Li thought she shouldn't let her guard down. She lowered her voice. I'm going out for a private matter. I'll be back soon. Lu Yuanyuan suspiciously looked at her, her eyes flickering, but she didn't ask more. She just warned. I'm going to sleep now. If they ask, I'll say you went to the bathroom. Su Li nodded. Okay. It was late at night. The entire Hongxing brigade seemed swallowed by the darkness, and even the insects had quieted down. The cattle shed was at the east end of the village. It was a few low, old, and dilapidated earthen houses, with leaky roofs and light seeping through the cracks in the walls. Usually, the villagers avoided it because it housed re-education through labor workers. Su Li carefully tiptoed through the uneven dirt road in the dark, clutching a small cloth bag tightly. Inside was a jar of malted milk, a pack of biscuits, 2 jeans of noodles, and some daily necessities she took from her space. Outside the cattle shed, there were several piles of dry hay. The fresh scent of hay mixed with the smell of fermented cow manure from summer, creating a sharp, sour aroma.
Su Li pauset, her heartbeating faster.
She steadied herself and quietly moved toward the shed. The people inside the shed had not yet rested. Several windows emitted a dim yellow light. Inside the middle room, Fong Lan was sewing clothes under the lamp. The warm yellow glow illuminated her slender face, calm and focused. Next to her, on a haystack, sat a dignified woman in her 50s, watching her sew with interest. Teacher Fong, I didn't expect your skills to be so good. Turns out, your sewing hand is just as steady as your teaching hand.
Fang Lan Samai.
I'm not naturally good at it. It's because of my little girl. She's a tomboy, very tough. She fights, climbs trees, catches chickens, and teases dogs. Her clothes get torn every few days. We can't buy new clothes all the time, so I had to learn to sew. Fong Lan sighed quietly, wondering how her mischievous girl was doing. Li Xiaolian, that woman, was not easy to deal with. She had hidden her true nature for over 10 years, and only when she was close to divorce did she see her real face. With her daughter's stubbornness, She wondered if she was doing well. At least she's safe. My girl is obedient since she was little. When old Shun and I had problems, we forced her to cut ties with us. I don't know how she's doing now in her in-law's house. Her mother-in-law isn't easy to get along with. The woman across from her looked a bit teary when she talked about her daughter. It had been over a year since they last saw each other. She was worried. Fong Lan put down her sewing and gently patted her hand. Big sister Chen, don't be sad. As long as her husband is good, Jiao Jiao won't suffer. Besides, they have a son now. For his sake, her mother-in-law won't mistreat her. Well, I hope so. We're just simple folks here in this mountain village, with no strength but lots of worries. Su Li, standing at the door, felt her nose sting and was about to knock. Suddenly, the old cow, who had been dozing, snorted loudly and mooed. Was this old cow deliberately causing trouble for her? She hurried over, trying to cover the cow's mouth, but was instead licked all over her hand with a rough tongue. Su Li took a piece of fruit candy from her space and held it out in her palm. The old cow looked at her with wet eyes, leaned forward, put the candy in its mouth, chewed twice, and surprisingly swallowed it with a loud gulp.
Su Li.
This is the first time I've seen a cow eat candy. Who's there?
Thief.
Someone's stealing the cow. A loud shout came from the house next to the barn, and then the door suddenly swung open with a bang. Two figures ran out of the house. Old Lu grabbed the tools. Desperately, Su Li looked at the old yellow cow, which surprisingly grinned with a mischievous look. She glared at the old yellow cow. This animal can't even be bought off with candy. She quickly stood up, tightened her small bag, and looked at the two middle-aged men rushing out of the house. I am here to find someone. Su Li felt a bit embarrassed. Anyone would think badly if they saw a stranger near the cow pen late at night. Remember, cows are the most important property of the production team. Didn't you see that this old cow is the only one they have? And the people watching the cow looked suspicious. If something happened to the cow, it would be hard to explain. The two men looked at each other with confusion. The girl in front of them was quiet and gentle and didn't seem like a thief.
Who?
Who are you looking for? At that moment, another door opened and Fong Lan and Qin Fong came out. Old Lu, what's going on? Qin Fong asked with doubt. This girl says she's looking for someone, the tall middle-aged man replied. Mom, I'm Su Li. Su Li's voice trembled, her nose felt sore, and her eyes turned red. The air seemed to freeze. Lilia, Fong Lan's voice trembled as she pushed past Qin Fong and staggered forward.
Mom, it's me.
I came to see you. Fong Lan hugged Su Li tightly, looked her over from head to toe, and tears burst from her eyes. Lear, is that really you? The others silently looked at each other. It was clear that Fong Lan's daughter, whom she always talked about, had come to see her mother. Everyone felt happy for them, but they didn't want to delay their mother and daughter's reunion. Lu Minghui silently gave a signal, and everyone went back to their rooms, leaving space for the mother and daughter to be together. Fong Lan led Su Li into the room. Inside, there was a dim oil lamp on the windowsill, a simple bed made of a few wooden planks. There was also an old, broken small dining table, on which sat a chipped white ceramic bowl. The room looked very lonely and worn out. Su Li stood at the door, silently sighing. She couldn't imagine how much suffering her mother had endured here. Coming to the Northwest to find her mother was the best decision she had ever made in this world.
Child.
Why did you come? Do you know what kind of place this is? Fong Lan calmed her emotions, her eyes full of disapproval and even some anger. But she held Su Li's hand tightly and didn't let go. This girl, she had already paved the way for her. Why bother with her own mother, who was sent away? Su Li looked up at Fong Lan, her eyes shining like a small flame. I know. I will do everything I can to take care of you. Hearing this, even Fong Lan, who is usually rational, was thrown into confusion. She wiped her tears, steadied her mind, and forced herself to sound calm. Tell me, did someone bully you there? Did Li Xiaolian give you a hard time? Fong Lan was a little angry. Before leaving, she had secretly met Su Jinghe. The other promised to take good care of Su Li and even arranged a military career for her after graduation. But just a few days later, the girl had already come running back. How dare she? Suli told Fong Lan everything that happened at home, without hiding anything. From Li Mo being sent to the countryside with 8,000 yuan, to Li Shengli being reported and taken away, she told it all. Fong Lan listened with a pounding heart. Even without seeing it herself, she could imagine the chaos and mess. She felt both pain and worry. When she first heard Li Xiaolian admit that Li Mo was Su Jinghe's daughter, she was heartbroken and disappointed. She was angry at Su Jinghe for betraying their marriage. Later, when Su Jinghe tentatively suggested divorce, she agreed without hesitation. She thought it was for a better future for the children, but perhaps it was also a way to escape the marriage. But now that Su Li has arrived, it made her worry even more. You're sending yourself into danger. Do you know that? I know, Su Li interrupted her calmly. But you're my mom. If I don't come, you'll just be here alone in this broken house, drinking cold water and nibbling on dry bread. When winter nights come and you're cold and can't sleep, I don't want to trouble you. I want to support you. Fong Lan's eyes reddened as she looked at her daughter, who used to be mischievous and always caused her trouble. Her heart was full of a mother's love. This child has truly grown up. But growing up has come with many hardships and storms. Fong Lan felt both sad and happy at the same time. Mom, you taught me not to live a cowardly life. And you also taught me to have integrity. From now on, if we face difficulties, we will face them together. There was a moment of silence in the air. Fong Lan looked at Su Li, then suddenly reached out and gently touched her head, saying softly, "You little girl, your wings are getting stronger." Su Li chuckled, acting like a mischievous child caught stealing candy. "You just realized? I'm pretty amazing. From today, I'll take care of you." Fong Lan finally smiled. Her smile was full of pride and relief. "So, you came as a young, educated youth?" Su Li snuggled into Fong Lan's arms, looking very proud. Fong Lan sighed deeply, accepting the situation. The road ahead could only be taken step by step. Since you're here, stay peacefully. But don't reveal who you are to me. You're a young, educated youth, and I'm someone assigned to the cattle shed.
I understand, Su Li nodded.
I'll secretly visit you. We won't acknowledge each other openly. After saying that, Su Li stood up, took out some things from her cloth bag, a bottle of milk powder, a pack of biscuits, 2 pounds of noodles, and 5 large buns that Jing Nan had just given her this afternoon. She thought for a moment, then took out 4 large tomatoes and 3 or 4 cucumbers. Fong Lan was surprised, her eyes wide open. "Lear, where did you get these? Even in the capital, these things are rare. How did this girl manage to get them?" Su Li patted her chest and said, "Don't worry, I have money and tickets now. These were bought for me by a soldier from the Liberation Army. You know Fu Sili's grandson, Fu Jingnan. He also asked me to say hello to you. That young Fu, I've met him a few times before. He's a good young man and seems promising, I heard." Su Li pouted. Lucky him, gaining a good reputation for nothing. While the mother and daughter talked, they leaned on the small bed and chatted until 2 a.m. before Su Li left. After she left, a sneaky figure slipped out from behind the abandoned mud wall of the barn. He looked toward Fong Lan's house and then turned to walk toward the village. Back at the youth's courtyard, Su Li closed the gate and quietly returned to her dorm. Lu Yuan was already asleep. Su Li smiled, changed into her pajamas, lay down, and soon fell into a deep sleep. The next morning, Su Li got up early. After washing up, Lu Yuan had already prepared breakfast: 2 bowls of porridge for steamed buns and a plate of pickled vegetables. Lu Yuan picked up a bowl of porridge and a steamed bun, then pushed the rest towards Su Li. "The team gives us young workers an advance of 28 jin of grain each month, deducted after the harvest based on work points. I know you eat a lot, but I can only share what I have." Su Li raised an eyebrow. This girl wants to share her grain, but she can't just take advantage of others, right? She paused for a moment and asked, "Can you cook?" "At home, I prepared all 3 meals myself, Lu Yuan said seriously. Su Li's eyes lit up. Great, I don't know how to cook well. Just enough to make food that's cooked. Now I really need a cook. Since she couldn't rely on her mother for meals, she had to be self-sufficient to eat well. The most abundant thing in her space was grain. She turned around and took out the steamed bun Fu Jingnan brought, handing it over. Don't worry about the grain. I have a way. But I'm not good at cooking, so from now on, I'll leave the cooking to you. Lu Yuan, such a big steamed bun. Just giving it away? Su Li smiled. If you think I'm losing out, you can cook a few more meals for me. Lu Yuan looked at her. These days, people can't even get enough to eat. Making a few extra meals to avoid hunger isn't a big deal. They quickly agreed and started working together. After breakfast, they joined the other young workers in the courtyard, standing in a row, reciting the sayings of great leaders. Li Dongqing stood at the front, his back straight. He took out a red-covered book of the chairman's sayings and held it high. Make firm decisions, be unafraid of sacrifice, overcome all difficulties, and strive for victory. His voice was strong and steady, with a serious expression. The young workers repeated after him, their voices clear and loud. Su Li quietly stood at the back of the group, her feet planted firmly on the ground, her face a bit numb. Why do I feel a little ashamed? The sound of a copper gong ringing announced the start of work. Li Dongqing finished his passionate, motivational speech and announced that everyone could begin working. Since someone is willing to do the work for them, why not let them? So no one else spoke up for him. Only his childhood friend, who grew up with him, felt unfair and tried to defend him, but he silenced her. Now, they actually sent Su Li to do the job? Li Xiang blinked and looked at Su Li, muttering softly. She's just a girl. Isn't this job a bit too heavy for her? Li Guangquan glared at him. She can fight, cause trouble, and she's not afraid of work. If she doesn't want to go, deduct her work points and give her a warning. Hearing this, Qian Suyu beside him snorted proudly and looked at Su Li with a smug expression. Su Li raised an eyebrow but said nothing. She was pretty sure that Li Guangquan was deliberately trying to embarrass her. But what was his reason? Just because of the fight yesterday? No. He had been looking at her strangely since she arrived yesterday with a cold, hostile gaze. It was like he knew her long before, or maybe he had been holding a grudge. Fine, no matter what his plan is, I'll take on this task. As the saying goes, knowing your enemy and yourself, you will never be defeated in 100 battles. I wonder what tricks he has up his sleeve next. She turned to look at the silent man standing nearby. He was in his 30s, with dark skin, a tall and sturdy build, slightly limping on his right foot, but his expression was calm and steady. At this moment, he looked at Su Li but said nothing, just nodded. Let's go. Su Li followed him to the warehouse at the village committee to get tools. The clerk was a woman in her 40s named Wang Qiulan, with a gentle face. Seeing Su Li and Wu Jiaxuan come in, she looked at him with sympathy. Shunzi, you're being sent to Laowa Ridge again? That place is far, and the road is rough. How will your foot hold up? This Li Guangquan, relying on some connections. But you didn't even take his secretary position. What is he trying to do? Wang Qiulan was straightforward and spoke her mind openly. Wu Jiaxuan looked at Wang Qiulan, smiled faintly, though it seemed a bit forced. Sister Wang, I'm fine. It's just some work. I've done tougher jobs in the army before. Su Li thought. This woman had a story to tell. Her eyes changed immediately, eager to sit down with a small stool, pack some sunflower seeds, and have a good chat with her. Wang Qiulan looked at Su Li with bright eyes and suddenly smiled. Is that you? The girl who threw the young worker into the water tank yesterday? No, Su Li almost spat out her old blood. Who is spreading such nonsense? Why is it getting more and more exaggerated? She shook her head and immediately retorted, I didn't throw her. I just pressed her head into the water tank. After saying that, she winked at Wang Qiulan. Wang Qiulan smiled slightly and looked Su Li up and down. She then took out 2 smaller buckets from the corner and carried them over. You're small, so use these. The big ones you can't lift. Annie, I can do it. I'm very strong. Wang Qiulan smiled again. This girl looks honest and straightforward, unlike other sneaky young workers. Let's use these smaller ones, Wu Jiashuan, who had been standing nearby, said softly, pursing his lips. Suli, Leiling is very far away. The two of them carried buckets of water, walking along the winding path for nearly half an hour, their feet numb. When they reached the pond, the sun hadn't fully risen yet, but sweat already soaked their backs. Wu Jiashuan silently filled both buckets with water and said softly, "Take a break, little girl. This work is a bit tiring." After that, he carried the 2 buckets steadily and walked away. Even with injured feet, his steps were steady and calm. Suli raised an eyebrow. This person is low-key but capable, not simple at all. Seeing him walk far away, Suli didn't hold back. She quickly slipped into her space. 007 was already waiting outside the wooden building. "Hey, little ancestor, finally willing to come? I thought you didn't need my help." Seeing Suli come in, Shao Qi hurried to greet her. "Where are your wings? Not doing little bees today. Didn't you say I should balance work and rest?" As the boss, you forget what you said so quickly. Shao Qi rolled her eyes at her. Suli chuckled. "These past 2 days, I've been so busy I forgot. The watermelon field has a big pond, right? Clear it out for me. I've already tidied up the watermelon field these days, and the pond is free," Shao Qi said proudly. With such a boss, isn't it better if he worries a little more? Suli jumped onto the electric bike and arrived at the watermelon field. The field was flat and well-maintained, with the soil loosened and ready for planting. "Where are those vine watermelon seedlings?" Suli looked around, feeling a bit puzzled. Ling Qi looked at her with disdain. "How forgetful you are. All the vine seedlings in our eco-park have been chopped up and turned into fertilizer in the fermentation barrels." Suli slapped her forehead and laughed. "Maybe when I came into this world, I got my brain caught in the door and forgot about this." Ling Qi looked at her speechlessly. "Why are you preparing the water tank? The water from the well is enough. Just let it out if you don't need it." Suli stared at him like a fool. "Little 7, do you think I'm stupid? The divine water in the well, if used to water the land, could make the corn grow tall like trees, with a yield of 3,000 jin per mu. Wouldn't that be suspicious?" Little 7 choked. "All right, since it's your idea, let's go quickly. What if someone comes back and doesn't see you?" Suli laughed loudly, then quickly moved out and returned to the pond. She squatted down and dipped her fingertips into the pond. Soon, the pond in her space was full. "Are you the new young sister sent to work here?" Suli looked up to see a small boy, about 10 years old, standing behind her. He was dark, sturdy, and quick-eyed, looking very clever. But when she saw the 2 buckets he was carrying, her mouth twitched. The buckets were taller than he was, almost as tall as the water jar in the youth's courtyard. Suli sighed silently, giving a mental score to this father and son, a boy who lost his leg protecting his family and country, yet still willing to help without complaint. "Forget it. I'll do the carrying. After all, I am a kind-hearted, beautiful little fairy." "Why are you carrying such big buckets?" Suli asked. Wui looked around nervously, then leaned in secretly. "This place is remote. Not many people come here. Once we finish early, we can go into the mountains to catch rabbits or something." He even licked his lips. Suli's eyes lit up. "Is there such a good thing?" She looked toward the northern mountains, imagining how many animals must be there. Meat. Lots of it. She stroked her chin, thinking, I really want to go too." "I'll do it," she said, squatting down and swapping the 2 huge buckets. "Can you carry them?" Suli smiled, carried a water bucket, and walked quickly along the path with steady steps, as if dancing to a beat. 2 large water buckets, almost spilling over, swayed as she moved, but not a drop was spilled. Wu Jiashuan had just returned from the cornfield. Seeing this, he paused and frowned slightly. He thought the young girl would do only a little work, leaving the rest to himself. But to his surprise, she was doing everything, using the biggest bucket, the one no one in the village had ever used. This was not ordinary strength. Wui widened his eyes and opened his mouth in amazement. "Wow, is this new girl from the city?" super strong. Su Li turned around and waved at them. What are you standing there for? Hurry up. Finish watering early, then go into the mountains to catch rabbits. Wu Jiaxuan and Wu Yi looked at each other silently. Then, a strange scene appeared on the mountain path. 2 extra-large buckets, 2 standard-sized buckets, and 2 small buckets, all racing down the path, splashing mud and water, but not a single drop was wasted. Plus, Su Li secretly used water from her space pond. In less than an hour, the entire cornfield was thoroughly watered. Su Li hummed a little tune, thinking, "Wild chickens, rabbits, and silly roe deer in the mountains, sister is here." Before she finished, Li Guangquan came from the other end of the path, leading a round-faced, sturdy girl. "Who is that girl?" Su Li whispered. Wu Yi frowned and lowered his voice. "That's the team's scorekeeper, Wang Danny, Widow Wang's daughter." His tone was full of disdain. Sure enough, Wang Danny opened her mouth with a sarcastic tone. "Oh, so you're just standing here wasting time? Finished your work or just not doing anything? New girl, you just lazily slack off from the moment you arrived. Today's performance, I'll give you at most 3 work points." Su Li paused, then slowly looked up. Wu Yi immediately puffed out his cheeks, ready to argue, but Wu Jiaxuan held his shoulder. Wu Jiaxuan didn't pay attention to Wang Danny. He calmly said to Li Guangquan, "Secretary Li, the 3 teams are taking turns watering the land. They just finished now. If you don't believe it, go see for yourself. Water is still wet." Wang Danny snorted coldly and glanced at her watch. "It's not even 10 o'clock, and you've finished watering the land? Do you think I'm stupid?" Li Guangquan walked to the edge of the field with a blank expression, circled around, then spoke. "Shunzi, you're from the army. I know you don't slack off when working. But Su Li is a young, educated person here for re-education. If she really didn't contribute, how would we count her work points?" Su Li thought this really is just looking for trouble. "Exactly," Wang Danny sneered. "She hasn't done anything, and she still wants work points? Don't other members have opinions? To be fair, I think 3 points are enough." Su Li narrowed her eyes and slowly stepped forward, speaking calmly. "Today, this piece of land was watered by Wu and me together. If you don't believe it, let's compare." She pointed to the corn row and smiled. "You pick a bucket of water and see how far you can water. I can water 20 meters with 1 bucket. Can you do that?" 2 nearby members immediately gathered around, looking interested. One member whispered jokingly, "Danny, why not just compare? With such a strong body, no problem carrying a bucket of water, right?" Wang Danny's face stiffened. She opened her mouth but couldn't say anything. Just looking at those 2 large water buckets made her legs feel weak. They were buckets no one in the village had ever used before. She looked at Su Li's thin body and pouted. With her body, could she carry that? She didn't believe it. "Su Li, if you can carry it, I'll give you 10 work points," Wang Danny said sharply, looking very arrogant. "No, I'll finish my turn, then you try." Su Li raised an eyebrow and shot her a sidelong glance. "Today, I must make you look bad." "Okay." Wang Danny stomped her foot and agreed through gritted teeth. But inside, she couldn't help but think, "With your yellow hair, I doubt you can even lift it." "Watch carefully." Su Li lifted the water bucket, went to the pond, filled it, carried it on her shoulder, and walked steadily along the path. Wang Danny's face darkened. "Oh my, Su, the young educated person, is so strong," one member said. Another member stared wide-eyed, speechless.
Li Guangquan's quinta.
His sister-in-law didn't mention this in her letter. "Your turn now." Su Li put down the bucket and smiled at Wang Danny. Wang Danny kept stepping back. Li Guangquan's face darkened as he spoke. "Danny is the scorekeeper, responsible for recording work points. She's not here to do the work." "Does this really matter?" Su Li raised an eyebrow and said calmly, "Leaders should not only talk but also do. Great people teach us that too." "Secretary Li, how about we have a little competition?" she suggested. Li Guangquan's face darkened as if water could drip from it. "This girl really is tricky." He was about to speak when suddenly, distant drums and gongs sounded louder and closer. Su Li's lips curled into a slight smile. "It seems that next time, I'll have to test my strength." Secretary Zhou from the commune has come to give Su Zhigang an award. A villager ran over from afar, speaking loudly with obvious excitement. Li Guangquan didn't bother to talk to Su Li. He quickly turned to greet him. His superior was here, so he had to welcome him properly. Other villagers working elsewhere also hurried over, curious about what was happening. Soon, a man in his 40s, of average build, arrived with Li Guangquan. Behind him was a drum team decorated with red ribbons. More and more people gathered, filling the narrow path, creating a lively and grand scene. But Su Li felt a bit overwhelmed. There were more people than at a wedding in later generations. She felt like she was surrounded by a crowd of, well, monkeys. Seeing Su Li approaching, Li Guangquan loudly announced, "Su Zhigang, this is Secretary Zhou from the commune, here to give you an award." He smiled warmly, speaking kindly, with none of his earlier coldness. What award? Some nearby people wondered aloud, confused. They had heard that this girl had just arrived and had cut another young worker's hair and thrown him into a water tank, almost drowning him. How could such a mischievous girl get an award? Was she rewarded for hitting someone? Secretary Zhou stepped forward enthusiastically, smiling broadly, and carefully handed her an award certificate and an envelope. Comrade Su Li showed bravery and quick thinking in helping the army catch human traffickers. She is awarded the title of Outstanding Person in Acts of Courage and a bonus of 300 yuan. We hope others will learn from her selfless spirit and work hard to bring honor to our commune. Hearing Secretary Zhou's words, the people around immediately erupted in excitement. That girl is really impressive. She dares to catch human traffickers. I used to think that this girl, who cuts hair and throws water jars, wasn't very good, but I didn't expect her to be a hero who catches traffickers. People recognized by the organization must be good, right? Maybe it was just a mistake by that young worker. With this award, our team might be able to be recognized as an advanced unit of the commune this year. If we don't get it again, it would be a bit embarrassing. 300 yuan prize money. Who in our team can come up with that? Wow, this is like a little treasure. Thank you, Secretary Zhou. Su Li took the award certificate, her face a little red. In her past life, she had received awards before, but never like today, surrounded by people with applause ringing out. That feeling of being recognized was a bit intoxicating. Secretary Zhou looked at this obedient girl and felt more and more satisfied. If all the young workers coming to the commune were like her, bringing honor to the commune before they even arrived, the more the better. Su, young worker, are you used to working in the fields for the first time? Secretary Zhou asked with concern. Before Su Li could answer, Wu Yi beside her quickly responded. Su's older sister is amazing. Look, those two big buckets that look like water jars are what she carried. She moved so quickly. Everyone looked on in silence for a moment, then suddenly burst into applause. Really? Those aren't water buckets, they're water jars, right? I don't believe it. Even strong laborers can't carry those. Secretary Zhou also looked at her with doubt. Su, young worker, can you really carry them? Su Li blinked. Wasn't this a perfect chance to build her reputation? She smiled softly, rolled up her sleeves, lifted the two water jars, walked down to the pond, filled them with water, and then steadily carried them back from the edge of the pond. Her face was calm, her breathing even, looking as light as if she was carrying empty buckets. Secretary Zhou looked surprised and thought, this trip was worth it. I've found a treasure. If she is properly trained, she could definitely become a model worker. The onlookers were also stunned. Oh my God, isn't this the legendary strongman? Today I saw a real hero. Oh no. In this era, we don't talk about ghosts or monsters. This is a real person. A real person. No wonder she can help the team catch human traffickers with such strength. Impressive. People naturally admire strength. Seeing Su Li easily carry two water buckets, everyone felt both envy and admiration. Li Guangquan's face kept changing color. Wu Jiashuan gently patted Wu Yi's shoulder and gave a small signal. Wu Yi took the hint and added, because Sister Su, these 3 acres of land can be watered in just one morning. But the team score said that Sister Su was lazy and only earned 3 points. As soon as she finished speaking, the scene fell silent. Everyone looked straight at Wang Danny. Su Li thought, this kid is really something, a great helper. Wang Danny's face turned red with embarrassment. She was so scared in front of the local leaders, she couldn't speak. Secretary Zhou looked at Li Guangquan with a frown. What's going on here? It's a misunderstanding. A misunderstanding. Danny doesn't know the full story. Li Guangquan quickly smiled apologetically. Secretary Zhou, don't worry. Someone as capable as Su Li should get full points. In the future, I hope Su can lead everyone to improve together. He also smiled at Su Li. Su, today you finished your task. You can rest this afternoon. Don't worry, full points. Su Li. Even a chameleon isn't as quick to change colors as you. Such a sycophant. Seeing that everything was settled, Secretary Zhou said a few encouraging words, and then everyone dispersed. Wu Yi happily hugged Su Li's certificate and jumped around her, more excited than if he had won a prize himself. Su Li looked at the sky. It was noon, time for lunch. She guessed Lu Yuan was probably lining up to eat. Since there was only one iron pot in the youth's courtyard, they had to wait until Lu Yuan finished cooking. Sigh, she needed to find a chance to take out the space's pot. Su Li looked at the pond. During water fetching this morning, she vaguely noticed fish in the pond. Probably afraid of being caught by humans, the fish didn't come close to the edge. Suddenly, Su Li had an idea. She plucked a thick branch from a tree and took out a small military knife from her pocket, sharpening the tip. Wu Jiashuan immediately squinted. That knife. Su Li didn't look up. My dad is a soldier. He gave it to me. It's just a small military knife. Children in the big courtyard really don't lack this. Wu Jiashuan didn't speak. He told Wu Yi, I'm going home to cook. You and Su Jiqing be careful. Then he also went home. Do you want to eat fish? Wu Yi finished speaking and eagerly licked his lips. Stay here and watch. Su Li patted the little guy's head. To keep the space from being discovered, she decided to let the little ones stay on the road. She went to the pond, dipped her finger into the water, and the water from the ancient well flowed along her finger into the pond. Soon, a group of fish of all sizes swam over. Su Li raised her hand and flicked her finger. In a short time, 3 big fish were caught. When Wu Yi couldn't resist the temptation and ran down from the road, the fish by the river had already swum away. Su Jie, you're amazing. Some people in the village have tried to catch fish, but the fish here are too clever. No one can catch them, only sometimes my dad can catch 1 or 2. Wu Yi was happily jumping around. Finally, he could eat fish at noon. The 2 of them carried the fish home. Su Jie, don't forget, this afternoon we're going into the mountains. The wild chickens and rabbits there are really fat now, Wu Yi said happily. Su Jie, who is strong and lucky, might really catch a wild chicken or rabbit. Okay, we'll go into the mountains this afternoon. They happily agreed to go into the mountains later. The big pot on the stove in the youth camp was steaming hot, and everyone was lining up for food. Su Li carried 2 fresh cushion carp and immediately attracted the attention of the youth. Su Li, you caught fish. Li Xiang was the first to come over, eyes shining. Su Li nodded, didn't explain much, and didn't want to say more. She didn't want to get too involved with the youth in the camp. After all, some people wanted to chase others away just because of their big appetites. There was no need to make friends with such people. Lu Yuan took the fish, turned around, and went to the water tank to start cleaning, killing, scaling, gutting, removing the gills, and marinating. Her smooth and swift movements stunned everyone. Su Li couldn't help but raise an eyebrow. This girl was talented. She really had potential to be a cook. When she saw good ingredients, her eyes lit up. Su Li, there's no oil, so we can only cook it plainly. Li Yuan looked at her with difficulty and said, it's just plain boiled fish. I can make the best tasting soup for you. Su Li was happy. She had really found a treasure. Go ahead and cook it. I'll find a way to get the oil. Su Li remembered. In this era, each person was allowed only 2 ounces of oil per month. Many families use just a few drops of oil with chopsticks when cooking, better than nothing. The dishes in the bowls were so full that you couldn't even see a single oil spot. In the morning, when working, she saw the team members. Each one was dark and thin, clearly lacking proper nutrition. Think about it. In a mountain village with little farmland and low grain yield, people can't eat enough. Without enough oil, how could they get fat? Actually, there was one exception, scorekeeper Wang Danny. She was not tall but round and plump, with a big face that didn't look like she had gone hungry. Su Li was daydreaming, lost in her thoughts. Wow, it's so fresh. The aroma of the fish wafted directly into Su Li's nose. The young workers eating their meals put down their chopsticks. Qian Xiaoyu spoke sarcastically. This fish was caught from the pond. The pond belongs to the collective, so this fish must also be collective, right? As soon as she finished, a few young women followed suit. Yeah, the fish are collective property. How can she be so shameless to eat it alone? If she wants to eat, everyone should eat together. The youth hostel has only one pot, and the fish and firewood are collective too. Besides, she was awarded as an outstanding individual. Shouldn't an outstanding person unite with colleagues? Although the young men didn't speak, their eyes looked at Su Li and Lu Yuanyuan with full disapproval. Su Li raised an eyebrow, glancing coldly with a faint smile on her face. "Want to eat?" "Sure, 2 mao per bowl." In an instant, the yard fell silent.
Lisian smila tapili.
He took out 2 mao from his pocket and slapped it on the table with a bang. "Give me a bowl. This is a wild Christian carp caught by comrades Su herself. You must try it." Qian Xiaoyu curled her lips and sneered. So silly, able to eat for free, but still have to pay. Truly foolish and rich. A few young men who had planned to pay hesitated for a moment and then withdrew their hands. "I'd rather be a fool than take advantage of others," they said. Li Ziying looked at her slowly, his eyes meaningful. "You're..." Qian Xiaoyu's face twisted with anger, and the scar on her forehead looked even more fierce. Soon, Lu Yuanyuan added some wild scallions and 2 slices of, making the milky white fish soup smell even more delicious. Li Ziying picked up his large bowl, blew on the hot soup, and drank, squinting his eyes happily. TSK, I didn't know you had the skill. Compared to the fish I had at the Kyoto restaurant, yours is just as good. The fish is so fresh it could make you swallow your tongue." The nearby young workers all looked at the fish with longing eyes, but they couldn't do anything. No one wanted to pay, and they couldn't catch fish themselves. "Just a piece of fish. What's so special about it?" "It's because Qian Xiaoyu spoke up. If not, we wouldn't even get to taste a bowl." Li Dongqing, the leader of the young workers' team, looked at everyone in the yard with a cold gaze and sighed deeply. None of the 5 young workers who came this year were easy to deal with, especially Su Li, who was stubborn and hard to please. She was difficult to manage. If this keeps up, how can I be recognized as an outstanding team leader? If I can't be recognized, how can I manage the team to return to the city? After dinner, everyone went back to work. Su Li took the chance when people dispersed, secretly scooped out the remaining fish from the pot, put it into a basin from her space, and quietly left the young workers' yard. On the dusty dirt road, she carried the fish basin, walking lightly, feeling warm inside. It felt so good to find her mother. Wherever her mother was, that was her home. Outside the cattle shed, Fong Lan had just put down a bundle of freshly cut grass, washed her sweaty face, and was about to prepare lunch. From afar, she saw Su Li walking over, and her brow immediately furrowed. Wasn't she told not to come here? Was she afraid her life would get too comfortable? This morning, there was a loud celebration. The people in the cattle shed couldn't go closer because of their status. But she still heard from talkative villagers that Su Li had caught a human trafficker and received a bravery award. At that moment, she felt dizzy and almost fainted. Human traffickers are not good people, violent and wicked. If the children can't be saved and end up in their hands, the consequences. Just thinking about it made Fong Lan feel scared. Now, seeing Su Li, she couldn't help but feel both afraid and worried. "Mom, have you eaten lunch? I cooked fish for you." Su Li skipped over happily. Fong Lan saw Su Li acting carefree and felt a bit angry inside. She pulled Su Li into the room and examined her from head to toe. "Did you encounter human traffickers? Are you hurt, Su Li? Who is this chatterbox?" Because she was worried her mother would be anxious, she didn't mention anything about the traffickers last night. Fong Lan gently slapped her arm and gave her a sharp look. With all the noise this morning, how could I not hear? Suli chuckled and pulled Fong Lan to sit on the bed, then briefly told her about the encounter with the traffickers. In her story, she downplayed the violence of the traffickers. Even so, Fong Lan listened with a worried heart. We should thank Comrade Xiao Fu and the soldiers. If they hadn't arrived in time, Suli, if it weren't for those 2 kids holding them back, even if 10 more traffickers came, she wouldn't have been at a disadvantage. But saying that might reveal too much, so Suli wisely kept her mouth shut. Mom, I cooked fish for you. Come and eat. Fong Lan took a big bowl of fish. Wow, it's heavy. She sniffed. The smell of fish was tempting. Her eyes welled up with tears. Her daughter had been so independent since she was little, always ready to help, never needing to be told. It seemed that tough times really do shape a person. She looked outside the door. Aunt Chen Fong and the others haven't come back yet. We'll eat together when they do. Suli looked at her mother with suspicion. At this time, was it still necessary to think about others? But she didn't ask aloud. Fong Lan noticed her daughter's expression and understood her thoughts. Aunt Chun and Uncle Shun are my college classmates. Both are professors at Hwada University. They've helped me a lot. Another Uncle Lu is also a good person. He's a leader in the Kyoto security forces, but was transferred for some reason. When I first arrived here, I had trouble adjusting to the climate. Luckily, he secretly went up the mountain to gather herbs. Suli. So these people are all her benefactors. All right, one is a caregiver for our in charge. And once the situation stabilizes, these are all experts in their fields, since they're such valuable allies. Should I not hold on to this opportunity? My storage is piled high with food. But how can I secretly take out the food without anyone noticing? The mountain wind outside the pig pen blows in, carrying the scent of grass and earth. Just after setting down the fish soup basin inside, suddenly a few words of laughter and conversation come from outside. Old Lu, why do I feel like I smell fishy smell? You're such a curious cat with a sharp nose. Is there fish here? You probably just imagined it because you want to eat fish so badly. A gentle, slightly husky female voice teases. Old Shun, you, the weak scholar, should also take care of yourself. One of these days, I'll go up the mountain and see if I can secretly fish a few from the clear pond up there. Suli is surprised and immediately laughs. Isn't that the voice from last night when she shouted about the cow thief? She opens the door. Outside, 3 people have just come back from the fields. They are all soaked in sweat, mud sticking to their bodies, looking tired and a bit disheveled. Seeing Suli, they pause for a moment. Oh, isn't this the girl from last night? She looks so lively. She must be lucky. Chen Fong isn't surprised. As soon as she arrived, she went to find her mother. It's no wonder she didn't come today. Fong Lan walks out of the house. Quick, call her. This is your Uncle Lu, Uncle Shen, and Aunt Chen. Suli stands warmly beside Fong Lan, obediently calling out to them. She doesn't look like the clumsy girl Fong Lan described. That girl cooked fish. We're having a better meal at noon, Fong Lan says with a smile. I knew I smelled fishy smell, and you all said I was imagining things. Shen Qian's eyes are bright, and his gaze on Suli becomes even more kind. Girl, thanks to you today, I can finally eat real food again. Uncle Lu, let's indulge ourselves a bit, haha. Lu Minghui looks at Suli. She seems obedient, but her eyes are constantly moving, and her expression is just right. Clearly scheming something. But that's good. Fong Lan has already fallen into the mud, and if her daughter is also dull, it would be too frustrating. He gently nods at Suli. Suli thinks, this person doesn't talk much, and it's a little scary. She follows Fong Lan outside to a small grass shed where a simple stone stove is built. On top, there's an old, broken iron pot with 2 holes in it. Suli thinks, how can this pot be used? The water boiled and it smokes so much. Can it be safe to drink? I might have the chance to bring the cast iron pot from home out for them to use. Suli looked at her watch. It was almost 2 p.m. Why haven't everyone come back yet? she quietly asked Fonglan. Fonglan sighed. The team leader said we must finish pulling the weeds in the assigned cornfield this morning. That field is a bit far and overgrown, so it's no surprise they're late, Suli frowned. That scoundrel Li Guangquan really doesn't treat the people sent down as humans. Working under the hot sun at noon, pulling weeds. How can their bodies handle it? No wonder Mom has lost several pounds. This afternoon, I need to cook some good food to make up for it. Seeing that they had already sat down and started eating, Suli stood up to leave. I'm going back now. I'll bring some tasty food tonight. Don't run here all the time. If someone notices, it could be trouble, Shen Qian said softly, lowering his chopsticks. Exactly, Chen Fong also frowned. We understand you want to take care of your mom, but you need to be careful.
Suli chuckled.
If someone finds out, I'll just come openly. Who doesn't know how to be bold when things go wrong? Fong Lan's face darkened. Is this girl bored with a peaceful life? Lu Minghui, who had been silent, spoke up. Girl, your mom has everyone here. Don't worry, you won't be at a disadvantage. Suli gave a mischievous smile.
I'm smart.
They won't catch me. After saying that, she suddenly slipped away before Fonglan could say anything. Fonglan thought, is this girl a slippery eel? She's so hard to hold on to. Shin Qian, holding a big fish head, said while slurping. Fonglan, your girl is clever and her cooking skills are good too. You're lucky. When Suli reached the gate of the educated youth's courtyard, she saw Wu Yi waiting for her. As soon as he saw her, he happily ran over. Sister Su, are you ready? We're leaving now. Suli nodded, and they headed up the mountain together. They quietly skirted around the woods behind the educated youth's courtyard, avoiding the crowded fields and chicken farms, and slipped into the old locust tree forest in the north of the village. They moved quickly along a narrow mountain trail. Little one, is this your first time in the mountains? Suli squinted at him. He used about 70% of his strength to go into the mountain, but he didn't fall behind or complain about being tired. She didn't believe he hadn't trained before. Wu Yi chuckled and skillfully jumped over a fallen tree, walking steadily. I've been going up the mountain with my dad to pick herbs and gather firewood since I was 6. This little mountain path is easy. This made Suli look at him with new respect. Wow, you're pretty quick and agile. No wonder you're from a military family, she said cheerfully as she walked behind him. Wu Yi smiled, so much his eyes squinted. Suddenly, he seemed to remember something and spoke more softly. My dad says, to stay healthy, grow up to join the army, and protect our country like he did when he was young. When he said this, his tone became a bit urgent. Big Sister Sue, I want to be a soldier when I grow up, the kind who can fight well, catch bad guys, and fight in wars without fear. Hearing this, Suli felt a warm feeling in her heart. In this time, even though food was scarce, people's patriotism was very strong. That's a good goal. You're brave. She patted Wu Yi's head and smiled. When you wear your military uniform, you'll look very proud. Wu Yi smiled, showing the innocence and determination of a young boy. But after a few seconds, he lowered his eyes and mumbled softly. If I become a soldier, what will my dad do at home alone? Suli was surprised but quickly understood and asked, Where's your mom? My mom died giving birth to me. Wu Yi's voice was so soft it was almost inaudible. No wonder this kid is so mature. He's been ahead of his peers. It's okay, she said softly. When you really become a soldier, your dad will be proud and won't feel lonely. Wu Yi's eyes brightened, and he nodded firmly. I will. I practice push-ups and horse stance every day. As they talked, they quietly crossed the forest outside the mountain and entered the deep woods. They climbed over a small hill and were about to go down when they suddenly heard footsteps ahead.
Suli jest brauprod.
She pulled Wu Yi aside, and they hid by the side of the path. Soon, a middle-aged man in a gray-blue official uniform and wearing liberation shoes came walking by, carrying a leather bag. He looked a bit nervous and kept glancing back as he walked. I heard you've been wandering in the mountains for many days. Suli didn't speak, but kept a close watch on him. Wang Sanjin seemed to notice something, paused, and looked back at them. Then he smiled warmly and approached Suli. Are you
Susikin?
I heard you've done a great deed. That's impressive. His tone was gentle, like an old neighbor. I'm Wang Sanjin, a geologist sent from the county. The mountain paths are slippery, be careful. Thank you, Comrade Wang. We just want to explore the mountain and see if we can spot some wild birds or rabbits, Su Li responded calmly. The three exchanged a few simple words. Wang Sanjin carried his tool bag and said goodbye. As he turned his back and disappeared over the hill, Su Li frowned. This person walks quietly and steadily, as if skilled in martial arts. She looked down at the ground. Where he had stood, there were patches of white mud on the grass. The mud was shiny, fine, and smooth. Kaolin clay. Is there kaolin clay around here? Meanwhile, in the quiet mountain forest far away, sunlight filtered through the leaves, casting scattered shadows. Fu Jingnen crouched beside a rock, carefully examining the footprints on the ground. The footprints were deep and shallow, with white mud on them. This area has definitely been active, and more than once, he said in a low voice, frowning. Behind him, the soldiers looked tense, holding their old rifles tightly, alertly scanning the surroundings. They were sent to search the mountains for clues about a hidden radio station deep in Bailing. Last night, the radio monitoring team detected suspicious signals traced to this area. But after searching around, they found no sign of the station, only some faint footprints. Fu Jingnen checked the direction of the footprints and was about to lead the soldiers forward. Captain, there's movement over here. Suddenly, a soldier from the front sent a warning. In the bushes ahead, a low growl was heard. Then, a large group of wild boars charged out from the woods. Get down. Don't scare them, Fu Jingnen shouted softly, lowering his body and sharpening his gaze. The lead wild boar clearly sensed their presence, showing its sharp teeth and glaring with red eyes. It suddenly charged at the closest soldier. Gunshots rang out, filling the air with the smell of gunpowder. The first wild boar fell, but the rest of the herd was clearly angered by the noise. They rushed forward, kicking up dirt and dry branches. 2 o'clock on the left. Quickly, get out of the way, Fu Jingnen calmly commanded, raising his gun and firing 2 shots at the frontmost boar.
Bang! Bang!
The boar rolled over and fell to the ground. The remaining boars, seeming frightened, let out loud squeals and turned around, running downhill. Captain Fu, should we chase them? A soldier asked. Downhill was a village. If the boars ran into the village, the consequences could be serious. Fu Jingnen led the soldiers in pursuit, riding ahead. Meanwhile, Su Li and Su Wu Yi walked deeper into the mountains. Ahead, the forest suddenly opened up to a clear view. A mountain spring quietly rested in the valley, its water crystal clear and shimmering. After walking for a while, Su Li suddenly stopped. She then pulled Su Wu Yi behind a large tree, her gaze calm and steady, staring straight ahead. By the water, a group of fluffy, silly roe deer were peacefully drinking and nibbling on grass. Some shook their ears, others looked around with innocent expressions, completely unaware of danger. Big Sister Su. Look, it's roe deer, Wu Yi exclaimed excitedly, his voice trembling. Their meat is way tastier than wild chicken. Su Li immediately raised a finger and whispered, hide behind that tree. Don't move. Don't scare them. Wu Yi quickly ducked behind the tree, only showing half of his head, his eyes wide with excitement, almost popping out. He thought Su's sister was lucky. Just as she appeared, she found roe deer. A roe deer weighs at least 30 or 40 pounds. If they caught one, it would be enough for them to eat. Oh, divine sister, just one. One is enough. Wu Yi's mouth watered at the thought. Su Li moved her wrists, her eyes shining. She lowered her body slightly, adjusting her breathing. Then, silently, she slipped into the woods. In the next moment, she tiptoed, leapt into the air, and shot forward like an arrow, heading straight for the nearest roe deer. Just as the young deer raised its head and was about to react, Su Li's fist struck like lightning, a solid straight punch right to the forehead. The silly young deer wobbled, then collapsed with a thud, lying on its back with its legs in the air, eyes rolling. The other young deer around were stunned, all turning their heads towards Su Li as if wondering, "Who are you?" Su Li squinted and gave a harmless smile. "Don't recognize me?" Want to come home with me? In the next moment, a few of the young deer finally reacted. They let out a loud cry and ran away quickly, kicking up dust and branches. The bushes shook wildly, and the birds on the trees fluttered into the sky. Wooey jumped out, shocked enough to almost drop his jaw. Sister Sue, are your fists made of iron? Suli patted the deer's head, casually picked it up, and slung it over her shoulder, smiling with raised eyebrows. Lucky, this deer is a bit slow. While carrying the dazed young deer, Suli planned to head back the same way with Wooey. But just a short distance away, suddenly there was a loud crashing sound from the woods. Huh. Wooey looked up, confused, pointing ahead. Sister Sue, isn't that the same deer from before? Sure enough, a few of the silly young deer were stumbling back, running in the same direction they came from. Their ears were pressed flat against their heads, tails clenched tightly, as if they were on fire behind. Why are they coming back? Suli frowned, her eyes narrowing. Did these silly deer really want to come home with her? The next second, she heard a heavy thud from deep in the woods, like a giant beast stomping on the ground. Suddenly, the bushes were torn apart, and a group of dark, hairy wild boars charged out. Their tusks gleamed, noses snorted fiercely, as if full of anger and killing intent. The leader was as tall as a person, with crescent-shaped tusks, blood-red eyes, rushing straight toward them. Wow, Suli cursed softly, quickly grabbing Wooey and pushing him behind a big tree. Hurry, climb the tree. Now, but you, stop talking and move. Wooey didn't hesitate. He scrambled up the tree quickly, using his hands and feet. Suli gently pushed him up, and Wooey managed to reach a sturdy branch. She had already casually thrown away that silly roe deer, clenched her fists, and her eyes were sharp like an eagle. Several foolish roe deer ran headlong into the bushes, frantically trying to escape, while the wild boars behind them charged wildly, like crazy. Suli stood facing the wild boars, her gaze fixed. A group of wild boars rushed toward her like a strong wind, dirt flying everywhere, creating a tense and exciting scene. She took a deep step, her body like an arrow. At the moment the boars charged, she suddenly leapt up and swung a punch. Her fist cut through the air and hit the head of the wild boar at the front. There was a loud grunt, and the big pig squealed as it rolled away, crashing into the bushes. It twitched a few times but didn't move again. Right after, the two boars behind didn't react in time. They collided loudly and stopped in confusion. Shouldn't humans be scared and run away? Why did she rush forward and punch their leader to death? The wild boars paused, staring at the girl with shock. At that moment, they actually sensed danger from her. Oh dear, with a fierce spirit in front and enemies behind, what should we do? So, these fierce animals, usually brave and fierce, were suddenly terrified. They forgot to run and instead faced Suli directly.
Wooey.
Is Sister Sue really so scary? Even the wild boars are too scared to run? Suddenly, urgent footsteps sounded on the mountain path. Thick bushes were roughly pushed aside with a rustling noise, and then several figures emerged from the dense forest. They carried guns on their shoulders, moving quickly and precisely. Wild boars just ran this way. Be careful ahead. The leader was tall and straight, wearing a military cap pulled low. His dark green uniform made his stern face look even colder. His steps were steady and powerful. Fu Jingnan had just turned around the mountain bend when he saw the scene before him, and his pupils shrank sharply. In the open space, Suli stood alone in front of 3 wild boars, slightly crouched, with a cold gaze. Her presence was icy, like a fierce spirit. One wild boar lay in a pool of blood, tusks exposed, embedded in the mud, with its eyes rolled back, clearly dead. Next to it, a silly roe deer was lying on its back, motionless, looking even more pitiful than the wild boar. On a tree, a young boy clung to a branch, face flushed red, mouth wide open as if to fit a chicken egg, eyes nearly popping out. With a face full of shock and admiration, as if witnessing a divine being descend from the heavens.
Quick.
Flank around, Be careful not to hurt anyone, Fu Jingnan quickly ordered in a deep voice. Several soldiers dispersed, raised their guns, and swiftly surrounded Su Li and the wild boar. Fu Jingnan strode forward confidently, his sharp eyes filled with intense anxiety. Su Li, step back immediately, Fu Jingnan urgently commanded. Su Li turned her head at his words, meeting his cold gaze. Su Li, step back now, he repeated, his tone very low but firm, leaving no room for refusal. Su Li did not retreat. Instead, she sidestepped and coldly stared at the remaining 3 agitated wild boars, pointing at the largest, strongest black boar, and said, I want this one. The other 2 you can take freely. Her tone was calm, as if she was casually choosing vegetables at a market, pointing at one and saying, I'll take this one. Fu Jingnan was annoyed. You. Before he finished, the 3 boars, seeing their fallen comrade on the ground, panicked and furious. They snorted hot air, kicked up dust, and seemed to want to make a final struggle. One soldier raised his gun, aiming at the restless black boar. But at that moment, Su Li suddenly leapt like lightning. In almost an instant, she was in front of the boar, punching fiercely and hitting the animal's skull. The boar didn't even squeal. It was knocked down instantly, foaming at the mouth, twitching its legs a few times, then falling silent. The soldiers. Who is this female warrior reborn? Her punch was faster than their guns. Were they here to catch a spy, or just to watch this little girl perform her super strength? Most importantly, their group of soldiers was actually overpowered by a young girl? Oh, right, Captain Fu knows this girl. Could she be related to him? Fu Jingnan quickly raised his gun. 2 shots rang out, and the other 2 boars also fell to the ground. Everyone. Today, these wild boars met 2 fierce warriors, one incredibly strong, the other an expert marksman.
Su Li looked at the Fu Jingnan.
His shooting move was quite cool. Then she glanced at the old-fashioned rifle in his hand. In her previous life, that gun would have been displayed as an antique in a weapons museum. Fu Jingnan saw Su Li staring at the gun in his hand, and his face darkened. This girl has a lot of courage. What if the little soldier fires first and accidentally hurts someone? Thinking of this, he glared at Su Li sharply. Su Li, it's just an old-fashioned gun. I've seen more advanced ones, you know. Maybe our little 7 can even make a better one. Wui slid down from the tree quickly and ran a few steps to Su Li. Big sister Su, you're amazing. Now we can have meat to eat. The little guy was so happy. Now everyone in the team probably can have a bite of meat. Su Li, that this naughty kid really loves meat. He's thinking about eating it first, even when she's shooting a wild boar. Su Li looked at the wild boar and the roe deer on the ground. She really wanted to put them in her space right now to eat slowly. But looking at the people around, she decided not to avoid revealing her space. She felt a little sad. What should she do? Forget it. She'd give the meat to the team. At least everyone could share some. It might even help build good relations. She glanced at Fu Jingnan. Last time you said if I had trouble, I could ask for your help. Is that still true? Fu Jingnan. As long as it doesn't break the rules, yes. Su Li looked at him with clear eyes and serious expression. These 2 wild boars and a roe deer. Can you find someone to send them back for me? Fu Jingnan. The other young soldiers. Fu Jingnan was silent for 2 seconds, then turned to the soldiers beside him and said, Wang Dahai, Lu Xing, you 2 take the wild boars back to Comrade Su. The soldiers named Wang Dahai and Lu Xing approached the 2 wild boars, awkwardly coughed, and looked at Fu Jingnan with some difficulty. These big wild boars, weighing around 300 or 400 jin, were a bit hard to handle. Just as they were struggling with how to move them, they saw the fair-skinned young girl, Su Li, already in front of the strongest black pig. She casually rolled up her sleeves, grabbed the front legs with both hands, bent her waist, and swung with force. With a muffled sound, the big wild boar was lifted onto her shoulder like a bundle of hay, swift and firm. The pig's head drooped, its tusks gleaming. And Su Li, with no blush or breathlessness, stood steadily. This scene, for a moment, looked strangely beautiful. The combination of beauty and strength is surprisingly natural. Is this girl really a super strong person? How can she be so powerful? Guys, next time someone says that women are weak, I won't agree, Lu Xing muttered quietly behind Fu Jingnan. Everyone else. Wu Yi, let's go, Su Li softly called. Wu Yi was already very excited, and the silly guy was carried on his shoulders. He was smiling happily, like celebrating the new year, and eagerly followed Su Li. So, the two of them, one in front and one behind, along the same path down the mountain. Meanwhile, Wang Dahai and Lu Xing, with everyone's help, carried the big wild boar behind them. The battalion commander Lu Qiangxing next to Fu Jingnan joked and sighed. Why not consider bringing her into our reconnaissance team? With her strength, she could throw a grenade 2 kilometers away. Fu Jingnan didn't reply, just looked at her distant figure with a complicated expression. This girl came to the northwest just to protect her mother. Why would she leave now? He thought she was just a smart and brave girl. But now, looking at the scene, she's not an ordinary girl. Fu Jingnan's heart warmed, and suddenly he felt an urge, wanting to stop her from leaving. He withdrew his gaze, turned to look at everyone and said, "Stop standing around. Lift the remaining wild boars, and let's go back." Commander Fu, about the special agent search operation, Lu Chong was a bit worried. Fu Jingnan looked at the messy footprints on the grass and frowned. "Let's go back first. As long as he keeps sending signals, we will catch him sooner or later." The Red Star Battalion Office. Li Guangquan had just come back from the field, his shoes still muddy. When he reached the battalion office, he casually left the door half open and skillfully took out a pack of cigarettes from his pocket. They were filtered cigarettes. He didn't want to smoke them, just sniffed them carefully. He took a deep breath with his eyes closed, then carefully put the cigarette back into his pocket. This was a rare gift from his cousin, Li Xiaolian. This morning, Secretary Zhou from the commune gave Su Li an award certificate, and before leaving, he handed him one. He said it was sent by his sister-in-law, the leader of the troop in Kyoto. Secretary Zhou looked at him with a bit more warmth. As the saying goes, having connections helps you get things done. Although Su Jinghe doesn't ask for favors, having the title of squad leader's brother-in-law sounds good, doesn't it? He took out a pipe and some dried tobacco from his drawer, lit it with a snap, and took 2 puffs. Soon, the room was filled with a strong, grassy smoke. He sat behind the desk, frowning tightly, his face dark, thinking about what happened last night. He knew Su Li had quietly gone into the pigsty to meet Fong Lan. Although he pretended not to see, he remembered this in his mind. But he wasn't in a rush to make a big deal out of it. He had more important plans. He also thought about the letter Li Xiaolian wrote a few days ago. One sentence in the letter caught his attention. When Su Li was sent to the countryside, old Su gave her 3,000 yuan and 500 jin of grain coupons. When Li Mo went to the countryside, the family had no money, and they barely managed to gather 300 yuan. 500 jin of grain coupons. Li Guangquan's mouth twitched slightly. Sparks flickered from his pipe. He took a heavy puff, feeling even more annoyed inside. That was no small amount. Now, the entire Hongxing Brigade's account didn't even have 3,000 yuan. Not to mention those 500 jin of grain coupons. What couldn't they be exchanged for? Su Li, that girl, brought so much money and coupons to the Hongxing Brigade. She didn't deposit them in the team fund or hand them over to the organization. Just like her mother. She acts like a bourgeois. He was thinking that those money and coupons had to be gotten into his hands somehow. But the problem was, Su Li was tricky, slippery as an eel. Stealing openly probably wouldn't work. He needed to find a way to control her, make her hand over everything willingly. Li Guangquan was deep in thought. Secretary Li. The door was kicked open with a bang, and Qian Xiaoyu rushed in hurriedly. "I want to report Su Li. She's undermining socialist principles, illegally taking collective property, and secretly going to Wadong to fish for herself." Li Guangquan frowned, glanced at the new arrival, and felt a headache coming on. This girl had only been here 3 days. Today she's causing trouble, tomorrow she's arguing. Her complaints are like a loudspeaker. Yesterday afternoon, She wasn't drowned in the water tank by Su Li. It's a miracle she's still alive. Another girl peeked in at the door, wearing a pink shirt with a long braid down her back. She looked gentle and quiet. It's Yu Ting. Secretary Li. Xiaoyu was just in a hurry and spoke a bit harshly. She said softly with a gentle smile. We are all young people sent to the countryside together. Can't we discuss things calmly? Su Li didn't mean to cause trouble. Li Guangquan glanced at her with a cold look, thinking to himself, this girl, she acts all kind and sweet on the outside but is secretly bitter inside. She speaks smoothly, never revealing her true feelings, always blaming Su Li. It sounds like advice, but it actually stirs up trouble. Without you adding fuel, could Xiuyu's anger have flared up? Yu Ting also knows a bit about this. Her father works at the grain bureau in the city and is a high-ranking official. This girl looks like she's experienced hardships, but she's sensitive and clever. Anyone can see she's stirring up trouble from the side, pushing Xiuyu to be the scapegoat. But Xiaoyu is just too naive. Li Guangquan slowly exhaled a cigarette, and suddenly an idea lit up in his mind. Maybe he could use this situation. But if he let everyone in the youth group isolate and exclude her, what could Su Li do? Of course, he would need to step in as the leader. By then, with a little favor from him, this girl would naturally listen to him.
Money?
Tickets? They would just be handed over obediently. Li Guangquan's mind was racing, but his face remained serious and official. Reporting such matters requires evidence. Xiuyu, did you see her catch fish with your own eyes? Yes, I saw her catch several and even eat some. All the youth in the group saw it. Xiuyu was excited to see Li Guangquan seemingly supporting her, and she kept talking rapidly. Li Guangquan nodded lightly and showed a mysterious smile. I'll note this down and investigate carefully. But inside, he was already planning how to make this isolation storm burn even hotter. Yu Ting, seeing her goal was achieved, tugged Xiuyu's sleeve. Xiuyu, Secretary Li is a fair and just leader. He will handle this matter well. After saying that, she glanced at Li Guangquan's expression and then casually lowered her eyes. Li Guangquan's face remained calm, but he couldn't help but chuckle inwardly. This girl is clever, clearly implying something. As the two of them just left the team office, a young man with shiny hair and a bright face swaggered in behind them. He wore a light blue shirt, shiny leather shoes, and his hair was combed neatly. As soon as he entered, he looked in the direction where the two girls had just gone, and his eyes lit up immediately. Dad, he said casually, that girl in the pink shirt with the long braid, is she a new educated youth? She looks so lively, huh? Li Guangquan looked up and saw his mischievous son Li Yuejin. His eyebrows immediately furrowed deeply. This boy, 2 years ago, learned from Li Xingli to lead a group of Red Guards in the commune. Now, he's a director of the commune committee. He's almost on cloud 9. But he doesn't use his skills properly. He spends all his time causing trouble with the young women instead of doing good work. He even calls it building a base among the people. Don't think about it, Li Guangquan said grimly, taking out a dry tobacco pipe. That educated youth Yu is not someone you can mess with. Why? What's her background? Li Yuejin said nonchalantly, sitting down heavily and pouting. Is she more impressive than my regiment commander uncle? Besides, who would come to this poor mountain village if they had a background? I think she's just a pretty little intellectual. Li Guangquan shot him a glance and snorted coldly. Her father is the director of the grain bureau in the capital. If you dare to touch her even a little, you might lose your director's hat. What? Li Yuejin's face changed. He suddenly stood up, then sat back down slowly, a sly smile on his face. Dad, if I become her son-in-law, I could transfer to the county. Be good and behave. Li Guangquan glared at him fiercely. That girl isn't easy either. If you really mess with her, you might end up shooting yourself in the foot. All right, Li Yuejin said impatiently, standing up and muttering. Anyway, these educated youths all depend on us to eat. Let's see what happens. As I turned into the village center, I saw a group of women gathered under the big locust tree, chatting excitedly. Hey, isn't that Qian Jiqing and Yu Ziqing? A middle-aged woman wearing a floral blouse with patched cuffs saw the two and called out from afar. Qian Xiaoyu immediately recognized her as the famous, big speaker of the village, Manhwa. This woman talks faster than the village broadcast station's loudspeaker. People say she knows about every little thing, like when someone's hen lays double yolk eggs. Qian Xiaoyu's eyes lit up, and she quickly walked over. Hello, Aunt Hua. I just came back from the brigade office, reporting the situation to Secretary Li. She paused, looked around, and raised her voice, her tone full of righteous anger. This morning, Su Li was just named an outstanding worker, and by noon, she was fishing in Tangwan. Isn't that private use of collective property? Isn't that undermining socialism? As she finished, everything around fell silent. The women and older women looked at each other in surprise, with different expressions. There's a saying, rely on the mountain to eat mountain, rely on water to eat water. These villagers living in the hills have all hunted rabbits and wild chickens in the mountains and fished in the ponds. How can that be considered private use of collective property or undermining socialism? Everyone uses their skills, and no one goes to the team to cause trouble, right? Yuding's eyes twitched, and she quickly tugged at Qian Xiaoyu's sleeve, whispering, Xiaoyu, just say a few words. It's not that serious. Qian Xiaoyu shook her off, touching the scar on her forehead. It's all Su Li's fault. If you hadn't given the old lady your seat, I wouldn't have had that conflict and gotten scratched. Yesterday, she even pressed me into the water tank, making me lose face in front of the whole brigade. Thinking of this, she snorted coldly. What? Making a mistake and not being allowed to speak? Even if she's been recognized as outstanding, she can't do whatever she wants. Today, I'll show her what collective supervision means. After saying that, she stomped her foot and left with Yuding. The few people remaining under the tree looked at each other in silence. Wang Qilan weighed the half-basket of beans in her hand. This girl is probably holding a grudge because Su Ziqing pressed her into the water tank yesterday. Looks like she's not a good person. Isn't it so? Su Jiqing was recognized as an outstanding person and brought honor to our team. How could such a person be bad? Everyone around nodded repeatedly. Su Jiqing is strong, works quickly, and is straightforward. If a girl like her married into a family, it would be a blessing passed down for generations. Chen Hahua lowered her voice and chuckled, but her smile carried a hint of meaning. Wang Qilan glanced at her and said, Don't get any funny ideas. That girl is young, but she's sharp. She doesn't seem like an ordinary girl from a regular family. You can't just mess with her. Chen Hahua snorted and crossed her arms, saying, I didn't say anything. Why are you so nervous? What's wrong with my girl? She's capable and hardworking in the village. It's not that your girl isn't capable or honest, but that girl isn't someone you can easily handle. You can't control her. Wang Qilan replied calmly. Chen Hahua listened, opened her mouth as if to say something, but didn't speak again. She just glanced toward the youth's courtyard, her eyes filled with curiosity and thoughtfulness. When Su Li and the soldiers returned to the Hongxing Brigade with the wild boar, the sun had just set. Most villagers had finished work and were standing at the grain threshing ground, chatting. As she carried in the shiny black wild boar with sharp tusks, almost everyone in the brigade was stunned. Oh my, that's a wild boar, isn't it? It must weigh over 300 jin. There's another one. Oh my, 2 wild boars and a roe deer. Come look, Su Li carried it back herself. Shock, cheers, and admiration filled the air, bursting like boiling water at the village entrance. That's a real wild boar, the kind that eats crops and can be dangerous, not just a mountain rabbit, one villager said excitedly, blushing as he pointed at the tusks. The last time our brigade killed a wild boar was 3 years ago. It took 4 or 5 young men to hold it down, and 2 of them got hurt. This time, Su Li killed 2 alone. She's so strong. How did she do it? I saw her carry the big wild boar back myself. Her face was calm, and she didn't even breathe hard, like a female warrior. For a moment, the threshing ground was lively like a festival, and the elders squinted and said it was a sign of good luck. Children gathered around the 3 wild boars, jumping and shouting, There's meat to eat. There's meat to eat. Some people immediately ran to call others, find basins, boil water, and prepare knives. Now everyone in the village can enjoy pork. The oldest elder in the village, Grandpa Sand, squinted and smiled, saying, Su Jiqing really did a great job. Suli took off the wild boar from her shoulders and gently wiped the sweat from her forehead. Even with her strength, she was quite tired after walking back. Wu Yi's face was red, and despite being exhausted, he was very excited. Wang Dahai and Lu Xing also carried the wild boar, their uniforms soaked with sweat. They drank some water offered by the villagers, then said goodbye to Su Li, giving her a thumbs up as they left. This girl is really strong. She didn't rest at all on the way back, just carried the boar all the way to the village. People around looked at Su Li with shock and admiration.
Suli narowe tareyes.
The situation outside was intense, and her attitude towards the lower-rank staff was very strict. She had come to the Red Star Brigade and planned to stay here for a long time. She sincerely hoped to build good relations with the villagers. Later, she also wanted to try to improve the status of the workers in the cattle shed, at least prevent the team members from being too harsh, so that the people in the shed could have a better life. Meanwhile, the women under the big locust tree were whispering among themselves. Did you hear? Qian Xiaoyu just went to see Secretary Li, saying Su Li went to dig a pond and catch fish at noon, secretly taking some of the collective property and undermining socialist efforts. This time, Su Li brought back 2 wild boars. Let's see what Qian Xiaoyu and Yu Ting say. I tell you, Qian Xiaoyu is just a troublemaker, stirring up chaos in the youth workers' yard. Stop talking.
Stop talking.
Here comes Su Jiqing. Su Li was about to walk past the big locust tree back to the youth workers' yard when she overheard every word of their gossip. Su Li thought, Qian Xiaoyu really is a troublemaker. If she hadn't managed to bring back those 2 wild boars this afternoon, she might have been accused of undermining socialist efforts and faced criticism. She took a deep breath and thought, only capable people deserve to enjoy meat. Since the youth workers can't control Qian Xiaoyu's words, then they shouldn't expect to eat this meat either. When Li Guangquan was called from the team office, the threshing yard was already lively, like a festival. A large iron pot was placed on the big stove, boiling water bubbling away. Nearby, there were wooden stools, iron hooks, and knives ready. The members rolled up their sleeves, sharpening their knives eagerly, their faces flushed with excitement. In the center of the yard, 2 wild boars and a roe deer lay on the ground, their fur shiny and bodies large, like trophies on display. Li Guangquan stood in front of the wild boars, his mouth twitching uncontrollably. That girl really is tough. She looked around and saw her son, Li Yuejin, talking with the team leader of the youth group, Li Dongqing, while occasionally glancing at the young woman Yu Ting. Li Guangquan couldn't help feeling a bit angry. This reckless kid, he had told him in the office not to bother Yu Ting, but he still didn't listen. Is he going to hit a dead end and refuse to turn back? He suppressed his anger, cleared his throat a few times, and called for everyone to quiet down. After all, 2 big wild boars involved the interests of all the team members. If not handled well, it could cause trouble. Today is a happy day. Our Hongxing team has a heroine. Su Jiqing single-handedly took down 2 wild boars and a roe deer. We must remember her contribution. The members clapped and cheered, making the scene lively. This meat was caught by Su Jiqing, so she should get the most, 10 jin of meat and a set of pig offal. Wu Yi can have the pig skin, since he carried it back. That's okay, right? No problem. Everyone agreed in unison. Other members will get half a jin of pork each, recorded and distributed uniformly. If anyone wants more, they can buy it with money, 5 mao per jin. Before he finished speaking, Su Li raised her hand to interrupt. Her voice was quiet but very clear. Secretary Li, I have one more request. Go ahead. Li Guangquan smiled at her, thinking to himself, what does this girl have to say? I don't want the people from the youth group to share the wild boar I caught. Su Li's gaze coldly swept over the youth group members, her tone calm and steady. As soon as she said this, the area fell silent. Li Guangquan was stunned for a moment, squinting his eyes. What do you mean by that? Su Li looked at him and said calmly, the people from the youth group have slandered me, saying I'm undermining socialism, claiming I stole fish and embezzled collective property. Since you speak without hesitation, don't expect to get a share of my meat. The villagers were surprised. That's right. If you're jealous, don't eat the meat. You can't spread rumors and eat meat at the same time. That's not right. Li Guangquan looked troubled on the outside but was secretly pleased. Great. Su Li isn't sharing meat with the educated youth, so they will isolate her. Since this girl wants to take a risk, I'll give her a gentle push. He immediately declared, Su Jiying is right. This is her hunted game, and the team supports her decision. The educated youth in the yard won't get any. The villagers clapped and smiled, eyes narrowing with happiness. No sharing.
No sharing.
We can have a little more. The educated youth were furious. Why can't we eat? Wasn't that wild pig meant for everyone? All of it belongs to the educated youth's yard. What's the big deal? Shut up, Su Li said clearly. When you said I was sabotaging socialism, why didn't you consider the feelings of the educated youth's yard? The people in the yard looked at each other, their faces turning pale, then red, then pale again. When they heard the team was sharing meat, everyone hurried over, hoping to get a piece for tonight's meal. But Su Li's words were like a cold splash of water, making everyone feel cold inside. A few male educated youth glared sharply at Qian Xiyu. It was this troublemaker who caused everyone to miss out on fish at noon, and now no meat tonight. Some female educated youth stared angrily at Su Li. They thought she was just a troublemaker. Just a few words? Why hold a grudge? But they knew they were in the wrong. Qian Xiyu was spreading rumors, and they didn't stop her. They just watched and did nothing. Seeing the villagers happily lining up for meat, the educated youth stood aside, feeling sour and bitter inside. Is this really right? A discordant voice broke the silence. Everyone looked over. It was Li Yuejin, the son of the secretary's family. This kid wasn't usually home all day. Why is he back today? Li Yuejin saw everyone looking at him. He glanced at Yu Ting, who was staring at him with big, watery eyes. He suddenly felt proud, straightened his chest, brushed his hair, and began his speech clearly and confidently. Su Jiqing, the youth dormitory is like a big family. Isn't it wrong to only allow yourself to eat meat but not share the soup with others? Su Li squinted and looked at him with curiosity. Where did this troublemaker come from? Wang Qiulan looked at Su Li and whispered, This is Li Yuejin, the son of the secretary. I heard he works at the commune. Su Li smiled softly, with no warmth in her expression. You mean the youth dormitory should share the meat with others, right? Fine, you first admit that the youth dormitory falsely accused me and apologize on behalf of everyone. Then I will consider sharing the meat, Li Yuejin. The villagers burst into laughter.
Who said that?
Our team has caught wild rabbits and fished before. Why are we talking about stealing from the collective and undermining socialism now? That's right. From now on, anyone with a sharp tongue will go hungry. Li Yuejin glared at Su Li fiercely. Ever since his father became the secretary, how long had it been since the villagers talked to him like this? Li Guangquan looked at him annoyed and smiled at everyone. This young guy is inexperienced. Sorry for the trouble. If we were somewhere else, he might have lost face. Go back now, your mother is waiting for you at home. Li Yuejin's face twisted slightly. He shot a resentful look at Su Li and left angrily. Inside, he felt a surge of anger. Su Li, today you embarrass me in front of everyone. Next time, I will find a way to get back at you. Li Dongqing sighed, clenched his teeth, and gathered everyone from the youth dormitory. Let's pool our money and buy it ourselves. Everyone chattered and pooled their money. 2 dimes each, totaling 2 yuan, enough to buy 4 jin of pork. Lu Yuan had already borrowed a basket from a villager's house, placing the pork and offal inside. The offal will be braised tonight, and it can be eaten tomorrow morning. Tonight, we'll make braised pork, and the rest will be salted to make preserved meat, which can last for several days. Lu Yuan's eyes sparkled, and her cold smile carried a touch of warmth. Just do as I say. Cook more braised pork. I have a use for it. Yuan looked at her with a hint of doubt in her eyes, but wisely chose not to ask more. To make marinated meat, we need some seasonings. Do we have any? Su Li asked curiously. Don't worry. We do. Yuan smiled, but her cold smile strangely carried a hint of schadenfreude. Could she have brought all the seasonings from home when she came to the Northwest? Anyway, no one else in that house would use seasonings except her. Su Li. Looks like this girl has her own story too. Su Li and Yuan each carried pig offal, and one had a meat basket, happily heading toward the youth commune. The village road was not crowded. Adults and children were busy going home to stew meat, and some stoves already smelled of delicious food. The air was filled with a happy aroma. Just as they turned the corner at the village entrance, they saw Manhwa standing in front of her house. She immediately recognized Su Li and greeted her warmly. "Oh, Su Youth, it's really you. Come in and sit. My family's big bone soup is so tasty. Have a bowl to relax." She said this while adjusting her apron and looking up and down at Su Li. It was as if she was inspecting a new item, growing more satisfied the more she looked, with a kind and gentle expression. "Today, your words really offended the people at the youth commune. Did you see their faces turning pale?" Su Li raised an eyebrow and listened to her continue. "Girl, I think if you stay at the youth commune, you won't be at ease. My family has a room, spacious and quiet. If you're willing, I can prepare it for you." After saying this, her eyes rolled mischievously. Seeing Manhwa's scheming look, was there anything they didn't understand? She was probably interested in Su Li, or maybe the 300 yuan bonus. Yuan's brow furrowed, about to say something, but Su Li tugged at her sleeve, smiled politely, and said, "I appreciate your kindness. The youth commune is a bit noisy, but I don't mind where I sleep, so I won't trouble you." Hearing this, Manhwa's smile froze slightly, but she kept talking. "Child, why are you being so polite? The house is empty, and Auntie is busy cooking delicious food. In less than a month, I'm sure you'll gain some weight and become healthier. Getting chubby just makes you look like a pig." Su Li laughed and shook her head. "I'm feeling good now, full of energy." After saying that, she didn't say anything more and continued walking with Lu Yuan. Manhwa stood at the door, watching their figures disappear, looking unhappy. She thought, "They don't appreciate what I do. It's a blessing that I like you. If other young people wanted to stay here, I wouldn't let them. Mom, it's time to go home for dinner. The meat is ready, and you're just standing outside chatting." A strong young man came out. Manhwa looked at him with a smile. "Who am I doing this for?" "Of course, it's for you." The young man, whose nickname was Goa but whose real name was Wu Qinglin, looked at his mother with confusion and innocence. "About Su, the young girl who caught a wild boar this afternoon. What do you think?" she asked. If Wu Qinglin still didn't understand his mother's meaning, he really was slow. He thought about the scene of Su Li carrying a wild boar down the mountain. So brave, even braver than a man. He still couldn't remember what Su Li looked like, only the image of a small girl carrying a big wild boar on her shoulder, such a shocking sight. If he married someone like that? Oh no, he didn't want to. Just thinking about it was scary. Wu Qinglin shook his head. "Mom, I don't want to find a girl from the city. It's not suitable. We should find someone local. Please don't get any ideas." Manhwa pouted. "Why isn't it suitable? She's educated and strong. Last time, she earned 300 yuan just from bonuses. Many people in the team are eyeing her." Wu Qinglin rubbed the back of his head and smiled honestly. "Mom, girls like Su, the young girl, can only be admired from afar. She's not suitable as a wife, hee." Manhwa looked annoyed and turned her head, then angrily went back inside to eat. "Su Li, there's a young girl named Lu Li in our youth team. I heard she brought 200 yuan when she went to the countryside." Lu Yuan glanced at Su Li and spoke as they walked. Because she couldn't get used to living in the youth team, she moved to stay with a team member. Within half a year, she was tricked and spent all her money. Later, when she asked for it back, they refused. She said she gave them money voluntarily, but in the end, it was all settled without a clear answer. Now, the community members can't stay at home, so they moved back again. Su Li smiled and said, "Didn't she try to ask for her place back? It seems obvious that the other family is cheating her." Lu Yuan looked cold and said, I heard that the family is a widow in the village, and her daughter is a scorekeeper in the brigade. Her mother is on good terms with the secretary. Scorekeeper Wang Danny? What does it mean that her mother is on good terms with the secretary? Su Li was surprised and curious, which made Lu Yuanyuan roll her eyes at her. Su Li, isn't it the gossip gene inside me waking up? We don't know the exact relationship, but I heard the secretary favors their family a lot. Su Li thought about it and realized it might be true. Before Secretary Zhou came in the morning, Wang Danny suggested giving her 3 work points, and Li Guangquan agreed. Later, feeling helpless, they gave her full work points, and Li Guangquan even spoke up for Wang Danny, saying she didn't understand the situation. It seems there is a problem here?
Su Li blinked.
Right now, her situation is difficult. She can't stay with the educated youths or share a household with the community members. Not to mention, she needs to take care of her mother, and even though there are mountains of food in her space, she can't live a hard life. Others have blackened cornbread and pickled vegetables. She eats big fish and meat, white steamed buns. If the educated youths don't report her, it would be hard. Getting food out of her space is a problem. And among the educated youths, there's also Qian Xiuyu, who is a troublemaker. She's sure this person will always be watching her in the future. Su Li was worried. Should she build a house? She has money and tickets. She could build 10 houses if she wanted, given current prices. But the problem is, she needs land to build on. With her relationship with Li Guangquan, he definitely wouldn't approve.
Su Li sighed deeply.
In these times, why is it so hard to live a worry-free life? As they hurried to the entrance of the educated youth's courtyard, a burly middle-aged man approached from the roadside. Looking closely, he had a limp. It's Wu Jiashuan. Comrade Su, he said in a deep voice, with gratitude on his face. Today, Wu Yi told me about the situation on the mountain. In a critical moment, you lifted him onto a tree. If it weren't for you, the consequences would have been unimaginable. No matter who it was, they would do the same, Su Li said with a calm smile. Wu Jianshan hesitated for a moment. Comrade Su, I overheard what you said to Auntie Hua earlier. If you really don't want to live in the youth cadre's courtyard, I have an old house at my place. It's a bit old, but no one lives there, and it's very clean. The only problem is that it's a bit far, close to the team's cattle shed. If you don't mind, you can move there. Su Li was surprised, then her eyes lit up. Not minding. Not minding. Is there really an empty house? That's great. It's like a dream come true, someone offering a pillow when you're sleepy. A little old doesn't matter. As long as it's livable, that's enough. Being close to the cattle shed is very convenient for taking care of her mother, something she never thought possible. She turned to Wu Jianshan and said seriously, I can't just live in your house for free. We agreed I'd pay you 2 yuan a month. Is that okay? Wu Jianshan scratched his head and thought for a moment. All right, it's a deal. Should we go see it now? This girl insists on paying. If I accept, fine. If I don't, she might feel uneasy living there. Let's go, let's go. Su Li was so happy, she almost jumped. Wu Jianshan led the 2 of them happily toward his abandoned small courtyard. Meanwhile, the youth cadre's courtyard was noisy and chaotic, a real mess. In the youth cadre's courtyard, Li Dongqing returned with 4 jin of pork, and the youth workers immediately gathered around like cats, smelling blood. He placed the meat on the chopping board in the kitchen. Wang Lei, you're the best at cooking. This meal depends on you, okay? Wang Lei, a quick-witted young woman, rolled up her sleeves and prepared to start. Half braised pork, half meatballs, and add plenty of wild vegetables, so everyone can enjoy some meat. Do you think that's good? Perfect. Absolutely perfect, someone cheered. Wild vegetables again. I'm almost turning into wild vegetables myself. Qian Xiuyu rolled her eyes, looking reluctant. Li Ziying shot her a cold look. If you don't want to eat what you make, I don't want to see that sour face of yours. What kind of person is she? Always acting like a shrew, as if everyone owes her 300 yuan.
Li Ziying, ¿quién Xiaoyu exploda?
Stop pretending to be high and mighty. You're just a lapdog following Su Li around. If you really manage to get a piece of meat, I wouldn't even be surnamed Qian. Li Ziying smiled softly, looked around, and said slowly, "Mind your words. If it weren't for you, we wouldn't have had to pool money to buy meat today." As he finished, the yard fell silent for a moment. A few young workers looked at Qian Xiaoyu with displeasure, showing clear dislike. Yeah, if she hadn't falsely reported, we could have shared 6 jin of meat without spending money. She talks so much, like a broken windbag, and causes trouble for everyone. If she does it again, she should move out herself and not drag us down. Qian Xiaoyu suddenly stood up and shouted loudly, "What do you all mean? What does not having meat have to do with me? I was just reporting the situation to the secretary." Who knew she would call the wild boar? Some young women looked on coldly, while others simply kept their distance. The young men looked unhappy, and a few started to walk away, tired of listening to her. Yu Ting came out with red eyes, softly saying, "It's all my fault. I didn't take care of her, so she said those things." Her voice was soft, tears welling up at her eyes, acting like a pitiful scene of guilt, very touching and sad. Several young women rolled their eyes. Here she goes again, pretending to be innocent whenever she wants. Among the young men, someone immediately showed sympathy. "Forget it, Yu Ting, it wasn't intentional. It's not easy for girls to go to the countryside either." Wang Lei couldn't stand it anymore. While chopping meat, she loudly shouted, "If you keep arguing, the meat will lose its flavor from all the noise." Meanwhile, Wu Jiashuan led Su Li and Lu Yuanyuan along a narrow dirt path to an old house in the village. "Here it is," Wu Jiashuan pointed to the door. "This is my parents' old house. No one lives here anymore." Su Li looked and immediately brightened. The old house was worn, with peeling walls, but the front and backyards were very clean, the eaves neat, and the window paper newly pasted. The yard was full of fresh seasonal vegetables, greens, peppers, pumpkin vines, lined up neatly. In the corner, there was a tidy pile of firewood covered with a tarpaulin, kept well sealed. Lu Yuanyuan softly sighed. "Your yard is so tidy. My parents liked to take care of these when they were alive. After they passed, I kept it just the same." Wu Jiashuan smiled faintly, his tone a little low. Su Li looked around and became more satisfied the more she observed. The yard was quite large, and there was a shiny old iron pot in the kitchen. The stove was clean and ready to use. What made her happiest was that there were 3 bedrooms inside the house. She secretly thought, "This is great. It makes it easier to come and go, and she can also take out some vegetables from the storage to mix and eat without raising suspicion. Since you 2 girls are living here, the place is a bit remote. It's less than 100 meters from the cow shed. If anything happens at night, you can call them. I don't think they are bad people." "Don't worry, uncle." Su Li raised her eyebrows with a straightforward smile. "I'm strong. If someone comes to cause trouble, I'll just throw them into the pig pen to feed the pigs." Yuan burst out laughing. Wu Jiashuan also couldn't help but smile. "All right, hearing you say that, I feel more at ease." Afterward, he handed the house key to Su Li. "You can stay here peacefully. Just tell me if you need anything." Su Li nodded, took the key, and then turned to Yuan. "Shall we move in tonight?" "Yes," Yuan replied happily. God knows how suffocating she felt living in the youth commune. They had to prepare their meals, and even using a single piece of firewood depended on their mood. Sometimes, she also had to endure Xiao Yu's sarcastic remarks. Moving out would be so much better, peace and quiet. When they returned to the youth commune, it was getting dark. The others were eating. Seeing Su Li and Yuan come back empty-handed, everyone was surprised. Li Ziyang put down his chopsticks and asked with confusion, "Su Li, where's your meat?" He had already planned to start sneaking some meat from tomorrow. Now that the meat was gone, he was more anxious than anyone. It was given to the villagers. Qian Xiaoyu spoke first, giving Su Li a resentful look. "People are more advanced. They want to build good relationships with the members, so they wouldn't look down on us young city kids." Her tone was sour, like she was dripping vinegar. "Don't blame Su, the young city girl," Yu Ting said softly, with a calm smile. "It's so hot, and if the meat goes bad after sitting for a while, it's a waste. Sharing with others is good too. Better than letting it spoil, right?" Su Li couldn't help but smile. Sure enough, They weren't on the same side and couldn't live under the same roof. If she didn't move out, she might get so angry she'd explode one day. Coincidentally, everyone is here, so I won't hide anymore, she said coldly, standing in the yard. Lu Jiqing and I will move out tonight. The youth commune is lively, so I might as well free up a room and save you from the sight, she added. As she finished speaking, everyone looked at each other in surprise. I knew it, someone whispered from the corner, with a hint of jealousy in their voice. They've really hitched a ride on the village's good fortune. Those commune members are not easy to deal with, a pretty girl with twin braids muttered. If you're not careful, you'll end up with nothing and find it hard to come back. At this moment, Lu Yuan had already neatly carried out 2 bundles, her expression calm and silent. Let's go, Suli said, taking the larger bag and preparing to leave. Just then, Qian Xuyu's sharp, cold laugh sounded behind her. What's there to be proud of? Someone unloved by their parents, not honest about working, and always following others like a fly. Annoying, isn't it? Her words were small but clear, reaching everyone's ears. Lu Yuan paused, her face turning pale instantly, her hands clutching the bag tightly. Su Li also stopped, quietly set down her bag, turned around, and walked back into the yard step by step. Say that again. The yard suddenly fell silent, the air tense. Qian Xiaoyu swallowed hard but stubbornly lifted her chin. What I said isn't false. Before she finished, a crisp slap struck her, causing her to stumble in place, her face instantly swollen on one side. The entire yard was silent. Su Li withdrew her hand, sneering as she spoke. If I hear you humiliate Lu Yuan again, I won't mind making you wash your mouth in the water tank once more. Su Li, you just wait and see. Qian Xiu covered her face, shouting angrily. Su Li shot her a contemptuous look, then turned and picked up her bag. Let's go. Lu Yuan watched her back, her eyes reddening. She said nothing, silently picking up her bag and following behind. The youth commune was silent for a long time before Li Dongqing finally said in a deep voice, Don't bother with Su Li in the future. At this moment, in the office, sitting quietly, was Commander Deng Mingxian of the 128th Division. He was a middle-aged man with a slim face and sharp, bright eyes. You mean? The search this afternoon found clues about the spies, but they were disrupted by a group of wild boars? He asked, looking at Fu Jingnan with a serious expression. Yes, but based on the footprints at the scene, that person is about 1.75 meters tall, weighs around 70 kilograms, and has a slight limp in his right leg, Fu replied. Is he a? Deng asked. From the footprints, it seems so, Fu confirmed. Check the nearby villages carefully. See who entered the mountains this afternoon. Be discreet. Don't let anyone notice. We've had frequent spy activities in this area lately, and the intelligence team has reported it more than once, Deng said, sighing deeply with a serious look. Most likely related to the 031 research project. The country hasn't officially announced it yet, but some nations are getting restless and acting on their own, he added. After a moment of silence, he suddenly smiled and said, But on the bright side, tonight soldiers can enjoy better food. There are plenty of wild boars around. Fu Jingnan also smiled slightly, then became serious and said, Commander Deng, today I met a girl in the mountains. She reminded me of someone. The girl's mother is Fong Lan, a former professor of physics and electronic communication engineering at Huada University, skilled in radio and code breaking. If not for her father's influence, she might have been involved in the 031 project too, Fu explained. Deng's eyes narrowed slightly. Are you saying you want her to help decode the encrypted messages we intercepted? Yes, she's probably the best person for the job, Fu nodded. Where is she now? At the Red Star team, Fu replied. The Red Star team? Deng suddenly sat upright, then slowly relaxed, his expression complex. That place again. Why does everyone gather there? He paused, a flicker of thought crossing his eyes. I have an old friend there too. But he hesitated, then stood up, speaking in a low, firm voice. It's time I went to see him. As night fell, the Red Star team was silent and still. Su Li carried a bamboo basket, walking steadily toward the cattle shed. Inside the basket, Steaming hot food, braised pork and 10 large, white steamed buns, had just been prepared by Lu Yuan. The aroma wafted out, filling the air and tickling the senses. She walked quickly along the small path at the end of the village. But as she got closer to the cow shed, her brow gradually furrowed. In the woods, someone is there.
Suli pauset, her es turning colder.
Who is it? What are they doing? Is it related to my mother? She remembered the 6 black notebooks in her space. When she first arrived, she hadn't had a chance to tell her mother about them. She also thought of the other 3 people in the cow shed. No matter who they are the future of the country and must not be harmed. Are they spies? Or something else? She didn't rush forward but stopped in place, staring straight at the dark woods beside the cow shed. If they're on her side, that's good. If they're spies. Suli touched the dagger in her pocket. Haha, if they're spies, I won't let them go back. Maybe I should catch them first and question them? Suli looked at the night sky. It was dark and windy, a good time for action. Stop right there. A commanding voice came from the woods. It wasn't loud but sounded very serious. Suddenly, a tall figure stepped out quickly, holding a steel gun. His eyes were alert and fierce. Suli narrowed her eyes, her hand subtly reaching for her pocket. Looks like she's met trouble tonight. When 2 sides meet in a narrow way, the brave win. Just as Suli was about to surprise her opponent, a deep, steady voice came from behind the cow shed. Dezhuang, they're on our side. Fu Jingnan stepped out of the darkness. This is the girl we met on the mountain this morning. Tian Dezhuang frowned as he looked at Suli. His eyes were full of disbelief. The reconnaissance team's brothers said they met a strong the mountain who killed 2 wild boars and a roe deer with 1 punch. This caused a stir in the military camp. He thought she was a big, muscular girl with arms thicker than a bull. But it turned out she was a slim girl. If it weren't for the fierce killing intent she suddenly showed just now, he wouldn't believe she could kill wild boars and roe deer with her bare hands. Suli relaxed her grip and raised an eyebrow at Fu Jingnan. Captain Fu, are you out for a walk in the middle of the night? Her voice was quiet but carried a hint of hidden anger. Fu Jingnan's tone was gentle, with a faint smile on his lips. Just on official business. Suli turned her head to look toward the cattle shed, especially at the room farthest outside. The lights were dim, the door and windows tightly shut, and faint voices could be heard talking. The fact that Fu Jingnan personally came here to stand guard, along with a guard, suggests that a distinguished guest has arrived at the cattle shed tonight. A slight smile appeared on her lips. She didn't ask much, just raised the basket in her hand. Braised pork and steamed buns for my mother. Tian Dezhuang had already put away his gun and looked at the 2 people in front of him. It seemed that Fu Tuan and this girl knew each other well. It appeared that Fu Tuan was not very well liked by this girl. No, the main point is, when Fu Tuan spoke to this girl, his gentle and friendly attitude made people wonder, what's going on? Many female officers in the army liked Fu Jingnan. Some brave ones even confessed their feelings openly, but he always rejected them coldly, with his expressionless face. When had he ever spoken kindly or gently to a young girl? Tomorrow, he would share this gossip with his brothers. After thinking this through, he took a step back to make way for Suli. She nodded to him and then walked over. Fu Jingnan watched her walk toward the cattle shed, his eyes deepening. He turned and quietly and seriously instructed Tian Dezhuang, keep a close watch. No mistakes allowed around here. Yes. Tian Dezhuang answered in a low voice. Inside the cattle shed, the light was dim and yellow. A kerosene lamp hung from a beam, casting a faint glow over an old wooden table. On the table were a dish of peanuts and a bowl of freshly cooked braised pork, brought by Deng Mingxian. 2 rough ceramic bowls contained homemade sorghum wine, with a clear aroma and steam rising from them. Lu Minghui and Deng Mingxian sat around the table, each with a bowl of wine, eating and chatting. The atmosphere was calm, not lively, but steady, like a reunion after a long time apart. Deng Mingxian looked at his old comrade, feeling full of emotion. This man had served in the army for over 30 years, fighting to defend the homeland, driving out the Japanese invaders, never backing down in the face of gunfire and danger. He had participated in the Battle of Seonghu, leading from the front and achieving many feats. He had been wounded countless times, and even now, shrapnel was embedded in his body. How could such a revolutionary soldier have serious ideological problems? Tell me, Deng Mingxian raised his wine bowl. How did you end up being assigned here? Lu Minghui sighed and didn't answer immediately. He took a sip of wine and said, the overall situation is like this. There's no need to say more. Deng Mingxian snorted coldly, put down his bowl, and sneered. Some people outside say you created your own little circle and got targeted, so they sent you here to this remote mountain area. That's all nonsense. Lu Minghui shot him a sidelong glance, his voice low, but full of strong dislike. Deng Mingxian was momentarily stunned, then laughed out loud. I remember you used to never swear, even when drunk. Now you've learned to curse. Looks like this place really can change a person. Lu Minghui sneered coldly, looked outside at the night, and stopped smiling. It's better that some things are clearer from a distance. A few days ago, I went back to Kyoto for a meeting. Old Wang hosted it. He talked to me alone and asked about your situation. Lu Minghui sat up straight suddenly. Mr. Wang, are you saying? His voice trembled, and his eyes were a little red. Deng Mingxian nodded. Mr. Wang still remembers you, but he's in poor health. That small circle probably won't last much longer. He told you to be patient. I was worried Mr. Wang might misunderstand me before, but now I feel relieved. Lu Minghui slowly sat back, calming his emotions, his gaze becoming more firm. I believe I will see with my own eyes. The day they are defeated. His face turned red, and his voice was a bit gritted. This time in Kyoto, I also saw in Shio. She's also ruthless. If it weren't for her, old and wouldn't have passed away so quickly, the old lady of the Yin family stays out of worldly affairs in the suburbs of the city. If her little grandson were alive, he'd probably be about 10 years old now, right? Lu Minghui blinked. Probably. The old lady doesn't get involved in worldly matters, and we old subordinates haven't seen her in a long time. Both sighed deeply. The veteran general, with many achievements, finally fell because of his own daughter. By the way, after so many years, have you really let go of Zhou-kun? Deng Mingxian looked at Lu Minghui with regret in his eyes. It was me who introduced you to. I was mistaken. Lu Minghui forced a bitter smile and said, our paths are different. We can't work together. She has higher ambitions. We can't stop her. Sai, a woman nearly 50, not working or living properly but keeps diving into that small circle. What are you after? You'll regret it someday. Deng Mingxian sighed deeply, popped a peanut into his mouth, put down his chopsticks, and changed the subject. I came tonight because I have something else to discuss. Lu Minghui's face darkened. I knew you wouldn't come just to see me. Deng Mingxian chuckled. If I came to see you every day, some people would lose patience. You could stay so calm. And keep working on your ideas. Lu Minghui shot him a sidelong look. Just say what you want. I want to meet Fong Lan. Her? Lu Minghui frowned, clearly confused. She's not part of our circle. Why do you want to see her? Deng Mingxian pushed his bowl forward and whispered, the spy team intercepted enemy radio signals, but they can't decode the encryption. Someone mentioned Fong Lan to me. She's an expert in this area. Maybe she can help. Lu Minghui hesitated for a moment, then slowly put down his chopsticks and spoke seriously. Fong Lan is a good comrade. She was sent here because her father caused trouble, but she's not a problem herself. I believe you. Deng Mingxian nodded firmly. But, Lu Minghui paused. Fong Lan is in a tough situation. Whether she can help you, I can't decide. You can't force her. I understand. Deng Mingxian sighed again. This is a time when talented people have to hide their skills and live ordinary lives among common folks to survive. What a loss for the country and the people. Meanwhile, in the barn, Fong Lan sat under the dim yellow oil lamp, her eyes occasionally glancing toward the door. She had been restless all day. 100 years of raising children, 99 years of worry. In the evening, she heard from the villagers returning the oxen that Su Li had gone up the mountain to hunt wild boars. She had taken down 2 in one go and carried one back to the team. Her heart was filled with worry. Fong Lan knew Su Li was usually clever and quick, but she was still just a girl. What kind of wild boar was it? One of the fierce beasts in the mountains. A few young men in the village had only managed to kill one before. But this girl had killed 2 alone. Fong Lan felt like the whole world was going crazy. What if she got hurt? Her mind was full of anxiety and fear. Wasn't she quite willing to run to the barn? Why isn't she here yet? At this moment, Fong Lan really hopes Su Li will appear in front of her soon. Not seeing this girl safe and sound, she probably won't be able to sleep tonight. Her heart feels like it's always hanging in the air. Suddenly, the door creaked open, and her daughter's proud little face peeked out from the door gap. "Mom, I brought you a late-night snack. Braised pork, just cooked, and some steamed buns. Tonight, you should indulge a little." Su Li carried a small basket, looking excited as she walked in. Fong Lan immediately stood up, quickly grabbed Su Li, and looked her over from head to toe, speaking anxiously and angrily. "Are you crazy? I heard you fought 2 wild boars today. Do you think you're a hero? If you get hurt, what should I do?" Surprised by her rapid questions, Su Li hurriedly put down the basket. Mom, don't get so worked up. I'm fine, see? Not even a scratch." Fong Lan glared at her fiercely, grabbing her arm and inspecting her carefully, even checking her ankles. "Are your arms okay? What about your legs? Did you bump into anything?" Su Li felt warm inside. At that moment, her eyes teared up a little. How long had it been since someone cared so much about her? "Mom, I'm fine," she said with a cheeky smile. "Or maybe I can show you a new skill I learned." She glanced at the corner of the table, where a small stone about the size of her fist was placed to prevent the table from wobbling. She bent down and picked it out, grinning. "Mom, look." Before she finished speaking, she crushed the stone with her bare hands, turning it into powder, which then fell through her fingers. Fong Lan's eyes widened in shock and disbelief. "When did you get this strength? I've never seen you do this before." This girl used to play with cats and dogs with Zhou Hao. But she never heard that she would bully other children just because she was strong. If other parents had come to complain, she would have known already, right? Su Li blinked and shrugged. "I used to have some strength, but I didn't tell you because I was worried. Now, with the current situation, I can't hide it anymore." She smiled proudly and patted her chest. "Don't worry, Mom. My daughter can punch a wild boar to death and kick a wolf away. From now on, you can eat white bread and big meals. I can afford it." Although she was not yet 20, she had already taken on the responsibility of supporting her mother and herself. Now, she was in a difficult situation, sent away to the farm, feeling lonely and lost. But she still wanted to comfort and protect her. She wiped away tears from her eyes. "In the future, you should hide your skills and not show off everywhere, understand?" "Got it," Su Li said, tilting her head on Fong Lan's shoulder, speaking very obediently. "But with you, I still need to show off a little, or you'll think I'm still a little girl who hasn't grown up." She took a deep breath and sniffed Fong Lan's scent. Having a mother is really wonderful. Having a mother's love makes a child truly happy. Fong Lan gently patted her arm, feeling both sweet and a bit sad inside. Her eyes were a little red, but she smiled softly. Her daughter had really grown up. "Call Uncle Shen and Aunt Shin to come for dinner. Uncle Lu has guests." Before Fong Lan finished speaking, there was a knock on the door. "Fong Lan, has Lily come?" "I've been waiting for our girl to bring some meat." Fong Lan. "Su Li, for a taste of meat, have they no shame? Do they even want to pretend to be a family?" Fong Lan opened the door, and Shin Qian stepped inside quickly. "Look at you, so useless." Chen Fong's voice came from behind him. "Fong Lan is weak, and Lily brought some good food to help her get stronger. You see." Shin Qian scratched his head awkwardly. Sorry. I haven't eaten meat in a long time and was craving it, right? You two eat first." This is a token of the child's filial piety. Although he said that, he couldn't help but swallow hard when he smelled the meat coming from the bowl. He had been here almost 2 years and often went hungry. Today, he finally had a good fish meal, and it was so delicious he felt like he was eating sea cucumber and shark fin. The bowl on the table smelled strongly of meat, definitely the soft, tender braised pork. Fong Lan saw Shin Qian was about to leave and quickly said, "Since it's hot now, food doesn't stay fresh." Plus, the girl took a lot, come and eat a bit together. Then she quietly told Chen Fong, "The girls secretly steamed some plain buns. Let's try them together. Uncle Shin, eat with us. I have more meat to share, and I also have some pig parts at home that I've been braising. I'll secretly bring some over tomorrow. Let me tell you good news. I moved to the old small yard on the west side. It's less than 100 meters from here. From now on, I'll bring you delicious food every day." Su Li looked proud, speaking confidently and boldly. Hearing her words, everyone's eyes naturally turned toward her. "What's going on? Did someone bully you at the youth commune?" Fong Lan asked quickly. "Nothing happened." Su Li patted her chest. "Is my daughter the kind to suffer losses?" It was true. Her daughter had never been the type to take advantage of others since she was young. "All right, moving out is good. There are too many people at the youth commune. It's messy, and there's all kinds of people. It's uncomfortable to stay there. Moving out will be peaceful." Chen Fong patted Fong Lan's shoulder, signaling her not to get too excited. "It's just that this house, it's a house lent to me by a fellow villager." Su Li explained about Wu Jiashun lending her the house. "Don't worry, I won't live for free. I'll pay him." Su Li paused, then leaned closer to Fong Lan, happily saying, "Mom, I have an empty room. If possible, would you like to move in with me?" Fong Lan looked at her daughter helplessly. "We came to the countryside to work hard. If they find out, they definitely won't agree. Maybe there will be trouble. As long as you're happy, I'll be at ease." Su Li saw she was reluctant to move, but she didn't insist too much. After all, if they moved out and it got found out, it wouldn't be good for her and her mother. "How is the girl you're living with?" Shin Qian asked worriedly. "Don't worry, she's very nice. The fish and meat you ate today were cooked by her." Fong Lan. She thought her daughter had learned to cook just for her, feeling quite comforted. It turns out her daughter doesn't know how to do anything. She just used to cheat. "Wow, your cooking skills are really impressive. Not worse than the top chefs in the city. You've found a treasure." Shin Qian stared at the meat on the table, feeling very tempted. Old Lu seems to have guests. "Let's eat first, and serve some separately for him." Fong Lan looked at the door and whispered. Shin Qian happily sat down, muttering softly, "Old Lu has been here so long, and no one came to see him. Tonight, he's eating braised pork, and now he has visitors. Such good luck, Su Li." Chen Fong glared at him sharply, picked up a large white steamed bun, squeezed it and sniffed. It was soft and fragrant, with a strong wheat aroma. Chen Fong's eyes turned red, tears almost falling. How long has it been since she last ate a white steamed bun? The small amount of poor grain the team sent couldn't even fill her stomach, and she had to pick wild vegetables to mix in every day. Now it's okay. The weather is warm, and there are wild vegetables to dig. But what if winter comes, with cold winds blowing? What would she do then? She also remembered the sorghum the team brought a few days ago. She opened it and saw a few mouse droppings mixed inside. When the villagers put it down, they glared at her fiercely, clearly showing that they thought she and the others, the displaced people, had stolen their grain and taken their land. Seeing Chen Fong's expression, Su Li understood her feelings. "Aunt Chen, don't worry. From now on, we'll have steamed buns to eat every day. You're such a kid, but even you shouldn't eat refined grains every day." Chen Fong, trying to cheer her up, didn't take her words seriously. Nowadays, it's not easy to produce 10 large buns at once. She couldn't make things hard for the children anymore. "This braised pork is tender, melts in your mouth, not greasy, and full of flavor. It's just like the taste from the famous Uefu restaurant on Renmin Street in Kyoto." Su Li raised an eyebrow and squinted. That girl was hiding her true talents. Her background must be unusual. In this era of material shortages, who would be willing to give ingredients to a young girl to practice cooking? Could it be that she was carefully trained from a young age, passing down skills through generations? Su Li felt she had uncovered the truth. "Lily, I can't let you eat for free. How about I take you as my apprentice? I'll pass on all my lifelong knowledge to you. While eating, Shin Qian muttered to himself. Su Li raised an eyebrow and put down her chopsticks. Uncle Shin, what is your special skill? Shin Qian put down his chopsticks and looked serious. That's an important technology related to the country's development. Have you heard of rockets? Su Li tilted her head and said playfully, Are you talking about the firecrackers we set off during New Year? Everyone couldn't help but laugh. You're ungrateful, girl. Uncle Shun is a foreign-educated expert who has trained many talents for the country. And now, you're calling him a firecracker maker. Fong Lan looked at her mischievous daughter with some helplessness. Chen Fong felt a bit sad. If her husband didn't study these things, their family wouldn't have to suffer from being reported and facing trouble here. Uncle Shun, if you feel bad, please take good care of my mother when I'm not around. Don't let bad people bully her. Shun Qian sighed. Lily, there's a saying, a phoenix that falls to the ground is no better than a chicken. The party's secretary Lee from the production team isn't easy to deal with. These days, your mother has been assigned many tiring tasks. Luckily, Uncle Lu always supports her, so she hasn't been wronged. And then, Chen Fong hesitated and asked softly, Do you know him? I feel like he's looking at your mother like he's sizing up someone he knows. Maybe with some bad feelings. Su Li looked at Fong Lan, who thought for a moment. I don't know him. I'm sure I've never seen him before. Then she looked worriedly at Su Li. Don't worry, your mother and I aren't made of paper. Small fights won't hurt me. At most, I'll just work a bit more. I can handle it. But you, be sure to pay attention. Su Li looked at Fong Lan's thin, tired face and squinted her eyes. That Li Guangquan is really quite mean. Everyone inside was eating happily. The rich smell of meat drifted through the door and window cracks, reaching the woods outside. Tian Dazhuang sniffed and nudged Fu Jingnan with his shoulder, whispering, Fu Tuan, what exactly is this girl? Fu Jingnan didn't even lift his head. He shot him a cold glance. Don't ask what you shouldn't. Dazhuang Tian. He knew that this cold-faced judge could kill the mood completely. But the aroma was too tempting. It was 10 times more delicious than what the cooking class students made. He swallowed hard and quietly looked toward the cattle shed. At that moment, Lu Minghui approached Fong Lan's door and gently knocked. The door opened, and Su Li greeted him with a bright smile. Uncle Lu. Lu Minghui nodded, smelling the rich meat aroma inside and hearing voices, so he stepped inside. Old Shin, you're eating quite happily, his laughter carried a teasing tone. Shun Qian glanced at Lu Minghui. If you don't come over, I'll finish all the food myself. Don't bother arguing with you now. Lu Minghui looked serious and turned to Fong Lan. Teacher Fong, I brought an old friend to meet you. Fong Lan was a bit surprised. Who else could remember her after being sent to this remote place? I need your help with something. Lu Minghui looked at her carefully. Su Li paused slightly while picking at the braised pork, raising her eyebrows and instinctively looking toward the woods outside the cattle shed. Was tonight's guest here for her mother? She put down her chopsticks and said calmly, Mom, I'll go with you. Although Fong Lan was surprised, she nodded. Mother and daughter followed Lu Minghui to his cattle shed. He pushed open a half-open wooden door, and the inside was dimly lit. A kerosene lamp cast a soft glow on their faces. Deng Mingxian's gaze fell on Fong Lan, and he was momentarily stunned. This woman, about 45 or 46, dressed plainly in coarse cloth, but her scholarly aura was undeniable. Though she had recently moved to the countryside, her eyes and face showed fatigue and weariness. He couldn't help but sigh inwardly. She should be someone working at a research institute, standing at a podium or in a lab, yet she was wasting away in this dusty northwest, exposed to sun and rain, doing farm work. What a loss for the country to waste such talent. But how many such cases are there now? He was about to speak but realized there was no place to sit in the cattle shed. Old Lu's days here are truly frustrating. He waved to the outside and Fu Jingnan came in. Go move 2 stones so that Teacher Fong and the young girl can manage. Fu Jingnan turned and left, and Su Li followed him out. Soon, each of them carried a flat stone over. Deng Mingxian, Lu Minghui, is this girl too strong? The stones weren't big, but in Su Li's hands, they felt as light as small objects. Fong Lan's eyes twitched. This girl, wasn't she just told not to show her strength earlier? Why is she so disobedient? Deng Mingxian looked at Su Li with more interest. Is she the strong girl who hunted wild boar on the mountain? From her appearance, she looked no different from ordinary people, even a bit thinner than other girls her age. But where does all her strength come from? This afternoon, soldiers from the military camp said they saw the mountain who killed 2 wild boars and a roe deer alone, incredibly strong and skilled. That made him feel a little nervous. Since the 031 project started, he's been on high alert, worried about spies getting close. Even though she's just a girl, they still checked her background. Her information showed she was fine, and her coming to the Northwest was just to be with her mother. Although she was a bit mischievous since childhood, her loyal and caring nature made him like her. Strong, skilled, loyal, and from a big family, these qualities seem perfect for the army. Deng Mingxian immediately thought about recruiting Su Li into the military. Comrade, have you ever thought about joining the army? His expression softened, and his voice became gentler, giving a vibe like a big wolf tempting a little Red Riding Hood. Su Li raised an eyebrow. If she were her past self, she might have chosen to join the army. But she came from the future. Though she admired the soldiers defending the country, she didn't like military life herself. In this life, she just wanted to have her space, wait out these years, and become a landlord who spends her days counting money on her bed, enjoying life with her mother. She smiled and shook her head at Deng Mingxian. Report to the leader, I want to stay with my mom. Fong Lan's eyelids twitched. Deep down, she really hoped Su Li would join the army. Not only would she avoid being a burden to herself, but she would also have a good future. But she also knew that the girl was stubborn. Once she made a decision, nothing could change her. She shyly smiled at Deng Mingxian and said, Commander, this girl has been spoiled by me since she was little. She's quite headstrong. Sending her to the army might cause you trouble every day. Deng Mingxian looked at Lu Minghuai, signaling him to say a few words. Lu Minghuai shook his head at him. This girl has a very strong will. He had heard about her recent activities at the youth village and knew she hadn't suffered any setbacks. In fact, she had made the people at the youth village quite angry. Deng Mingxian chuckled softly. Though a bit disappointed, he didn't insist. He straightened his face, and his expression became serious. Professor Fong, our military intelligence unit recently intercepted a batch of enemy secret messages. The information is highly classified. However, the encryption is very complex, and we haven't been able to decode it yet. He paused, then continued sincerely, showing great respect for intellectuals. I heard you are very skilled in this area, so I came to ask for your help. Before Fong Long could speak, Su Li stood up, stepping in front of her. Her voice was clear but serious. Commander Deng, my mother was sent away, partly because of my grandfather, but there might be other people causing trouble behind the scenes, and we don't know for sure. Her gaze grew colder, and her voice lowered slightly. Before I came to the Northwest for work, our family was robbed. Someone paid a high price to steal my mother's research notes. Captain Fu can testify to this. Everyone was surprised, exchanging looks. Fong Lan suddenly looked up, her face pale. Girl, why didn't you tell me about this? Mom, it's okay. No danger, just a scare. Thanks to Captain Fu for catching the thief. He's already taken him to the police. Su Li gently patted Fong Lan's hand to comfort her. Fu Jingnan. This girl's talent for lying has improved again. She clearly scared the thief by pretending to be a ghost, but now she's taking all the credit herself. Everyone looked at Fu Jingnan, who could only nod. Sigh. To make Aunt Fong feel more at ease, he decided not to expose her. Fong Lan couldn't help but glance at Fu Jingnan. Is this the grandson of Commander Fu? The last time I saw him, he was about 11 or 12 years old. Now, he has grown into a young man. He is talented and promising. At a young age, he is already a team leader. I heard he once rescued his daughter from human traffickers, and earlier, he helped catch a thief for Su Li. The more Fong Lan looked at him, the more she liked him. Unfortunately, Su Li is still young and comes from a less fortunate family background. Oh well, it's a pity. I wonder which girl will be lucky enough to get such a good man in the future. Seeing her mother's strange gaze at Fu Jingnan, Su Li couldn't help but cough softly and change the subject. You said my mom might be able to decode the password, but the enemy might also think of that. If the message leaks out, they could strike secretly, either kidnapping or assassination. Who will be responsible if something happens? The scene fell silent for a moment. Fong Lan's heart warmed. She looked at her daughter standing in front of her, feeling a mix of emotions. Since she was young, her daughter has always been someone who acts first and thinks later. She and Su Jinghe have often had to wipe her tears behind her. Now her daughter is bravely protecting her. She feels both touched and proud. She knows her daughter is doing this for her own good. But her country raised her, and now she needs her. She can't be selfish. She looked at everyone's eager eyes, gently patted Su Li's hand, and her gaze was tender but her voice was firm. Li, our Fong family may not be a famous family, but we are people with a sense of patriotism. During the War of Resistance, your grandfather donated cotton cloth and yarn to help the soldiers at the front have clothes to wear so they wouldn't freeze or fall ill. I was 23 years old and had just graduated from university. That year, your grandfather asked me to study in France, but I didn't go. It's not that I didn't want to go abroad, but at that time, the country was just getting back on its feet and talents were scarce. I didn't want to leave. I have no special skills, only scientific research. Now, I can still think and contribute more to the country. If I shrink back now, how can I face your grandfather? How can I face our country? She turned to look at Deng Mingxian and Lu Minghui, her eyes full of determination. I agree to try. Lu Minghui nodded gently, saying nothing. Deng Mingxian's eyes welled with tears. He stood up and solemnly saluted. Teacher Fong, the country owes you a debt of honor. I, on behalf of the 128th Division, promise to ensure your safety. Su Li remained silent for a moment, but ultimately said nothing further. When Su Li returned home late at night, the darkness was deep, and the yard was so quiet that only the sound of crickets chirping could be heard. She walked softly past Lu Yuanyuan's room. Through the wooden window, she saw that the small oil lamp inside was still burning. The warm yellow light made the paper on the window glow faintly red. She paused, feeling a little moved. Sure enough, as soon as she pushed open her door, the oil lamp on that side suddenly went out with a pop. Su Li smiled, with a teasing look in her eyes and at the corners of her mouth. This young girl was clearly worried she wouldn't come back safely and had been waiting. Su Li whispered softly, a gentle warmth in her smile and a soft feeling in her heart. She tiptoed back into her room, didn't turn on the light, and slipped into her bed, closing her eyes to enter her space. Hey, you finally remembered me. A childish yet proud voice sounded in her ear. It's Xiaoqi. Did you leave me aside, only thinking about catching wild boars and eating braised pork? Su Li chuckled softly. If I really forgot about you, how could I have a peaceful life? I'd have turned into a beast by now. Did you know? Today I punched 2 wild boars and a roe deer to death. Everyone in the team had pork to eat. Su Li felt happy, chatting non-stop with her little mouth. Wow, are you proud now? Xiaoqi pouted. Wild boars aren't as tasty as domestic pigs. If you can catch a piglet, I promise I can help you set up a pig farm. After saying that, he chuckled. How about we try? There's an empty lot behind. I've been wondering how to use it. Let me think about it. These days, buying piglets might mean going to the black market. Su Li massaged her temples and sat at the workbench. All right, let's get to the point. I want to steam steamed buns, plain white buns. I need a flour grinder. Can you make one for me? Just say it earlier. Xiaoqi immediately brightened up, happy to have work. There are 2 types of flour grinders. Do you want an electric one or a hand crank? Electric. Su Li cut him off. The space energy can power it. I want efficiency. Okay. Xiaoqi shook his head. I'll arrange that for you, plus a combined machine for grinding flour, mixing, and steaming buns. You can pick up the buns tomorrow morning, soft, fluffy, with a wheat aroma. Su Li raised an eyebrow, smiling slyly. Alright, you're even learning to sell with advertising slogans now. That's right, little seven. If I follow you, I also need to improve, right? Suli leaned against the old apple tree in the space orchard and sat for a while, looking at the ripe apples on the tree. Suddenly, she felt that everything was starting to fall into place. As long as she kept moving forward step by step, one day she would make this life successful and lively. The next morning, before dawn, Suli eagerly entered the space. As soon as she arrived, she saw a brand new electric flour grinder and a bun-making machine on the work table. Next to them, a steaming basket held two neatly arranged baskets of buns. One basket was dark-colored, and the other was yellow with cornmeal. Suli stepped closer and frowned. Little seven, I asked you to make plain buns, but you made these? They look like coal balls and cornmeal cakes. Little seven floated out from the corner of the space, pouting. What do you know? You're in the countryside now, eating plain buns every day. Someone might report you tomorrow. I'm doing this for your good. I added some black flour and cornmeal. They look rustic but not eye-catching. Suli was stunned, and her eyes started to water slightly. Little seven, when did you start caring about these things? You're my host, Little seven said, hands on hips, pouting. If people start paying attention to you, my space will lose power. Who wants to sit in the system library gathering dust? Suli chuckled softly, but her nose felt a little sore. Little seven, you're really thoughtful. Don't worry, when I become successful, I'll get you a pair of wings inlaid with gold and jade. You better keep your promises. Little seven raised an eyebrow, looking proud and stubborn. Suli touched the steaming yellow buns, feeling an indescribable warmth in her heart. They each ate 2 buns. Although they didn't look very good, they were sweet, fragrant, and soft. Little seven watched her gobble them up and pouted. You're such a big eater. Who knows who will be unlucky enough to marry you? If you don't have some family background, you'll probably starve to death. Suli playfully blinked and shot him a sidelong glance. Isn't that what you're here for, Little seven? After breakfast, in the office of the team headquarters, Li Guangquan leaned back in his chair, holding a dry tobacco pipe in his mouth. Amid the swirling smoke, his face was as dark as a pot bottom, grim and cold enough to drip water. Today, early in the morning, he heard that Suli had moved out of the youth cadre compound and into Wu Jiashuan's old house. That old house is just a few steps from the cattle shed. Isn't this a clear opportunity for her to get close to the cattle shed and Fanglan? Li Guangquan clenched his teeth, almost breaking his pipe. He had planned to wait until Suli was isolated in the youth cadre compound, then take action. At that time, Suli would be grateful and would hand over money and tickets willingly. Once he had the money and tickets, he could do whatever he wanted with Suli. No matter how lively Suli was, she was just a mother and daughter, without any backing. But now, everything is ruined. Wu Jiashuan. It's that Wu Jiashuan again. Li Guangquan's eyes darkened, and a surge of anger rose in his heart. 8 years ago, during the village's leadership change, some young people supported the recently discharged Wu Jiashuan to take over, almost forcing him off the village party secretary's seat. 8 years have passed, and Wu Jiashuan, once a dragon in the village, has been tamed by him, now lying low like a mudfish. So, now that Suli is here, does he think he can turn things around? Is he still hoping to support Suli? Thinking of this, Li Guangquan's face darkened. He snorted coldly, tapped his long pipe, and prepared to go for a walk in the fields. At that moment, someone outside the door called out, "Secretary Li." Li Guangquan looked up and saw Wang Sanjin, a technician from the county geological exploration team, walking over with a smile. He handed him a cigarette and said, "Secretary Li, have a smoke." "You've worked hard." Li Guangquan took the cigarette, squinted, and looked him over. This man had been in the village for over a month, doing nothing but wandering in the mountains and fields, claiming he was looking for minerals. But in these mountains, countless people had entered over generations, and no one had ever heard of any minerals, just rocks and more rocks. He wasn't doing proper work, but was good at making friends. "Secretary Li," Wang Sanjin smiled at him, "I found some stone samples deep in the mountains. They're quite heavy. When you have time, Please find a couple of strong young men to help me carry them down from the mountain. I can't do it alone. I need to take these samples back to the Institute for Research. Li Guangquan smoked thoughtfully, recalling the 2 bottles of wine he had given him on his first day in the village, and nodded. All right, just let me know when you need help. I'll pick some strong young men for you. Thank you so much, Secretary Li. Wang Sanjin immediately smiled and nodded politely. Ding-ding-ding. The bell signaling the start of work at the village entrance rang out, and members of the team gradually came out of their houses. The men wore straw hats, carrying water buckets, while the women tied their headscarves tightly and carried water jugs. The children happily jumped and followed the adults, gathering under the big locust tree at the village entrance. Su Li and Lu Yuanyuan also stepped out of the old house and followed everyone to the tree. As soon as they appeared, several team members warmly greeted her. Hey, Su the young worker, good morning. Thanks to you yesterday, I had my first pork meal of the year. The meat was so tasty, my husband even drank a little more rice wine. I couldn't sleep well last night from all the excitement. Su the young worker, it's hot these days. Remember to drink plenty of water. Some playful children even came up and asked, Sister Su, when will you go up the mountain to hunt wild boars again? This made the surrounding people laugh. Su Li responded kindly, her tone gentle and her smile sweet, making everyone feel friendly. Qian Xiaoyu watched Su Li talking to everyone and wrinkled her nose. A troublemaker is just a troublemaker. What's there to say with a bunch of farm workers? Li Guangquan, standing with his hands behind his back and smoking a dry pipe, swaggered forward, cleared his throat, and began assigning the day's work. Same as usual today, the young workers team will go water the cornfield. We need to finish the eastern part by morning. 1 person per row, no slacking. Hearing this, the young workers all sighed together. The weather was hot, the sun so fierce it seemed like it could dry people out. The corn was already taller than a person, and watering it felt like working in a steamer. When will this end? Why doesn't the sky just rain already? Someone in the group muttered. Yu Ting looked up at the sky, but there were no clouds. She also touched her face. Yesterday, she didn't listen to the old worker's advice and didn't wear a headscarf. The sun's heat and the scratches from the corn leaves made her face burn painfully after a day. Today, she obediently wrapped her head with a scarf. She hadn't seen Brother Jingnan yet, so she couldn't ruin her face now. She looked at team leader Li Dongqing, wondering if he could persuade Secretary Li to give them a day off. No matter what, she had to go see Fu Jingnan. I don't know if Su Yun, the stepmother, has written to Brother Jingnan. It would be best if Brother Jingnan agreed to marry her, so she wouldn't have to suffer in this remote mountain village. Yesterday was her first day working in the fields. Her feet had blisters, her shoulders were scraped, and her whole body hurt as if she was falling apart. Su Li went to Wang Qiulan, the caretaker, to get a bucket of water. Wang Qiulan kindly reminded her, Girl, we are strong, but you need to be careful. Don't overexert yourself at such a young age and risk falling ill, Su Li quickly promised with a smile. She looked at the mountain road leading into the village. According to their plan from last night, someone should be arriving soon. Just then, she saw a car rushing from afar, kicking up dust behind it. The car is coming. Another military vehicle. The last one was here to pick up Su Jiqing. Who is this one here to pick up? In our poor mountain village, cars usually come once every 3 years. Now, 2 have come in 3 days. What's going on? The villagers talked excitedly, their faces full of anticipation. As they spoke, the military vehicles stopped in front of the village committee. 2 soldiers got out, talking to Li Guangquan. Everyone saw Li Guangquan nod seriously and then lead the 2 soldiers to Wu Jiashuan. He said, Comrade, this is our village member Wu Jiashuan. He indeed didn't go to work yesterday afternoon. One soldier saluted seriously. Comrade Wu, we need your help with an investigation. Please cooperate. Wu Jiashuan was surprised and paused for a moment. Okay, I'll go with you. He looked around but didn't see Wu Yi. Instead, he saw Su Li, who was lost in thought. Su Jiqing, please take care of Wu Yi. Su Li nodded quickly. Uncle Wu, don't worry. With the 2 soldiers accompanying him, Wu Jiashuan limped into the car. The car started and headed toward the cattle shed. The villagers put down their tools and hurried to the cattle shed. Soon, a middle-aged woman with a gentle, scholarly look came out with Fu Jingnan. She got into the car. The scene was quiet. As the car drove away, Fu Jingnan, sitting in the passenger seat of the Jeep, looked at Su Li standing among the crowd and nodded slightly. Then the car kicked up a cloud of dust and sped away quickly. Su Li was stunned. What just happened? Why didn't it follow the plan from last night? What's going on with Wu Jiaxuan? She kept thinking but couldn't figure it out. After the car left, the entire Red Star team was in an uproar. What did Wu Jiaxuan do? Why was he taken away by the military vehicle? What's the big deal? It's serious. A few years ago, Air Guzi from Nanshan team stole 2 chickens from a neighbor. The local police just gave a warning then. But this time, the army took him. It's a big deal. How come Wu is so close to the people from the cattle shed? Those people sent down from the city, none of them are good. I heard he's a troublemaker and the daughter of a big capitalist. How do you know she's the daughter of a capitalist? You don't know? Once, I was pulling weeds with the secretary's wife, and she mentioned it casually.
Su Li squinted.
Don't say it. This Wu's eyes are pretty sharp. Even though she's been sent down, she's pretty. No one in our village can compare. She's a bit older, maybe 10 years older than Wu. But when the light hits her, TSK, TSK, TSK. She's even more attractive than Widow Wang from our team.
Su Li space darkand.
How dare these women say such things openly? She usually liked gossip, but not about her own mother. She couldn't stand it. She glared at the woman next to her who was spreading rumors and said sharply, "Auntie, our great leader teaches us. No investigation, no right to speak." So tell me, have you investigated? Did you see it with your own eyes? Or are you just eavesdropping behind windows and walls? You're just making things up and spreading rumors. Isn't that damaging socialist unity? With those accusations, the woman who had been talking nonstop turned pale. Nowadays, wearing the label of destroying unity could lead to criticism. This girl, I was just talking nonsense. Just talking, she quickly turned and ran away in a huff. The others looked at each other, wondering what was wrong with Su Jiqing. Had she lost her temper? But it's none of their business. Just a few idle words. Why are they talking about destroying internal unity? The intellectuals from the city are really different. They always jump to accuse others. Everyone looked at each other, and then dispersed. If they stayed longer, Su Jiqing might accuse someone else of something serious. Yu Ting, standing behind Su Li, was completely stunned and didn't hear a word the team member said. Who did she just see? Fu Jingnan, sitting in the car, nodded at her and even smiled. Fu Jingnan in his military uniform looked very handsome. Wearing uniform with 4 pockets and a neatly fastened badge, even more so than when she saw him in front of the Kyoto courtyard a few days ago. Yu Ting's heart was pounding, and she unconsciously clenched her clothes with her fingertips. She stared at the direction where the Jeep was going. The dust kicked up by the wheels had long since settled. Yu Ting, what's wrong? Qian Xiaoyu poked her arm nearby. Why are you spacing out? Huh. Yu Ting suddenly snapped out of her thoughts, her palms sweaty. Let's go. Qian Xiaoyu pulled her arm. We haven't finished today's work yet. Yu Ting was pulled toward the fields by Qian Xiaoyu, but couldn't help but look back again. These days, no. Tomorrow. She must find a way to visit the troops and talk to him. Su Li was about to go to the fields when Wu Yi, with a pale face, hurried over anxiously. Su Jia, my dad has been taken away? They say my dad is a spy. He spoke softly while crying. Su Li. Why is this getting more and more exaggerated? Nonsense. Su Li patted his shoulder. Your dad was just called in for investigation by the troops. Once they find out the truth, he'll come back. Really? When will he return? Wu Yi stopped crying and looked at her with eager eyes. Su Li. She wiped his tears and said, Don't worry. Your dad will be back soon. Before he returns, you can stay with me, Sister Su. Wu Yi. Does that mean she didn't say anything helpful at all? In the main office of the brigade, Li Guangquan sat motionless in his chair, constantly smoking. Wang Sanjin sat on a nearby stool, looking confused. Secretary Li, what did Wu Jiashuan do? Why was he taken away by the troops? Li Guangquan looked him over from head to toe. This young man was quite capable. He had only been here a few days but could already call out the names of the team members. Wang Sanjin smiled at Li Guangquan and pushed a half-pack of Hongtao Mountain cigarettes toward him. I often wander in the mountains, and sometimes I happen to meet him. Do you often see him going up the mountain? Li Guangquan asked quickly, sitting up straight. Sometimes I do. Yesterday afternoon, I was on the mountain and saw him from afar. He looked quite like him. You know how he walks. Li Guangquan took a deep breath and slowly sat back in his chair. No wonder the soldiers asked him whether Wu Jiashuan had gone to work yesterday afternoon and what he had been doing. This young man might really be involved in something serious. Could it be that he's a spy, as the team members suggested? Over the years, he had kept him under tight control. The boy never spoke up and endured everything quietly. Could it really be for undercover work to gather intelligence? But what valuable things could be in this remote mountain area that foreign reactionaries would covet? Unless it's the northern troops. Anyway, if the army took him away without explanation, even if he returned, his background would be unclear. He'd never be able to make a splash again. Li Guangquan thought over and over, finally feeling relieved. Secretary Li, what's going on with that woman in the pigsty? Wang Sanjin asked cautiously. I heard from the soldiers that she's supposed to go back and help with some investigation. When he mentioned Fong Lan, he couldn't help but feel some malice. This woman, back then, relied on her education and good family background to steal her cousin's husband. But so what? Times have changed. A poor background has become a serious flaw. I heard she's a university professor, researching advanced technology. When something happened, her brother-in-law kicked her out of the house. Otherwise, her cousin wouldn't have married her so quickly. Now her cousin used some tricks to send her to her own team, not giving her a hard time. She deserved it. But when the army's vehicle took her away, he really didn't know what was going on. He also thought of Su Li, that girl who seemed especially restless, wild, and stubborn but carried a lot of money. Now that your mother has been taken by the army, how can you still act up? If you don't rely on me anymore, who can you depend on? Li Guangquan raised the corner of his eye, took a deep breath, and his mood immediately improved. It seemed like I saw Su Li walking towards him like a loyal dog, begging for protection. All the anger she had built up early in the morning disappeared, and her face softened, with a faint smile appearing. Wang Sanjin looked at her, unable to say anything, his eyes flickering. Then he excused himself and left. He stood in front of the team office, looked up at the dark mountains to the east, then glanced at his right foot and smiled mysteriously. In the cornfield, Su Li was walking quickly along the ridges, carrying 2 large water buckets. All around, villagers and young workers were talking about Wu Jiashuan and Fong Lan being taken away, guessing what happened. In less than half a day, rumors spread that Fong Lan was a spy and Wu Jiashuan was an insider. Su Li shook her head while carrying water, realizing again how harmful rumors can be. If she didn't know the truth and saw how excited everyone was, she might have believed it. Wu Yi followed behind Su Li, looking sad and silent. His face was almost buried in the ground, like a helpless puppy, accepting the strange looks from others, which made people feel sorry for him. Qian Xiuyu came over, swinging her water bucket, spilling some water as she moved. Some villagers passing by sneered. This girl wasn't good. She was sneaky, deliberately spilling water on the road. Besides complaining, what else could she do? Qian Xiaoyu and Lu Yuanyuan crossed paths. She looked at Lu Yuanyuan's wet clothes and snorted softly. She's stubborn. Only knows how to work hard. No wonder she's exhausted. Lu Yuanyuan was walking nearby with her water, also tough. Even with her shoulders hurting badly, she didn't say a word. She looked at Su Li, her eyes thoughtful. In the past 2 days, she kept seeing Su Li bringing out cooked fish and meat. She guessed there was some connection between Su Li and the pigsty. But since Su Li didn't say anything, she didn't ask. Everyone has some things they can't talk about. After work in the morning, the two took Wu Yi home. Lu Yuanyuan added some fire, and when she lifted the lid, a delicious smell immediately filled the air. It was the pig offal stew Lu Yuan made last night. Fat intestines, liver and lungs, pig ears, pig head, glossy and red, steaming with aroma. Wow, this smell is amazing. Before the door was fully closed, a figure rushed in excitedly. It was Li Ziang. I knew with so much food left, you guys wouldn't finish it. I followed the smell to find you. Li Ziang was shouting happily as he moved closer to the pot and took a deep sniff, his eyes shining green.
Su Li felt a bit annoyed.
This person really doesn't see himself as an outsider, just coming in whenever he wants. She raised an eyebrow and glanced at him sideways. Didn't you guys just eat meat at the youth hostel last night? Why are you still craving it? Li Ziang immediately waved his hand helplessly. Don't mention it. Was that really eating meat? A few bites each, and the meat was gone. That money Xiao Yu kept saying we should split it equally, but she was faster than anyone else to grab her share. I saw clearly. Her bowl was filled with meat like a small mountain. Lu Yuan's mouth twitched. That girl, back in Kyoto, often snatched her brother's tasty food and got scolded by her mother. In this tough place, it's easy to imagine. Li Ziang kept exaggerating. And she's pretending, too. She says she doesn't like fatty meat while eating it all up. I've never seen such a fake woman. Su Li rolled her eyes. These days, common folks don't have much oil in their stomachs, but they all love greasy, sizzling meat. At the meat stall, fatty meat costs 2 cents more than lean meat. Who would believe she doesn't like fatty meat? Li Ziang turned to Lu Yuan and said, Sister, you're better off now. Back at the youth hostel, you had it tough, those hard cornbreads. Then he sighed deeply. If I were a girl, I'd want to move over too. Lu Yuan nodded, her smile gentle, and her usually cold face softened with a touch of warmth. Following Su Li, she truly benefited. This girl looks small but is very capable and stubborn about not losing out. From now on, she decided to stick with her. Li Ziang looked around at the few rooms and winked at Su Li. Su Li, you still have an empty room. Why don't I move in? Su Li took out a big bowl and filled it with meat, just about to hand it to him. After hearing his words, she suddenly looked up, slammed the bowl onto the stove with a loud bang. Get lost. You want to come live with my auntie? Don't think about eating my meat. That voice was fierce and bossy, like a little puppy guarding its food. Miss, I'm just joking. Don't delay me from eating. Li Ziang was worried and quickly ran over, grabbing the bowl and holding it in his arms. The meat was a big bowlful, enough for 2 meals. He blamed himself for being so greedy. He hoped not to upset these two, so they would always rely on her in the future. Su Li saw how protective he was of the food and felt annoyed. The empty room was reserved for Mom. No one else could think about moving in. Mom couldn't move in now, but maybe someday she would. Li Ziang saw that Su Li wasn't arguing with him and smiled. Let me tell you some good news. What news? Su Li took the lead, and Lu Yuan leaned in to listen. Tomorrow, the youth team has a day off. Li Dongqing worked hard to get it for us. He said the new youth members just arrived and need to buy some daily supplies. That's good news, Su Li said happily. Su Wui was sitting on a small bench in the corner, watching Li Ziang eagerly. Seeing this, Li Ziang smiled and handed him the bowl. Come on, have a bite. My treat. Wui looked at Li Ziang seriously. My dad isn't a spy. Li Ziang was surprised and looked at Su Li, understanding immediately. He reached out and patted Wui's head. Your dad will be fine. We all believe in him. Wui's eyes turned red. All these older brothers and sisters believed in him. But why didn't his childhood friends believe him? Even the team members didn't trust him? The room fell silent. Su Li came over and patted Wui's shoulder. When your dad comes back, everything will be okay. Before leaving, Li Ziang placed 5 mao, small coins, on the table and said loudly, I'm not short of money. I'm not trying to take advantage of you. Fair deal. And don't forget me when there's good food. He kept talking as he walked away with his bowl. Su Li. Does this guy really think he's one of us? Lu Yuan cut a piece of pig ear and fed it to Wui. No matter what happens, always eat your fill first. Turning around, She carefully checked the ingredients in the pot, separating the pork intestines, pig lungs, pig head meat, and pig liver into different piles. She filled a large basin and handed it to Su Li, then gestured toward the cattle shed. Su Li raised an eyebrow. This girl is very thoughtful and brave. She knows her relationship with the cattle shed, but doesn't make a fuss. I like her more and more. She took the basin and left the courtyard. Seeing no one around, she took a few black-faced steamed buns wrapped in a cloth from her space and, after a few minutes, arrived at the cattle shed. Under the old locust tree in front of the cattle shed, Shun Qian sat on a large stone in the shade, glancing frequently towards Su Li's house. Because he had just finished farm work, his face looked very tired. His hair was messy, probably long uncut. Su Li couldn't help but sigh quietly. Some people are only suited for the stage or the lab. Years ago, he had dreams of serving the country, but now he was ignored. He wondered if he regretted it. When Shin Qian saw the porcelain basin in Su Li's hands, his eyes lit up and his mouth stretched into a wide smile. "Oh, Li girl, Uncle is waiting for you." Su Li raised an eyebrow and smiled. "What if I didn't come? Would you just be disappointed?" "Of course." My heart would have cooled down completely. Shun Qian happily stood up, his face full of wrinkles squeezed together. Meanwhile, Chen Fong had already come out of the cattle shed, took the basin from Su Li's hands, and opened the lid. A delicious aroma wafted out. She opened the cloth bundle. These steamed buns.
So many?
And different colors? Chen Fong hesitated to take them. Su Li explained with a smile, "I had someone steam black flour and cornmeal buns. The white ones are too obvious and might cause trouble." Chen Fong's eyes reddened, and her nose felt sore. Lan Fong's daughter quietly did so many things. She's thoughtful and kind. But she had no tickets or money herself, and eating these buns made her feel heavy-hearted. Su Li saw her embarrassment and comforted her lightly. "Aunt Chen, you know my situation with my mom. Before I came, I had my dad gather a lot of food tickets. Don't worry, you can eat them. I'll think of a way after I finish eating." She paused, then smiled again, saying, "If you feel guilty, just remember what I said. Please take good care of my mother. That's more important than anything else." Her words made Chen Fong's tears fall suddenly. "This girl," she whispered softly, "Annie won't be polite with you. I'll remember your kindness." Fong Lan also understood, having faced a tough situation. When even a small problem arose, her marriage was at risk. But with this girl nearby, even though they couldn't openly acknowledge each other in the collective farm, sneaking a quick look was a blessing. Moreover, this girl was capable and talented. Shun Qian was also moved. He cleared his throat and touched his face, saying, "Li girl, I will remember your kindness. If someday I can go back, who even dares to hope for that anymore?" Chen Fong interrupted, her voice tinged with sadness. "I've prepared myself to stay here for life. But I just can't forget your sister, A Jiao." She lowered her head and wiped her eyes. "Over this past year, I've done the dirtiest work, eaten the worst food, and every day felt like living under a magnifying glass. My dignity and identity have been trampled on. If it weren't for Uncle Shin supporting me, I might have given up long ago." Listening to these words, Su Li felt a wave of sourness in her heart. She wondered if she hadn't come. Would her mother also have been unable to hold on? What would her mother, without anyone to support her, have become? A tight feeling grew in Su Li's chest. "Auntie, don't worry. There will be a day when that happens. Although I don't understand all the big principles, I know that for the country to develop and the nation to prosper, talented people are essential. Someone like Uncle Shen who is capable will definitely return someday." "That's well said." Lu Minghui came out holding a broken teacup, his expression serious but his tone softer. This girl was impressive, sharp-minded, and highly aware. He looked at Shin Qian and said earnestly, "Old Shen, everyone makes mistakes sometimes, even a country. Right now, there are a few troublemakers above, but the organization won't let them cause chaos forever. We just need to be patient." His words were steady and powerful, making people feel more at ease. "Listening to you, I feel much more hopeful. Although I was treated unfairly, I have never regretted it." At this point, Shun Qian suddenly changed the topic, staring at the enamel basin in Su Li's hands, and pursed his lips. This braised pork smells so good. If only I had a little wine to go with it, tsk. Su Li. Your request is quite high. How do you know Lao Deng brought me a good bottle of wine last night? Really? Is that true? Shun Qian almost jumped with excitement. I was just joking. Lu Minghui was amused and laughed. You really are lucky. Chen Fong smiled and rolled her eyes at Shun Qian, then turned to go inside to prepare to cut the meat. Shun Qian hurriedly followed happily. His meat smelled so good it made him dizzy. Girl, come with me, Lu Minghui suddenly said in a very low but steady and strong voice. Su Li was stunned and instinctively looked at him. It didn't seem like something serious was happening. She suppressed her curiosity and quietly followed him into the house. Lu Minghui turned around and closed the door. Su Li, is Uncle Lu planning to silence someone? It feels like Little Red Riding Hood meeting the big bad wolf. I heard Wu Yishuan's son Wu Yi is at your place, Lu Minghui asked anxiously. Su Li didn't speak, just looked at him sideways, clearly thinking, why is he so nosy? Lu Minghui's mouth twitched, and he advised, take good care of him. That kid is also pitiful. Su Li raised an eyebrow. Do you know him, Lu Minghui? Why does this kid have so many questions?
Su Li blinked.
Uncle Lu, are you revealing organizational secrets? Lu Minghui was amused and laughed. That kid lost his mother when he was young. Do you think he's pitiful or not? Su Li snorted and laughed. There are many children without mothers in the world. Why don't I see you caring more? Do you think I'm a 3-year-old kid trying to fool you? Don't worry, he's doing well with us. I won't talk about this anymore. I need to go back and eat. After saying that, she waved her hand, didn't look back, opened the door, and quickly disappeared. Lu Minghui. That night, after Wu Yi fell asleep peacefully, Su Li quietly returned to her own room. She locked the door, lay on the Kong bed, but tossed and turned with no sleep. Her mind was full of the events of the day. This person is not simple. At first, she thought he was an honest, simple-minded farmer with a limp. But today, when the military vehicle arrived, his calm and steady tone when he said, "Please take care of Wu Yi," showed no sign of panic. Moreover, he had served in the army. Thinking about Lu Minghui asking him to look after Wu Yi, it was clear there was some hidden connection between the two. But what kind of relationship was it? Su Li felt like she was beginning to get a clue, but at the same time, she was completely confused. What she was sure of was that Wu Ji-shun being taken away was related to the spy incident. She also remembered the technician Wang Sanjin from yesterday's mountain trip, the kaolin clay on his shoes, and the panic in his eyes when he looked back. After thinking carefully, Su Li turned over and sat up, then dove into the space. Shao Qi, what's up, little ancestor? Didn't you just come yesterday? Are you missing me again? Su Li twitched her mouth, watching this proud look on his face, and thought to herself that this teenage system was back online. I have a question. Su Li lowered her voice. Can your system check if there's any kaolin clay in this mountain area? Shao Qi's eyes lit up. Did you find something? Stop wasting time, can you check? The main database back home is still offline. But I have an old version of the regional geological archives. I'll look it up. Before he finished speaking, Shao Qi had already turned around, stepped onto a glider, and rushed into the mechanical storage like the wind. Su Li shook her head and sighed, walking toward the warehouse. Good grief, is Shao Qi treating the space warehouse like a toy? The newly made stone mill was actually fitted with an electric spindle, automatically grinding flour. Next to it, various types of flour were neatly stacked: white flour, cornmeal, whole wheat flour, soybean flour. 10-pound, 20-pound, 50-pound packages, all organized like a state-owned granary. Found it. If we go into the mountain from here, it'll take about 2 hours. Shao Qi hurried over with a piece of paper in hand. Su Li took the map, noting that the place was somewhat close to where she last hunted a wild boar. Crossing a valley to the north would get her there. Thanks, Shao Qi, she chuckled, patting Shao Qi's shoulder. Also, make me some self-defense gear, something powerful and easy to carry. When Shao Qi heard this, She immediately became serious. Did something happen? She straightened her posture, and even her electronic voice sounded more serious. Nothing's wrong now, but we need to prepare. Just in case we really need to use it, Suli said, then quickly disappeared into space. Shao, she puffed out her chest. Then I'll make you a multi-purpose device. The next morning, Suli got up early and invited Lu Yuanyuan to go to the commune together. Lu Yuanyuan waved her hand. When I was about to go to the countryside, my dad gave me 10 yuan. That's all I have. It's a remote place, but I can eat with you. The rest is about saving money. You go ahead. I'll stay at home with Wu Yi. Suli thought, this feels like I've raised a little wife. She is a girl. Don't act like a little wife clinging to me. Suli considered for a moment, then stepped closer. Sister, you're such a good cook. Why don't we work together in the future? Maybe open a restaurant called Yubin Lu? Lu Yuanyuan's eyes lit up, but then her face darkened.
Don't tease me.
I can't even eat enough, let alone run a restaurant. She turned around and strode into the house. Suli laughed behind her. Don't believe it. One day, we'll open Yubin Lu. An hour later, she arrived at the commune station. The commune was located on a plain at the foot of the mountain. Though it was flat, it wasn't bustling. There were muddy dirt roads and low houses on both sides. Many were simple grass and mud structures, with only a few brick and tile houses mixed in. Suli rubbed her hungry stomach and thought about having breakfast at the commune restaurant. She asked around and found her way there. The restaurant was 3 old tile houses, considered quite good compared to others nearby. Above the door, a sign read, State-run canteen. Inside, it was noisy and lively, full of chatter. Suli pushed open the door. All familiar faces. Almost everyone from the Red Star Brigade's youth camp was there. As soon as she entered, the room fell silent. What is this person here for? To cause trouble? Suli raised an eyebrow. Am I a tiger? Everyone suddenly stopped talking. Suli, here. Here. Suli turned her head and saw Li Ziying sitting at a corner table, happily eating 2 large buns, looking very satisfied. Suli chuckled softly but happily walked over and asked, What filling is it? Is it tasty? Li Ziying, holding a bun in his mouth, mumbled. Just out of the pot, a dime each, with 2 ounces of grain tickets. Pork and green onion filling. Very full of flavor. If it were plain white flour, that would be even better. Nowadays, do you still expect pure white flour? Most are mixed with sorghum or corn flour. If you took such buns to the village, the children would probably cry from happiness. Other young workers saw Suli approaching Li Ziying and chose to ignore her. Although Suli was a young worker, she didn't share their views. Plus, she had already moved out, so she wasn't part of their group anymore. Suli quickly reached the window and called to the plump waitress inside. Chef, 5 meat buns, please. The plump chef nodded. 50 cents plus 1 grain ticket. Should I wrap them in oil paper for you? Thanks, no need. The chef took a tray and placed 5 large buns on it. Suli silently took the tray and sat down, biting into a bun quickly and precisely, eating fast but without being rude. Li Ziying watched her eat 3 bites and finish the buns in no time. Everyone else was silent. Li Ziying thought, this girl's strength must come from her appetite. She's probably 17 now. What kind of family would dare to marry her? It's so worrying. Other young workers thought it's a good thing Suli moved out. If she ate all the food, how much grain would others have to share with her? Just thinking about it makes me feel upset. Only Lu Yuanyuan, that silly girl, wouldn't mind. The plump chef thought, I can't tell this girl can eat so much. 1 pound of buns uses 2 ounces of dry flour, which makes each bun over 3 ounces after steaming. She ate 5, and she still has more than 1.5 pounds left. Has she not eaten for days? He couldn't help but ask kindly, Girl, are you full? Or, do you want more? But he was secretly thinking, whose girl is she? Who can support her? Oh, I really feel sorry for her parents. Suli licked her lips, touched her stomach, and smiled brightly. I'm full, chef. Your cooking is really good. Please pack 10 more for me. I want to take them away. Her voice was clear and cheerful, making people feel happy just hearing it. The chef smiled happily. No chef ever felt unhappy when praised by a customer. This is a skill passed down through my family. I came to the kitchen at 3 in the morning to wake the dough, ferment it, and prepare the filling, not letting anyone else get close. I'm afraid others might learn only part of the skill and ruin my reputation. Master Pang happily finished wrapping the buns when a shout came from outside. Lu Pengzi, come out quickly. It turns out the food station brought grain to the kitchen. Master Pang hurried outside, rolled up his sleeves, and said, Chen San, how many times have I told you to use small bags? You insist on using big sacks. Do you want to tire me out? Hee, there are no small bags left in the warehouse. I was worried you'd need them urgently, so I brought some. The man named Chun San chuckled. Together, they lifted a big sack of grain, staggering and blushing, sweat running down their necks and backs.
Suli watched, feeling uncomfortable.
She thought for a moment, then placed the buns on the table. Since she was here, she decided to help. Uncle, come on, I'll help you. Without hesitation, she stepped outside, rolled up her sleeves, revealing 2 small arms. Girl, you don't need to help. Master Pang quickly stopped her, thinking to himself that this girl really didn't know her limits. Could she really move such a heavy sack? Good deeds should be done at the right time, right? Don't cause trouble. Before he finished speaking, he saw the girl step forward quickly, lift a sack effortlessly onto her shoulder, as if it was nothing. Then she walked steadily toward the back kitchen. Uncle, where should I unload it? Master Pang reacted quickly, running alongside her and leading the way, his expression full of surprise. Just moments ago, he looked down on her, but now she had completely proved herself. Everyone present was stunned. Although they knew Suli was strong, besides a couple of young workers who had seen her carry a wild boar back to the team, no one else had seen her strength. Now, seeing her true power, they were deeply shocked. A few young workers turned to look at Qian Xiaoyu, who was eating buns. That day, Suli had pressed Qian Xiaoyu's head into the water basin, but she had shown mercy. With her strength, if she got angry and threw someone against the wall, they might not survive. From now on, it's better to stay away from Suli. She's really not someone to mess with. Qian Xiaoyu looked at Suli, who was carrying grain, and pursed her lips. What's the use of having strength? Women don't rely only on strength to get by. She glanced at Yu Ting beside her and smiled. Just like that, in front of everyone, Suli carried a big sack, with Fat Master closely following behind. 1 trip, 2 trips, 3 trips. She moved a total of 5 times. Suddenly, Fat Master understood why the young girl was so capable of eating. She had the means to eat well. With this strength, she earned full points for her work, and no matter where she went, she wouldn't go hungry. Wow, today I've really seen something amazing. Are there really people in the world with such great strength, and she's just a young girl? Li Ziang ran over to Suli, inspecting her from all angles several times. Suli, I was worried you wouldn't get married in the future. Now I'm relieved. Even if no one marries you, you can support yourself. Suli rolled her eyes at him. What does he mean about marriage? I have 100 acres of good land and a mountain of supplies. Do I need to get married? Even if I do, I come with a rich dowry. Uft. What's with thinking about marriage or not? I'm still young, just a little girl. Under Fat Master's excited and admiring gaze, Suli said goodbye and left.
Suli, come with me.
Li Ziang shamelessly moved closer. He was here at the post office to pick up a package. The package was a bit big, and he was worried about how to carry it home. Isn't this a ready-made workforce? This kid doesn't seem to realize he's taking advantage of the girl's labor. Where are you going? Suli asked him with a sideways glance. The post office, Li Ziang answered happily. Different way, Suli replied quickly and firmly. Don't think she doesn't know what he's up to. Just now, his eyes rolled around several times, and she knew this kid had bad intentions. Trying to use her strength for free? Not a chance. Li Ziyan. Who would have thought this girl was so cunning? After saying that, Suli didn't look back and headed toward the supply and marketing cooperative. She was thinking about buying 2 cans of milk powder to help Fanlon strengthen her health. Crossing the tall threshold of the supply and marketing cooperative, she saw everything inside clearly. A row of old-fashioned wooden counters, behind which were shelves of various daily necessities like toothpaste, matches, laundry detergent, and soap. Inside the shop, only a few customers were scattered around. Some young workers were choosing daily supplies, and a woman holding a child was selecting newly arrived fabric. Behind the counter, 2 female clerks were chatting casually. When Suli approached the counter, they didn't even look up. Suli frowned and silently sighed. No wonder the 3 great officials of this era are so admired. Not only do they control scarce supplies, but their attitude is also all about, buy if you want, don't if you don't. Suli stepped forward and softly asked, Comrade, do you have any milk powder? The short-haired girl chatting earlier didn't lift her head. No. Her tone was cold, as if she owed her money.
Suli frowned again.
What about malted milk? During this time, milk powder was hard to find, but surely they had malted milk. The short-haired girl finally looked up, her voice a bit impatient. If we don't have it, we don't. Do you think this is Shanghai? We have what we have. Her words made Suli a little angry. If you don't have it, then you don't. How can you talk like that? The short-haired girl suddenly stood up. Are you a young worker? Don't think just because you came from the big city that you're better than us. Here at Hongqi Commune, this isn't a place for young workers to show off. Her tone was loud and arrogant. Suli thought to herself, so you have issues with young workers? She had traveled all the way from Kyoto, not to be looked down upon by you. She blinked, hands on her hips, her expression serious. Hongqi Commune is part of our country too. Even if we're a bit poor, we shouldn't be lacking in kindness. Our great leader taught us to serve the people wholeheartedly. I want to report your attitude to your supervisor. Are you trying to embarrass Hongqi Commune? Do you dare threaten me? The short-haired girl snapped, furious. It's not a threat, just a reminder not to tarnish the spirit of Hongqi Commune. Suli smiled. If you weren't behind a counter, I'd think you're just a troublemaker on the street. Exactly. The service at the supply store is getting worse, the woman holding the child softly said. Just as the short-haired girl was about to explode with anger, a middle-aged woman who had been chatting with her quickly pulled her back. Xiaochen, be quiet. Then she approached with a smile. Comrade young worker, don't mind her. He spoke in a quiet voice only they could hear. His sister is dating a young person from their production team. That young person has gone back to the city, and no one has heard from him. She felt a little uncomfortable inside. Suli thought, so she is a family member of the victim. Comrade, formula milk and malted milk are very hard to find. Our small town can't get supplies easily, and even the county doesn't have them every day. If you know someone, you can buy them at the military service station. The military service station? Suli asked with doubt. Yes, they keep getting supplies. It's only about 20 miles from here. There are buses passing by every morning and noon. Suli realized. No wonder Fu Jingnan said last time that she could ask him to buy things. Did he plan for her not to be able to buy some items? Suli thanked the middle-aged woman, bought a pack of matches and 2 bars of soap, then left. As she stepped outside, she saw Yu Ting and Qian Xiaoyu standing at the door.
Suli smiled slightly.
Well, old friends are gathered again. Yu Ting was dressed especially beautifully today, a pink blouse, and she wore those small white leather shoes she brought from Kyoto. Her 2 black braids hung in front of her chest, tied with pink butterfly bows at the ends. Standing by the roadside, she looked like a blooming lotus flower, attracting the attention of passing pedestrians. Suli thought, this girl is dressed up nicely, probably going to meet her sweetheart? Sure enough, in the next moment, Yu Ting whispered to Qian Xiuyu, Xiuyu, I won't go shopping with you anymore. I need to go to the military district to find my brother. Yu Ting's face slightly reddened, and a faint smile appeared at the corner of her mouth. Thinking about seeing Fu Jingnan later, her heart fluttered with excitement. I know, Qian Xi said with a smile, holding her hand. Anyway, I don't have much to buy, so I might as well go with you. I haven't seen what the military camp looks like. Yu Ting's smile faded quickly, and her face lost its cheer. Xiuyu, It's not that I don't want you to come. I've never been to the military district either, and I don't know what it's like. She impatiently pulled her hand away, secretly cursing. Why is this girl so clueless? If she goes along, how can I talk to Fu Jingnan alone? While they were talking, a bus from the county transportation team arrived nearby. Yu Ting quickly waved her hand, and the bus slowly stopped in front of her. Xiao Yu, I have to go now. We'll talk later if something comes up. Before she finished speaking, she had already gotten on the bus, moving quickly and decisively. Qian Xiyu's smile froze on her face, and her expression looked a bit unhappy. Turning her head, she saw Su Li leaning at the entrance of the supply and marketing cooperative, watching the scene with a half-smile. Lazybones, what are you looking at? She snorted. Su Li smirked sarcastically, watching some people rush to get close, only to be rejected. Her tone was very annoying. You big clumsy girl. What do you understand? Qian Xiaoyu was so angry she stomped her foot and turned to walk toward the supply store. Su Li watched her angry back, feeling amused. This girl is really silly, trying to cling to Yu Ting's leg. She might even be sold and still counting money for others. But Yu Ting said she was going to find her brother? Her brother. Isn't that the expressionless Fu Jingnan? Su Li clicked her tongue, her face showing a strange expression. She imagined Fu Jingnan standing next to a girl who was shy and pretending to be elegant. TSK. Suddenly, she felt a bit sorry for Fu Jingnan. Leaving the supply store, Su Li didn't rush back, but strolled leisurely along the street. The commune wasn't big. Several main government offices were all on one street. The government office, hospital, police station, post office, and a school with a playground. All of them had simple mud walls and old tiles, but they were kept very clean. Red banners hung at the entrances. From afar, it looked just like the model street scenes in movies from later times. Su Li stood in front of the post office, looking at the clean street, feeling a strange sense of disconnection. This was history and this was reality. She was truly standing right in the middle of history. She was lost in thought when suddenly a group of people hurried past her, rushing to the back street. They looked excited and were talking loudly. Look quickly, old Han's family is probably finished this time. The committee people are not easy to mess with. That's just a landlord's wife. What's there to worry about? It's just sad for Han Xiao. He's been smart since he was little, but it's a pity he's from that kind of family. Su Li hesitated for a second and then followed along. Not to gossip, but just to see how bold the young people in the community could be. Don't forget, her mother was still in the pigsty. Today, it was the Han family's turn, and maybe tomorrow it would be her mother. Following the crowd, Su Li arrived at a quiet courtyard in the back street. A few crooked, mud brick houses surrounded a small yard. The walls were old and peeling, the mud plaster falling off, the doors crooked, looking like they hadn't been repaired in many years. Weeds grew 1/2 meter high on the ground, and there was a broken little stool near the door. Su Li squinted and looked around. Is this what a landlord's life looks like? It's pretty miserable. But then she thought, such a life could be for anyone, as long as the committee said so. A crowd had already gathered outside the yard, standing in layers, packed tightly. Su Li stood at the edge of the crowd and raised an eyebrow. Teske. She had wandered the main street for a long time and hadn't seen many people, but now they all appeared. It shows that, no matter the time or place, people's curiosity about gossip never fades. Inside the yard, a few young men in military green shirts with red armbands stood tall and proud, looking very imposing. Leading them was Li Yuejin, the son of the team secretary Li Guangquan. He stood in the middle, smirking slightly, looking down at the yard and at a young man standing straight but covered in patches. The young man was in his early 20s, with a dusty face, looking pale and thin, but standing very straight. You committee people are too much. We already gave up our old house and moved into these broken ones. What more do you want? His voice was hoarse, his eyes red, but he clenched his lips tightly, stubbornly staring at Li Yuejin. What's your point? Li Yuejin sneered, his eyes fierce. Your old house was bought with the blood and sweat of the people under the old Han family's exploitation. It should be returned to the people. After saying that, he looked around at the dilapidated yard, showing a proud expression. He had long disliked this young man. He relied on his education and always had girls showing interest in him. Even his favorite female classmate looked at this young man differently. If he didn't take this chance to educate him properly, how could he show off as the committee leader? He waved his hand, and a little soldier behind him immediately raised a small bag of something. Someone reported that your mother, the landlord's wife, drinks millet porridge every day, and the common people can't fill their stomachs. Why does she eat such expensive food? Are feudal remnants still hoping for a good life? As soon as he finished speaking, the surrounding area erupted in chatter. Wow, the landlord's wife even drinks millet? My 70-year-old grandmother hasn't had a sip of millet in half a month. But there were also some quietly defending the Han family. Wasn't that old house taken over by the committee? I heard Grandma Han is bedridden and can't even drink water. Han's son worked for half a year to earn enough points to buy just 2 jean of millet. Ah, still so filial. Su Li said nothing. At this moment, she felt very grateful that she had given her house in the capital to the neighborhood committee for free. If she hadn't, that house might have been sold cheaply to someone else later.
Su Li quietly looked at Liu Wayne.
That day at the grain field, he relied on his father being the secretary, acting tough because of that. Now, he was even trying to take away someone's small millet to survive. He was truly worse than animals. But was he really fighting over that small amount of millet? Was he really fighting over that small amount of millet? It didn't seem so. He looked at Han Xiaowu with jealousy and disgust. Sure enough, Li Yuejin approached Han Xiaowu with deliberate contempt and provocation in his eyes. Just because you have a good-looking face and read a few books, you think you're better than others? Let me tell you, some people are born to live with their heads down. After saying that, he turned and left, leading a few soldiers away. The crowd gradually dispersed, leaving only Han Xiaowu sitting alone on that broken stool, tears mixed with dust slowly falling. A weak cough came from inside the house. Han Xiaowu wiped his tears with his sleeve and stood up to walk inside. Inside was an old-fashioned clay bed with a tattered bamboo mat on it. An elderly woman in her 50s lay there, her face pale and white. Seeing Han Xiaowu come in, the old woman forced out a faint, unpleasant smile. Are they gone? They're gone. Han Xiaowu wiped his face, trying to suppress his emotions. It's all my fault that my daughter is not good. If I had agreed earlier to divorce your father, you wouldn't have been affected by him. He is living a good life abroad, but you don't even have a decent status. The old lady reached out her arm, trying to grab Han Xiao's hand, but she failed several times. Mother, let's not talk about him. I don't blame you. It's all my fault for not being able to feed you. When his father left, it was before the founding of the country. He was only 2 years old. He has no memory of his father. He heard others say that his father abandoned him and his mother, taking his mistress away. His mother raised him with her own sweat and tears. Thinking of this, Han Xiao's emotions finally overwhelmed him, and he started to choke with sobs. He just can't understand. It's just 2 jean of millet. He didn't steal or rob. He exchanged it with half a year's work points from the collective. Wearing the label of a bad landlord, being driven out of the old brick house, was bad enough, but a sick old person not even allowed to eat a little millet. Han Xiaowu was secretly angry when suddenly he heard a snap outside, like a small stone hitting the window. He clenched his teeth silently. The committee members just left. Could someone be throwing stones to bully them? A poor orphan mother and son? He turned around and went outside. The window was intact, but there were 2 cloth bags on the stove, clearly filled with grain. He hurried out of the yard. The street was empty, except for a girl in a blue top walking ahead. Seeming to notice someone behind her, the girl turned her head, just making eye contact with him. The girl mischievously blinked and smiled at him, then continued walking forward. Han Xiaowu was stunned. He didn't chase after her. He closed the yard gate and went back inside. In the 2 bags, one was millet, the other pure flour, each about 10 jean. Han Xiaowu sat down suddenly, exclaiming inwardly, Could it be a sign from our ancestors? He shook his head. Of course, he didn't believe it. His mother and he were starving. If ancestors could send food, they would have done so long ago. It must have been that little girl just now. It must be her. Han Xiao staggered to the yard gate, looked far into the street, but there was no sign of the girl. He turned around and went back inside, carrying 2 cloth bags. He hurried into the house. Mom, look, we have food now. Your illness will get better soon. After putting down the 2 bags of grain for Han Xiao, Su Li started walking along the mountain road back to the Red Star Brigade. Her mood was still unsettled. Standing outside Han's house, she saw a man sitting on a stool, tearfully helpless. The scene made her feel a sense of shared suffering. In the city, wasn't she also called a capitalist brat by Li Mo? Her grandfather was at a farm 200 miles away, under supervision, working to reform himself, and she didn't know how things were now. Su Li was lost in thought when she suddenly heard the sound of a bicycle bell behind her. She instinctively moved to the side of the road. Comrade, which village are you from? Want a ride? A cheerful man's voice called out. Su Li thought, why does this voice sound so familiar? She turned her head. Ah, an old acquaintance. It was Li Yuejin, who had been acting arrogantly at Han's house earlier. He was riding a bicycle, leisurely following behind her, looking at her with ill intentions. Su Li clenched her fists, feeling like hitting someone. What should she do? Li Yuejin glanced at the young girl by the roadside. She looked about 16 or 17, with short hair just above her ears. When she looked up, her big, bright eyes sparkled. Is there such a pretty girl in the nearby production team? This girl must be a youth sent to work in the countryside. Su Li was momentarily stunned. Did she not recognize her? Of course not. That day, she had carried a wild boar weighing over 300 kg down from the mountain. Even with her strength, it wasn't a sight to see. He probably didn't leave a deep impression on that scoundrel. Which brigade are you from, young comrade? Li Yuejin asked, jumping off his bike with what he thought was a very cool gesture. Su Li blinked, pointed at her mouth, and waved her hand. Li Yuejin was momentarily surprised. So you're mute? How unlucky. He then jumped back on his bike and rode off casually.
Su Li, you're the mute.
Your whole family is mute. She couldn't help but chuckle softly. Li Yuejin was quite a character. The road up the mountain had several steep slopes. Did he really plan to carry his bike uphill? Thinking about it, she found it quite funny. However, isn't it okay to give a bad person a little lesson? Su Li took out a high-quality map made by Xiao Qi. She went around a fork in the road ahead, crossed a patch of bushes, and could directly reach in front of Li Yuejin. There was a narrow path on that side with a mountain ditch below. When the time comes. Thinking of this, Su Li quickly moved forward, taking a shortcut through the fork. She squatted down, pushed aside the bushes by the roadside, and quietly slipped inside, hiding in a small, slightly elevated hollow. Soon, she heard the jingling sound of a bicycle bell. A sly smile appeared on Su Li's face. She took out a small pebble about the size of a thumb, rolled it in her palm a couple of times with her fingertips. Sure enough, it was Li Yuejin's familiar face, riding his bike and humming a little tune proudly. He was going downhill, looking around as if the whole world belonged to him. Humph. Wait until you fall into the ditch, Su Li whispered with a low smile, flicking her finger. The small pebble shot out like an arrow, accurately hitting the spokes of the front wheel. Before Li Yuejin could react, he slipped on the ground. The bike suddenly jolted, the front tilted, and he and the bike tumbled down the mountain ditch, without warning. Ah! Clang! The weeds flew up, startled birds fluttered away, followed by a series of crashes and screams. Su Li covered her mouth to hold back her laughter, quietly peeking out from the grass. Sure enough, Li Yuejin and his bike were hanging upside down in the thorns at the edge of the ditch, his head down, feet up, with a layer of mud on his face, shouting loudly, "Help, help." Satisfied, Su Li withdrew, patted her, and stood up. Aren't you arrogant? Not afraid to hide behind your father, the secretary? Not bullying orphans and widows? Now go down and cool off. She completely forgot how dangerous it would be if the Lee family father and son found out it was her. Suli smiled faintly and said, "They're just pretty, but useless. I'm the stepmother. Since I was sent here, I should get some compensation, right?" As she spoke, her steps were slow and confident, and she walked back home openly. A fellow worker asked, "What?" Suli is the stepmother. No one felt sorry for her. She was just a pitiful girl. No wonder she ended up in our remote mountain village. Manhwa, among the crowd, curled her lips. Yesterday, she heard that Suli moved into Wu Jiashuan's old house. She was angry, thinking her good fortune was snatched away. Now, hearing that Suli was driven out by her stepmother, her thoughts became lively again. When Suli returned home, Lu Yuan had just finished cooking. Seeing her come in, she smiled and said, "You're back? I just finished the meal, and it's still hot." As she spoke, she reached out to take Suli's bag. When her hand touched it, she paused in surprise. "Wow, it's so heavy. Carrying it must be tiring." Suli didn't mind. She bent down, set her bag down, and took out 2 heavy bags of flour and cornmeal, placing them on the table. "I just bought these. Eat as much as you want in the future. Don't hold back." Lu Yuan's expression stiffened slightly. She looked outside the door, and then at Suli. "It's good you moved out. If you were still at the youth station, with all that rice and flour, someone might have reported you." Suli smiled silently. She turned and saw Wu Yi sitting on a small stool. The boy looked much better than yesterday, with his brows relaxed. She raised an eyebrow and asked him, "Have you come to terms with it?" Wu Yi looked up at her, his expression firm. "No matter what others say, I believe my father is innocent." Suli nodded with satisfaction and patted his shoulder. "That's my son. Only with persistence is there hope." She then took a large meat bun from her canvas bag and placed it on the table. "Here, have a good lunch today." Lu Yuan's eyes lit up, and she hurriedly took it. "I'll heat it up right away." Wu Yi sniffed the aroma of meat and swallowed hard. "Sister Suli, you're living the best among all the youth." Suli raised an eyebrow. "How do you know? They all eat hard, tough bread, just like the team members." Suli reached out and patted his head, smiling. "From now on, follow Sister Suli, and you'll get to eat meat." That smile looked just like a wolf grandmother who tricks children. Wu Yi suddenly laughed out loud, and his eyes looked brighter than before. When the buns were ready and served on the table, Lu Yuan took a bite and rarely praised. "These buns are filled so well. I can't even make this flavor myself." Suli raised her eyebrows. "Of course. I made 5 by myself this morning." At that moment, in the office of the Border Defense Regiment, Fu Jingnan was sitting behind his desk, reading documents with a serious look. Captain Lu Qiangxing from the Reconnaissance Battalion entered carrying a teacup. "Captain Fu, why did the special agent search suddenly stop these days? Is there a new plan from above?" Fu Jingnan didn't look up. "Haven't we already caught the spies?" "That's true." Lu Qiangxing chuckled and lowered his voice. "I just saw Tian Dazhuang sneak a lunchbox into the interrogation room. It was braised pork." He raised his eyebrows meaningfully. "Captain Fu, when did we start giving such special treatment to spies?" Fu Jingnan looked up coldly and shot him a glance. "Have you finished your training plan for next week?" "I'll go write it now." Lu Qiangxing quickly backed down and sat up straight. At this moment, outside the door, a soldier's strong voice rang out. "Report."
"Come in, Fujin-san Said."
Guard Wang Chong strode in confidently, with a playful tone. "Commander, there's a young girl outside looking for you. She says she's from the Red Star Brigade." He paused, blinked twice, and looked at him with a half-smile. "From the Red Star Brigade?" Lu Qiangxing suddenly jumped up from his chair. "Is it that?" Before he finished, he saw Fu Jingnan hurriedly push the door open and step out. Lu Qiangxing. Did Fu Jingnan look surprised just now? He looked back at Wang Chong. "Is that the girl who is hunting wild boars, Suli?" Wang Chong shook his head with a strange expression. "She said she's Fu's sister. She's quite pretty."
"Sister?"
Lu Qiangxing almost jumped up. "Everyone in the regiment knows old Fu only has one grandson. Where would his sister come from?" Then he showed a knowing look and grinned. Who's this brave girl trying to flirt with a cold-faced king? At this moment, Yu Ting was standing at the gate of the military district, watching the sentry go inside to report. She lowered her head to fix her hair and tidied the bow on her chest to make it more even. Fu Jingnan confidently approached the military camp gate. As he looked around, he suddenly paused. The person standing at the gate was not the girl he expected, but a young girl dressed in pink fabric, with light makeup on her face and a shiny bow on her head. She was smiling happily at him.
Fu Jin-san frowned.
Who is she? I don't recognize her. Yu Ting saw Fu Jingnan come out and felt a burst of joy. She hurried to greet him. Brother Jingnan, she said softly, sounding a little shy.
I'm Yu Ting.
Before she finished speaking, Fu Jingnan's face darkened instantly. His normally cold features looked even more icy. He said nothing, just glanced at her and turned to leave. Yu Ting quickly stepped forward, trying to hold his hand. Brother Jingnan, Annie asked me to come find you. The military camp isn't a place for you to come, he said, without turning back, and walked away. The gate closed with a loud click, keeping her outside.
Yu Ting sighed.
Did her stepmother send him a letter? She had been here for days. How is she managing things? If Fu Jingnan ignored her, what was the point of her coming to the northwest? No, she had to go back and write to her father immediately. Fu Jingnan strode back to his office, moving quickly and decisively, but his face was dark and cold. What was that woman trying to do by bringing her stepdaughter near the unit? Wang Xiaoqiang hurried over to report. Commander, that girl at the gate has already left. Fu Jingnan didn't look up. If she comes again, just say, I'm not here. Lu Qiangxing picked up his cup, looking at him with a gossiping expression. Say, Commander, where did you suddenly get a little sister? Fu Jingnan didn't even lift his eyelids.
Go out.
Lu Qiangxing chuckled, shaking his shoulders. Who would have thought that our cold-faced commander would rush out to meet Ae Day? But this girl wasn't the same girl. Commander Fu, can you tell us what your relationship is with Su Jiqing, the guy who killed the wild boar? It looks like you two knew each other before. Wang Chong also leaned his head over, looking at him with a curious expression. Fu Jingnan looked up and gave them a faint glance. Is your training too easy lately? Everyone runs 10 laps on the track. Wang Chong and Lu Qiangxing shivered and immediately straightened up. No. We're going now to the track. Before leaving, Lu Qiangxing couldn't help but turn back and say with a smile, By the way, if Su Li comes, do you think you won't chase her away? They laughed as they left, and the door slammed shut. Fu Jingnan looked at the door and pondered for a while. Then the image of the girl rushing swiftly past a wild boar appeared in his mind. That back view, how cute is it, I wonder? Meanwhile, Yu Ting hurried back to the Hongxing Brigade, writing a letter to her father, trying to fix her mistake. After lunch, everything in Su Li's yard was quiet. Lu Yuan was sitting inside reading a book, also teaching Wu Yi to recognize characters. That little boy was very quick-witted and understood everything immediately. Soon, the house was filled with Wu Yi's happy, proud, and shy laughter. Little Wu Yi is so smart, Lu Yuan said with a smile. Hee, that's because you teach him well. Wu Yi's voice was excited. Su Li sat under the eaves, holding an enamel cup and drinking water. Listening to the lively sounds, she couldn't help but smile. Such peaceful days were rare. She thought of her mother, wondering how her mother was doing with the code breaking in the army. Then she thought of Wu Jiaxuan, feeling as if an invisible hand was pushing behind the scenes, making the villagers believe he was a spy. Some even said that on a certain day they saw a limping man sneaking up the mountain, probably him meeting with spies. Su Li put down her cup, got up, and went back inside. She took out a detailed map made by Xiao Qi from her space. Let's go, Xiao Qi, she whispered in her mind. Received. Target, Jita leader. Mission, mountain scan, signal source tracking, spy hideout investigation. Plan initiated, departing. Xiao Qi's energetic, clear electronic voice echoed in her mind. Su Li smiled slightly, folded the map, put it in her pocket, and opened the yard gate. She stepped onto the dappled sunlight path, heading toward the back mountain. Jita Ridge was in the northwest corner of the Hongxing Brigade, rarely visited. Following Little Seven's instructions, I crossed 2 hills and then went through a dense forest. Suli arrived at the location marked on the map as the high-quality clay site. Little Seven muttered in his mind, "This clay has low sodium content and high whiteness. It's perfect for making fine porcelain. Selling it would definitely bring in good money." Seeing that Suli didn't reply, Little Seven couldn't help but keep talking. "The members of the Red Star team are all very poor. They're just hoping to get rich quick. I'm not here to dig for treasure." Suli rolled her eyes. "I'm looking for spies. Little Seven. The terrain at Chicken Head Ridge is steep. It's only about 500 meters from the foot to the top, but it is very steep and covered with dense trees, making it hard to find a path. A large white clay layer is exposed. Under the sunlight, it looks like a snow line stretching across, very noticeable." Just as Suli was about to go further up, she heard the sound of footsteps crunching on the grass. She quickly crouched down and hid behind a low bush. She saw a familiar figure walking down the trail carefully. It was Wang Sanjin. Suli thought to herself, "Of course, I knew it. This guy probably didn't come up here for good reasons. Who would be sneaking around on a hot noon when they should be resting at home?" Once Wang Sanjin's figure disappeared into the dense forest at the foot of the mountain, Suli crawled out from the bushes. She followed his footprints up the mountain. It was steep, covered with vines. She carefully climbed along the footprints, making sure not to disturb the trail. After about 10 minutes, Suli reached the middle of the mountain. Suddenly, her detector beeped. The detector has picked up metal signals, and there is electromagnetic residue from shortwave communication. Little Seven's voice was serious.
Suli es ausscharpend.
Following Little Seven's instructions, she moved aside some weeds behind a rock and found a hidden entrance covered secretly by vines. "That's pretty well hidden," Suli said coldly with a smile, then bent down and crawled inside. The cave was small, with the walls smoothed deliberately. Near the entrance, there was a simple wooden table made of planks, on which sat an old shortwave radio. The radio was very clean, clearly used often. Next to it were some discarded papers and a dusty map. Suli held her breath. It seemed that this person was not exploring geology or searching for minerals for the country, but rather setting up a spy contact point to communicate with higher authorities. "Boss, a faint signal has been detected." Suli was startled. She looked over and saw the radio's display flickering faintly. The power supply didn't seem to be cut off. "This is really bold." Suli stood still, coldly scanning the surroundings. The area around Jita Ridge was rarely visited, with complex terrain. There was also plenty of high-quality clay that could hide metal signals. It was a good natural hiding spot. Wang Sanjin had chosen this place for the contact point, which clearly wasn't a sudden decision. Suli was inspecting inside the cave. Not far outside, on 2 large trees, Meteor and Wang Dahai, dressed in green military uniforms, were lying on the branches. Who did they just see? Wasn't that Su Jiqing? Thinking of Wang Sanjin coming down the mountain just now, could Su Jiqing also be a spy? Was the wild boar they killed that day just a way to get close to them? Both looked at each other with very serious expressions. Oh my, if Su Jiqing is a spy, then they can't fight him. Lu Xing looked at the gun in his hand. "Sho, don't act rashly. The team leader ordered us to only monitor, not to catch anyone." Lu Xing nodded. The two of them then stopped talking and stared intently at the cave entrance. Suli didn't rush down the mountain. Instead, she covered the cave entrance again with vines and camouflaged her footprints with grass leaves, leaving no trace. She gently lifted her foot to leave, but suddenly frowned. Something seemed off, but just for a moment. She quickly decided to go around to the other side of the mountain. The two on the tree. This Su Jiqing is quite professional, almost discovered them. Could he really be a trained spy? Both of them changed their expressions at once. When they returned, they planned to have a serious talk with the team leader. When Suli reached the middle of the mountain, the sun was already leaning west. The distant bell signaling the workers returning was faintly heard. Suli squinted, watching the forest turn red in the sunset. This place is actually quite beautiful in terms of scenery, But what good is beauty if we can't even fill our stomachs? Xiaoqi was tinkering with a detection device in the space while muttering. Suddenly, he widened his eyes. Boss, stop talking. I detected abnormal energy fluctuations around us. What? Su Li suddenly straightened up. A few seconds later, Xiaoqi projected a 3D map with blinking blue lights. Master, southwest of Jitter Ridge, there is a low-lying area with unusual soil moisture and rich minerals. I suggest an on-site investigation. Su Li's spirits lifted. She circled around the mountains. After passing through a natural rock crevice, her view suddenly opened up a natural basin surrounded by mountains, about the size of half a football field. The rocky walls blocked the wind, and a patch of sunlight shone from above. The wind couldn't reach here, but rainwater gathered into a spring, flowing from cracks in the stone wall into the gray-brown soil in the center of the basin. The basin was overgrown with weeds. Since it was summer, Su Li smelled a fresh grass scent. Among the weeds, some wild orchids and alfalfa were growing vigorously, showing strong life energy. This place is just perfect for me. Feeling excited, Su Li squatted down and grabbed a handful of soil. It was soft, warm, and faintly smelled of phosphorus. Xiaoqi's voice sounded at the right moment, with a hint of pride. Initial analysis. This area is a mixture of highland clay and volcanic ash, rich in minerals, with strong water retention, suitable for planting. Suggestion: designate as external planting experiment site. Hearing this, Su Li immediately took out some improved seeds from her space. She sprinkled them into the moist, soft soil, then scooped a small cup of spring water and slowly poured it over. A few minutes later, the dormant soil stirred slightly, and a few tender green sprouts peeked out. Su Li squatted down, gently touched the sprouts with her fingertips, and her eyes lit up. They're alive. Her heart seemed to flutter along with the tiny sprouts. Yes, this is the spot. She circled the basin again, more satisfied each time, surrounded by stone walls on all sides, with no clear path. Only the narrow crevice she just passed through could possibly be entered. Without Xiaoqi's scanner, it would be impossible to find this place. This spot was like a secret farm specially made for her by heaven. Su Li stood in the middle of the basin, looked up at the sunlight breaking through the mountain rocks, and her eyes sparkled with joy. From today on, this will be my first farm in the Northwest. From now on, you won't have to watch those few people in the cow shed feeling guilty about not eating bread anymore. I also won't need to argue about Su Jinghe's ration tickets. This land is theirs to manage, and they should do it honestly. After all, delivering bread and grain every day will eventually raise suspicion. Everyone around her mother is smart. None of them are fools. If I keep delaying, my disguise will be exposed sooner or later. Little Seven, she said happily, get the corn seeds ready. We need to let them eat the new grain as soon as possible. Got it? Little Seven replied excitedly. Su Li raised an eyebrow. You're so eager. Are you also carrying some Chinese genes? Hey, don't underestimate me. Little Seven boasted proudly. I'm a system made in China, and I love farming deep down, you know? Little Seven puffed up proudly. Farming for the people is my honor. Do I need to use machinery to till the land? I can activate the mini plowing machine from the space. No need, Su Li said sharply, shaking her head. Making it too neat isn't good. I want people to think. This is a wild cornfield hidden in the mountains. Little Seven, that it's too much to pretend this is a natural, untouched environment while actually farming. Master, you're quite ambitious, it said softly. I'm just worried about revealing the secret, she joked. You're afraid of laziness, Little Seven snorted. I'm just reserving my strength for battle, she replied with a smile. Both of them, each with their own system, were busy chatting and working at the same time. The sunset cast a warm glow over the valley. A gentle breeze swept through the soil, and the newly planted corn leaves trembled quietly, as if hope was breaking through the ground. An hour later, from the messy grass, young corn seedlings sprouted one after another. If you listen carefully, you could hear them growing taller. Little Seven, if they grow normally, how long will it take to mature? Usually 2 months, but with the space water blessing, it can be ready in about a week. Really so fast. Don't underestimate the divine water left by your ancestors. Plus, with my modern technology skills, it's impossible for them not to grow quickly. Su Li. She didn't know if it was really divine water. She only knew that when she was born in her past life, she brought this space with her. Her father said it was left by an ancient ancestor of their family who practiced cultivation. Later, by chance, Shao-Chi came in again and became the little housekeeper of her space farm. Shao-Chi, why did you come into my space? Don't tell me it's because we're destined to be together, she said. Shao-Chi rolled his eyes inside the space. I've told you many times, it's the system library matching with beings in the universe. Since we match well, we got linked together. Is it really not for my space? What's in your space besides that broken bamboo building and a pond of spring water? Nothing else, Shao-Chi blinked. Su Li snorted. That bamboo building was where my ancestor practiced cultivation. It's surrounded by fairy energy. It's been thousands of years, and the fairy energy is gone, Shao-Chi said with a shrug. Su Li. She didn't want to talk anymore. This guy was not only good at work, but also very sharp-tongued. When Su Lily returned home, it was already dusk. Lu Yuan had prepared the meal and was standing at the gate with Wu Yi, anxiously looking into the distance. Seeing Su Li come back, they both seemed to breathe a sigh of relief. You little girl went up the mountain again? We're not short of meat at home. Wu Yi also looked at her with some displeasure. You've been gone all afternoon. It's enough to make people worry. Su Li smiled and pinched Wu Yi's face. You don't know my skills, Sister Su. Instead of worrying about me, you should worry about the wild boars and rabbits in the mountain. But today afternoon, luck was not on her side. She didn't catch any. Su Li looked at Wu Yi's face, thin and dark, but with very lively eyes. She remembered what Lu Minghui said yesterday. Could it be that this kid also has a hidden background? Thinking about this chaotic world, Su Li sighed deeply. Who knows what's true anymore? Lu Yuan brought the dishes to the table. The three of them started eating. Tomato and egg soup, braised meat, a plate of garlic cucumber, and the big meat bun left from noon. Su Li was surprised. Where did the eggs come from? Autumn aunties secretly brought them after work. She said they were for Wu Yi to strengthen his body. Lu Yuan paused. Wu Yi didn't want to eat alone. He said everyone should eat together. Su Li smiled. Good, we'll eat together. In the future. I'll make you all eat until you're full. Li Yuan looked at Su Li's bright smile and twitched her mouth. This girl, eggs are not to be eaten casually. An egg costs 2 cents. Which family doesn't treat the chicken's bottom as a bank? The oil, salt, soy sauce, and vinegar at home all depend on it. Today, something big happened in the team. Lu Yuan glanced at Su Li and continued. The secretary's son, Li Weijin, fell into the valley while going downhill. I heard he was badly hurt. Hearing this, Su Li's lips curled slightly, and she gave a cold smile. That's karma. If you don't follow the right path, you'll fall sooner or later. But that boy is too fragile. He fell from such a small height, and it was so serious. Luckily, a returning educated youth saw him and helped him up, Lu Yuan said. Serves him right. He's not a good person. He relies on his father being the secretary and has bullied people in the team. Last time, I saw him harassing Wang Xiaocui, the daughter of old Wang's family. She was so scared she ran away. Then she worriedly warned the two of them. In the future, when you see him, stay away from him. Su Li and Lu Yuan exchanged smiles. This boy is really clever and mischievous. At this moment, Lu Shuang, wife of Li Guangquan, the secretary of Hongxing Brigade, was wiping tears. Her son was carried back by the team leader, Li Dongqing, at noon. He came back covered in blood, with several deep cuts on his legs, crying loudly from pain. The barefoot village doctor, Feng Xian, examined him and said it was just superficial injuries. He advised her to let him rest at home for a few days. Lu Shuang cried softly, her eyes red like a rabbit. Li Guangquan sat on a chair, his face dark. Why has everything been going wrong lately? Think again. Was there anything unusual when you fell? This child has been climbing mountains, crossing rivers, climbing trees, and fishing since he was little. His agility is better than a monkey. Why did he fall today and hurt his leg? No matter how you think about it, it feels strange. Lying on the bed, Li Yuejin whined and looked aggrieved. I just slipped while going downhill. I didn't step firmly. Did you really fall by yourself? Li Guangquan was a bit skeptical. The first person he suspected after coming home was Su Li because all the team members were working and no one went out. Only the educated youth had gone to the commune. In the youth team, only Su Li had the courage and skill to do this. There was really no one else. A few days ago, when the village distributed pork, this kid spoke up for the youth team and scolded Su Li harshly. If someone says Su Li wasn't angry inside, I don't believe it. There's nothing unusual. You know that Huaishipo is a bit steep and the downhill speed is fast. Li Yuejin thought carefully, but before the car fell, I heard a snap sound.
Li Yuejin shibara.
Dad, it might be. He was so excited he wanted to sit up, but the pain in his leg made him grimace and lie back down. If I find out who's behind this, I won't let them go. Li Guangquan frowned, stomped out his cigarette on the table edge, and sneered. Don't worry about this. Rest well, and let your mother cook you something nice. After saying that, he stood up and left the room. Lu Shuang watched her husband walk out, her eyes darkening. Yuejin, what do you want to eat? I'll go make it for you, she said while wiping her tears. Li Yuejin lay on the bed, feeling the anger boiling inside his head. Hearing Lu Shuang, he felt a bit impatient. I don't want to eat.
I don't want anything.
Yuejin, brother, I brought you some eggs. The door creaked open, and Wang Danny's round face appeared.
Auntie.
Brother Yuejin. Wang Danny called softly, holding a basket with a dozen eggs. She had just snatched them from her mother's hands. Lu Shuang looked at her with dislike. What is this girl here for? Brother Yuejin, how are you? I heard you fell and got hurt. I came to see you, she said softly, with tears in her eyes. Li Yuejin looked at her face, and his previously bearable leg pains suddenly worsened. His face looked grim. Every time he went home, he saw this chubby girl bouncing over, not to ask about his health or help with chores, but always being sent away by his mother. In the past, he felt a little sorry for her, thinking his mother was a bit too harsh. But now, he liked the young workers and truly didn't want to have anything to do with this girl. He looked at Lu Shuang, whose face was colder than the winter cold. Lu Shuang looked at Wang Danny's face and felt very angry inside. Everyone in the team knew about their family issues. A few years ago, they were secretly seeing each other, and now they are about to make it public. Many villagers secretly laughed at her behind her back. If it weren't for her 2 children, she would have already. Now her daughter also wants to get married? There's no way. Danny, don't think I don't know your little tricks. Someone like you still wants to marry into our family? Lu Shuang's tone was cold, like icy shards. Auntie, I mean it from my heart. Wang Danny put her basket on the table, biting her lip, with her eyes a little red. Lu Shuang sneered coldly. Don't you know who your mother is? You are your mother's daughter. How honest can your heart be? These words felt like needles stabbing her heart. Wang Danny's face turned red, then pale. She knew the wife of the party's secretary didn't like her, and even looked down on her. She also knew about her mother and the secretary. But she was herself, and her mother was her mother. She had liked Li Yuejin since she was a child. Li Yuejin worked at the commune, had a decent job, and was the son of the village secretary. The secretary's family was one of the wealthiest in the entire village, and marrying into that family would mean a life everyone envied. But why didn't Aunt Wang like her? Auntie, when I get married. Before she could finish, Lu Shuang suddenly stood up. Danny, I've made myself very clear. Don't come here again in the future. Wang Danny bit her lip, staring straight at Li Yuejin with a look of grievance. Li Yuejin looked at his mother, then at Wang Danny, and frowned. Danny, we can't be together. Don't come here anymore. Brother Yuejin, do you think so too? Wang Danny's voice trembled, her face even paler. She always thought Li Yuejin didn't like her, and maybe had some feelings for her. In the past, when she came, he wasn't warm, but he was kind. Sometimes his mother scolded her, and he would speak a few good words for her. Now, everything has changed. Has he fallen for some little troublemaker? No, I have to go back and find my mother, find Uncle's secretary, and ask them to help me. Thinking of this, Wang Danny stomped her foot and turned to leave. Behind her, Lu Shuang's cold voice came. Take your eggs away, I don't want them. Wang Danny looked back, glared at Lu Shuang, snatched the basket, and stormed out angrily. Li Yuejin looked at his mother. If my father comes back, Lu Shuang sneered. If he comes back and blames you, just say I didn't let her in. Then she looked at her son and gritted her teeth. Listen to me, stay away from that girl in the future. Li Yuejin quickly nodded. Don't worry, I promise not to marry her. Meanwhile, Wang Danny took advantage of the night to return home. Her widow mother was on the Kong, cutting new fabric with scissors. This was fabric bought from the Supply and Marketing Cooperative. She hadn't worked in the afternoon, told Li Guangquan, and hurried to the commune to buy it. When she looked up and saw her daughter entering with a displeased face, she sneered. I told you not to go, but you didn't listen. There are so many good young men in the village. Even the young men in the youth camp are not bad. Why do you have to like Li Yuejin? What's so good about that boy? I don't care. I want to marry brother Yuejin. You find a way. After saying this, she threw the basket down hard and cried as she went into her room. Her widow mother stared at the basket her daughter brought back, looked at it for a long time, and a sneer flashed across her lips. Lu Shuang, if you say no, then no. If you dare to let my daughter suffer, I will settle this score with you sooner or later. 3 days later, Su Li was working with fellow villagers in the peanut field, weeding. Look, Wang Guafu is wearing a new jacket, yellow with small floral patterns. It looks so nice. I heard it's fabric from the Supply and Marketing Cooperative called Dingbai Liang. Do you think it's really cool to wear? It's cool. If it weren't cool, why would she have new clothes? A woman quickly chimed in. Everyone was stunned, then burst into laughter. Even those working nearby looked up. Why are you laughing? Get back to work. If you keep chatting, each of you will lose 2 work points. Wang Danny stood in the shade, holding a scorebook, glaring fiercely. Someone whispered softly. Did you see? All the easy jobs are taken by her mother and daughter. One keeps track of work points, the other delivers water to the villagers, and they're always full of work points. Who are you arguing with? The sister-in-law named Li beside her curled her lips and said, she won't be able to cause trouble for many more years. This girl is 19 now, right? Once she gets married and moves to her husband's home, she won't have such easy work anymore. I heard she has a crush on the son of the party secretary. If they really get married, Lu Shuang would be so angry she might get sick. Neither of these two are good people. I think they're a perfect match. Just let them be and stop causing trouble for others. Enough, enough. Don't gossip so loudly. People might hear and think badly of us. Su Li, can you speak more quietly? I heard everything, you know? The people around also heard. Didn't you see some of them giving disapproving looks? She guessed that only Wang Danny and her mother didn't hear. These women are really good at gossiping. It's impressive. Su Li looked at the middle-aged woman next to Wang Danny. She was wearing a small floral shirt with a yellow background, had fair skin, and looked proud. This shirt wouldn't be worth much in later generations, but now, it definitely catches the eye. Lu Yuanyuan came over quietly and whispered, the woman in gray on the far west side is Lu Shuang, the wife of the secretary. Su Li secretly glanced and saw that Lu Shuang looked a bit upset, her head lowered as she was pulling weeds hard, as if she was trying to pull out the weeds by their roots in anger.
Su Li secretly chuckled.
It's amusing to see the original wife and the young woman she's involved with having a showdown in front of everyone. Everyone was working and chatting at the same time. Soon, a fellow worker hurried over from the field. The woman from the cattle shed has been brought back, and an old man came with her. It was a military truck that brought them, probably the young soldier guy. Another old man? Why are there so many bad people these days? Come on, let's go see. Sending us to the countryside is to supervise our reform. How can we supervise if we don't recognize people? A young man said with a smile. Led by someone, everyone put down their tools and ran toward the cattle shed. When Su Li arrived with the crowd, The place outside the shed was already lively. Fu Jingnan was dressed in a military uniform, standing straight. Next to him was Secretary Li Guangquan, looking serious as he stared at an old man. Su Li looked closely, and her heart skipped a beat. She pushed aside her memories of the original owner, and her eyes filled with tears. It was her grandfather. Grandpa has changed. The 67-year-old man now has white hair, and his once strong body has become much thinner. He wears a patched gray shirt, black pants that have faded to white, and his cloth shoes are torn. Su Li's nose prickled with emotion, and a wave of feelings suddenly overwhelmed her. She felt both sad and angry. She had thought about Grandpa's difficult situation, but the reality was more striking than she imagined. Once a proud and spirited man, Fang Jichuan now stood outside the cattle shed, being watched, looked down upon, and discussed. Fang Lan stood beside the old man. When she saw Su Li in the crowd, she gently shook her head, signaling her to stay calm. Fu Jingnan held a document in his hand. His voice was quiet but louder than the chatter around. Comrade Fang Lan was called back urgently to assist the military. Now that her task is complete, she is officially returning to the team. Then he said to Li Guangquan, "This is old Fang. Although there are some past issues, during the war he supported the military with a large amount of supplies. According to the organization's decision, the Lu family river farm will transfer her to the Red Star Brigade to continue supervising labor." Li Guangquan nodded, looking a bit unhappy. He wondered if the organization had made a mistake. Why did they send 2 members of the Fang family to the Red Star Brigade? Having Su Li here was already troublesome enough, and now Fang Jichuan too. He remembered what his cousin had told him. Fang Jichuan was a big capitalist before the founding of the country, owning several cotton mills. Although he later handed them over to the state, rebuilding factories with exploited workers' sweat and blood was what he should do, right? What did Captain Fu mean? His thoughts spun around, then he remembered that Su Jinghe and the Fang family had already cut ties. Li Xiaolian was his real cousin, a proper relative. And he also thought about Li Xingli, who had been sent in by Su Li. Since they were now with the Red Star Brigade, he decided to follow their rules. Just as Fu Jingnan finished speaking, a young man in his 30s standing nearby said to Li Guangquan, "Secretary Li, this is a thank you letter from Director Li Xuejuan of the Xiqing District Street Office in Beijing. He thanks Comrade Fang Lan for lending her private courtyard free of charge to the street office, which helped solve the problem of office space for the officials. Her actions are worth learning from." As he finished, the crowd suddenly fell silent. Even Fang Lan was surprised. She turned her head and shot a sharp look at Su Li. This girl, she had been here so long and had never mentioned this before. Onlookers were shocked. "Oh my, it's a traditional courtyard in Kyoto. They just lend it out like that, but that's a house in Kyoto, not our team's mud brick house. If we can't get it back, won't the courtyard be lost forever?" As the crowd dispersed, someone whispered softly, "This woman isn't a spy, so Wu Jiashuan must be one. Look, he was taken away with others and hasn't come back. It must be confirmed that he's a spy. Poor Wu Yi. He lost his mother when he was young, and now if he loses his father too. Such a hard life. Su Li. These people's acting is really dramatic." Su Jiqing. Su Li turned around, and Fu Jingnan looked at her seriously. "I need to talk to you about something." Su Li's heart moved. "Perfect, I also have something to ask him." "Did you go to Jita Ridge the day before yesterday?" Fu Jingnan asked directly. That night, Lu Xing and Wang Dehai came back to report that Su Li had entered a cave used for spy communications. He almost broke out in a cold sweat. Is Su Li a spy? That seems unlikely. But out of caution, he called Zhou Juhai in Kyoto, and in a day, they checked everything about Su Li. They didn't find any spy activity, but they uncovered many things Su Li had done. Looking at the information, Fu Jingnan found it hard to believe. Did this young girl do all that? Along with Shou Hao, they did many incredible things. Since Su Li isn't a spy, the only explanation is that she discovered Wang Sanjin was a spy and followed him. At that moment, he almost rushed over that night. This girl is too brave. She dared to follow a spy. Su Li paused. "How do you know?" Fu Jingnan sighed helplessly. That area is under 24-hour surveillance. Don't go there again, it's too dangerous. Is there a big operation? Su Li's eyes lit up, looking excited. Fu Jingnan. This girl gets excited just thinking about fighting and catching bad guys. Is there something wrong with her? Brother Jingnan, why are you here? Su Li slowly turned her head, her eyes narrowing. Oh, a familiar face. However, she felt a bit confused. Fu Jingnan had already been here for over half an hour, so why hadn't the girl appeared yet? Looking her over, she understood immediately. She saw Yu Ting wearing a white dress, black shoes, and light makeup on her face. Yesterday, she was like a pink butterfly. Today, she looked like a white lotus flower. Fu Jingnan frowned, looking unhappy, with a hint of impatience in his eyes. Don't talk nonsense. I don't have a sister, he said firmly. Didn't you recognize each other yesterday? Su Li asked curiously. She thought there might be a touching scene of siblings reuniting at the military camp. It seemed Yu Ting was just dreaming. Fu Jingnan shot her a sidelong glance, his face darkening further. What was this girl thinking? Say it again, I don't have a sister, he said, and turned to leave. Su Li. Why did her voice sound a little wronged? Oh no, he's leaving. What should I do now? Yu Ting stared coldly at Fu Jingnan's back, her eyes slightly icy. She just couldn't understand. She wasn't bad-looking, had a good personality, and was his stepsister. Why wasn't she in his eyes? Could it be that Fu Jingnan liked Su Li? She turned around silently, glancing at Su Li with a cold expression that grew stronger. Su Jiqing, are you very close to my brother? She asked. Su Li. Great, this girl is holding a grudge against me. Oh no. Fu Jingnan, you cold-faced guy. I still have to clean up this mess for you. Everyone could tell she wasn't asking if they were close, but warning them not to get too close. Thinking it was better to avoid trouble, Su Li decided not to bother with her and turned to leave. Yu Qing stepped forward quickly, blocking Su Li's way. Su Li raised an eyebrow, clearly asking, what do you mean? Su Jiqing, I just think you're too close to my brother. It might make people think too much, she said. Su Li listened, raised an eyebrow, and her smile was half-hearted. TSK, Yu Zhijing, are you talking about me or about yourself? She asked. Yu Ting clenched her teeth, her lips trembling. Don't talk nonsense. Su Li looked her up and down, crossed her arms, and spoke slowly and calmly. Her voice was light and gentle, but every word hit Ting's heart. You call him Brother Jingnan all the time. Doesn't everyone know how you feel? But Fu Tuan doesn't even want to look at you. Should you take a good look at yourself? Liking someone is fine, but sticking close like a door god on a New Year's picture isn't very proper. Fu Jingnan isn't candy. A few licks don't mean you get to marry him. Isn't that right? Because Fu Jingnan had helped her many times, she decided to protect him from this bad love interest. She thought she should thank him properly another day. Ting's face turned pale, and tears suddenly appeared in her eyes. You're going too far. Whether I go too far isn't important, Su Li said with a slow smile. What matters is, you have no sense of boundaries. Someone with dignity wouldn't keep pushing when others aren't interested in you. Aren't you tired? I am tired just watching you. Su Li's words almost sounded like she was calling her shameless. Ting froze in place, tears in her eyes. Her nails dug into her palms, but she didn't feel any pain.
What was this girl saying?
Was she mocking her for being shameless? She wanted to say something, but couldn't. She could only grit her teeth and turn away. Su Li, with her sharp tongue, I wonder how long you'll be proud of yourself. One day, I will step on your dignity and crush it. Su Li watched Ting stiff back and sighed deeply. Maybe she was a bit too harsh today. She saw the girl hurt. She didn't mean to be so cruel, but some people insist on pushing her to the limit. She couldn't just let it go. Could she? Su Li didn't go back to the peanut field to continue weeding. Her grandfather came, and she needed to think about what supplies he might need, so she could deliver them tonight. As she entered the yard, she heard Wu Yi crying loudly inside and Lu Yuanyuan softly comforting him. Sister, is my dad really a spy? My dad can't come back.
Boo-hoo.
Her voice was full of sadness, anger, and a bit of grievance. Su Li stepped in and saw Su Wui hugging Lu Yuanyuan, crying loudly. His face was covered in tears and snot, all smudged on Lu Yuanyuan's clean shirt. Seeing Su Li come in, Lu Yuanyuan's eyes turned red. She whispered, "Our team members are talking a lot and he heard them. He's feeling sad. He's been crying for a while now." Su Li sighed and walked over to pat the little one's shoulder. "Don't cry anymore. Wipe your tears and listen to me." Wui came out of Lu Yuanyuan's arms. "Sister Su, is my dad really a spy?" Xiao Pang and the others say my dad must be a spy. "I'm just a kid's kid." Su Li, how do the team members teach children? Such rumors are really harmful. This little kid has been very nervous for days. Today, the military vehicle took Fong Lan away. Wu Jiaxuan didn't come back with them. That last bit of hope for this little one was also gone. Su Li looked at him with some affection, took the towel from Lu Yuanyuan, and dried his tears. It seems that as long as Wu Jiaxuan doesn't come back, Wu Yi will be worried every day, plus all the false rumors from the team members. Those spies have really upset the child. Wu Yi, our ancestors used to say, seeing is believing. You and your dad have lived together for so many years. If your dad was a spy, wouldn't he have shown some signs? Have you noticed anything strange about your dad all these years? Wu Yi looked up and thought hard. No, my dad just works. Just works. And doesn't associate with any strange people. That's right. Su Li blinked. Don't you believe your dad? But everyone in the team says my dad is a spy and can't come back.
Wu Yi started.
Believe in your dad. Sometimes what you hear isn't the truth. Su Li gently guided him, never feeling that comforting a child was so difficult. Wu Yi took a deep breath and asked, "You mean my dad will come back?" Su Li gently patted his head. "We'll wait for your dad to come back and give those people a big surprise." Wu Yi wiped his eyes again. "Okay, I'll wait for my dad. My dad is definitely not a spy." Lu Yuanyuan looked at her with some disagreement. "What if he really doesn't come back?" Su Li smiled. "How could he not come back? It's almost time. He'll be back soon." Meanwhile, at Secretary Li Guangquan's house, it looked like a big accident scene. "Lu Shuang, what exactly are you trying to do?" Li Guangquan's face was very serious as he stood in the main hall, looking at the woman in front of him. She had angry eyebrows and was trembling all over. His brow was furrowed tightly. It was less than 10 o'clock since he returned from the barn. He saw Lu Shuang still lingering at home instead of going to work, so he just scolded her a little. He didn't expect that this usually quiet wife would suddenly change. Today, she was like a hen with feathers ruffled, rushing forward to scold him. "Tell me, where did my 6-foot cloth voucher go? I saved up for 2 whole years for that." Li Guangquan hesitated and looked a bit guilty. "You usually don't care much for new clothes." "I just gave it to Denise's mother. Just giving it away." Lu Shuang's face turned pale with anger, and her lips trembled. "Li Guangquan, my daughter is already 8 months pregnant. I wanted to use that cloth voucher to make a small blanket for the new nephew, but you took it and gave it to that fox spirit." Lu Shuang cried and scolded at the same time. This morning, that woman in a yellow floral top deliberately walked around in front of her twice, looking very proud. Her heart sank at that moment. When everyone else went to see the fun in the barn, she hurried back home. She opened the drawer, and as expected, not a single inch of the cloth voucher was left. She was so angry she almost fainted. That was her savings for 2 years. It was meant for her daughter's childbirth. Life was becoming impossible. "You crazy woman." Denise's father risked his life for the production team. "I just took care of them for a while. Why are you losing your mind?" Li Guangquan slammed the table and pointed at Lu Shuang's nose, scolding her. Lu Shuang stopped crying and wiped her tears with her sleeve. "Old Wang San has been dead for over 10 years. When he was alive, you had an affair with her. Others might not know, but I do." "Stop talking nonsense." Li Guangquan's face turned green with anger, and his eyes changed. "Fine, I'm not talking nonsense. Old Wang San died for the team, no doubt. You took care of her and her daughter, giving them the easiest work and the highest work points. The team members weren't happy about it, but they didn't say anything openly. But how can you say you took care of them and let them stay on the bed? Who in the team isn't secretly laughing behind others' backs? Maybe, because of what Widow Wang said, Lu Shuang finally found a way to vent her long-held frustration today.
Who dares to laugh? You.
You better tell me clearly. Li Guangquan was choked and couldn't speak properly, his eyes starting to turn cold. Clear? You're shameless. I'm worried about losing face too. Lu Shuang's emotions completely broke down, her eyes red and frightening. The more Li Guangquan looked at her, the more annoyed he became. She was a rough, rustic woman, always fussing and nagging. He, a proper secretary, was supposed to meet with the commune officials, but this woman not only couldn't handle herself well, she also kept embarrassing him. She didn't know how to dress nicely, and since coming to this house, she hadn't been considerate of him. Where was the gentle and virtuous side of Feng Shi? It was just about 6 feet of cloth coupons, right? If he married that wild girl, wouldn't most of the cloth coupons and money belong to their family? All right, stop causing trouble. I have something important to discuss about the marriage for Yue Jin. Hearing this, Lu Shuang suddenly exploded. Li Guangquan, you want that shameless girl's daughter to come into the house? I tell you, unless I die, there's no way that will happen. Li Guangquan snorted. You think your son is a prize? Even if Danny is willing, her mother wouldn't agree. He knew Danny's thoughts. Although she wasn't his biological daughter, she was raised as his own, even better than his own daughter, Huayer. Since she was young, she had been attached to Yue Jin, especially in the past 2 years. Whenever Yue Jin came home, she would rush over eagerly. He even considered marrying the two families, but his relationship with Feng Shi made it awkward for the two families to unite. Lu Shuang was stunned for a moment, wiped her tears, and sat down on a stool. Stop beating around the bush. Be clear, whose daughter are you talking about? The girl from the Jiqing courtyard. I think Su Li is quite good. This morning, he met Su Li's grandfather, Fang Jichuan. He was in his 60s, dressed plainly, but stood straight with bright eyes, giving off an impressive aura. He also heard Fang Lan mention that the Beijing courtyard was given to a government office. His previous hesitation suddenly disappeared. When Fang Lan got married, her dowry was generous. That courtyard was part of her dowry when Fang Jichuan married off his daughter. Fang Lan lent the house to the neighborhood committee, but he clearly saw that it was to protect the house. What about the other dowries? Fang Jichuan, a big capitalist, was robbed before being sent down, but surely he wouldn't leave some backup? I heard Fang Lan's son has been distant from her since childhood, and they have cut ties. Now they only have Su Li, so all these assets will eventually belong to her? The more he thought about it, the more feasible it seemed. Now, their 3 generations are all in his hands. If he brought it up, they probably wouldn't dare to refuse. As the saying goes, a strong dragon can't overpower the local snake. Lu Shuang suddenly stood up. Are you talking about your cousin's stepdaughter? The one who argued with Yue Jin and killed 2 wild boars. That day, Yue Jin came back angrily from the brigade office and scolded Su Li. She didn't like her very much after that. Her son was the son of the brigade's secretary and worked in the commune, an respectable person. That day, after Su Li mocked her, her last bit of sympathy for Su Li and her family disappeared. What kind of girl was she? Strong and sharp-tongued. If such a girl married into the family, wouldn't they be fighting every day? Before Li Guangquan could speak further, Lu Shuang shook her head firmly. No, that girl is too fierce. She's not suitable. Her life was already set, sold to the Li family to work as a servant. She had accepted that she couldn't win her husband's heart. But her son was different. She wanted to find someone he liked, so he could live a peaceful life and not repeat her mistakes. Li Guangquan sneered at her. You rural women don't understand anything. If they hadn't fallen on hard times and come to Hongxing Brigade, do you think your son would have a chance to marry someone? That's even worse. Lu Shuang said more firmly. She's the daughter of a capitalist. Her family background isn't good. What if she drags my son down in the future? Li Guangquan looked at her speechlessly. No one in the team knows about their relationship. As for Suli's background, if you don't say it, I don't say it. No one in the team knows. Lu Shuang rolled her eyes at him, her expression turning serious. Why should he marry that girl? Don't tell me you're interested in her just because she's strong and killed 2 wild boars. People in his own family knew clearly. This dog of a thing is only interested when there's profit. It doesn't look at anything good. It doesn't even bother to glance. Li Guangquan was silent for a moment, then softly said, Xiaolian wrote that before Suli went to the countryside, her brother-in-law gave her 3,000 yuan, 500 jin of grain coupons, and a big box of gold and silver jewelry, all brought to the countryside by that girl. What? Lu Shuang suddenly stood up, excited. Meanwhile, in the room, Li Yuejin, who had been lying on the bed resting with his eyes closed, heard his parents' words. It hit him like a loud bell, heavy and shocking. What? Suli brought 3,000 yuan, 500 jin of grain coupons, and a box of gold and silver jewelry? Li Yuejin's eyes widened, almost sitting up on the bed. Oh my, 3,000 yuan. The whole village probably couldn't gather that much money. If he, Li Yuejin, got that 3,000 yuan, wouldn't he become the richest in the commune? And a box of jewelry, gold, silver, jade. Must be worth a lot too. Plus, 500 jin of grain coupons. These are nationwide usable grain coupons. 1 jin of these can exchange for 1 jin and 2 liang of local grain coupons. That would buy a lot of white flour buns, meat buns, and butter cakes. Li Yuejin's excitement grew, his face reddening and his mouth curling up, as if he had found a treasure. But in the next second, his smile froze. He liked Yu Ting, the girl who spoke softly and walked gracefully, like a willow in the breeze. That day in the threshing yard, Yu Ting's big watery eyes looked at him, and he felt like she looked right into his heart. Moreover, Yu Ting's father was a high-ranking official in the capital. If he helped himself, maybe Li Yuejin could also go to the capital to try his luck. His uncle, Li Shengli, was an example. Though he had fallen, he had at least experienced some success and had been somewhat famous. On one side, there was a wealthy, spoiled girl. On the other, a delicate young lady with a powerful backing. Li Yuejin couldn't decide. He tried to remember what Suli looked like. That day in the threshing yard, she seemed like a skinny girl, with messy hair like a chicken coop, covered in mud, sharp-tongued, not gentle at all. Such a girl, even if she had money, didn't seem to match him, Li Yuejin. And besides, her mother was a displaced person from the cattle farm, while he was the director of the commune committee. If she really marries him, won't she be laughed at? Even if she is Su Jinghe's biological daughter, so what? Now they have cut ties and sent her to a remote place. She is considered abandoned. But she has money, food coupons, jewelry. Li Yuejin swallowed hard. If he could find a way to get these without marrying her, wouldn't that be perfect? Li Guangquan and Li Yuejin walked into the inner room, both looking unhappy. Yuejin, Li Guangquan cleared his throat and sat at the table, glancing at him sideways. Just now, I and your mother talked about this. Tell me, what do you think? Li Yuejin tilted his head lazily and replied, Dad, you don't need to worry about this. I have my own plans. Li Guangquan narrowed his eyes, a slight smile on his face, with a warning tone. Don't do anything foolish. Don't ruin our family's big plans. Don't worry. Li Yuejin shot him a sidelong look, but his tone was a bit sharp. Aren't you just thinking about the 3,000 yuan, 500 jin of food coupons, and that box of jewelry in Suli's hands?
Smack.
Lu Shuang slapped the table and scowled, shouting, You little brat, what nonsense are you talking? That's not just a few things. Do you know how much that jewelry is worth? Li Guangquan's face also darkened. Are those just a few things? It's the assets behind her that matter most. What does this brat know? Meanwhile, Su Li, who was being watched by the Li family father and son, stood in the pigsty, looking at the thin, tired old man sitting on a stool. Her nose prickled, and her eyes turned red. Grandpa, how did you come here? She remembered clearly that her grandpa was sent to a remote mountain valley over 200 miles away. She had been planning to find a way to send warm supplies before winter, no matter what, so he could get through these years. But she didn't expect her mother to go out and bring her grandpa back. She was both surprised and happy. This afternoon, she couldn't come over, but while weeding in the peanut field, she started thinking about what to send tonight. And now, she has brought a huge package along. I just got it because your mother asked for it. Fong Jichuan smiled softly, his voice a little hoarse, but his eyes were very gentle, like he was looking at a treasure. Su Li turned to look at Fong Lan, her eyes full of surprise and curiosity. Fong Lan smiled softly, her eyes crinkling. I decoded a batch of urgent codes, and the army wants to reward me for my work. I only asked for one thing, not a medal or fame, just to bring your grandfather here to be with us. She paused, looking at the grandparent and grandchild. Your grandfather is alone over there, and I don't feel at ease. Commander Deng is a reasonable man. He agreed and arranged for your grandfather to join our Red Star team, although it's still considered reassignment. Being able to reunite as a family is a great blessing. After hearing this, Su Li felt warm inside, and her eyes grew more teary. At this moment, Fong Jichuan sat up straight. Though his figure was thin, his eyes were very firm. Li girl, you've grown up and become sensible. You're stronger than us. I heard from your mother about everything you've been through. Your grandfather is happy but also worried. He turned to Fong Lan and spoke softly. You've had a tough time too. Divorce is fine, but it's a pity for all these years. Your sincere heart was met with treachery. As he finished, there was a brief silence in the barn, only the insects outside chirping. Su Li pressed her lips tightly, stood straight, and said firmly, Grandpa, don't worry. I've become quite capable now. I'll take care of you, make sure you eat well, and drink good. No one will dare to bully us. Really? Fong Jichuan blinked with a smile in his eyes. I heard you're very strong now. How strong are you, Su Li? Is he trying to test my strength right now? She quickly ran outside the barn, grabbed a small stone about the size of her palm, and came back. Grandpa, watch this, she said, then exerted her strength. The stone was crushed into powder in her hand. Ow, Fong Lan gasped, almost shouting. Fong Jichuan burst into laughter, tears of joy in his eyes, as if he had found a long-lost treasure. We're back. The bloodline of the Fong family has returned. Su Li looked confused. Fong Jichuan stood up, patted her shoulder, and sighed to his stunned daughter Fong Lan. Our ancestors had a legendary strongman. He could carry a millstone like it was nothing. Very skilled. Later, he traveled all over, ran a courier business, and saved some family savings. According to elders, our Fong family produces a strong person every few generations. It seems that this generation, your turn, Liu too.
Good.
Good, he exclaimed excitedly, tears of joy in his eyes, wiping them with his sleeve.
Su Li stood there, a bit stunned.
In her past life, her father also said that this special ability was inherited from their ancestors.
Could it be
that the Su family and the Fong family actually share some blood connection? She didn't have the chance to explore this in her previous life, but now, this thread has suddenly connected here. She looked down at her sturdy palms, feeling a warm glow in her heart. In this world, I now have a family, my mother protects me, and my grandfather cares for me. But just as this warmth was still lingering, Fong Jichuan suddenly muttered, Such a pity, we still have a treasure. Su Li's heart skipped a beat, and she quickly looked up.
Could it be
He's talking about my space? According to the elders, it's a treasure basin, which has everything you need. Fong Jichuan's voice was deep, with a hint of awe. One year, there was a severe drought, and even the bark was stripped from the trees. Our ancestors hurried back and brought out food from the treasure basin. But no one has ever seen that treasure. After the ancestors left, it disappeared along with them. Later, people tore apart his house trying to find it, but they found nothing. He paused, lowering his voice further. Some say it's the ancestors' burial item, while others believe that basin chooses its owner. She looked at her system space, then at the ceiling, feeling a sudden desire to lie down and relax.
Is this
a family heirloom of the Fong family? And am I about to become its owner? She cleared her throat softly.
Grandpa Mom?
You all, look at this. Before she finished speaking, she quietly activated her space, then swiftly pulled out a large, dark iron pot from the void, placing it with a bang on the ground. Next, she revealed a stack of bright blue and white porcelain bowls. There was a pair of chopsticks and even a small redwood chair, like the one she used when she lived in the capital. Finally, she dragged out a small, sturdy old wooden bed and carefully placed it in the corner of the room. Carrying bedding and pillows, all clean as if just picked from the supply store. The barn was completely silent. The air seemed frozen. Suli looked up and saw her grandfather and mother standing stiffly, their faces full of shock. Their eyes were wide open, mouths agape as if to hold an egg, and they hadn't moved for a long time. Oh my! Fong Lan's voice was hoarse, as if cold water had been poured into her throat.
This.
Isn't it, treasure basin? Fong Jichuan's voice trembled as he muttered, eyes red. It really exists. It's all true. As he spoke, he sat down heavily on a broken stool, trembling as he reached out to touch the iron pot, then the blue and white porcelain bowl, finally resting his hand on the wooden bed. He remembered, this bed was made by him himself for his granddaughter, and later, when they moved, it was taken to Sifong Hutong. How is this possible? How could it still appear intact? Lear, are these all taken from your treasure basin? Suli nodded nervously. Yes, that's right. Then, what else is in your basin? There's a bamboo house and a spring. Suli thought for a moment, but decided to put aside the matter of 007 for now. It was already quite fantastical. If she said there was also a robot living in the space, she was afraid her mother and grandfather would be scared to death. Fong Lan looked down at the iron pot, gently touching the rim with her hand, tears welling in her eyes. This child. Really thoughtful, bringing the pots, bowls, beds, and bedding. After calming down a bit, Fong Lan suddenly remembered something else. By the way, the thank you letter from Li Xuejuan at the street office. What's going on? About that house. Suli quickly pulled the two to sit down and told them about the house in Sifong Hutong. The house wasn't donated. It was borrowed. I signed a contract with the street office, clearly stating. He took out a stack of documents from the space and handed them to Fong Jichuan. Fong Jichuan leaned in to carefully read the documents by the oil lamp, a satisfied look on his face. The contract was detailed, with clear responsibilities and rights, leaving no loopholes. He looked down at Suli again, his expression gradually becoming more complex. When did this girl become so clever? Wasn't she always climbing trees and playing by the river? Mischievous and naughty? He turned his head to look at Fong Lan. This girl has been smart since she was little, but she has a gentle personality. She is good at studying and also capable of doing scientific research. However, she knows nothing about business and doesn't care much about money or valuables. This girl is different from her mother. She carries the bloodline of the old Fong family. Good job, girl. He nodded in approval. The world is so chaotic now. An empty house just sitting there is like a treasure to many people, attracting a lot of attention. He paused and added, Li Xuejuan is your Uncle Li's son. He's always been cautious, and with him watching over it, there's no mistake. Fong Lan responded softly, looking a bit more relaxed. If her father said it was good, then it was good. In her heart, her father has always been very accurate in judging people. If he gives his approval, it means it's right. She usually listens to her father's words, except for that one time when she stubbornly married Su Jinghe. Her father opposed it at the time, saying he was not sincere, but she insisted, and in the end, she got her wish. And what was the result? Only a divorce paper. But thinking of the metal box under the parasol tree in the yard, her eyes darkened a little. Suli blinked and said, Mom, there's one more thing. Afterward, she pulled out a metal box from her space, the very one Fong Lan had secretly buried under the tree. Fong Lan suddenly stood up excitedly. Li, how do you know about this? Suli thought for a moment, her expression a bit mischievous. The place you buried, it isn't very hidden. Who wouldn't dig under the roots? I just casually looked around and found it. She patted the box inside. Luckily, I found it, or else it would have been dug up by Li Xingli and his gang. You don't know, they dug so many holes in our yard that day. She clicked her tongue. People who don't know might think we're hiding a lot of treasures here. This is to prepare for your mom's dowry, Fang Jichuan sighed. His daughter received quite a bit of dowry when she married, mainly a house on the surface, and everything else was kept for her. His daughter was careless, so he was worried that having so many things out in the open might cause trouble. Sure enough, he turned to look at Su Li again, more satisfied the second time. This girl, mischievous as she is also very careful when it matters. No wonder she's his Fang Jichuan's granddaughter. Fang Lan opened the metal box and took out 6 notebooks. This was the experimental data she had researched for many years. It was the result of over a decade of hard work, something no amount of money could buy. She also touched the nearby diaries, which recorded her life's joys and sorrows, love and hate, family, disappointment, and unspoken regrets. But now, everything was over. She looked up at Su Li, her voice as soft as the wind. You know now. About Liemo, Su Li blinked and nodded gently, her eyes kind. Mom, we're not angry. You have me and Grandpa. Our family of 3 is doing well. From now on, we will live in a way they can never reach. Fang Lan smiled bitterly. Actually, after so long, I've already understood. With you and your grandpa here, what more could I want? Su Li knew her mother was probably thinking of Su Weixin again, her biological older brother. Su Li pressed her lips, but decided to tell her mother what Su Weixin had done. Better to face the pain quickly. That guy was never worthy of being her mother's son.